They were once the famous gay couple in the business school, promising to never part ways. However, they broke up at the end of their senior year, leaving everyone guessing the reason, which only they knew. 5 years after breaking up, they met again. Now, one is the high and mighty CEO Yi Ting, the other is the unknown B-list star Yang Jia, who, to save his band, reluctantly agrees to accompany someone for drinks. He closes his eyes, thinking he might lose himself tonight. At this moment, a man walks in with shiny shoes and an imposing aura, catching his eye. He drunkenly looks up and freezes. The man before him, even if turned to ash and put in an urn, he could recognize by the scent. It's Yi Ting. Yi Ting extends a hand, his voice cold. Long time no see. Yang Jia, head slightly bowed, heart trembling, wipes his hand vigorously on his clothes. Just as they are about to shake hands, Yi Ting unhesitatingly withdraws his hand, saying, "How have you become so vulgar?" and turns to leave. Yang Jia stands there awkwardly, mocking himself with a smile. Back then, he held hands with him boldly despite the world's scrutiny. Now, for some resources and money, he's willing to be humiliated to this extent. No wonder he said those words. At the dinner table, the contrast between Yi Lian's guests and the elegant atmosphere is stark. The small boss beside him angrily said to Yang Jiali, "Why don't you come over and toast Mr. Yi?" Hearing this, Yang Jiali quickly picked up his wine glass and walked to Yi Ting's side. "Mr. Yi, I'll drink first, you do as you please," he said and downed his drink in one go. But he choked, his face turning red. Yi Ting, standing beside him, raised his eyebrow slightly. As the gathering came to an end, everyone bid farewell, leaving only the drunken and unconscious Yang Jiali and Yi Ting in the room. Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali lying on the table and mocked coldly. "Clearly, you can't hold your liquor, yet you come to accompany at these gatherings. You brought this upon yourself." Yang Jiali's eyes were as red as a rabbit's. He weakly lifted his head and snorted, "Life is bitter, and I have to make a living. Mr. Yi, I need to eat too." Yi Ting coldly snorted, reached out, and pulled Yang Jiali up, heading towards the hotel exit. He hailed a taxi and stuffed Yang Jiali inside. Closing the door and turning to leave, he was suddenly called back by Yang Jiali. Yi Ting frowned, wanting to say something like, "Thank you for helping me." Yang Jiali, even more dizzy from the alcohol, started speaking without thinking. He asked Yi Ting, "How have you been these years?" Yi Ting replied coldly, "Very good." Yang Jiali made a gesture, "That's right, looking at you, even your hair exudes the aura of a successful person. That's good, quite human-like." His Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't help but ask again, but before he could finish, Yi Ting interrupted, "None of your business." Yang Jiali lowered his eyelids, "Got it." The scene was awkward when they heard a boy getting out of the luxury car parked nearby. "Ting Ji, why so long?" Yi Ting turned around and replied gently, "Sorry, Xiao Xia, for keeping you waiting. Let's go now. Are you cold? How about I take off my jacket for you?" The boy, full of youthful vigor, shook his head, "No need." Yi Ting gently pushed his head back into the car, "Be good, don't stick your head out, be careful not to bump it." "Xiao Xia, I have something to do, wait for me a bit longer." Yi Ting turned his head back, and asked Yang Jiali impatiently, "Do you still have something to say?" Yang Jiali looked at everything in front of him, showing a bitter smile, murmuring softly, "Not anymore." Yang Jiali dragged his tired body back home, and due to drinking too much, he leaned over the toilet and started to vomit. "It's great, everyone is moving forward. No one is waiting for anyone," Yang Jiali said with a bitter smile. Suddenly, a hand touched Yang Jiali's face, and Yi Ting was pressed closely in front of him. Yang Jiali teased, "Awesome. Pretending to be serious on the podium during the day, secretly taking me to the hotel at night." Ting is awesome. Ting didn't answer, chose to be a man of action, and dominantly kissed him. Two young men ignited by love, tirelessly went at it until 4:30 in the morning. Yi Ting carried Yang Jiali to the bathroom to shower. Yang Jiali dramatically said, "I am no longer the pure boy I was at 20. My 20-year virgin barrier is broken today." "Yi Ting, I feel so dirty." Yi Ting gently cupped Yang Jiali's face, "I will always protect you." They were gazing deeply into each other's eyes when the phone started buzzing. It was a dream. Yang Jiali opened his drowsy eyes and answered the phone, half awake. A voice came through, "Brother Yang, the boss gave the final notice. If we can't get resources, we'll be disbanded." Another voice chimed in, "If it doesn't work, try the foot massage business next door." Li Da and Li Gong kept talking one after the other. Yang Jiali, hearing this news, was shocked awake, thought for a long time, and slapped his thigh, "I'll go find the boss." He went to the company, and the boss, with a cigarette in his mouth, firmly said, "I still say the same thing. If you can't get resources, there's no need for the company to continue the contract. Disband if you must. Don't be an eyesore." Yang Jiali, unwilling, can you really not give us another chance? Then I'll beg the president. Will that work? The boss clicked the mouse and brought up a web page. He's so young yet already the president. Yang Jiali looked up, and with just one glance, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. That face was too familiar. He recognized it instantly. Yi Ting. Yang Jiali massaged his temples and walked out with a gloomy face, thinking to himself, how the hell could it be Yi Ting? It could be Wang Ting, Li Ting, Pig Ting, Dog Ting, but it just can't be Yi Ting. Li Da and Li Er are still out there making fools of themselves like a couple of rotten stumps. Seeing Yang Jiali, the two of them hurriedly came up to greet him. He cleared his throat and pretended to be nonchalant as he said, I have a friend who's encountered a problem. Only his ex-boyfriend can help him with this problem, but they parted on bad terms. Do you think he should swallow his pride and seek out his ex-boyfriend? Li Da and Li Er exchanged glances. This friend you're talking about, is it really you? He glared, his eyes metaphorically tearing Li Er's mouth apart as he said, frustrated and embarrassed, forget it. I can't be bothered to explain it to you. It's so annoying. He made some perfunctory remarks and scurried off dejectedly. Returning to his cramped rental room, Yang Jiali dug out all the business cards of influential and resourceful bigwigs he had collected over time. He started making calls with a thick face. After much difficulty, he finally got through to one, but reality is, after all, reality. Unfortunately, reality is, after all, reality. Unexpectedly, the person on the other end wanted to take advantage of him, even hinting slyly that Yang Jiali must pick chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence to see the southern mountain leisurely. If asked where to offer chrysanthemums, go to Emperor Hotel Room 608. Yang Jiali was silent for a few seconds before dropping a fuck off and hanging up the phone. With that, those paths were dead ends. He lay in bed, tossing and turning all night without sleep, laughing at himself mockingly. Might as well be cheap, what's the point of dignity? It's better than starving. He quickly picked up his laptop and started writing a business plan, then drove to the entrance of Guangwei Financial Investment Group, chugging several mouthfuls of white wine for courage. Yang Jiali entered the luxuriously decorated building somewhat nervously. The receptionist stopped him to ask for an appointment. Yang Jiali, having decided to come only that morning, had no appointment. He asked the receptionist with a flushed face if he could go up and wait directly. The receptionist, gentle yet firm, apologized and said that wasn't possible. President Yi was very busy and did not accept visitors without an appointment. Suddenly, a ding sounded from the nearby private elevator, which opened. Polished black leather shoes stepped out. Yi Ting, dressed in a high-end custom shirt and trousers, walked out of the elevator expressionlessly, followed closely by a pretty handsome boy who seemed to be the one he had seen at the entrance of Wen Nan Mansion before. Yi Ting walked steadily towards them. Seeing Yang Jiali, his eyes narrowed displeasingly. Yang Jiali's hands were a sweaty mess from nervousness. He tried to appear calm and greeted with a smile, Mr. Yi Ting, I am. Yi Ting ignored him, turned his head, and sternly reprimanded the receptionist. What's going on with you? The group is not a shelter. Don't let any Tom, Dick, or Harry in. Do your job properly. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiali's face suddenly burned hot, as if slapped out of thin air, utterly humiliated. Yi Ting withdrew his gaze, turning somewhat tenderly to the handsome boy beside him, instructing, all right, I'll drop you off here. I've asked the driver to wait outside for you. Go to school and don't make your supervisor angry again. Listen to him. The boy, with his backpack on, acknowledged, got it, Brother Ting. I'm off then. Yi Ting smiled at him, go ahead, call me if you need anything. Yi Ting watched his back disappear before finally turning around slowly. His indifferent gaze fixed on Yang Jiali. Yang Jiali lowered his head, feeling like an unwelcome clown mocked by everyone. Yi Ting's voice carried coldness, what are you here for? Yang Jiali stared at the tip of his shoes and murmured, I'm here to talk to you about something. I don't think there's anything left for us to talk about. Yi Ting glanced at his watch, you can leave now. Yang Jiali adjusted his emotions, took a deep breath, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. He looked up at Yi Ting and cautiously added, just half an hour of your time. Yang Jiali gritted his teeth, 10 minutes. I'll only take 10 minutes. Once I'm done, I'll leave immediately and won't bother you. Yi Ting stared at Yang Jiali without speaking. Yang Jiali nervously sweated. Yi Ting's eyes were deep. After a while, he silently walked to the exclusive elevator and went upstairs. Yang Jiali breathed a sigh of relief and quickly jogged to Yi Ting's side. Yi Ting frowned, looking at the illuminated floor numbers. This is the high-level exclusive elevator. Yang Jiali froze, his mouth twitching unnaturally. He smiled and said, oh, my brain is muddled again. This exclusive elevator is for President Yi and his sweetheart. What am I doing here? All right, I'll take the stairs. A true man can bend and stretch. Suffer for 10 minutes, and enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Who's afraid of you? Yang Jiali mumbled to himself as he climbed the stairs, panting. Yang Jiali entered Yi Ting's office. Yi Ting was already sitting behind his desk, buried in paperwork. Yang Jiali hesitated several times but couldn't bring himself to speak. Finally, Yi Ting raised his head, looking at Yang Jiali with a blank expression. You have 5 minutes left. Yang Jiali's eyes widened. Didn't we agree on 10 minutes? From the moment you walked in, you've already wasted 5 minutes. Yang Jiali became anxious. You never said you started timing then. How could you do that? Yi Ting, you. Isn't this reneging? Yi Ting's face suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp and merciless like swords, piercing towards Yang Jiali. I've already given you 10 minutes. Don't push your luck. And watch your language and manners. Don't get too full of yourself. Yang Jiali was stunned, meekly agreeing. After a long while, his eyelids slowly drooped, his head lowered, and he awkwardly chuckled twice, saying he understood. President Yi, he truly lacked restraint just now. He had thought that Yi Lian Ding could join him in. Incomprehensible text, Yi Ting observed Yang Jiali, who had suddenly fallen silent. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly. There are 5 more minutes. Get to the point. Yang Jiali fumbled with his fingers, stammering as he spoke. Yi Ting, expressionless, stated, 4 minutes left. Yang Jiali quickly blurted out his difficulties, hoping for Yi Ting's leniency. Yi Ting snorted, his mouth quick to respond. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of alcohol on Yang Jiali. His expression turned shockingly grim. You've been drinking again? Yang Jiali nodded dumbly. I had a couple of drinks before leaving. Yi Ting's face turned extremely ugly. I remember you used to hate people reeking of alcohol, his voice cold as ice. How have you become so vulgar now? Yang Jiali, enduring the sting in Yi Ting's words, smiled and said he was young and ignorant back then. People have to grow up. I can't be willful my whole life, can I? Yang Jiali pulled out his notebook and presented it to Yi Ting. Please. Take a look at this. This is a business plan I've written. Outlining our group's development direction for the next 2 years. I guarantee I'll stake my life to ensure it's on track, and the company won't suffer any losses because of it. What do you think? Yi Ting stared at the business plan in Yang Jiali's hand for a long time. He reached out, took the plan, and then mercilessly tossed it back to Yang Jiali. Take it back. I won't look at it. Yang Jiali pleaded faintly, please, just take a glance. Yi Ting extinguished his cigarette in the glass ashtray. He looked straight at Yang Jiali and said, I have a condition. If you meet it, I'll help you. Yang Jiali's eyes brightened. He took out his phone, opened the calendar to a page with a date circled in red, and asked, do you know what day this is? Upon seeing the date, Yang Jiali's heart skipped a beat. It was his birthday, a day Yang Jiali still remembers. It was the last birthday Yi Ting celebrated with him. On the eve of his birthday, they waited for the sunrise together at the top of Fengshan Mountain. On the eve of his birthday, they waited together on the summit of Fengshan for the sunrise. The sun slowly rose from beneath the horizon, its brilliant rays instantly illuminating the heavens and the earth. Yi Ting kissed Yang Jia's bright red ears and said earnestly, Happy birthday, baby, I love you. He snapped out of his memories, glanced at the date on the calendar, and mumbled awkwardly, this isn't mine. Right, Yi Ting suddenly laughed, his smile softening. This is the day of Xiao Xia's graduation ceremony. Yang Jia's heart tightened. Ah, Xiao Xia is the boy you just saw in the hall, Yi Ting said with a smile. It's his graduation ceremony. He's a senior and will be graduating soon. The ceremony is on this day. What should I give him? Yang Jia's expression slowly stiffened. Well, he muttered after a long pause. Yi Ting sighed with a hint of helplessness. Xiao Xia has a particularly lively personality and is a bit childish. He really cares about this graduation ceremony. If I don't give him something he likes, he'll probably be upset with me again. Yang Jia stiffened. He hadn't expected Yi Ting to make such a request. He had prepared himself for humiliation, to be beaten or scolded. He was ready to endure anything for just 10 minutes. Be a dog if I must be a dog. A real man is like his own manhood, capable of both grandeur and humility. That's the true nature of a man. But he had really not anticipated that Yi Ting, this heartless bastard, would force him, his ex-boyfriend, to shamelessly pick out a gift for his new lover to win his favor. Absolutely fucking unbelievable. Yang Jia, with a dazed spirit, turned his face away. I don't know how to pick gifts. You do, Yi Ting firmly said, still with a hint of a smile. Xiao Xia's personality is very much like you used to be. A rambunctious kid with a childish heart, thinking he can touch the sky because he has someone backing him. He's bound to like what you like. I trust your choice of gift. It won't disappoint me, right? Yang Jia was furious. He really wanted to tell Yi Ting that after being battered by society for so long, his personality had changed drastically. He no longer dared to cause too much trouble. Xia can now rely on having Yi Ting behind her. But as soon as he turns around, there's no one there. Who will help him? Yang Jiali, with his head down, thinks how good it is to be cared for. Not only does he not have to worry about food, but he also receives a bunch of carefully prepared gifts. He can be an ignorant fool without a care in the world. Yi Ting takes out a card from the drawer and slides it across to Yang Jiali. This is the fund for buying the gifts. Take it. Yang Jiali looks at the card without taking it. Yi Ting taps on the table twice, seemingly displeased. I'm asking you one last time. Are you taking it or not? Yang Jiali stares at the card, his fingers almost tearing the hem of his trousers. Seeing no reaction from him, Yi Ting nods. If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'm not forcing you. Go out. I'm very busy here. Yang Jiali clenches his fist, takes a deep breath after a long while, and fiercely grabs the card into his palm. He pretends as if nothing matters, forcing a smile. All right, since it's an order from President Yi, I'll do it. Rest assured, I will choose the gifts carefully. What's my face worth anyway? I can't let President Yi's beloved be unhappy, right? Yi Ting's gaze is profound and inscrutable. You'd better do so. Turning around, Yang Jiali retreats from Yi Ting's office in a somewhat sly manner. Yi Ting watches his back for a long time before withdrawing his gaze to look at the calendar on his phone. His finger repeatedly rubs over the circled date, his eyes suddenly becoming as deep as a lake. Yang Jiali leaves the corporate building. He checks the amount in the card at the bank and is almost shocked out of his wits. There's a full 2 million in the card. Yang Jiali, in silence, puts the card back into his pocket and sits at the entrance of the bank for a while. He should have realized it long ago. But that's just the kind of person Yi Ting is. When it comes to his beloved, he can casually throw out millions just to please them for a moment. Excessive indulgence. When dealing with insignificant things, like him now, he wouldn't get such good treatment. He thought that even if he knelt and begged Yi Ting for mercy, asking for a way out or even a bite to eat, Yi Ting wouldn't bother to take a second look. Yang Jiali felt a surge of bitterness in his heart, took out his phone, and called Li Da and Li Er. The lamb hot pot on the table was still sizzling with red oil, and a case of beer was placed next to it, with several bottles already empty. Li Da was scared. Yang Ji, what are you doing? Yang Jiali chewed on some lamb and then gulped down a large mouthful of beer, eating and drinking excessively. Don't drink anymore, Li Da quickly pulled him back. If you keep drinking like this, you'll throw up. Li Er also nodded, worried. Yang Ji, take it easy. Yang Jiali didn't react much, kept drinking till his ears turned red. I'm not unhappy, I'm very happy right now. Yang Jiali's eyes reddened from drinking. He chuckled, I just need to make President Yi's little lover happy, and we'll have a way out. Isn't that a deal worth celebrating? Come, drink. Since Li Da and Li Er exchanged glances. Yang Ji, Li Da forced a smile, stop drinking like this, it's too intense. Yang Jiali opened a bottle with his teeth, scoffing, if we're seeking intensity, let's see it through. Less talk, more drinking. Li Da and Li Er had no choice but to drink along. The three idiots inexplicably finished a case of beer. When they left the food stall, all three were dizzy and couldn't walk straight. Staggering, Li Da had to carry him. Yang Jiali wrapped his arms around Li Da's neck, still restless and mumbling, why do I have to make him happy? You're doing it on purpose, definitely on purpose. Li Da stopped, what did you say? Yang Jiali mumbled, Yi Ting. He slightly opened his eyes, drunk and red, with a childlike grievance, sniffing and said in a small voice, that day was my birthday, you knew it. Li Da sighed and bumped into someone. He looked up, coughed, bro, you're blocking my way. The man standing in front of him was tall and sturdy, dressed impressively, but with a cold and tough expression, looking hard to deal with. He pointed at Yang Jiali, give him to me. Li Da frowned, sorry, we don't engage in human trafficking. Yi Ting's eyes grew stern, I told you, give the person to me. Li Da looked up warily, who exactly are you? Yi Ting took out a business card and slipped it into Li Da's coat pocket. Without saying another word, he directly took Yang Jiali from Li Da's back. Yang Jiali, pulled uncomfortably, behaved like an unruly cat, throwing a tantrum. Yi Ting forcefully dragged Yang Jiali to his side, restraining his flailing hands. Yang Jiali slowly opened his eyes to a slit, saw it was Yi Ting, frowned, and, drunk and bold, said, damn it, why is it you again, you unlucky bastard? Will this ever end? Yi Ting remained silent, his clenched jaw indicating his displeasure. Yang Jiali struggled to free himself from Yi Ting's grip, humming incoherently. Let me go, I don't want you touching me, I want Li Do to hold me. Hearing this, Yi Ting's eyes suddenly narrowed, his gaze turning extremely sharp. He grabbed Yang Jiali's chin, turning his face towards him. Behave yourself. Yet, Yang Jiali still flailed like a crab. Let go of me, don't touch me. If you touch me again, I'll. Yi Ting sneered, you'll do what? Before Yang Jiali could finish, his stomach churned, and he vomited all over Yi Ting. The moment it happened, Yi Ting's face turned utterly dark. He dragged Yang Jiali into the house, stripped him of his dirty clothes, then threw him onto the bed. The high-end custom suit was ruined by the vomit. With a cold face, Yi Ting threw the clothes into the trash and messaged his assistant to bring a new set. At some point, Yang Jiali woke up, still bleary-eyed from the alcohol. Upon seeing Yi Ting, he hummed for water, want water, pour it myself. Yi Ting remained indifferent, pouring the water himself. Yang Jiali is so drunk that his mind is foggy, shaking his head and drinking water. He wants you to pour, but you just sit there with no reaction and a terrible tone, saying, pour it yourself. Didn't you not want me to touch you? Now you want my help? Yang Jiali slightly lifts his hand but then puts it down weakly. He turns his head, and his tone drops like a roller coaster to the bottom, filled with disappointment and a bit of grievance. You can give your little lover a $2 million gift, but you can't give me a glass of water? Yi Ting, I'm thirsty. Sitting by the bed, he suddenly grabs Yang Jiali's chin, forcing his face over, his voice icy. Why do you feel wronged? Yi Ting tightens his grip, his tone even harsher. To whom I give a $2 million gift is none of your business. Why do you feel wronged? We broke up a long time ago. Stop being delusional. Yang Jiali uncomfortably struggles and suddenly starts coughing violently. Yi Ting originally had a lot of resentment and wanted to vent it, but seeing Yang Jiali clutching the bedsheet tightly, coughing until his face is red and neck is swollen, coughing so much his voice becomes hoarse, he eventually grits his teeth, let's go, and goes to the kitchen. He makes a bowl of soothing hot soup and brings it to Yang Jiali with a cold expression. Open your mouth. Yang Jiali, still groggy, sits up, brings his head closer, and bites the edge of the bowl like a young cub, sipping it slowly. After just a few sips, he starts coughing again, his eyebrows furrowed in pain. Yi Ting, expressionless, says, drink it even if it's bitter, open your mouth. But Yang Jiali shakes his head, his drunken eyes staring at Yi Ting, probably not even aware of what he's saying. His mind jumps to another channel and suddenly asserts, you're not Yi Ting. Yi Ting is bewildered. If he's not Yi Ting, who could he be? Yang Jiali grabs Yi Ting's sleeve. Can you help me find Yi Ting? I can't find him. Where is he now? Yi Ting's temples throb with irritation. You're drunk and confused. But Yang Jiali seems extremely serious, looking around blindly, continuously calling for Yi Ting. He lifts the blanket and looks under the bed, even removing the pillow to see if Yi Ting is hiding there. Yi Ting looked at this scene, reached out and grabbed Yang Jiali's collar. Wake up, I'm right here. Yang Jiali's eyes were hazy, he blinked and stared at Yi Ting for a long time, then resolutely shook his head. You're not Yi Ting. Stop pretending. Yi Ting suppressed the anger in his heart. How am I not Yi Ting? When Yang Jiali mentioned this, he smiled radiantly, his teeth neat, eyes twinkling like stars. It seemed that mentioning the Yi Ting in his memory made him come alive. Stop pretending. Brother Ting knows I hate bitterness the most. He keeps several cans of honey on the bookshelf. He knows I have hypoglycemia and always carries sugar with him. He wouldn't let me drink something so bitter. When I complain about bitterness, he feels heartache, unlike you, brother. Stop pretending, no one treats me better than him. Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali's bright smile and felt a pang in his chest, a dull ache spreading. He slowly put down the bowl, stood up, walked to the trash can, and retrieved the suit pants he had thrown away. He reached into the pocket and found 2 pieces of candy. Yi Ting looked at the candy in his palm and let out a sarcastic laugh. He unwrapped the candy, opened Yang Jiali's mouth, and mechanically shoved the candy in, then poured the remaining soup into his mouth. The bitter soup slightly dispelled the alcohol's effect. Yang Jiali, groggy, opened his bloodshot eyes again. Yi Ting concealed the storm in his heart, his face calm. Are you sober now? Yang Jiali rubbed his eyes, seeming to struggle to recognize him for a while before waking up as if from a dream. He sat up unsteadily. My brain is all muddled from drinking. I thought you were still the you from university. Being drunk makes me act crazy. Just ignore what I said. What did I say? Don't take it seriously. Have I changed a lot compared to back then? Yi Ting's eyes flashed coldly, and he asked with a half-bitter laugh, do you think I've changed a lot compared to when we were in university? Yang Jiali laughed twice. Not much, Mr. Yi, you're still so handsome, still excellent in every way. Of course, You're still so considerate to your lover. Yang Jiali hiccuped, then, with a smile that looked like crying, whispered, the only thing that's changed is that you don't love me anymore. Yi Ting suddenly clenched his fist, his nails digging into his palm, causing a slight pain. As Yang Jiali spoke, the alcohol seemed to surge again, making him look confused and spaced out. He has someone new by his side now, younger and better looking than me, who can make him happier. He stopped loving me a long time ago, doesn't even deign to look me in the eye. Ha ha, life is tight, coming and going, who would really wait for anyone? Who would actually wait for someone coming and going? Everyone leaves, everyone disperses. Yi Ting didn't respond, just stared at Yang Jiali, his fist clenched even tighter, as if he was struggling to endure something. As the bedroom fell into an eerie silence, there was a knock on the door outside. It was Yi Ting's assistant delivering clothes. Yang Jiali suddenly beckoned to Yi Ting. Can I ask you a question? Yi Ting asked indifferently. Yang Jiali hugged a big sheep pillow, laughing wantonly and mysteriously. Yang Jiali was intoxicated, half lying on the bed, staring and giggling foolishly at Yi Ting, who was changing clothes. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, how many types of spiciness are there in Chongqing hot pot? Yi Ting had already had enough of being vomited on and dealing with a drunk person tonight. He straightened his clothes and perfunctorily replied, I don't know, then turned to leave, but Yang Jiali panicked. Don't go, I haven't told you the answer yet. Yi Ting's breathing became slightly heavier, sparks in his eyes. Then hurry up and say it. Yang Jiali giggled, grabbed Yi Ting's sleeve, and lowered his voice as if sharing a secret not meant for others to hear. I'll tell you, there are 4 types, mild, medium, hot, and what? Yi Ting asked. Yang Jiali leaned close to Yi Ting's ear and whispered, there's also, I miss you spicy. Yi Ting's expression changed drastically. His mood had been unstable tonight, constantly fluctuating due to Yang Jiali's antics. He slowly pinched Yang Jiali's chin. You said you miss me? Yi Ting's smile gradually disappeared. He gripped Yang Jiali's chin even tighter, a storm brewing in his eyes, extremely dangerous. Yang Jiali, I didn't hear you clearly. Did you just say, you miss me? Yang Jiali's face hurt from Yi Ting's grip, and he couldn't help but struggle a bit. Yang Jiali panicked, opened his mouth, and bit Yi Ting's lip with his teeth. He leaned down and gently wiped Yang Jiali's lips, his voice low and magnetic, his tone calm yet each word weighed 1,000 pounds. Baby, between us, this is just the beginning. After waking up, Yang Jiali regretted drinking too much. Looking in the mirror, he fell deep into thought. Seeing his own swollen lips, he felt anguish that he had even kissed Yi Ting. What a damn mess. He always knew that once he was drunk, he turned into a complete fool. Like that year in his junior year, after getting drunk with his buddies, he returned to the dorm and mistook the gray-haired dog downstairs for Yi Ting. Without a second thought, he grabbed the dog and bumped heads with it, insisting they swear as husband and wife. Yi Ting, who rarely showed any warmth to Yang Jiali, gave him the cold shoulder for 2 whole days and ignored him. Yang Jiali wiped his mouth with a wet tissue, feeling a bit bitter inside. Struggling to gather his emotions, Yang Jiali left his house to pick out a gift. Yi Ting was reviewing documents in the office and without a glance at Yang Jiali, said coldly, sit down. Yang Jiali said, maybe I'll just leave the gift here. I've got other things to attend to, so I'll. Yi Ting finally lifted his head, his eyes dark and deep as a lake. Sit down and wait a while. Little Xia is coming soon. I want him to see it personally. Soon the secretary came in to report, President Yi, young Master Xia is here. Yi Ting immediately put down his pen, his eyes lighting up with a smile, his voice much softer. Let him in quickly. The secretary nodded, turned to invite the person in, but Yi Ting abruptly called out to her again, instructing, go get 2 cups of milk sago with extra honey. Yang Jiali, who had been left hanging on the side, felt his heart skip a beat upon hearing that. His favorite dessert in college had been milk sago, and having a sweet tooth, he often raided Yi Ting's cupboard to steal his honey, mixing it into a rich, fragrant cup. He would then sit on the back of Yi Ting's bicycle, with Yi Ting cycling leisurely along the school's tree-lined avenues. Yang Jiali snapped out of his memories and lifted his head again just as Yi Ting was quickly walking to the door, personally welcoming little Xia inside. Little Xia had fair skin, bright eyes, and was wearing a gray scarf. His entire attire was exceptionally luxurious and tasteful, as if enveloped in a sheen, clearly showing that he belonged to the pampered and favored side who had been urgently sought after. Yang Jiali glanced at his own faded jeans and discreetly covered them with his hand without making a sound. Yi Ting took 2 cups of sago from the secretary, placed one in front of himself, and handed the other to Xiao Xia. Your favorite. Xiao Xia's expression changed briefly but then quickly recovered with a smile. It smells good. The secretary glanced at Yang Jiali across the table and offered, "Shall I pour you a cup of coffee or something?" Just as Yang Jiali opened his mouth, Yi Ting coldly dismissed without even looking at him, "No need for him." Yang Jiali froze, awkwardly rubbed his knees with both hands, and forced a smile. "It's okay, I'm not thirsty, thank you." After Xiao Xia slowly finished his sago, Yi Ting finally spoke to him. "I asked you here for a surprise." "A surprise?" Yi Ting turned his head, his face still gentle. But as soon as he looked at Yang Jiali, his expression turned cold and distant. "Take it out." Yang Jiali grabbed his old backpack and took out a beautifully wrapped gift bag. He was about to open it when Yi Ting impatiently said, "Did I tell you to open it?" Yang Jiali paused, touched his nose, and chuckled dryly, "Right, it's not for me anyway." He handed the entire gift bag to Xiao Xia. "The rightful owner should open it." Xiao Xia looked at the gift bag, somewhat confused. Yi Ting patiently explained, "Your graduation ceremony is coming up soon. This is an early gift to wish you a happy graduation. See if you like it." Xiao Xia raised an eyebrow and then quickly opened the gift box. Inside the gift box was a watch with a dark gold dial and a shiny black strap, meticulously crafted. Yi Ting looked at the watch, his lips curving slightly, and asked warmly, "What do you think?" Xiao Xia touched the strap with his fingers and looked up, meeting Yi Ting's deep eyes. Yi Ting's smile remained, his tone gentle yet seemingly carrying an unknown depth. "Tell me, do you like it?" Xiao Xia hesitated for a moment. He secretly glanced at Yang Jiali and then looked at the expensive watch again. Frowning slightly, he said, "Not really." Upon hearing this, Yang Jiali's face turned pale. "Not bad, I took a long time choosing this watch. It's from a top luxury brand with good craftsmanship. Moreover, he hadn't finished his sentence when Xia Xia shrugged and interrupted him. "I don't like this style despite your hard work." Xia Xia carelessly tossed the watch on the coffee table, picking up something else while still seeming a bit upset. He picks up his scarf, still seemingly annoyed. "I don't want this watch. I'm going downstairs to eat." Yang Jiali watches him leave, his face a mix of confusion and dismay. He really put a lot of effort into choosing this gift, taking 3 whole days to pick it out, only for it to be discarded without a second glance. Not even Empress Dowager Qixi was this hard to serve. After Xia leaves, Yi Ting leans back on the sofa, legs crossed, smirking. "Yang Jiali, this is the good job you've done?" Yang Jiali is genuinely perplexed. He spent 3 full days shopping to please Xiao with a gift, his eyes dizzy from all the browsing, meticulously selecting this one. Yang Jiali's cheeks involuntarily twitch as he tentatively asks, "Shall I choose another one?" Yi Ting's gaze is sharp as ice, piercing through Yang Jiali. His fingers tap lightly on the table. "You can choose another gift, but my intentions and Xiao happiness, how will you compensate for those? Who do you think you are?" Yang Jiali suddenly falls silent as his phone in his pocket vibrates abruptly. Yang Jiali takes out his phone, glances to the side and sees it's from Li De. He sneaks a peek at Yi Ting and doesn't take the call. Instead, he texts Li De to call back later. "Who's calling?" Yi Ting watches Yang Jiali closely. "Who's calling?" He sees him put the phone back in his pocket. "Who's calling?" Suddenly, he changes the subject. "Who's calling you?" He inquires with indifferent curiosity. "Who's calling you?" Yang Jiali snorts, "None of your business." Yi Ting narrows his eyes. His eyes darken slightly. "It's not your boyfriend, is it?" "No, I remember you're currently single." At these words, Yang Jiali's fists clench instantly. Reuniting with Yi Ting, this phrase sounds to Yang Jiali like a taunt that he's unwanted. He grits his teeth and stiffly counters, "What about a hookup?" This isn't a lie. He and Li De are indeed hookup buddies, friends with whom he sets off fireworks. Last New Year's, he even blew a hole in Li De's pants with a firecracker, exposing his indigo underwear. What's wrong with calling it a hookup? Yi Ting heard this? His entire aura became even more dangerous. He coldly asked again, "Oh, so you've been to bed?" Yang Jiali laughed and answered straightforwardly, "Of course, not going to bed is impossible. This person doesn't sleep, it's unbearable. As for the other kind of going to bed, that indeed hasn't happened." Yi Ting stared at Yang Jiali with even deeper eyes, like a bottomless black well, inexplicably making people scared. Yang Jiali didn't know why, but he always felt that this Yi Ting made him think of a beast hiding in the dark, baring its teeth, watching intently. He shivered and hastily pulled the topic back. "Yi, whether I've been to bed or not has nothing to do with you. The problem now is, I've chosen a gift, Xiao Xia isn't satisfied, and you won't give me a chance to reselect. What exactly do you want me to do?" Yi Ting's frosty face didn't change at all, still staring straight at Yang Jiali. His shoulders slumped in despair. He smiled bitterly, "Honestly, did you never intend to let me go?" Yi Ting slowly lowered his head, A pen between his fingers, nails tapping. What do you think? Hearing his tone, Yang Jiali pretty much understood. Yi Ting never intended to help him. From start to finish, he was just toying with him. Yang Jiali nodded. All right, I got it. He sniffed, turned around, and walked towards the office door. Just as he was about to reach the door, Yi Ting suddenly called out to him, wait a moment. Yang Jiali paused and turned his head. Yi Ting's eyes seemed to hide countless calculations, his lips slightly curved. Don't rush off, there's still something I haven't given you. Leisurely, Yi Ting pulled out a piece of paper from a stack of documents, walked up to Yang Jiali, and handed it to him. Yang Jiali frowned and took the paper to have a look. It was a bill for 83,000 yuan. Yi Ting's tone was calm and devoid of any emotion. 3 days ago, you vomited all over me downstairs at your place. Debts must be repaid. The price of that suit, calculated at the market rate for second hand, is 83,000 yuan. When do you plan to pay up? Yang Jiali was furious, raising his voice. That night, it was you who kept holding on to me, not letting go. That's why I threw up on you. Isn't this just shameless? Yi Ting faintly replied, oh, and sneered indifferently, if you have any objections, I can arrange for my financial lawyer to discuss it with you. Yang Jiali felt a surge of anger stuck in his chest. It took him a while to catch his breath. He took a few deep breaths. Did you plan to ruin me from the start? Yang Jiali laughed a few times, nodded, and suddenly his eyes filled with blood. You can spend 2 million to buy gifts for your mistress without blinking, but you won't leave me any way out. You are ruthless, Yi Ting. You can spend 2 million, your heart is truly cruel. Yi Ting neither confirmed nor denied, his expression unchanged, his aura still intimidating. What makes you think I would go easy on you? Yi Ting asked indifferently. Yang Jiali was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed and gave Yi Ting a thumbs up. You're right, absolutely right, and nodded vigorously. He roughly stuffed the bill into his pocket, wiped his eyes forcefully, and said with a smile, we are long done. I'm no longer someone worth your pity. Even if you force me to death, you wouldn't even blink. I understand now. Gathering his last bit of dignity, he said, since I ruined the clothes, I will definitely pay back the money. From now on, Yi Ting, I owe you nothing, not a penny. After saying that, he no longer looked at Yi Ting and turned to leave the office. Only then did Yang Jiali realize it was snowing, the first snow of winter. The cold wind, carrying tiny snowflakes, whipped around and immediately reddened Yang Jiali's face. He didn't have an umbrella, so he rubbed his hands together, braced himself against the falling snow, and walked into the snowstorm. He didn't know how far he had walked when he stopped, stood silently for a while, and suddenly cursed, damn it. He kicked the snow on the ground, but the snow was too slippery, and he lost his balance and fell into the snow. He clutched his aching foot, suppressing a few groans of pain. Only then did he realize he had twisted his ankle again. Damn it, how unlucky can I get? Is God just messing with me, giving me a whole package of bad luck? Yang Jiali silently covered his eyes, like a cornered, whimpering little animal. Only now did he fully understand. But now he finally understood thoroughly. Yi Ting wanted to force him to death. Jia Li just sat on the ground until it got dark and his body was covered with snow. Then he laughed at himself twice, stood up, and went home. After taking just one step, he felt something tugging at his pant leg. He looked down and to his surprise, it was a kitten biting his pant leg. Yang Jia Li squatted down and touched the shivering body of the little kitten. He then noticed a small cardboard box under the bench and instantly understood, this was an abandoned stray kitten. He put the kitten back into the box, patted off the snow on himself, and hurried back with the intent to go home. He hadn't walked far when suddenly behind him the faint meowing sounded again. Yang Jia Li turned his head and saw that the kitten had run out again. Braving the heavy snow, it followed him with hopeful eyes. Yang Jia Li frowned and couldn't help but say to it, don't follow me, I don't want you either. He continued to walk, but the meowing from behind didn't cease. In the end, Yang Jia Li couldn't resist running, trying to shake off the little kitten. After running a distance, he stopped and turned around to find the kitten stumbling into the snow several times but never giving up, struggling to run towards him. He ignored the kitten, ran back to his rented room through the heavy snow, and made a bowl of instant noodles in the lukewarm room. While eating the noodles, Yang Jia Li looked outside. The sky was getting darker, and the snow was getting heavier. It would surely freeze by midnight. The stray kitten in the dark cardboard box would most likely freeze to death. His movements eating the noodles suddenly halted, and he sat frozen as if he had been acupunctured, silent for a long time in the dim room. After who knows how long, he suddenly cursed, stood up, grabbed his keys, and ran outside. He ran back to that small park. Yang Jiali knelt in front of the bench, took the box from underneath, opened it, and saw the kitten shivering with cold. Yang Jiali looked into the kitten's moist eyes and felt it was crying. Yang Jiali stared at it for a while, finally sighed as if admitting defeat, and said, I have no money, I can't afford good cat food. With me, you will suffer. Do you understand? The kitten meowed softly. Yang Jiali reached out his trembling hand and opened it in front of the kitten. Even so, do you still want to follow me? He asked. The kitten's tiny paw landed in Yang Jiali's palm before the snowflakes did. As he looked at the small paw in his palm, his heart suddenly trembled. In the vast snow, under the lonely, dim streetlight, a stray kitten as lonely as he was put its paw into his hand. He picked up the box, quickened his pace, and ran home. He gave the stray kitten a bath and fed it something. Stroking its soft belly, he thought for a while and said, I'll call you Afu. Lately, he had been having a terrible time. Yi Ting's relentless pressure and malicious games were driving him to despair. Naming the kitten Afu might bring some luck. As he was deep in thought, his phone on the table started vibrating. Yang Jiali picked it up and saw it was a call from Li Da. At that time, he was confronting Yi Ting and didn't have a chance to answer. Yang Jiali answered the call. Li Da, what's up? Li Da's voice sounded anxious. Brother Yang, why didn't you answer my call at noon? Never mind, let's not talk about it. Brother Yang, we got a gig. Which bathhouse is hiring singers again? Li Da, I've told you, we can't go to those shady places. It's not a bathhouse, Li Da hurriedly explained. The company told me this morning that a director took a liking to one of our original songs. The event team is inviting us to perform. Hearing this, Yang Jiali couldn't believe it at first and confirmed several times with Li Da. After hanging up, he was dazed for a long time until Afu meowed a few times, snapping him back to reality. They landed a big gig. Yang Jiali's smile grew wider and wider. Finally, he yelled Yahoo! And rolled on the floor with the toy lambs, laughing like a fool. This big gig would earn them a good sum of money, meet the boss's requirements, and might even save the group. The current predicament suddenly seemed to dissolve. Yang Jiali sat up, I must take good care of you. He placed Afu on the coffee table like a revered ancestor and bowed to it. Brother Fu, you brought me good luck as soon as you came. Awesome, truly awesome. I used to be blind to your talent. From now on, I'll take good care of you. Fish snacks and cat food will be in abundance. Yang Jiali was still not done rambling happily when his phone rang again. He glanced at it and saw it was Yi Ting this time. His smile froze, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he still answered the call, trying to stay calm. President Yi, do you need something? Yi Ting's voice was as indifferent as ever. Yang Jiali, I want to ask you when you can repay the debt you owe me. Clenching his fist tightly, Yang Jiali said, I won't owe you a penny, rest assured. Yi Ting chuckled, his voice implying something deeper. If you're really out of money, I actually have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Yi Ting's tone was so certain, as if he foresaw Yang Jiali would be forced to play into his hands. Holding the phone, Yang Jiali snorted coldly, thanks, but I don't want to hear it. Yi Ting was taken aback. What? I said I don't want to hear it, Yang Jiali said arrogantly, his toes tapping, take your suggestion and roll back to your little xia. Stop chirping in my ear, or I'll slap you both. Yi Ting's voice suddenly darkened. Yang Jiali, from now on my surname is Dad, and my given name is Dad. You can call me Daddy. Yi Ting fell silent for a long while then said, what's wrong with you? Yang Jiali emphasized, I've just realized that without you I can still walk out of adversity on my own. We've broken up. My status is not worthy of being compared with little xia. You are absolutely right, so from now on, I'll stay far away from you. A hint of chilling danger emerged in Yi Ting's voice. Is that so? Dare to say that again? Yang Jiali held his head high, full of life. President Yi, I wish you and little xia grow old together. I will live my own life, and we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore. I'll definitely repay the money, and don't call me again. From now on, we are strangers. If you keep harassing me, watch if I don't stab you then. If you keep messing with me with malicious intent, I'll smash your head, crush sunflower seeds on you until you have a pig's head and a dog's face. Never see your freaking face again. Say goodbye to your mom for me, he said without waiting for Yi Ting to respond, poking the screen to hang up. Venting his frustration, Yang Jiali threw his phone and with a loud cheer as if downing a big drink, felt an unprecedented sense of relief and satisfaction. After being mocked by Yi Ting for so many days, not dying from it. Finally, he scored a point. Yang Jiali stuffed Afu into his pocket and declared, Afu, you owe your good fortune today to the luck you brought. No more words, Daddy's going to buy you fish treats right now. As Yang Jiali took Afu to buy fish treats, little did he know that Yi Ting, after being hung up on, was confused for quite a while, frowning as if trying to figure out what was going on with Yang Jiali. After a long thought, His frown gradually relaxed, and a slow smile crept across his face, as if he had figured it out. He picked up his phone, thought for a few seconds, and unlocked a password-protected private album. He casually opened a photo. In the photo, Yang Jiali was hugging a big sheep plushie and making a funny face, lively and unrestrained. Yi Ting gazed at the photo for a long time, shook his head, and said with a deep chuckle, still as childish as ever. In the next scene, Yang Jiali, Big Z, and Z entered the rehearsal room together, igniting a passion that had been missing for a long time. They rehearsed intensely for 4 or 5 hours. By the end, Yang Jiali's voice was hoarse, but he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He felt a surge of enthusiasm throughout his body, and all he could see was hope. Anxiously waiting for almost a week, he still had not received a response from the committee. Finally, Yang Jiali couldn't bear it anymore and mustered the courage to call the person in charge of the committee's review. The call connected quickly, and Yang Jiali politely stated his purpose, asking how the review was going and if there was anything that needed to be modified. The person on the other end hesitated. Well, how to say? Your performance. Yang Jiali's heart skipped a beat, and his palms began to sweat immediately. The person on the other end of the phone got more and more tangled and vague. It's not that I don't want to let you pass, but the higher-ups. Yang Jiali got anxious and kept asking what was going on. Just say it straight. The other side sighed and said, all right, I'll tell you. Your performance has been cancelled, the slot has been revoked, and another singer has taken your place. We don't need your final video anymore and won't watch it. The person in charge coughed a few times, hearing Yang Jiali getting almost to the point of tears. In the end, they couldn't bear it and lowered their voice, saying, all right, I'll give you a heads up, but don't spread it around. You were replaced because the major investor of the show pressured not to let you perform. Which investor? The person in charge whispered, I can't go into details, you'll have to figure it out yourself. After hanging up, Yang Jiali rushed to the computer, opened the list of show investors, and scanned from top to bottom. When he reached the first major investor, he froze. Guangwei Financial Investment Group, Yi Ting's company. Knowing that Yi Ting was behind the scenes messing things up, pressuring to cancel his slot, Yang Jiali got furious and dialed. He called Yi Ting several times in a row, but Yi Ting didn't answer. Unwilling to give up, he also sent messages to Yi Ting, but Yi Ting didn't reply to any of them, playing dead. Yang Jiali sat in the room in silence for a long time, looking at the still unreplied messages, grabbed his coat, and went out. He arrived at Yi Ting's company, entered the lobby, and was stopped by the receptionist with a faint smile. Sir, do you have an appointment? Yang Jiali scratched his head and said softly, I'm looking for your president Yi. I've been to his office before. The receptionist raised an eyebrow, suddenly remembering something. Her face changed. Sorry, I can't let you in. Please leave. President Yi specifically instructed not to let you step inside this building. The receptionist said seriously, please leave. Yang Jiali's face stiffened, but I haven't. The receptionist didn't give him a chance to argue, pressed the bell, and called for security. Before Yang Jiali could react, he was grabbed by several burly security guards and unceremoniously dragged out of the lobby and pushed outside as if throwing out trash. He stumbled a few times, finally steadying himself, but as soon as he took a step, the security guards blocked his way again, faces fierce. Get out. Yang Jiali and the others glared for a moment, clenched their fists, turned their heads, and walked away. Just as he reached the steps, he stopped. He was not willing to let it go. After a while, not caring about his dignity, he bit his lip and sat directly on the steps in front of the company. If Yi Ting wouldn't let him in, fine, he would just sit at the door and wait for someone. He had to clear this matter up. Snowflakes fell, landing in Yang Jiali's hair and on his shoulders. He rubbed his frostbitten ears, breathed out a white puff, and huddled up with his knees to his chest to keep warm. After about 10 minutes, he suddenly heard the sound of a car stopping. Yang Jiali hastily looked up to see the door of a black luxury car open. Xiao Xia, wearing a self-colored down jacket and a gray scarf, looked both warm and stylish. As soon as Yang Jiali saw him, he quickly gathered his strength to stand up and blocked Yi Ting's way. When Yi Ting saw Yang Jiali, he wasn't much surprised, his voice as cold as the temperature. What are you doing here? Yi Ting, one hand in his suit trouser pocket, slightly hooked his lips. I remember, half a month ago, someone told me to never call him again, never contact him again. From now on, we are strangers. How come it's only been half a month and you can't wait to find me? Yang Jiali held his breath, gnashing his teeth. He tried to calm himself down. I'm not here to talk about that. I just want to ask you, was it you who got me kicked out of the gala performance lineup? Yi Ting smiled, his eyes as deep as the ocean. What do you think? Yang Jiali's eyes widened, his eyelashes covered in snowflakes trembled slightly with emotion. He grabbed Yi Ting's tie in one hand. Lowering his voice, he roared, "Why did you do that?" Yi Ting's face turned cold, looking down at Yang Jiali from above. "Because I wanted to." He pried open Yang Jiali's fingers one by one, gracefully and calmly saying, "Xia likes a singer very much. She hopes to see the performance of that singer at this party. Coincidentally, I am the major investor of the party. So I mentioned it to the director. To not affect the party's duration, unfortunately, I have to ask you to pack up and leave." Yang Jiali's hand and voice were trembling. "This is an opportunity I fought for myself." "Yeting, who do you think you are?" Yeting suddenly asked back, stepping closer to Yang Jiali with an imposing presence. He stared into Yang Jiali's eyes like a beast cornering its prey. "May I ask, who is he?" Yeting straightened up, feeling that some people's grievances can truly evoke pity. Some people's grievances make others feel heartbroken, making them want to do everything to make them happy. But some people's grievances only bring laughter. "Do you understand?" Yang Jiali was stunned and couldn't speak. He looked into Yi Ting's eyes for a long time, then slowly lowered his head, wiping his eyes hard with his sleeve, and laughed twice, as if mocking himself. "Indeed, why would I think of coming to you?" Yi Ting took a step closer and said in a deep voice, "Is it now? Don't forget you still owe me 80,000. You may not be able to go on stage again. What other options do you have? So, do you want to beg me now?" Yang Jiali lowered his head and said after a few seconds of silence, "No." Yi Ting's eyebrows furrowed suddenly, as if he hadn't expected Yang Jiali to answer this way. Yang Jiali took out a crumpled sheet of music from his pocket. It was the final draft he had revised countless days and nights, with eyes reddened from exhaustion. He smoothed out the sheet, wanting to say many things. He wanted to tell Yi Ting how much he wanted to perform at this gala, how much effort he had put into it, and how unwilling and sad he felt. But in the end, he said nothing and just said lightly, "Forget it." He threw the paper away without looking at Yi Ting again, turned around, and left. The snow was falling heavily, and Yang Jiali's foot injury had not fully healed. He walked on the snowy ground with uneven steps, struggling a bit. He didn't know how long he had walked when suddenly, urgent footsteps sounded behind him. Yi Ting's voice rang out, "Stop." Yang Jiali paused for a moment but continued walking forward without looking back. The emotion in Yi Ting's voice surged more intensely. "Yang Jiali, I told you to stop." He even sped up a little. The accumulated snow was soft and slippery. He limped through the snow, and just as he was about to take another step, a sudden powerful force came from behind. Being forcefully turned around to face the cold and stern Yi Ting, Yang Jiali was confronted directly. Dressed in a black suit, Yi Ting's appearance was refined and gentlemanly, exuding an air of calm authority and professionalism unique to high-ranking corporate executives, embodying a demeanor often seen among elite professionals. He tightly held onto Yang Jiali's arm, his gaze dark. "You've hurt your foot," he stated. Yang Jiali struggled to free his hand, retorting, "Leave me alone." Determinedly, he turned away, escaping Yi Ting's grasp, and continued to walk with difficulty on the snowy ground. Yi Ting approached again, forcefully stopping Yang Jiali, his eyes cold. "Let's talk. There's nothing to discuss. You just want to drive me to death, to block every path I could take," Yang Jiali said, resigned to his fate. Watching his slender figure, Yi Ting felt an unexplainable pang of harshness in his heart. Just as he was about to turn the corner, the next second, he felt lighter on his feet and was suddenly carried sideways by Yi Ting. Yang Jiali was immediately infuriated, struggling angrily like a small animal trapped, growling, "What are you doing?" With a tense face, Yi Ting remained silent, carrying him towards the company. Yang Jiali grabbed his tie, his voice filled with rage, "I won't talk to you. Put me down. Don't carry me into your company. Weren't you the one who said I couldn't step foot in it? Let me go. Help. There's a villain abducting a man in broad daylight." Yi Ting glanced at him emotionlessly, showing no intention of putting him down, instead quickening his pace. Seeing that Yi Ting wouldn't let go, Yang Jiali attempted to kick him, but as soon as he exerted force, his foot throbbed painfully, causing him to cry out. The pain made Yang Jiali scream, his face contorting with agony. Yi Ting, carrying an uncooperative Yang Jiali, entered the company, went upstairs, and walked into his spacious and comfortable office. Xiao Xia was sitting on the office's off-white sofa, legs crossed, holding a report, with a cup of aromatic coffee steaming beside her. Hearing footsteps, Xia Xia looks up to see Ban Tinghua and Yi Ting attracting much attention at the dining area, sensing the tension between them. He raises an eyebrow, quietly sets down his coffee cup, and says, "I'll step out for some sun." Yi Ting glances at the heavy snow outside and nods in agreement. Xia Xia quickly steps outside, and thoughtfully locks the office door behind him. Yi Ting places a struggling and red-faced Yang Jiali on the sofa. Yang Jiali, supporting himself on the coffee table, attempts to stand and leave. Yi Ting forcefully presses down on his shoulder, his gaze dark and intimidating, his tone full of chill and authority. "Do you need me to lock you up in a room to behave?" he asks. Yang Jiali sneers with a twisted mouth, "If you dare to detain me illegally, I'll dare to call the police." Yi Ting laughs, shakes his head, stands up, and casually throws out, "Try it." He walks to the wooden cabinet on the left side of the office, opens a drawer to find a first aid kit, and takes out 2 tubes of ointment. Returning to Yang Jiali, he removes his shoes and socks under Yang's wary gaze, revealing a glaringly bruised ankle. Yi Ting stares at the bruise for a long time, squeezes out some ointment, and is about to apply it to Yang's ankle when he suddenly pauses. His expression unnaturally changes, and he tosses the ointment to Yang Jiali, saying coldly, "Apply it yourself." Tired of struggling, Yang takes the ointment thrown by Yi Ting and carelessly smears it over his ankle. After putting his socks and shoes back on, he says impatiently, "I'm done. Can I go now?" Yi Ting leans against the desk, lost in thought and unresponsive. Yang shrugs, stands up, and limps to the door, reaching out to open it. Little did he know the doorknob was locked tight. No matter how hard he pressed, the door wouldn't budge. Yang Jia was startled and turned around, only to see Yi Ting still leaning against the desk, with an almost invisible smile on his lips. "Why aren't you leaving?" exclaimed Yang Jia, pointing at the door, trying to suppress his emotions as he gritted his teeth. "Open the door." Yi Ting chuckled, still staring at Yang Jia without moving. Yang Jia felt a burning rage in his chest, his breathing grew rapid. "You dare to lock me in? I'll really call the police," he said, both shocked and angry. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Jia moved back to the sofa and sat down with a huff. "If you have something to say it quickly." Yi Ting was sitting in the boss chair, slightly turned it to face Yang Jia directly. "The lifeline of your group is still in my hands. You still owe me 80,000. When do you plan to repay the debt?" "You don't need to pay me back in installments," Yang Jia responded stiffly. Yi Ting's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, "No need to make it so troublesome." Yang Jia's ears pricked up. Yang Jiali's ears twitched slightly, as if he had a premonition. A hint of unease crept into his heart. Early in the morning, Yi Ting turned to look at the heavy snow outside the window, and there was a trace of tenderness and nostalgia in your dark eyes. "Back in the days, every morning in college, we would rent a house outside campus and live together. You always loved to make a kind of small pancake for breakfast. Do you remember?" Considering that it was inconvenient to have a same-sex relationship in the dorm, Yi Ting took it upon himself to rent a small villa outside campus. Making these pancakes was the only craft his mother taught him, and he was quite good at it. Yi Ting used to love them so much. Yang Jiali lifted his eyelids to look at Yi Ting. "Why bring this up?" Yi Ting smiled, "I haven't had them for years, and I kind of miss them, so I want you to make them for me a few more times." "Make pancakes for you?" "Ha," Yang Jiali scoffed sarcastically, "aren't you afraid I might poison you?" Perhaps reminiscing about the past, Yi Ting's expression softened a lot. He even answered with a smile, "How would you be happy if I were poisoned to death?" Yang Jiali sneered, "Last time you said if I bought gifts for Xia, you'd let our group off the hook. In the end, I still ended up owing you money. You want to trick me again?" "That was then," Yi Ting said quietly, "this time, just make them. Regardless of the outcome, as long as you do it for 2 weeks, all our debts will be settled. We can sign an agreement, fair and square." "You can check." Yang Jiali looked, and the content of the agreement was indeed as Yi Ting had said. Yi Ting's personal seal was affixed at the bottom, no backing out. Yi Ting watched Yang Jiali reading the agreement intently, his skin as fair as ever, and his youthful eyes as bright as they were when he was younger, his gaze quietly becoming complex and deep. "What do you say? Want to consider it?" Yang Jiali returned home with a heavy heart. He lay on his bed, looking at the unsigned agreement, his mind racing with thoughts. He read the agreement Yi Ting had given him several times over, and it was clear. It didn't seem to have any traps. The more Yang Jiali read, the more puzzled he became, wondering if Yi Ting, the scoundrel, had been bathed in Buddha's light and had actually decided to show him mercy. That night, as expected, Yang Jiali couldn't sleep because of this. When he got up the next day, his eyes were red like a rabbit's, and he entered the kitchen listlessly. Yang Jiali leaned on the counter with both hands, not in a hurry to make breakfast, but lost in thought for a long time. Finally, as if having made up his mind, he pulled out his cell phone and, with gritted teeth, made a call to Yi Ting. This time, Yi Ting didn't put on airs, the phone was answered immediately with a beep. Yang Jiali couldn't be bothered with small talk and got straight to the point. "I'll make breakfast for you at your place for 2 weeks. No matter the quality, after those 2 weeks, everything will be settled." "That's what you mean, right?" Yi Ting replied indifferently, "Correct. Everything as per the agreement." You can't go back on your word or trick me. Yang Jiali took a deep breath and after a long while, said firmly, fine, I'll make your meals, just for 2 weeks. You also have to keep the promise. If you dare to break it, I'll damn well. Yi Ting, listening to Yang Jiali's threat, wasn't angry at all, even seemed somewhat intrigued as he countered, do what to me? Yang Jiali's eyes rolled as he put down the phone with the receiver facing the chopping board. He took out a small dried fish for Afu, his cat, and grabbed a gleaming kitchen knife, raising it high. With a fierce glare and a gesture as if he was cleaving mountains and parting rivers, he chopped down hard. The cutting board trembled with a thud, and with a snap, the dried fish split in two and shot out. Afu reflexively jumped, darting into a corner in terror, almost standing on 2 legs, trembling in fear. Yang Jiali dropped the knife, picked up the phone, and sneered, that's what will happen. Got it, you little bastard? He hung up the phone with a thud, and Yang Jiali let out a long sigh. He turned to look at the scared Afu in the corner, softened his demeanor, and with a smile and a wink, said, Afu, don't be afraid of daddy. He's only a little bit, just a little bit cruel. He reached out to pet Afu. Afu cried out as if his heart was tearing apart and darted out of the kitchen like a rocket. The person responsible for picking him up arrived in the evening. Urging Yang Jia to pack up, he opened the cabinet, silently folded a few sets of clothes, and threw them into the suitcase. When his gaze fell on a small drawer at the back of the cabinet, he suddenly paused, quietly opened the drawer, and took out several small white bottles. The packaging was already torn off, and it was unclear what it was. Only by unscrewing the cap could one see that it contained a few remaining small white round pills, emitting a sour and bitter smell. He stared at these pills for a long time, as if lost in thought. Someone outside urged loudly, are you done yet? Closing up, Yang Jia loudly responded, closing up, right away. He capped all the bottles and looked up. Looking at himself in the mirror, he forcefully smiled a couple of times. Then, he secretly threw these small pill bottles into the trash can, pushing them to the very bottom. Yang Jia was tricked by Yi Ting into moving into his villa, but leaving it turned out not to be so easy. Yi Ting's villa was in the suburban area. When Yang Jia arrived at the villa in the driver's car, it was already completely dark. The night sky, black as ink, was sparsely dotted with a few bright and cold stars. The night wind carried the chill of accumulated snow, penetrating to the bone. Yang Jia wrapped his clothes tighter and stood at the brightly lit entrance of the villa. He hesitated for quite a while before he made up his mind, opened the door, and walked in. The moment he stepped into the villa, he had the illusion that he was Mai Shiranui's reckless brother, like a sheep that's blissfully ignorant, stepping into the den of a wolf, targeted by a ferocious beast with bared fangs, yet utterly unaware. He gulped, thinking to himself that entering a haunted house wouldn't be as unsettling as entering Yi Ting's villa. Damn, he thought, I look calm, but I'm really not, as he walked into the villa's living room. Yang Jia Li, carrying his little bit of luggage, looked around. The place was brightly lit but no one was to be seen. Just as he was puzzled, suddenly, there came the sound of footsteps from the spiral staircase. Yi Ting appeared as if he had just taken a shower, his handsome face and slightly damp black hair enhancing his looks. He was wearing a loose bathrobe, with his strong chest partially visible beneath. He sized up Yang Jia Li's clothing and asked why he was dressed like that, with his pants both ripped and faded. Yang Jia Li covered himself awkwardly and snorted, this is fashion. You wouldn't understand, it's not like it's your money. Yi Ting's lips curved into a slight smirk. Without a word, he went downstairs and passed by Yang Jiali, who looked on guard. He walked to the villa's door and slammed it shut. The sound of the door closing made Yang Jiali shudder involuntarily. In such a big suburban villa, with the door closed, it was just him and Yi Ting left. Only. Yang Jiali sneaked a glance at Yi Ting, who was leisurely sipping red wine. If he took advantage of this perfect timing, on a night dark and windy, took a kitchen knife, crept into the bedroom, and then, seeing the chest muscles hidden under Yi Ting's bathrobe and a segment of his strong forearm revealed from the wide sleeves, he pursed his lips, thinking, better not, sleep, dreams have it all. Yang Jiali took his luggage into the room and quietly began to organize his things. Yi Ting finished replying to the last pending email of the day. He put down his tablet and quietly walked to the door of Yang Jiali's room. Only a small lamp was on in the room, warm yet somewhat dim. Yang Jiali had already finished packing his meager luggage and was sitting on the bed with his back to Yi Ting. Yang Jiali just sat there silently, not knowing what he was thinking. The light shone on his profile, motionless like a statue, lacking vitality. Through the doorframe, Yi Ting didn't disturb him and just watched from a distance. He looked for a long time, somehow feeling that the Yang Jiali who was alone now seemed, in some indescribable way, slightly different from the one he remembered. Yi Ting turned around, left quietly, went upstairs, and entered his own room to rest. He had a dream. It was dim, and within the haze, he saw Yang Jiali standing not far in front of him, with his back turned, walking step by step further away. Yi Ting wanted to catch up to him, but his feet felt as if they were filled with lead and couldn't move. He could only call out to the retreating figure of Yang Jiali, "Yang Jiali, I'm telling you to stop, don't go any further." Yang Jiali turned his head to look at Yi Ting, and a tear suddenly fell from his eyes reddened with blood vessels. His lips moved slightly, wanting to say something but ultimately not saying it. His steps had already entered the cemetery. His whole body was swallowed by the darkness. Yi Ting was startled awake by this nightmare. He has always had good sleep quality and regular habits, rarely having such nightmares. He was panting in the dark and, touching his forehead, found his hand covered in cold sweat. Yi Ting took a long while to regain his usual calmness. He lifted the blanket and went downstairs, walking quietly to the door of Yang Jiali's room. Yi Ting took out the spare key to the room and quietly opened the door. Yi Ting carefully walked in and sat by his bed, looking at his peaceful sleeping face. His heartbeat gradually calmed down. After a while, he walked to the cabinet, took out a tube of ointment, squeezed out a bit, and gently lifted a corner of the blanket. He applied a thin layer on Yang Jiali's ankle, put the ointment back in place, and sat back by the bed. He looked at Yang Jiali's drooping eyelashes and said with a chuckle, "Just like before, once you're asleep, you don't sleep comfortably. No matter how I call, you're not willing to wake up." He slowly lowered his head, getting closer to look at Yang Jiali's eyebrows and eyes. "It's been 5 years. Since we broke up before the graduation ceremony to you moving back into my house now, it's been 5 years. Yi Ting gently touched Yang Jiali's lips, his smile gradually fading, his eyes becoming deep and cold. "Baby, you knew how much I loved you back then. Why were you so quick to say the words break up?" He remembered the time they lived together off campus during university. After finishing classes at school, he would bring Yang Jiali back to their place. He would be busy with studying and handling business matters while Yang Jiali played around like a lively treasure. Every time night fell, with the millions of lights outside shining brightly, they would nestle in their private space undisturbed. Yi Ting stroked the short hair by Yang Jiali's ear, lowered his head, and asked, "But why were you so quick to say the words break up?" At this point, Yi Ting's gaze suddenly turned somber. He leaned in closer, a smirk on his lips but his eyes were cold and detached. "Baby, you've really made me angry now." Yi Ting slowly straightened up and took a deep breath, speaking in a low tone. "Now that you've moved into my place, locking you up might be a good idea. You won't be able to run away. You forced my hand with these methods, so don't blame me for what's happened before and what's going to happen. This is the punishment you deserve." Yi Ting tucked Yang Jiali in properly, bending down to kiss his lips a few times before standing up and leaving the room. When Yang Jiali woke up, it was 7:30 a.m. He hurried out of bed, washed up, and as per their agreement, went to the kitchen to make pancakes. It had been many years since he last made pancakes, and his skills were inevitably rusty. He flipped them a bit too late and they got burnt. Frowning, he tossed the charred pancake into the trash can. Yang Jiali thought for a moment and decided to find something like a wooden spatula to help. After searching the entire kitchen and finding nothing, he turned to the living room and opened a storage cabinet to search. When he pulled open a small drawer inside the cabinet, his gaze suddenly froze. There were several boxes still wrapped in plastic, several bottles, and a pair that looked like hand restraints. Yang Jiali picked up the restraints and looked at their shiny surface, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. "Yi Ting, that scoundrel," he thought. "The games we play in bed are getting wilder and wilder," he thought, with a mixture of feelings about their increasingly adventurous intimacies. Yang Jiali kept stealing glances at Yi Ting. He observed Yi Ting's professional appearance in a white suit and black tie and couldn't help but internally mock him, thinking about the games they played. "Xia xia, oh xia xia, you're in for a tough time with such a wolf in sheep's clothing," he sighed to himself. He was just about to look away when Yi Ting, who had been earnestly replying to subordinate emails, suddenly looked up and caught Yang Jiali's sneaky gaze. Yi Ting frowned and said unhappily, "What are you looking at?" "There's nothing to see." Yang Jiali awkwardly turned his head away. After a long silence, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it just the two of us living in this villa? Where's Xiao Xia?" Yi Ting swiped on the tablet emotionlessly. "Why does he need to be here?" Yang Jiali pouted, "Isn't he your current partner?" Yi Ting looked up at Yang Jiali, his gaze calm and undisturbed. "He has his own house. He is much more obedient than you," he said, taking a sip of his tea. "Besides, I don't like living with others." Yang Jiali smirked, "Then why did you force me to move in?" "You're just here to make breakfast," Yi Ting said, looking down at the screen and chuckling lightly. "You're not even qualified to be a housekeeper. Don't flatter yourself." Yang Jiali was teased by Yi Ting and fell silent. But when he bit into the biscuit, he did so with unusual ferocity, as if he wasn't just eating the biscuit, but Yi Ting's flesh. As soon as Yang Jiali's ringtone went off, it was Lida calling. Before he could even speak, he heard Lida excitedly telling him that the committee had reinstated their slot, agreed to let them perform, and asked them to come for a rehearsal tomorrow evening. Hearing the news, Yang Jiali was ecstatic. He couldn't believe that right after he agreed to Yi Ting's conditions, Yi Ting had sorted everything out. At least he kept his word. He quickly restored the copy of the music score and arrived at the performance center the next afternoon, finally finding Lida and Lear in front of a dressing room. Lida and Lear were standing in the middle of a crowd. Lear looked extremely agitated, clenching his fists so tightly his veins popped and his teeth gritted, his eyes bloodshot. Yang Jiali quickly pushed through the crowd to reach them. What's going on? Facing them was Ni Yun's manager, who didn't seem to care about anyone else. What are you arguing about? Yun Ji needs to rehearse in peace. Who do you think you are, trying to take Yun Ji's dressing room? Lear, with eyes wide and furious, retorted, half of this dressing room is ours. Why should he take it all? But Yang Jiali, with a cold look and a sarcastic smile, said regretfully, all I know is that if you're wrong, you should apologize. Suddenly, Ni Yun spoke up. Lifting his eyelids, he said, if you can get me to take a good look at you, maybe I'll consider apologizing. But, obviously, you're just a nameless dog. You're not worthy. He slowly walked up to Yang Jiali and suddenly smiled. If you want an apology, fine. As soon as his words ended, he raised his hand and, under the timid gaze of others, unhesitatingly slapped Yang Jiali across the face with a forceful, wolf-like swat, almost knocking Yang Jiali off balance. 5 bright red finger marks appeared on his face instantly. Ni Yun smiled, this is my apology. Yang Jiali's face was jerked to the side from the slap, burning with pain, his ears ringing. Ni Yun looked at Yang Jiali with calm and arrogant eyes. After delivering the slap, there was no change in his expression, as if teaching a lesson to such a disrespectful and offending newcomer was the most normal and rightful thing to do. Regaining his composure, Yang Jiali slowly lifted his head, his eyes sharpening like a wolf cub. You started the fight. I'm not hitting you, I'm teaching you, Ni Yun said calmly, schooling him on the ways of the circle. Yang Jiali wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his anger mounting. He clenched his fists, and unable to hold back, he cursed and raised his fist, ready to hit back fiercely. Amidst the chaos, someone rushed into the crowd and pulled Yang Jiali away. Director Zheng turned to Ni Yun, his previously stern face breaking into a warm smile. Brother Ni, it's been too long. I'm so glad you could make it today. Welcome, welcome. He then pointed angrily at Yang Jiali, you three, bring your things over here. With crossed arms and a sarcastic sneer, he said, where do you three get the confidence to cross Ni Yun? Do you no longer want to survive in this industry? Yang Jiali turned his head and let out a cold, scoffing laugh. Director Zheng, pointing at Yang Jiali, said, it's not just about slapping you, if you wanted your mother's ashes. Yang Jiali's face turned furious. He reached out and grabbed Director Zheng's collar. What did you say? Director Zheng frowned, what are you doing? Want to start a fight again? Say that again. Yang Jiali lunged forward, pushing him against the wall with a murderous look in his eyes. What about my mother's what? Director Zheng, a bit intimidated by Yang Jiali's sudden aggression, struggled to break free and subtly moved away. All right, let's not get into that. He straightened his collar with a fox-like slyness and continued to lecture, in any case, you all better be careful. Don't mess with the wrong people. Starting today, you're no longer allowed to use any of the break rooms or the makeup room. With that, he hurriedly quickened his pace and left. Yang Jiali stared at his retreating figure, his eyes darkening to the extreme. Lear patted Yang Jiali's back and quietly said, Brother Yang, I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Before he could finish, Yang Jiali suddenly stood up, I'm going to the restroom. With his head down, he walked through the corridor and into the nearest restroom, where he punched the porcelain wall several times. He stood silently in front of a white porcelain wall in the bathroom. After venting his anger violently, he walked to the sink. In the mirror, his eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were covered in blood. Suddenly, a man came out of the bathroom. The man spoke, his voice pleasant and gentle. Hurting yourself is not the best way to release your emotions. Yang Jiali's heart trembled. He looked up. The man beside him was wearing a white shirt with a dark blue tie, gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and had a handsome, gentle demeanor. The man didn't say anything further. He took out some band-aids and gently placed them on Yang Jiali's bleeding wounds. Yang Jiali looked at the band-aids on his hand, his eyes welling up. With his head down, he said, Thank you. The man replied softly, You're welcome, it's just a small thing. Yang Jiali forced a smile, took a deep breath, and smelled the man's light cologne. The man sighed softly and said, "The person you dislike will never feel remorse because you are hurt. Take good care of yourself for those who care about you." The man smiled, took out his card holder, pulled out a business card, and handed it to Yang Jiali. "Here's my card. Take it if you need it. I hope to see you again." Yang Jiali accepted the card and took a closer look. Executive President of Ronghai Entertainment Investment Company, Limited, Zhao Shanghai. He looked up at the man's back for a long time. A black business car stopped in front of the mansion. The driver opened the rear door and bent down to talk to Yi Ting, who was reading documents in the back seat. "Mr. Yi, we've arrived at Wennan Mansion. There's light snow outside, please be careful." The driver asked, "Should I wait here until your social engagement is over?" Yi Ting put on his suit jacket, tightened his tie, and instructed the driver to go to the arts center. "Wait for Yang Jiali to finish the rehearsal and bring him over here. Wait downstairs at the mansion." The gathering ended at 10, and all the bosses left one after another. Yi Ting, with his suit jacket over his arm, walked to the entrance of the mansion and saw that the snow had indeed gotten heavier. Just as he opened his umbrella, he heard Ni Yun catching up from behind, speaking to him in a somewhat gentle tone. "The snow is so heavy, and I forgot to bring an umbrella. The snow is heavy, I forgot to bring an umbrella. Director Yi, could you give me a lift? My car is over there." Yi Ting remains expressionless, nods his head. Ni Yun moves closer to Yi Ting, quietly grabs his sleeve and squeezes under the same umbrella with him. Yang Jia silently sits in the car. Perhaps sensing something, he looks out the window. When he sees Ni Yun beside Yi Ting, smiling radiantly and looking intimate, his gaze sharply changes, and after a long while, he lowers his head again, sinking into the darkness. He quietly closes the window, puts on a mask. Yi Ting escorts Ni Yun to his car. Ni Yun opens the door, doesn't rush in. "I really owe you thanks for today, Director Yi." Yi Ting nods calmly. Director Yi has just returned to the country and might not be too familiar with this place. Ni Yun's eyes gradually curve into a smile, his eyes brimming with laughter. "If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. I know many interesting places. You are the person I admire the most. It would be my honor to accompany you and make you happy." The pocket of his suit pants moves slightly. Yi Ting looks down. Ni Yun has quietly slipped a business card with his contact information into the pocket of Yi Ting's suit pants, his fingers discreetly, without making a sound, tracing his leg through the fabric. Yi Ting says nothing and turns back to his car. After getting into the back seat, Yi Ting looks at Yang Jia's profile, frowns and asks, "Why are you wearing a mask all of a sudden?" Yang Jia turns his head slightly, looks at the falling snow outside, and replies, "Cold." Seeing his reaction, Yi Ting knows something is off. His eyes narrow, his presence suddenly becomes more imposing, his voice deep, "Take off the mask." Yang Jia glances at Yi Ting, his tone seemingly prickly, "I would love to take it off. If by doing so, it could infect and kill you, I wouldn't hesitate for a second." Yi Ting's expression cools slightly, and he reaches out to directly pull off Yang Jia's mask. Yang Jiali instantly became furious. "What are you doing?" he shouted, then immediately turned his head and buried it in the dim corner, not letting Yi Ting see. "Lift your head up." Yi Ting couldn't be bothered to waste words anymore. With a cold face, he directly reached out and grabbed Yang Jiali's chin, forcing his whole face towards him. The light in the back seat was very dim, making it hard to see details, but even in the faint light, Yi Ting could see it clearly. There was an unusual red mark on Yang Jiali's originally clean cheek, with a scratch that looked like it was made by a nail, particularly glaring. Yi Ting stared at the scratch on Yang Jiali's face and asked coldly, "What happened to your face?" He pinched Yang Jiali's face so hard that Yang Jiali hissed in pain and forcefully removed Yi Ting's hand from his face. "What are you doing getting physical?" Yang Jiali slapped Yi Ting's hand away, turned his head to the side, gritted his teeth, and still kept his head down, not intending to respond. The curve of Yi Ting's mouth slowly fell, and his face darkened. "I'm asking you, who hit you?" Yang Jiali was getting impatient with Yi Ting's relentless questioning and raised his voice. Ask, aren't you annoyed? What does it have to do with you?" "The person who hit me is the same knee guy you were just walking in the snow with, all cozy under an umbrella." Yi Ting withdrew his hand. "Why did he hit you?" "Because he thinks I overstepped my bounds, that I'm not worthy to share the same rest room with him, and for daring to contradict him in public. So he slapped me in front of everyone, said it was a lesson." Yi Ting listened to the anger and faint resentment in Yang Jiali's tone, and slightly curled the corner of his mouth. "Your tone is so confrontational, do you feel wronged?" Yi Ting looked at him and suddenly laughed. "What do you have to feel wronged about?" His tone carried a hint of coldness, as if mocking him. "This is a dog-eat-dog world with clear rules. You don't understand your own identity, status, and power. You blindly charge forward with a foolish impulse. Who do you think you are? As these words came out, Yang Jiali's face stiffened for a moment. It took a while for his expression to recover, and he snorted as if he didn't care. I never felt anyone would have my back anyway, he said, twisting his body, his head turned towards Yiting, falling into a long silence. When the car reached the front of the villa and stopped, Yang Jia immediately got out of the car, disregarding the heavy snow outside. Listening to Tingen's movements aside, when Jiali sends a different time, the child's hand slightly trembles as he looks inside the bag. It wasn't until Yang Jia had slammed the door of the villa shut that he withdrew his gaze. He took out the small business card Ni Yun had secretly slipped into his suit pocket, looking at the vigorous and powerful name Ni Yun written on it. He suddenly smiled, but the smile did not melt the iciness in his eyes. He crumpled the card in his palm, his fist tightening more and more until the veins on the back of his hand bulged out terrifyingly, throbbing visibly. Only then did Yiting take a deep breath, nodding his head calmly as he took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a call. As the phone connected, he said into the device, "Find someone to do something for me." The night grew deeper. Yiting, a light sleeper, was awakened by a slight noise in the middle of the night. He slowly opened his eyes, supported his body to sit up, and lifted his eyelids to look at the clock. It was 4 a.m. He frowned, put on his slippers, and walked lightly out of his bedroom. When he reached the top of the stairs on the second floor and looked down, he saw Yang Jia, usually a heavy sleeper, still awake at 4 a.m. Yang Jia was sitting on the sofa, staring blankly with his head drooped, motionless like a statue for a long time. He didn't turn on the light and just sat there in the dark living room. He silently filled up some water and cat food for Afu. Yiting looked at him in this state, feeling a sudden pang in his heart, causing his breath to hitch. His heart felt a kind of oppressive pressure. He reached out and pressed the switch on the wall. The light came on, startling Yang Jiali, who raised his head suddenly. He noticed Yiting standing at the top of the stairs, looked at him for a few seconds, then lowered his eyelids again and threw the pillow aside. Yiting asked him why he wasn't sleeping in the middle of the night. Yang Jiali turned his head away and said, "None of your business." Not sleeping late at night, sitting alone in a dark room like he's sick, silent. Yiting moved closer to Yang Jiali's face and asked, "Are you trying to gain my sympathy?" Yang Jiali's body stiffened, and he slowly raised his head. He slowly raised his head to meet Yiting's gaze and, after a moment, spat out fiercely. Seeing his reaction, Yiting didn't get angry but laughed instead. It seemed it was indeed about that slap. Feeling aggrieved, he pinched Yang Jia's hand and pressed the struggling Yang Jia down even more firmly. Yiting pressed Yang Jia's hands tightly against the wall, leaning in so close, almost pressing his body against Yang Jia. As if suddenly thinking of something that mattered a lot to him, he stared at Yang Jia closely and asked, "Do you have any regrets now?" To this day, being bullied with no one to help, having to swallow the humiliation. "Do you have any regrets?" "What regrets?" Yang Jia countered. "Regretting breaking up with me." Yiting increased the pressure of his grip. "You're well aware if we were still together, if Ni Yun dared to touch a hair on your head, I'd make him suffer 10 times more, pay 100 times over to atone to you, to let you vent your anger." Yang Jia sneered and continued his words, "But we broke up. So you won't stand by my side. Instead, you're happy to stand by and watch my misfortune, to see how miserable I am without you, right?" Yiting didn't speak, his smile just deepened slightly. His fingers gently brushed over the slightly healed scars on Yang Jia's face, his hot breath on Yang Jia's ear. His voice was complex and unclear, softly saying, "Baby, be good and tell me, do you regret it?" Yang Jia got angry, his voice slightly trembling. "What does my regret have anything to do with you? Just want to hear how much I regret leaving you, how miserable and unsatisfactory my life is without you, just to satisfy your vanity and gloat over my misfortune." Yang Jiali responded with a cold sneer, suddenly raising his leg aiming to shove Yiting's crotch with his knee, hoping to make him roll away. Yiting, catching a glimpse of Yang Jiali's movement from the corner of his eye, was already on guard. As Yang Jiali's leg came up, he exerted a fierce force, pinning Yang Jiali between the wall and himself, tightly restraining his body and rendering him immobile. Yiting narrowed his eyes, his voice cold and cutting. "I remember you being quite clingy in college. Why are you now so reluctant to be in my company?" Yang Jiali replied, "But the past is the past. You are nothing but a scoundrel now, and I don't want to spend a second by your side." Yiting's smile initially lingered at the corners of his mouth, but upon hearing these words, his expression gradually darkened. He coldly said, "Say it again, I don't want to spend a second with you." At this point, Yang Jiali didn't want to beat around the bush with him and tore off the pretense, letting out all the discomfort from the bottom of his heart. Through clenched teeth, he forced out, "I don't want to have anything to do with you." I would rather touch a random person on the street than be touched by you. Yi Ting's expression finally turned completely dark. He lowered his head to look at Yang Jiali's lips, trembling with anger and excitement, and laughed in fury. Picking just any man on the street, you dare say that? Yang Jiali, dizzy, lifted his chin. Yi Ting took a deep breath and said, you might not have realized one thing. He tightened his grip on Yang Jiali's hand. Right now, I hold the upper hand. You might end up crying and begging me to fuck you. Yang Jiali retorted with 3 simple and crude words, in your dreams. Using all his strength to push Yi Ting back slightly, Yang Jiali dashed into his own room, slamming the door shut and turning the lock. Yi Ting didn't move, he just emotionlessly watched Yang Jiali's closed door. After a long while, he finally patted his robe and muttered to himself, I didn't plan to act so soon, but now it seems there's no need to wait. The assistant director approached Yang Jiali and told him that the investors were going to have dinner at Drunken Hotel this weekend, and he should come too. Yang Jiali was surprised and pointed at himself. Me? The assistant director, losing patience, said, someone wants to talk to you. Stop the nonsense and hurry up. With that, he left. Yang Jiali stared dumbfounded at his retreating figure, unable to snap back to reality, wondering why someone like him, with no status or fame, was being invited to a dinner with major investors. Though he thought this way, Yang Jiali still went to Drunken Hotel and was led into a private room. There he saw the investors enjoying their drinks amidst a lively atmosphere, with laughter and chatter everywhere, except for him. Yi Ting was seated at the main seat with Ni Yun pouring him wine affectionately and engaging in intimate conversation, while Yi Ting was talking to a boss next to him, not sparing a glance in his direction. Yang Jiali silently took the last empty seat. Just after sitting down, an entrepreneur beside him struck up a conversation, asking, you sing well. What's your name? How come I've never seen you before? Yang Jiali politely nodded, it's natural you haven't heard of me due to my lack of fame. The man nodded, smiled, and said, young man, let's drink. Yang Jiali had attended similar gatherings before and knew that competing in drinking was normal in such settings, so he didn't refuse much. As he drank, the chubby boss smiled even wider, bringing a few other small bosses around him to continuously fill Yang Jiali's cup. Yang Jiali, confident in his drinking ability and skillful in dodging or sipping stealthily, plus the alcohol seemingly not very strong, relaxed and drank more than usual. With his face turning a bit red, Yang Jiali shook his head and heard someone toasting Yi Ting, thanking him for hosting such an event and treating them to such expensive wine, saying Yi was very generous. Someone nearby joked and flattered Yi, mentioning that Yi had officially taken over the group, basking in endless glory. Look, the wine served is all collectible, each bottle starting from tens of thousands, with a rich taste and strong after effects, all treasures. Yet, Yi Ting sneered, drink up, drink more. At this point, Yang Jiali was already feeling dizzy and staggered up, making an excuse to go to the restroom to escape the drinking. The alcohol hit him in waves, each more intense than the last. Leaning on the wall, he entered the restroom and stood at the sink, leaning against the wall, his body going limp as he held onto his last bit of consciousness, took out his phone from his pocket, shakily found Li Da's number, and called. The call connected quickly, and without caring if Li Da understood, he mumbled, Li Da, it's me. I can barely walk. Come pick me up, will you? I'm at Junting. But just as he was halfway there, tripping over something, his legs gave way, and he was about to fall uncontrollably when suddenly someone caught him in their arms. Suddenly, someone hugged him, supporting him to prevent him from falling. A man's voice sounded above his head, look at how drunk you've become. Yang Jia managed to open his eyelids and saw it was the fat boss who had been urging him to drink at the table. Yang Jia couldn't care less, grabbed the fat boss's sleeve, and slurred, I want to go home. The fat boss was quite patient and friendly, all right, don't rush. I'll take you home now. Let's go. Yang Jia slightly shook his head, no need, someone will pick me up at the door. His shaking motion and the soft voice from being drunk were like acting coquettishly in his arms, making the fat boss's cheeks instantly heat up, uncontrollably swallowing a gulp. His gaze lingered on Yang Jia's delicate skin, unable to move away. I'll help you rest. Ni Yun sat next to Yi Ting, affectionately poured another glass of wine for Yi Ting, and said, the wine Mr. Yi ordered really packs a punch. I feel like my whole body is going soft, he said, leaning towards Yi Ting as if he was really about to pass out. Ni Yun glanced around, noticed no one was paying attention, and quietly placed a hand on Yi Ting's leg under the table, caressing through a layer of suit pants. You wouldn't be. Yi Ting smiled, slowly turned his head to look at Ni Yun's teasing and ingratiating expression, and leisurely said, scram. Ni Yun's smile stiffened. Yi Ting grabbed Ni Yun's hand from under the table and threw it aside mercilessly. He pulled his clothes together, nodded at the other investors. "I have some urgent matters to attend to. Please continue without me." He quickly stepped out of the private room. Yi Ting asked expressionlessly, "Where is he?" A bodyguard approached and answered, "He went up to the 3rd floor, seems too drunk to stand." "Was he taken there?" Yi Ting nodded. Taken, looking upstairs, drunk, taken. "Let's go, to check, let's go." The fat boss switched to supporting Yang Jia, entered the room, and gasped for air. Looking at Yang Jia's face and body, he was so excited that he was breathless. He hurriedly unbuckled his belt. Just as he was about to step forward, the door was suddenly knocked twice forcefully. The chubby boss frowned. "Who is it?" There was no response from outside, only the knocking grew louder and more urgent. The chubby boss sneered, frowning impatiently as he walked to the door and yanked it open. "Who the hell is knocking on my door? I'm in the middle of..." Before he could finish his sentence, he looked up and saw the icy cold eyes of Yi Ting and immediately let out a yelp. Yi Ting kicked the chubby boss hard in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. The chubby boss's face filled with terror. "Mr. Yi, what are you doing?" Yi Ting looked down at him condescendingly, his voice chillingly cold. "Which hand did you use to touch his waist just now?" The chubby boss's eyes widened, but Yi Ting was already impatient. He lifted his leg and stomped hard on the back of the chubby boss's left hand with his shiny black shoe, showing no mercy. Yi Ting lowered his head. Seeing the chubby boss covering his mouth, unable to make a sound, Yi Ting smiled. "My darling, you think you can touch him?" He gave a signal to the bodyguards, who understood immediately. They grabbed the chubby boss and dragged him out, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Once the door was shut, the suite returned to silence. Yi Ting walked to the edge of the bed and looked at Yang Jiali, who was lying there, drunk and mumbling softly. Yang Jiali had his eyes closed and eyebrows furrowed, seeming a bit uneasy, as he mumbled softly, "Home. I want to go home." When Yang Jiali woke up, his head was throbbing with pain. He instinctively tried to move, but his entire body felt like it had been crushed, sharp pain shooting up from his bones. Yang Jiali let out a cry of pain and immediately regained consciousness. He opened his eyes and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, sitting up in terror. He vaguely remembered being heavily drunk last night. While he was still somewhat sober, he quickly called Lida to pick him up. How did he end up in what looked like a hotel suite? Yang Jiali lifted the blanket and saw his chest, bruised and red. He was no longer a naive 18-year-old boy. He knew very well what these marks meant. His palms were sweating, and he cursed, trembling, "Son of a bitch." The sound of running water in the bathroom stopped. The door opened, and Yi Ting came out wrapped in a towel. When Yang Jiali turned his head and saw him, his eyes widened in shock, almost tearing at the corners. He exclaimed, "I was really fucked by a dog." Yi Ting, expressionless, drying his hair, said coldly, "You're awake. Go freshen up." Yang Jiali didn't speak, still staring at Yi Ting with extreme shock. After a while, he suddenly grabbed a pillow and threw it at Yi Ting. Yi Ting impatiently swatted the pillow away, saying, "What are you doing?" Yang Jiali seemed to go mad, jumping up from the bed. "If you dare mess with me, I'll fight you to the death." But as soon as his feet touched the floor, his legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali's miserable state and snorted coldly. Yi Ting put on his suit and tied his tie in front of the mirror. He looked at Yang Jiali, who was still sitting on the floor, and said, "You got drunk last night and were taken to a room by a small investor's boss. I pulled you out of there out of past sentiments. Don't be ungrateful. Besides, it's not the first time for us. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Yang Jiali, clutching his aching butt, hissed through gritted teeth, "Yi Ting, you bastard." Yi Ting ignored Yang Jiali's curses, walked up to him, pulled him up from the ground, and threw him back onto the bed. "If you're not feeling well, just lie in bed," Yi Ting said. "You're not going anywhere today. A driver will come to take you back to the villa later. Rest well, we can talk about everything else after I get off work tonight," Yi Ting said as Yang Jiali's eyes burned with rage. Yi Ting glanced at his watch, like a heartless playboy, and left Yang Jiali alone in the suite, exiting the room. Just as he closed the door, he heard Yang Jiali's furious roar from inside. Yi Ting laughed, shook his head, and went downstairs. Reclaiming Yang Jiali after 5 years brought him unprecedented joy. He went to the company, where his secretary told him, "President Yi, Ni-yun is waiting for you at the office. He says he has an appointment with you." Looking at the bite mark left by his darling on his finger from last night, Yi Ting replied, "Let him wait." He wasn't in a hurry to see Ni-yun. Instead, he methodically dealt with the remaining business from last night and then called several senior executives for a morning meeting. Our Yang was beaten up. How will our doting husband, President Yi, take his revenge? How will our doting CEO Yi exact his revenge? Ni Yun is sitting on the sofa in the reception room, drinking tea. Hearing the noise and seeing Yi Ting coming in, he immediately greets him warmly. Ni Yun asks him, President Yi, you called me in such a hurry, is there something wrong? His face flushed with a hint of red, he lowered his voice and said, as long as President Yi likes it, I can do anything. Yi Ting didn't even look at him and said, really? He pointed to an empty space next to him and said, then you stand over there first. Ni Yun was a bit confused, what? Suddenly, a force came from behind and kicked him hard on the buttocks. Ni Yun was shocked and fell to his knees on the ground immediately. The bodyguards grabbed Ni Yun's hands from behind. Ni Yun, scared by the situation, said, President Yi, what are you doing? Slap, a bodyguard slapped Ni Yun's right cheek, causing his whole head to twist to the side. Yi Ting didn't listen to him but frowned, picked up the phone from the coffee table, and made a call, instructing, have the people been brought back? Keep an eye on him, don't let him run away. Also, tell the housekeeper to prepare some food for him later, and cook a cup of milk sago with extra honey, he loves it. After hanging up, he looked at Ni Yun, who was kneeling with his face already slapped red, and said apologetically, I'm sorry. He raised an eyebrow, why is it only this red? Did you guys use enough force? In the office, there was a continuous slapping sound as the strong bodyguard raised his hand and slapped Ni Yun's face heavily again. Ni Yun screamed in pain, and when he looked up again, the corner of his mouth already tasted of blood. Yi Ting remained indifferent to all this, still sitting on the sofa with an impassive expression. Yi Ting caressed Ni Yun's fingers. His tone was quite gentle, but to Ni Yun's ears, it carried a chill that could seep into his bones. Do you know why I said your hands were beautiful that day? Yi Ting's smile gradually faded, and he looked at Ni Yun expressionlessly. You should have cherished such a pair of beautiful hands. But the last thing you should have done was to hit his face. Ni Yun was stunned, his mind in turmoil, somehow realizing who Yi Ting was talking about. He and I broke up 5 years ago. Yi Ting shook his head somewhat helplessly. Even if I've been holding back for 5 years, I'm only willing to bully him a little, use some tricks on him, press him down, but if it really comes to physically hitting him, causing him pain, I can't bear to. Yi Ting slowly tightened his grip on Ni Yun's hand. Ni Yun soon cried out in pain, grabbing Yi Ting's ankle. President Yi, I dare not anymore, he immediately knelt down. Please, President Yi, let me go. I dare not do it again, President Yi. After a while, Yi Ting surprisingly nodded, saying he could let him go. Ni Yun's body shook, and he looked up in surprise and joy. Really? But you have to do something for me, act out a play for me, Ni Yun blinked. What play? Yi Ting smiled, his gaze drifting off to somewhere as he softly said, a play that will make him have no choice but to seek refuge in my arms. Yi Ting opened the hidden album on his phone, looking at one of the photos where Yang Jiali took the initiative to kiss him, and thought back to the satisfaction of possessing Yang Jiali again last night, feeling content and in high spirits. He was about to close the album when a call came in. The call was from the security staff of the villa, their voice slightly anxious, saying that General Yi and young Master Yang had run off. Yi Ting's expression darkened, and he immediately tightened his grip on the phone. What happened? Young Master Yang was fine in the villa, but suddenly insisted on leaving to go back home. We didn't have time to notify you before he grabbed A. The security guard whispered, today, whoever tries to stop him, he said he'd beat them with his stick fighting technique. We wanted to stop him, but you had instructed us not to lay hands on him, so we let him go. Yi Ting was silent for a while before he came back to his senses. He hung up on the security and thought, Yang Jiali had escaped. With just a closed pole in hand, Yi Ting stumbled and ran, escaping the villa complex. Thinking to himself, what kind of treasure must be hidden in the villa that warranted such heavy security? Once he caught his breath, he suddenly felt conflicted. He didn't know where to go or whom to find. Now, just thinking about Yi Ting saying he wanted to have a serious talk with him tonight made Yang Jiali shiver. Feeling helpless, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he thought of someone. The call connected quickly. Just like that day, the gentle male voice came through. Hearing this, Yang Jiali stuttered for a long while, barely making sense. Hello, I am. Zhao Xianghai, however, was very patient, chuckling softly, don't rush, take your time, it's okay. Yang Jiali's ears turned red. He took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and finally managed to explain his situation. After hearing him out, Zhao Xianghai fell silent for a moment. So, you're saying you've run into some trouble and need a place to lay low for a while, is that right? Yang Jiali nodded. Is 6 o'clock okay? Zhao Shanghai suddenly interrupted him and asked. Yang Jiali was startled for a moment, not reacting. I have a meeting today, I probably won't be free until 6, Zhao Shanghai said. You tell me a place, and I'll drive there at 6. Let's talk first. Do you think that's okay? Upon hearing this, Yang Jiali hurriedly nodded, speaking with a trembling voice from excitement. That's fine, thank you. After hanging up, Yang Jiali wiped his eyes and looked up at the gloomy sky, his nose suddenly sour. With a bittersweet and helpless chuckle, Yang Jiali left. He put on the mask he had just bought and sneaked back to his rented room. He had arranged to meet CEO Zhao at 6 o'clock at a nearby intersection. Before that, he wanted to go back and pack some things. Fumbling for the light switch, he turned on the room's light, and the sight in front of him left him astonished. Yi Ting was seated steadily on a chair not far away, legs crossed, holding an English report, with thin-rimmed metal glasses perched on his nose, expressionlessly watching him. Meeting Yang Jiali's gaze, Yi Ting slowly broke into a smile and said, "Still have the energy to plan an escape? Seems like I wasn't harsh enough last night." Yang Jiali's body shook, and without a word, he turned to run. He had barely reached the foyer, his hand not yet touching the doorknob, when someone slammed the door shut from the outside. Yang Jiali panicked, pulled the doorknob hopelessly, banging and shaking it fiercely. "Open the door. Who's out there? Open it." He yanked at the doorknob with all his might. He pulled the door handle with all his might, but unfortunately, it seemed as if someone outside was holding the door tightly shut. No matter how hard he tried, the door didn't budge, not even a crack. It was tightly closed, determined to trap him inside. Yang Jiali's heart skipped a beat. When he turned around, he saw that Yi Ting had already put down the report and stood up. "Why panic?" Yi Ting said, "Am I going to eat you or something?" Yang Jiali leaned against the door, thinking, "You bastard, aren't you just trying to eat me up, leaving nothing behind?" Yi Ting walked step by step towards Yang Jiali, raising his hand without saying a word, reaching for Yang Jiali. Yang Jiali's face changed, instinctively dodging. Yi Ting took off Yang Jiali's mask and calmly asked, "Why don't you listen?" Yang Jiali frowned, not understanding what he meant. Yi Ting continued to ask, "Why did you try to run away?" Yang Jiali glanced to the side, let out a cold laugh, and replied, "You already dragged me to bed to play. Should I wait to be forced to death by you in a few days if I don't escape? If it wasn't for me last night, you would have been taken by a stranger. I was helping you." Yang Jiali spat and said fiercely, "Helping my ass, that's called drugging." Yi Ting let out a light sound, not refuting. He stared at Yang Jiali for a while, then grabbed his arm, trying to drag him to the other side. Calmly, he took out a wallet and pulled out a card. "This card has 100,000, Yi Ting said indifferently. "Last night indeed happened when you were drunk. So, take this 100,000 as compensation." Yang Jiali squinted his eyes, not having time to get angry. Yi Ting pulled out another card and pushed it in front of Yang Jiali. "This card has 5 million, Yi Ting said with a slight smile at the corner of his lips. "Last night felt pretty good. Although I've had you before, I haven't gotten tired of it after 5 years. The taste still makes me nostalgic. So this 5 million is your fee. If you think it's too little, I can add more." Yang Jiali looked at the card, incredulously raising his head. "You? What do you mean?" Yi Ting smiled, not beating around the bush, and got straight to the point. "Simply put, I want to keep you." Yang Jiali suddenly stood up and slapped him. "Keep your sister." His face turned red with anger, his eyes filled with the rage of being humiliated. "Who are you insulting?" Yi Ting didn't mind and leisurely responded with a "hmm." He looked at Yang Jiali's indignant expression and chuckled. "You've already been with me, so what's there to be embarrassed about? This is a realistic society. I give you what you need, and you give yourself to me. It's a fair trade." Yang Jiali sneered twice. "Keep him a fair trade?" Yi Ting could say such shameless words. Damn, his face is thicker than Jupiter. He roared, "Yi Ting, what the hell do you really want?" Yi Ting held the bank card between his fingers and waved it. "I'll give you another chance. Take the card and be obedient." Yang Jiali directly slapped the card away. Yi Ting raised an eyebrow, not annoyed by Yang Jiali's resistance. He just shook his head helplessly and sighed lightly. "Yang Jiali, it's been 5 years since our breakup." Shaking his head, he said, "The only thing that hasn't changed about you is that you're still as childish as before, unable to understand the situation." Yi Ting slowly stood up, patted his slightly wrinkled collar, and calmly said, "You know my character. I always get what I want. As long as I still find it fresh, I have to play with it until I get tired of it. And you, I know all your weaknesses, friends, career, dreams. Everything you care about, I can control in my hands. Do you understand?" Yang Jiali gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Ting, and after a while, coldly squeezed out a sentence, "You are a dog." Yi Ting chuckled softly. It seems you're too emotional right now. How about this? I'll give you 3 more days to think it over. I'll come and ask you again in 3 days. After kissing him enough, he released the struggling wolf cub in his arms, smiling, you only have 3 days. Don't act impulsively. Think it over. Good night. After Yi Ting left, Yang Jiali lay down on the ground, feeling completely powerless. The gloomy emotions in his chest were like ink dripping into clear water, gradually spreading and diffusing. He sat alone in the dim room until nearly 6 o'clock. Yang Jiali got up and went downstairs first. He had an appointment with Zhao Shanghai at 6 o'clock nearby. He went to a small coffee shop nearby. Zhao Shanghai took a sip of coffee, looked at Yang Jiali, who had his head down, and asked, "What's going on? Can you tell me in detail?" Yang Jiali glanced at him, wanting to speak but hesitating. If they had met before he was caught by Yi Ting, he would have told the whole story clearly. But after being threatened by Yi Ting just now, he suddenly became worried. He wasn't worried about himself, on the contrary, if it was only him going against Yi Ting, he had nothing to fear, for his life was worthless anyway. Zhao Shanghai's eyes were gentle, and his tone was patient. Don't be afraid. Just tell me what's going on, and we'll figure out a way to solve the problem together, okay? Yang Jiali gritted his teeth for a while, then briefly narrated the situation, omitting Yi Ting's name and his verbal threats. Zhao Shanghai just nodded after listening. I roughly understand. Here, take this. Zhao Shanghai handed him a business card with a smile. Don't worry. There's always a way to solve the problem. Keep this card. It's my lawyer friend's card. I think the best way to deal with someone who keeps trying to coerce you is to call the police or file a lawsuit to eliminate future troubles. What do you think? Yang Jiali sniffled, looking at Zhao Shanghai's warm smile, and still took the card, holding it gently in his hand. He didn't say much, just nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, I understand." Hearing Zhao Shanghai's concerned words, Yang Jiali felt a lump in his throat. A stranger he had only met once or twice could show such kindness, yet Yi Ting, his ex-boyfriend who once loved him dearly, now left him almost without a way out. After thanking Zhao Shanghai profusely, Yang Jiali returned to his rented room. For the next 2 days, he didn't even step outside, just staying alone in the small, dim room. Zhao Shanghai listened and just nodded. I probably understood it. Zhao Shanghai handed him a business card and smiled. He said, "Don't worry. There's always a way to solve this problem." Sent a photo to Yang Jiali. The content of the photo was simple, 2 contracts. They were the contracts of Li Da and Li with a signing period of 8 years. Yang Jiali understood the intention behind Yi Ting sending this photo. Yi Ting was using Li Da and Li to force him to comply. Yang Jiali closed the message box and immediately called Yi Ting. Neither of them spoke upon connection, they could only hear each other's breathing, like a silent contest. After a long time, Yang Jiali finally spoke with a hoarse voice, "Are you happy if you drive me to death?" Yi Ting laughed. He did not answer Yang Jiali's question but calmly reminded him, "You have 10 hours left." After hanging up, Yang Jiali received a WeChat message from Li Da. In WeChat, Li Da sent him a photo. In the photo, Li Da and Li were sitting in the smallest practice room of the company, rehearsing with guitars in front of the microphone under the toughest conditions, and grinning at the camera. Li Da asked him, "Brother Yang, we are rehearsing." Yang Jiali did not reply. After a while, he wiped his reddened eyes and replied with a smile, "Super cool." After replying to this message, Yang Jiali put away his phone. He pulled a scarf and a coat from the side and went out for the first time in 3 days. Yang Jiali went into Heshan Cemetery alone. The sky was still dark, and the hazy mist had not yet cleared. The entire cemetery was silent and solemn. Yang Jiali's slender figure moved through the morning fog, familiarly walking to a tombstone. It was a simple granite tombstone with a photo of a short-haired woman who had a warm smile. Yang Jiali looked at that photo for a long time without saying a word. He pulled out a handkerchief he had prepared in advance from his pocket and quietly began to wipe the tombstone. I also wiped the dust off the tombstone. Yang Jiali sat down leaning against the tombstone. He looked up, squinting at the dim light on the horizon, and called out softly, "Mom." Yang Jiali gently pressed his head against the tombstone, speaking in a voice so faint it was as if he were sharing an intimate secret with someone. "Things haven't been going well lately. I might have to take medicine again. But don't worry, your son's tough. It's just a small thing. I got through it before, and I'll get through it this time too. Slowly but surely, really." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Lately, I've been dreaming a lot. I dream that as soon as I push open the door, you're standing in the kitchen where you can see the sunset. You're wearing that checkered apron, sweat all over your face, and your hair sticking to your forehead. You're busy cooking dumplings, scolding me for coming home so late, and telling me to come and eat dinner. The whole house is filled with the warm steam from the dumplings. Yang Jiali sniffled and said, there's one more thing. I have to tell you, but you can't blame me. Remember that guy you wouldn't let me be with a few years ago? He's back. It's not because he still has feelings for me, though. He hates me now. He's doing everything he can to humiliate and deflate me. He's even forcing me to be his bedmate. He has immense power now. What can I do, Mom? Don't scold me. I guess I'm sacrificing myself for righteousness. Anyway, it's just this wretched life of mine. No one would miss me. If I die, it's on him. I'm not afraid anymore. Yang Jiali murmured to himself until noon. When he left the cemetery, his face was even more ashen. The driver took him to Yi Ting's villa. Yi Ting was sitting comfortably in a wicker chair, wearing gray loungewear that was simple yet stylish. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, holding a cup of rich coffee in one hand and a report in the other. Yang Jiali silently walked up to him. Yi Ting's eyes remained on the report as he took a sip of coffee and said, you're fairly punctual. Yang Jiali said, if you really want to keep me, you'd better tell Xiao Xia. I don't want to be the third party. Don't worry, Yi Ting chuckled, you definitely won't be the third party. Yang Jiali said nothing more and headed toward the room. He had only taken a few steps when Yi Ting turned his chair and called out to him, stop right there. Yang Jiali halted his steps. Yi Ting looked at his lean figure from behind. Previously, you were cooking, so I let you live downstairs. Now that you are my bed partner, you know the duties you need to fulfill without me having to remind you, right? Yang Jiali turned his head and glanced at Yi Ting, his eyes like two clumps of dead ashes. He silently changed direction and went upstairs to Yi Ting's bedroom. Watching Yang Jiali go upstairs, Yi Ting didn't say a word but murmured, interesting. Now he's using silence to show resistance? Yang Jiali went straight back to the room without paying any attention to Yi Ting. He adjusted his glasses, stood up without saying anything, and slowly made his way upstairs, gently pushing open the door. Looking at Yang Jiali's lifeless demeanor, Yi Ting's tone suddenly turned cold. What's this now, showing me attitude to let me know how reluctant you are? Yang Jiali replied dryly, no. Then don't put on this pitiful act, Yi Ting said. Things are different now. I'm not as easily softened as before. Yang Jiali responded indifferently, understood. Yi Ting observed his response, which seemed very obedient on the surface, but the irritation and bitterness in his heart suddenly intensified. Squinting his eyes, he lifted Yang Jiali's quilt and took off his bathrobe. Looking down at Yang Jiali's body, he said in an indisputable tone, spread your legs. Hearing Yi Ting's command, Yang Jiali paused for a moment. He looked at Yi Ting standing not far away, his hands unconsciously gripping the sheets tighter, the knuckles straining against the skin, his nails digging in. Yi Ting stared at Yang Jiali's reaction. Seeing Yang Jiali's obvious resistance and unease, it provoked him to continue issuing the command. I'll say it one last time. Spread your legs. Yang Jiali's teeth chattered softly. He looked at the ceiling, taking deep breaths in and out. After a moment, he closed his eyes and slowly spread his legs. Yi Ting untied the towel around his waist and turned off the light. In the dim room, only the sound of accelerated heartbeats and muffled groans were left. After it ended, Yi Ting carried Yang Jiali to the bathroom to bathe. Lying in the bathtub, hot water poured down from his head, but Yang Jiali remained lifeless with no reaction at all. Only when foam got into his eyes did he reach out to wipe it away. Yi Ting held him tightly and whispered in his ear, I told you before, I can make you willingly spread your legs and beg me. See, I did it. Yang Jiali hung his head in silence. Yi Ting narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Yang Jiali didn't speak and left the bathroom directly. Yi Ting watched his back, feeling as if a cat was clawing at his chest. Following his pace and plan, using some means to bring Yang Jiali back and keep him by his side, he considered it a major part of his success. He's already more than halfway to success. What remains is to push Yang Jiali to open up, to make him belong to him both physically and mentally. But now, although he has tied him down under the pretext of a kept relationship, he is not at ease. Yi Ting always feels that the current Yang Jiali seems to be slowly turning into a young poplar tree immersed in winter cold, shedding all its vibrant leaves, leaving only gray branches standing silently in the wind, decayed and silent. Around 2 a.m., Yi Ting was woken up by a dense and tight rustling sound beside him. He opened his eyes and glanced sideways. Yang Jiali was still asleep. He just wasn't very still, his head moving slightly, his lips opening and closing as if he was saying something. Yi Ting leaned in a bit closer, guessing that Yang Jiali might just be having a nightmare. He felt slightly relieved, gently kissed his forehead, and said, Baby, it's just a nightmare. Go back to sleep. Just as he was about to lie back down, his body had just started to move when Yang Jiali's faint whimper floated into his ears. He heard Yang Jiali softly say, "I don't want to die. Save me." Yi Ting's body stiffened sharply. He was very afraid that Yang Jiali had contracted a terminal illness. The next morning, after washing up and coming downstairs, Yi Ting saw that Yang Jiali had already made pancakes. Yi Ting sat at the dining table, watching Yang Jiali bring the pancakes out on a plate and place them in front of him. His eyes narrowed slightly, and after a while, he casually said, "Why does your face look so lifeless? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" Yang Jiali's motion of eating the pancake paused for a second. He said, "No." The two of them ate breakfast each with their own thoughts. Watching Yang Jiali's back, Yi Ting still felt a bit uneasy. Yi Ting took out his phone and called his personal assistant. On the other end, he calmly instructed, "Find a reliable hospital for me and arrange for a full medical checkup." The assistant briskly replied, "Yes, Mr. Yi." After hanging up the phone, Yi Ting half lay in his seat. It felt like something was gripping his heart tightly. During work, he kept thinking about Yang Jiali's state. This feeling of irritation affected Yi Ting's work efficiency all day. Yi Ting was leaning back in his boss chair, resting when the phone on his desk vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was Ni Yun. Ni Yun cautiously reported to him over the phone, "President Yi, I have performed the scene you instructed," in front of him. Yi Ting looked at the distant cityscape through the floor-to-ceiling window and tapped his fingers on the wooden desk. What was his reaction? Ni Yun paused and quietly answered, "No reaction." He just sat there. Yi Ting's fingers paused, and his gaze suddenly turned dark. He hung up the phone, his brow still furrowed. He had a gut feeling that Yang Jiali was hiding something from him. In the evening after work, Yi Ting canceled all his engagements and drove straight home. Opening the door, he didn't see Yang Jiali's figure in the living room. Yi Ting squinted slightly, feeling a bit displeased. He hurried upstairs, opening every door and searching each room carefully, but still couldn't find Yang Jiali. A bad premonition suddenly rose in Yi Ting's heart, his chest tightened slightly, and an overwhelming sense of agitation surged from his chest. He hurriedly took out his phone from his pocket, about to instruct his subordinates to immediately track Yang Jiali's whereabouts and bring him back. At that moment, he caught sight of a figure quietly sitting on the second-floor balcony out of the corner of his eye. Yi Ting put down his phone and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window for a closer look. Yang Jiali was sitting upright on the balcony, motionless. Yang Jiali and the cat sat there like sculptures, silent and lonely. Yi Ting slowly pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window and walked up to Yang Jiali. Yang Jiali sensed a shadow looming over him, looked up briefly, then lowered his head again. Yi Ting squatted down. He asked, looking at the side of Yang Jiali's face, "Didn't you hear me calling for you? Why didn't you respond?" Yang Jiali replied indifferently, "I didn't hear." Yi Ting cupped Yang Jiali's face, forcing him to look directly at him. "Answer me." Yang Jiali was silent for a moment, then stood up and brushed off his clothes. His voice was devoid of emotion. "Do you want to do it?" Yi Ting's brow slightly furrowed. Yang Jiali brushed off Yi Ting's hand and turned around. "I'm going to take a shower." He walked gloomily towards the floor-to-ceiling window and was about to go inside when Yi Ting quickly caught up to him, turned him around, and pressed him forcefully against the wall. Yi Ting looked into Yang Jiali's dull eyes, emotions swirling inside him. "What do you mean?" Yang Jiali calmly replied, "Didn't you come looking for me to do it? I'll comply." Seeing him like this, Yi Ting felt irritated and conflicted, suddenly unable to go through with it. The next morning, the car drove straight to the hospital entrance. Seeing the hospital, Yang Jiali's expression finally showed some panic. "Why are we at the hospital?" Yi Ting didn't look at him, his voice heavy. "A checkup." Yang Jiali stiffened. "I'm fine, I don't need a checkup. I want to go back." Yi Ting held him down with one hand and said with an unyielding tone, "It's not up to you." Yang Jiali's complexion changed, and he instinctively tried to open the car door to escape. Yi Ting trapped him in his arms, suppressed Yang Jiali's struggles and resistance, and coldly took him into the hospital. At the private hospital, Yi Ting's assistant had already made arrangements in advance, so a nurse dedicated to guiding them through the medical examination process greeted them with a smile, all the way to the last procedure which required drawing blood. Upon seeing the needle for blood drawing, Yang Jiali's face turned pale instantly. The nurse patiently persuaded him, "Mr. Yang, it's the last step. Once the blood is drawn, the physical examination will be complete." Fear was evident in Yang Jiali's eyes, and his voice trembled, "No drawing." Suddenly, Yang Jiali dashed towards the hospital's main entrance, but Yi Ting quickly caught up and grabbed Yang Jiali's arm. Yang Jiali struggled fiercely, his complexion growing even more determined as he resisted, shouting, "No drawing, no drawing." The more violently he struggled, the more Yi Ting felt something was amiss. The blood must be drawn. He ordered his subordinates and the nurse to hold the person down. Without any mercy, he grabbed Yang Jiali's arm, and through gritted teeth, told the nurse at the window, "Draw his blood." Yang Jiali's entire arm began to tremble, and the nurse quickly picked up the blood-drawing needle. Before even starting, Yi Ting forcefully pressed Yang Jiali's head against his chest. Leaning close to Yang Jiali's ear, he said the most gentle words he had uttered in these days, "Baby, be good, it's just a moment. It won't hurt, don't be afraid." The moment the needle pierced Yang Jiali's arm, Yi Ting could clearly feel Yang Jiali's body shudder. Yang Jiali's body trembled. For some reason, Yi Ting suddenly felt uncertain. He suddenly became a little afraid to see Yang Jiali's medical report. Yi Ting spoke up, "The medical report will be out soon." Yi Ting grabbed his wrist, "Is there anything you need to tell me before then?" "Really, nothing hidden?" Yang Jiali's Adam's apple moved slightly as he said, "No." After work, Yi Ting went to a nearby private boxing gym. When he entered the VIP area, he happened to see his buddy, who had boxed with him for many years. This buddy was named Xiao Yeshu, and he had a very close relationship with Yi Ting. They fought a fierce match in the ring, almost like beasts, and then rested by the ring. Xiao Yeshu handed Yi Ting a bottle of water. "What's up today? You're fighting so hard, not holding back at all." Yi Ting didn't speak, unscrewed the cap with a grim face, and took a few gulps. He thought about the medical examination this morning. The doctor said, "We conducted a comprehensive physical examination of Mr. Yang. According to the results, there are no major physiological diseases. Please rest assured." Yi Ting's eyes scanned the text on the report eagerly. The doctor explained, regarding Mr. Yang's stomach condition, "From the examination and inquiry results, Mr. Yang has some damage to the gastric mucosa due to long-term alcohol consumption." Coming back to his senses, he frowned and asked again, "Since there's nothing wrong physically, why does he always look so ill?" The doctor pondered for a long time and answered, "On this point, I think it would be better for you to ask Mr. Yang yourself. I believe it's more of a personal emotional issue, perhaps something has been bothering him recently." Hearing this, Yi Ting quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "I understand." Xiao Yeshu rubbed his arm that had been hurt by Yi Ting's punches earlier and tentatively asked, "What's wrong? Did that little lover you brought home make you angry?" Yi Ting glanced at him coldly and sneered, "If I don't vent first, I'm afraid I'll torment him to death when I get home." Yi Ting drives home, comes out after taking a shower, stands by the window, and gestures with his eyes for him to lie down on the bed. Under the dim moonlight that seeped in with the chill of the night, Yang Jia could feel the warmth of Yi Ting's body approaching in the dark. He looked at Yang Jia's dim eyes and asked through gritted teeth, "Now you are so reluctant to stay by my side, forcing yourself into this sickly, depressed, and numb state?" Yang Jia's eyes flickered, his breathing grew heavy. Yi Ting added pressure to his grip, "I'll give you one last chance to tell the truth. Tell me if you are hiding anything from me." Yang Jia closed his eyes and pursed his lips. Yi Ting laughed, bit Yang Jia's earlobe, and then kissed him on the cheek. "If I find out you've hidden something very important from me in the future, Yang Jia, don't blame me for not being gentle with you." After the storm, Yi Ting held Yang Jia's hand and went to sleep. After hearing Yi Ting's even breathing, Yang Jia slowly opened his eyes. It seemed as if there were dark shadows floating in front of him, making him slightly dizzy. There was also a surge of emotions in his chest, making him gasp for air in bursts. Unable to sleep until 3 a.m., Yang Jia swallowed quietly, gently turned his head, and confirmed that Yi Ting was asleep. He carefully withdrew his hand from Yi Ting's grasp. He put on his pajamas, got out of bed with light movements, and walked downstairs. Yang Jia opened the door to the room he used to live in. He walked to a small cabinet in the corner, crouched down, and slowly pulled out the bottom drawer. Inside the drawer were several bottles of medicine. Yang Jia took out a small bottle without a label. Just as he was about to twist off the cap, he heard a deep and cold male voice behind him, "What are you eating?" Yang Jiali's body shuddered violently, and his hand, which was twisting the cap, instantly stiffened. With an outstretched hand, Yi Ting forcefully pulled Yang Jiali over, and seeing the panic that flashed through Yang Jiali's eyes, he commanded sternly, "Give me what you're eating." Yang Jiali was forced to turn around. He calmed his emotions forcibly, and turned his head, "I haven't eaten yet." Yi Ting scrutinized Yang Jiali's expression and opened his hand. Yang Jiali hesitated for a few seconds, then extended his hands wide open, revealing they were empty. He said forcefully, "Like I said, I haven't had the chance to eat yet. Everything is in the cupboard." Yi Ting turned on the light, squatted down, and pulled out the entire drawer, then poured all the bottles and jars from inside it next to him. The little bottles rolled around, clinking loudly. Yi Ting looked deeply at Yang Jiali and began to inspect the bottles one by one. Yang Jiali stood by, occasionally looking nervous, his face slightly pale, and sweat forming on his forehead. Yi Ting had turned over all the medicine bottles. Pointing to the pile of bottles, Yi Ting asked Yang Jiali, "What are you eating these for?" To regulate the body, Yang Jiali touched his nose, took out the bottle of melatonin, and poured 2 pills onto his palm. "I was planning to eat 2 of these because I can't sleep. This helps with sleep." Yi Ting nodded, "Okay, then I'll take these bottles away. I will have someone check the pills inside to see exactly what they are, and then I'll return them to you." Yang Jiali tried to appear nonchalant, "Whatever." Yi Ting's tone was thick with threat and danger. "If I find out you're lying to me, I'll make you cry without tears." He pulled Yang Jiali back upstairs and lay down on the bed. Yang Jiali kept his back to Yi Ting, staring into the dark corner of the room. The wall clock still ticked away, the late night was silent. Waiting until Yi Ting behind him was once again sleeping soundly, Yang Jiali quietly turned his head to look at him and sighed in relief. He curled up slightly, gently pulling out an unlabeled small medicine bottle from his pajama sleeve and poured out 2 pills. Looking at the bottle in the light, he sneakily popped 2 pills into his mouth, then gently tossed the bottle under the bed. The bottle silently rolled under the bed along the carpet. The next morning, Yi Ting rushed to the company without stopping for a moment. After the morning meeting, Yi Ting walked into his office, followed by his assistant who reported to him the matters and schedule. "Mr. Yi, you have a phone call with the CEO of Shengmao at 3 o'clock this afternoon and need to attend the launch ceremony of the Business Innovation Union at 4. Besides, you need to go to France tomorrow to meet with the French team. The trip is planned for 5 days. Flights and accommodations have been booked." Yi Ting, looking down at his documents, nodded, "Okay, got it." The assistant bowed and turned to leave when Yi Ting suddenly called her back. He took out a bag of medicine bottles he had collected from Yang Jia's place from the drawer. Yi Ting took a bag of medicine bottles he had collected from Yang Jiali's place out of the drawer and handed it to his assistant with a cold voice, instructing, "Find someone reliable to check these pills in the bottles, see exactly what they are. Tell me the results before I leave for a business trip to France. By the way, I asked about this villa I'm currently living in." The assistant stroked his chin, thinking for a moment and replied, "It shouldn't have any. Since you've just been reassigned back to the country, this villa hasn't been renovated before your return. It's been completely vacant, so there's no security surveillance installed." Yi Ting hummed in acknowledgement and immediately asked someone to get a system set up, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, indicating urgency. The assistant agreed and left the office. Yi Ting sat silently in the spacious office, looking at his mobile phone. He has always been suspicious by nature. Yang Jiali's reactions these days have been too off, and he always felt there was a problem. He furrowed his brows. He dialed Yang Jiali's number. The call connected quickly, but it wasn't Yang Jiali who answered. It seemed to be his friend called Li De. "Brother Yang is out with us right now. He's drunk and shouting wildly. Hey, Brother Yang, don't bite, I can't breathe." In a cool voice, Yi Ting said, "Send me the address, I'll come to pick him up." After receiving the location from Li De, Yi Ting personally drove to the place. Before even reaching the corner, Yi Ting saw from afar that Yang Jiali was clinging tightly to Li De, refusing to let go. Yi Ting's expression turned even colder. He stopped the car and opened the door. Li De seemed not to expect that the person coming to pick up Yang Jiali would be such a formidable and imposing man. He was stunned for several seconds before coming to his senses. To Yang Jiali, who was lying on him, Li De said, "Brother Yang, wake up, your friend has come to pick you up." Yang Jiali struggled to open his eyes, murmuring incoherently, refusing to leave. "Hand him over to me." Yi Ting's face was tense. "Hand over the man to me." Li De reached out his hand. "Hand him over to me." Li De obliged with a sound of agreement and was about to push Yang Jiali towards Yi Ting. He held Li De even tighter, like a lifeline. Li De scratched his head awkwardly. "Brother Yang, can you let go, please?" Yang Jiali shook his head slightly, his voice tinged with drunkenness. "I won't go." Seeing Yang Jiali clutching another man tightly, a rage burned in Yi Ting's chest, heading straight up. He narrowed his eyes, his expression icy cold, not wasting any more words. He directly grabbed Yang Jiali's arm, forcibly pulled him away from Li De, and dragged him into his own embrace. Yang Jiali was indeed severely drunk. Being forcibly pulled into Yi Ting's arms, he was still very restless, constantly looking in Li De's direction with desperation in his drunken eyes, muttering "I won't go" under his breath. Yi Ting's expression turned icy cold. He held Yang Jiali's wrist, preventing him from getting any closer to Li De. Yi Ting firmly pressed the struggling Yang Jiali against his chest, sniffed the heavy scent of alcohol on him, and his eyes immediately filled with displeasure. He asked Lida, why did he drink himself into this state all of a sudden? Lida sighed lightly. It's like this every year, his mother's death anniversary is coming up soon. This event has hit Brother Yang hard. Every year around this time, he always ends up drinking like this once or twice. Yi Ting snorted lightly and said no more. Yi Ting took him home, forcibly bathed him, and then got him into bed. Yang Jiali's body was still as thin as before, not having gained much weight despite 5 years apart. His skin as self-cleaning as ever. At this moment, with the alcohol effect and after soaking in hot water, a slight redness appeared on his fair, soft skin. Yi Ting stared at him for a long time, then removed his clothes. He leaned down to embrace Yang Jiali in his arms and said softly with a warm breath, I'm going on a business trip to France tomorrow, and I don't want any unpleasantness. So be a bit more compliant today, and listen well. Yang Jiali's hands are restrained, and she seems very uncomfortable, slightly turning her head away while still whispering and moaning in a low voice, Mama Lida. Yi Ting heard Yang Jiali's moans and couldn't help but frown. He stopped kissing and leaned in to listen more carefully. Yang Jiali kept murmuring, but other than Mom and Lida, she didn't call anyone else. A fire of unknown origin flared in Yi Ting's heart, mixed with a bit of sourness and reluctance. He grasped Yang Jiali's chin, turned her face towards him, and said soothingly but firmly, say Yi Ting. Yang Jiali's eyes were dull. She didn't open her mouth even as Yi Ting increased the pressure in his hand, getting even closer, his tone more urgent and coercive, be good and say Yi Ting. Yang Jiali's lips moved, but in the end, she didn't say it. Yi Ting coaxed her for a long time, but Yang Jiali still didn't say his name. His face went from gloomy to calm and then a smile appeared. He said coolly, it seems you're still not obedient. He let go of her, got out of bed, opened the drawer, and took out the cuffs. With a cold face, Yi Ting opened the cuffs and lifted Yang Jiali's hands above her head, shackling them to the bedpost. Yang Jiali seemed to realize something was wrong, struggling frantically like prey caught in a net, causing the metallic cuffs to clash against the bedpost with a sharp and cold sound. Yi Ting paused for a moment, about to say something, when he heard Yang Jiali call out his name with a trembling, weak voice, Yi Ting. Yi Ting paused, reached out to touch Yang Jiali's hair, and unlocked the cuffs on her wrists, his eyes finally showing some warmth. Wouldn't it have been better to be like this from the start? He bent down, his fingers gently brushing across Yang Jiali's feverish eyelids, and while she was still intoxicated, he asked again, you've been unwell for so many days, were you deliberately putting on this act, or is there something else you're hiding from me? Be honest and tell me. Yang Jiali didn't speak, suddenly stretching out her hand to hug Yi Ting's neck. Yi Ting was slightly taken aback. With a drunken tone, Yang Jiali huskily sobbed in Yi Ting's ear, Yi Ting, I'm sad. He pressed Yang Jiali's head into his chest and kissed her on the cheek, asking, besides being sad, is there anything else more important? Yang Jiali kept repeating the same line, Yi Ting, I'm sad. Yi Ting sighed. If you're feeling upset now, don't be moody anymore. If you were as obedient as you were today, would I need to resort to those methods? The next day, when Yang Jiali woke up, the space beside him was empty. He lay numbly on the bed for a while. He got up, washed, and went to the dining room. There was a note on the table. Yang Jiali picked up the note and saw it was Yi Ting's handwriting. It said that he had to go to France on a business trip for 5 days and to call him if anything came up. Call him if you need anything. Breakfast is in the thermal box, remember to eat. Yang Jiali crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can. After making sure that Yi Ting had really gone on a business trip, he silently breathed a sigh of relief, squatted down, and with great effort, pulled out the tiny bottle of medicine from under the bed. Yang Jiali blew the dust off the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and poured out a pill. He swallowed it in one gulp. In Paris, France, which is 6 hours behind, Yi Ting had just returned to the hotel with the senior team. The assistant handed him a tablet with the screen lit up. He took the tablet and saw that it was playing a segment of surveillance video that had been cropped and enlarged. His finger touched the screen where Yang Jiali was taking the medicine, and after a long while, Yi Ting handed the tablet back to the assistant and said calmly, contact someone reliable back home to take a few pills from this bottle as samples. Find out the name of the medicine and its indications immediately. Don't let him find out. The assistant acknowledged, and suddenly Yi Ting smiled and said, he really is hiding something from me. The next day, at the performance center, Yang Jiali, along with Lida and Lier, put on makeup and changed costumes. Coordinating with the director's team, they went through the process again. They squeezed in the corridor, waiting until 8 o'clock, when the staff called them to the backstage to prepare for their performance. In the bustling and tense backstage, Lida and Lier looked at the stage lights, breathing heavily. Yang Jiali quietly patted their backs, comforting them, We've rehearsed so many times, relax. Li Da nodded and took a deep breath. The director's instructions came through the earpiece, and Yang Jiali, along with Li Da and Li got onto the lift and rose to the stage. Yang Jiali stood under the spotlight, his voice faintly youthful and clear. At the end of a song, the entire audience listened quietly. Yang Jiali suddenly burst into tears. No one knew that this song was written for his mother. When he was young, his mother would wash dishes and sweep the floor, and he would often cling to her leg like a clingy little cat, singing counting ducks and blowing bubbles with his childish voice. Back then, he thought that one day he would write a beautiful song and sing it for his mother. But by the time he grew up and wrote beautiful songs, his mother didn't have many days left. No matter how hard he worked to earn money for her treatment, his mother never opened her eyes again. After the song, Yang Jiali listened to the applause from the audience. He thought, millions of people heard this song, but in this life, his mother couldn't hear it. Yang Jiali put down the microphone, bowed deeply, wiped away his tears, and walked off the stage. Backstage, Li quietly handed him a pack of tissues. Yang Jiali took the tissues and was about to thank him when a sarcastic remark sounded again. Pretty good acting, tears on command. Such low-level hype, Wang Yang sneered at Yang Jiali, looking disdainful. Pretend all you want, crying like your mother died. Yang Jiali stopped abruptly. He slowly turned his head, his originally tense face now looked deeply hurt. His expression turned gloomy as he looked at Wang Yang and suppressed his anger, replying, "Shut your filthy mouth." Wang Yang was intimidated by his gaze and took a step back. Wang Yang muttered quietly, "A bastard with no one to raise him." Yang Jiali's eyes suddenly flashed with fierceness, like a wolf ready to strike. He said coldly, "Say that again if you dare." The commotion had already drawn the attention of those around, and everyone backstage perked up their ears, waiting to watch the drama unfold. Wang Yang sneered, "I said you're a bastard with no one to raise you." He lightly touched his face, mocking, "You act quite well. Come on, take a shot if you dare." Just as Wang Yang finished speaking, before he could react, Yang Jiali had already swung his fist, landing a punch squarely on Wang Yang's face. Wang Yang was punched so hard that he staggered back a few steps, almost falling onto someone else. Chaos erupted backstage. Yang Jiali, with eyes burning red, looked ready to beat Wang Yang severely. Fortunately, Li Da and Li held him back with all their strength. It wasn't until the staff surrounded them and the event director scolded them harshly that the commotion ceased. Before the event ended, Yang Jiali, along with Li Da and Li were thrown out of the performance center. Standing at the main entrance, Li Da looked at Yang Jiali's expression and worriedly asked, "Yang Ji, are you okay?" Yang Jiali gritted his teeth with determination, and with red, strained eyes, he shook his head. In a hoarse voice, he said, "You all go back first. I'm fine. I'll take a cab back to the villa." As soon as the door was opened, Yang Jiali hurriedly rushed to the bedroom, silently washed his hands, brushed his teeth, and climbed into bed. He fished out a bottle of medicine from under the bed, stuffed a pill into his mouth, and gulped down water. When he finally calmed down, he opened his hand and realized it was still trembling. Unbeknownst to him, his fingernail had cut his palm, and there was a patch of fresh blood. He slept extremely unrestfully, tossing and turning several times before falling asleep. Yang Jiali was woken up by the continuous ringing of his cell phone. In a daze, he answered the call and put it to his ear. Li Da's exceedingly anxious voice came through, "Brother Yang, where are you?" Yang Jiali opened his eyes, "I'm in the room." Li Da's voice was trembling, "Forget it, I won't ask you about that now. Just check to see if there's any media waiting outside to ambush you. Quick, take a look." Yang Jiali jolted awake, sat up, and stumbled to the window. He cautiously pulled the curtain open a crack. The usually quiet villa entrance was today surprisingly crowded with various people, those with cameras, holding microphones, broadcasting live on the internet. Some were blocking the entrance, in a waiting posture. Li Da seemed to have guessed the situation and tried to stay calm. "Brother Yang, listen to me. Hide and don't go outside at all." Yang Jiali let the curtain fall back into place. "What's going on?" Li Da sounded quite angry, gritting his teeth. "Check Weibo." After hanging up, Yang Jiali opened the long-neglected Weibo to find the top trending search, "Heartache for Wang Yang." A video clip shot from behind by an onlooker has gone viral, pushing the heat to a climax. The video was cleverly edited to show Yang Jiali swinging a punch at Wang Yang's face and seemingly going berserk trying to beat him harshly. As soon as the video came out, it caused a sensation. Wang Yang himself then posted a public announcement video. In the video, with a band-aid on his face, he spoke to the camera, "Thank you to the fans who care about me, and please stop spreading the video.
Please stop spreading the video. I don't want anyone else to be hurt by this. Thank you." Yang Jiali could feel his teeth clenching. Holding his breath, he opened his Weibo, which had very few followers. His Weibo comment section was completely dominated by Wang Yang's massive fanbase, filled with unspeakable insults. Putting down his phone, Yang Jiali's breathing suddenly grew heavy, his complexion turning ashen. A spasm in his stomach changed his expression, and he rushed into the bathroom, slipping along the way. He vomited violently into the toilet, then huddled next to the chilly porcelain wall, closed his eyes, and the buzzing in his ears began, as if he could hear the mocking laughter and insults from all around. In the dim light, Yang Jiali took deep breaths, visibly agitated in an abnormal way. It felt like a dark emotion was stuck in his chest, rising to his throat, about to overwhelm him. As if everything was being swallowed by darkness, Yi Ting was called out of a meeting by his assistant in Paris, France. Yi Ting left the meeting room and adjusted his tie, somewhat irritable. "What's the matter?" he asked. The assistant handed him a tablet and whispered a few words. Yi Ting's gaze darkened as he looked at the chaotic public opinion on the tablet. He said to contact relevant media to suppress the discussion and shift the focus. The assistant blinked. "What else shall we do?" Yi Ting paused for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and waved his hand. "Don't take any action just yet." The assistant looked puzzled. Yi Ting handed the tablet back. "Last time with Ni Yun's incident, you had it resolved behind my back before I even knew it. This time, let's wait." The assistant whispered, "The online abuse is quite severe." Yi Ting hummed softly in response, "A little hardship will do him good. He's been too emotional lately, always with a deathly pale face, not knowing how to bow his head nor how to listen." Taking a deep breath, Yi Ting chuckled, "I'll wait for him to ask me for help personally." Yang Jiali still sat on the floor. Despite the warmth of the room, he felt cold all over, with his lips and fingers trembling continuously, like a shivering, stiff-stricken stray dog on a winter's night. He closed his eyes, and the buzzing in his ears didn't stop for a moment, the noise coming from all directions. His phone on the floor rang again, startling him. He grabbed the phone in a panic. It was an incoming call from an unknown number. Subconsciously, he answered the call. Before the phone even reached his ear, he heard a cold, resentful voice from the other end, loudly cursing, "Bug, go die. If you punch Wang Yang, countless people will punch your corpse. Just wait, you won't die a good death." Yang Jiali abruptly hung up. Right after the call ended, his phone started vibrating continuously, non-stop. Text messages from various unknown numbers kept flooding his inbox, all filled with unbearable insults. Yang Jiali knew his mobile number must have been exposed. He didn't dare to open a single message, hastily turned off his phone, and even removed the SIM card. He leaned against the headboard, feeling waves of nausea and a suffocating pain in his chest, lying on the ground in agony. He glanced at the calendar on the desk. That date was circled in big. It was the anniversary of his mother's death. Yang Jiali eventually ended up with severe depression. This day was the anniversary of his mother's death. He would visit his mother's grave and talk to her, never missing a year. He packed the pancakes he had cooked into a bag. He took out the fresh flowers he had prepared in advance. Yang Jiali changed his clothes, put on a black down jacket, wore a mask and a black baseball cap, and left the villa from the backyard, tiptoeing around the front gate. Just a few steps out of the villa, he heard an extremely excited shout from behind, "He's come out." Yang Jiali turned his head to look. The media, paparazzi, and even some live streamers who had waited almost all night, holding various devices, rushed towards him with excitement on their faces like swarms of locusts. Yang Jiali took to his heels and flagged down a random taxi by the roadside. Not until the car door was shut did Yang Jiali take a deep breath, pulling out a carefully hidden bag of pancakes and a bunch of flowers from his embrace and placing them beside him. After a moment's pause, he told the driver to detour to Heshan Cemetery. In Paris, France, after 6 hours of business talks, Yi Ting and the representatives of the French consortium signed the cooperation agreement, and a round of warm applause erupted in the spacious meeting room. As everyone left the meeting room, Yi Ting inquired of his assistant if he had received a phone call. The assistant, taken aback at first, then realizing what was meant, shook his head. Yi Ting's lips curled up, a coldness in his eyes, still not behaving. He shook his head with a light sigh. Is it so hard for him to lower his head and beg me? Must he always be so emotional? After a while, the assistant brought over the glowing phone screen and Yi Ting asked if it was him. The assistant replied, "No, it's not a call from Mr. Yang. The voice suddenly trembled, from the domestic drug testing personnel. The test report for the pills Mr. Yang secretly took has come out." Hearing this, Yi Ting felt a sudden pang in his heart. He took the phone and tried to remain calm as he listened to the person on the other end. Initially, his face remained composed, but as the conversation progressed, Yi Ting's expression changed drastically. The assistant looked down, and when she looked up at Yi Ting again, she was startled. Having worked by Yi Ting's side for 3 years, this was the first time she had seen such a panic-stricken look on his face. The taxi stopped at the intersection, and Yang Jiali got out with his belongings. He wrapped his coat tighter around himself, sniffled, and looked into the distance. The cemetery lay ahead. Suppressing the dark, overflowing emotions inside him, he put on his mask and continued walking with his head down. He had only taken a few steps when suddenly a siren wailed behind him. Several cars came to a screeching halt beside Yang Jiali. The doors flung open, and the media reporters who had initially been blocking the villa gates actually followed Yang Jiali's taxi all the way here. The reporters got out, each carrying their equipment, eyes shining as they charged towards Yang Jiali, asking, "What's your opinion?" He lifted his leg, ready to run. Unfortunately, there were quite a few cars parked around this time, and the paparazzi completely surrounded Yang Jiali, not giving him any chance to leave. Yang Jiali stood amidst the crowd, his eyes full of panic like a lost child, not knowing where to go. Layers of cameras and microphones were thrust in front of Yang Jiali, and a cacophony of noise exploded in his ears. "Yang Jiali, please talk about your thoughts on the incident." As the scene was in chaos, suddenly, from an unknown direction, an egg flew through the air. An egg suddenly flew over and hit Yang Jiali squarely on the head with a smack. The eggshell cracked and the sticky liquid flowed down. Yang Jiali was stunned. He touched the sticky egg on his face and looked up to see that, unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered, all with masks covering their faces and eyes full of anger aimed directly at him, as if he were their enemy. One of them shouted, "Avenge Yang Bao! Smash him!" Suddenly, several more eggs and tomatoes were hurled fiercely at him. Yang Jiali could hardly breathe. He gasped for air, his face turning pale as he tried to push through the crowd, only to find the paparazzi standing firm like a wall, trapping him inside. In the chaos, someone's hand reached out and forcibly pulled off Yang Jiali's mask, forcing his whole face to be exposed to the crowd and the camera lenses. As soon as his face was revealed, the reporters went crazy, the flash bulbs flickering non-stop. As the media pressed closer, Yang Jiali raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, and seemingly losing control. He reached out and forcefully knocked away several cameras that were in his face. Gritting his teeth, he shouted angrily and pushed through the crowd, attempting to leave forcefully. Someone grabbed his clothes from behind, and with a flip, he tumbled to the ground, the contents he was carrying spilling out. Yang Jiali panicked. He saw the flatbread and bouquet rolling into the crowd and shouted anxiously, "Don't step on it, don't step on my things. Get out of the way." No one heard his cries. Everyone was too busy snapping photos for a scoop and chasing the next big story. When Yang Jiali finally managed to push the people away, he saw the flowers scattered on the ground, next to the crushed flatbread. He walked over step by step, crouched down, and picked up the broken pieces of flatbread, placing them in the palm of his hand. He looked up at the countless cold cameras and said blankly, "This is for my mom." After a moment, large tears fell from his eyes. Yang Jiali cried in front of all the cameras, in front of countless viewers mocking him in the live stream, sobbing loudly, "This is for my mom. Look, he's crying now, and for some reason, it feels refreshing." Crying now? What's the use of crying? When you were beating Wang Yang, you were so fierce. Look, he's crying, should cover his head with a pot lid. He's crying, but actually, I feel like it's a bit too much. But at this moment, amidst the surrounding chaos, not a single person reached out to tell him, "Don't cry, I'll take you home." No one. Yang Jiali stood among the crowd, no longer caring about his image, holding the broken cookies in his hands, crying like a child. Yang Jiali seemed unable to hear anything. He could feel the glaring lights flashing at him, but the harsh noise seemed to suddenly disappear from his mind, leaving only a faint buzzing. He didn't resist anymore and just stood there, numb. The media took this opportunity to snap photos from all directions. When they finally had enough footage, they packed up their equipment, gave Yang Jiali a few insincere words of comfort, and left satisfied in their cars. A female reporter, feeling a bit guilty before leaving, took out a tissue and wiped the flour, egg, and blood off Yang Jiali's face. She sighed, patted Yang Jiali on the shoulder and said, "Don't cry." Yang Jiali had no reaction, like a statue. The female reporter consoled, "All right, it's good you know you were wrong. Don't hit people again in the future. If you realize your mistakes and change, people are willing to forgive you, understand? Wipe your tears." She stuffed the remaining pack of tissues into Yang Jiali's pocket and left with her team. Yang Jiali stood in the same spot for a very long time. When almost everyone had dispersed and only a few self-media were still shooting with their phones. He slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot and his gaze profoundly empty, devoid of any sign of life. He looked at the broken cookies scattered on the ground and slowly knelt down. Trembling, he opened the bag and carefully picked up the pieces one by one, placing them into the bag and wrapping it tightly in his arms. He turned and walked toward the cemetery. Yang Jiali walked silently, with a few self-media hosts still filming him with smirks. Yang Jiali looked at them lifelessly and quickened his pace. He entered the eerie cemetery. Someone pulled at his clothes and said, "Stop, let us film a little more, everyone is waiting to watch." Someone blocked his path, "Don't go yet. Wang Yang's fans in the livestream are waiting for you to apologize. Look at the camera, apologize sincerely, and I'll stream it for you. What are you doing? Hurry up. Those self-media people who keep taking pictures still want to follow us in." A sweep of the broom and a few words to brush them off. "What are you up to?" The old man glanced at their cameras and cursed, "It's a cemetery in here. What's with the cameras? Is your mother buried here or what? Get out." Those people were not convinced and still tried to sneak in. The old man raised his feather duster and yelled, "Get out, get out." Finally, he chased off the last few people taking random shots. He spat out a curse and turned back to the cemetery. He lifted his eyelids and saw Yang Jiali's thin figure gradually walking away. Yang Jiali walked step by step into the cemetery. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped. It seemed like he heard someone calling him. The voice was urgent, making him stop in his tracks. He slowly turned his head and looked at the dim darkness behind him. A tear suddenly fell from his bloodshot eyes. His lips moved slightly, wanting to say something but eventually not saying it. He lowered his head, his eyes numb, and slowly walked into the dark, unlit depths of the cemetery. Finally, his entire figure was swallowed by the complete darkness. When Yi Ting walked out of the airport, his legs gave way and he stumbled hard. Fortunately, his assistant was next to him and caught him. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with an almost unprecedented panic. Yi Ting staggered into the car. As the car started, his mind was in chaos. The words of the person who tested the medication seemed to linger in his ears. "Mr. Yi, according to our tests, it is generally used for depression or for treating panic and anxiety." He thought the tester must be lying, that there must be a mistake. His Yang had always been carefree, with eyes sparkling whenever something happened, always smiling and full of energy. He could be emotional, sometimes unhappy, but how could he ever be? Suddenly, he thought of Yang Jiali's recent gloomy appearance and those fiery eyes. Suddenly recalling Yang Jiali's recent despondent and gloomy demeanor, and those dull eyes, Yi Ting froze, overwhelmed by a surge of intense emotion that fermented and exploded within him, nearly leaving him breathless. The assistant sat next to Yi Ting, finishing a phone call. "President Yi, I found out that Mr. Yang has gone to Heshan Cemetery." Yi Ting's fingers trembled, his voice quivering, "Hurry, hurry." In the dimly lit car, the assistant gently handed the phone to Yi Ting, whispering, "President Yi, take a look at this." Yi Ting watched the glowing screen, his breath shaky as he reached out to take the phone. He opened the video, listening to the noisy voices in it, watching the shaky footage, his gaze tightly focused on the person at the center of the frame. Yang Jiali's crying voice came through the phone, and as Yi Ting listened, his face turned white. It was as if a severe pain at his heart spread a piercing sensation throughout his body. Yang is crying. My Yang is crying. It's not just a tantrum, it's depression, it's an illness. Yi Ting braced himself against the seat, his breathing heavy and labored. The car raced to Heshan Cemetery at top speed. Yi Ting got out of the car, his steps disordered and hurried as he reached the cemetery entrance. He asked the old man if he had seen the person from the phone. The old man nodded. "Oh, he's still inside." He's been there since this morning, almost a whole day without moving. He didn't budge even when it began to snow. The child seems to be in a daze, as if something's wrong. I didn't dare to talk to him. You go and see for yourself. Yi Ting barged into the cemetery. The pitch-black graveyard was silent. Deep inside, Yang Jiali sat in front of a tombstone lifelessly, a thin layer of snow already accumulated on him. Without a word, without moving, Yang, his hands clutched a few crumbled pancakes close to his chest. Only when Yi Ting got closer did he see Yang Jiali's head bowed, tears dripping from his face. Yi Ting's chest felt tight, his voice hoarse with anguish. Yang, it's me, I'm back. Yang Jiali didn't lift his head, his fingers didn't move an inch, as if dead in this dark snowy night. Yi Ting, panicked, tremblingly supported Yang Jiali's arm. Yang. Still, Yang Jiali remained motionless, numb and stiff. Don't scare me. Panic spreads across my chest. Yi Ting extends his hand to pick up Yang Jia. Yang, let's go. I'll take you back. Stand up. Suddenly, Yang Jia shows a reaction. He slowly raises his head, his eyes empty and unfocused, looking at Yi Ting. Yi Ting looks into his eyes, and suddenly, a sharp pain takes his breath away. Yang Jia stares blankly for a while, then slowly lowers his head, leaning against the cold tombstone. When Yi Ting tries to touch him again, he hears Yang Jia say in a very weak voice, "It started when Xiao Huang died." Yang Jia's eyes are empty as if recalling something. A small dog raised by my grandma, with black eyes. It would wag its tail and even smile when it saw me. It grew up with me until I was 8. It was very clingy. Every time I went to school, it would lie by the door and watch the road in the village. I knew it was waiting for me to come back. It waited every day, but one day, it stopped waiting. Grandma told me Xiao Huang ran away. I didn't believe it. Later, I found out from a neighbor that on that afternoon, some people came to the village to poison dogs. They shot Xiao Huang, who was waiting at the door for me, with a tranquilizer dart, grabbed its neck, and dragged it away. I never saw it again. I knew it would never come back. A tear falls from Yang Jia's eyes, streaming down his numb face. From that moment on, I knew that people's hearts are dark. Yi Ting's heart trembles, watching Yang Jia like this, he can hardly breathe. Yang Jia continues in a low voice, then there was my grandma. Her eyes crinkled when she smiled, and her wrinkles looked nice. Her legs weren't good, so she stayed home and made dumplings for me. She would sew clothes for me. She was the kindest person to me. When I was 12, I went to the county town with grandma. She was crossing the street to buy me candy. As she staggered back, she was hit by a car and flung into the air. Grandma hid the candy in her bosom. Her kind face was covered in blood. I cried terribly. I wanted to take revenge for my grandma. I asked my mom every day if the bad person was caught. Yang Jia's emotions suddenly become uncontrollable. Later, I found out that the one who killed my grandma was a rich and powerful second generation. He wasn't punished at all. He was still going to school, laughing happily. But what about my grandma? She died holding the candy she bought for me. From that moment on, you still had me. I realized that this world was also dark. Yi Ting's heart ached so much that it throbbed. He looked at the tears streaming down Yang Jiali's face and his numb yet struggling gaze, and just wanted to quickly hug Yang Jiali and take him home. Yang Jiali looked at the falling snow, his voice gradually choked with sobs. He turned his head to look at Yi Ting, his eyes illuminated by a faint light. Later, it was time for college. The luckiest thing for me was meeting you in college, Yang Jiali said softly. Those were the happiest 4 years of my life. Except for my mom and grandma, no one had ever treated me so well. I liked honey, so you stocked up a whole cabinet with it. I liked milk tapioca pudding, and you brought it to me every day. I will always remember how peaceful I felt sitting on the backseat of your bicycle, leaning against your back on snowy days. I can't bear to forget any second of those 4 years. But when I saw you bringing milk tapioca pudding for Xiao Xia, forgetting that I liked it too, and when I saw you remember Xiao Xia's graduation ceremony but forget that it was also my birthday, I knew that the happiness of those 4 years was stolen by me. It had ended long ago. You no longer loved me. Yi Ting's chest constricted sharply, his heart wrung with pain. He knelt down halfway, frantically grabbing Yang Jiali's arm. No, baby. Yang Jiali's eyes gradually dimmed. After breaking up with you, I went to work. My mom's illness was very serious and couldn't be delayed any longer. The doctor said it was already beyond hope. I didn't believe it and insisted on saving her. I worked 4 jobs a day and slept only 5 hours a day. I was willing to do any kind of work. I wanted to earn a lot of money to hire the best doctors for her. I really tried my best, but I could only watch as my mom's condition worsened day by day until I watched her heartbeat turn into a flat line. After she passed away, I didn't cry, my heart seemed numb, and I couldn't feel anything. I can't feel anything anymore. I opened the door to the rental, and it's empty inside. It's pitch black, not a sound to be heard, as if cut off from the world. That's when I truly realized I was completely alone. No one will ever dote on me again. Li Jiaqi lifts their head, tears dried up, eyes hollow. They look at Yi Ting and say softly, "Yi Ting, no one will ever dote on me again." In a fluster, he wraps Li Jiaqi in his arms, saying urgently, "That's not true, that's not true. It's cold on a snowy day, isn't it? Let me take you home, okay? What do you want to eat? Dumplings? Or sago soup?" Li, he helps Li Jiaqi to stand, holding them tight in his embrace. Li waits for Li Jiaqi's answer, only to hear the assistant behind them say somewhat panicked, "President Yi." Their eyes are closed. They seem unresponsive. Yi Ting freezes for a second, then slowly turns his head. His face brushes against Li Jiaqi's, chilled by the cold wind and snow. Yi Ting calls out in disbelief, softly, "Baby, don't scare me." Li Jiaqi makes no move, eyes shut tight. Yi Ting's palms are trembling violently on Li Jiaqi's back. He tries to appear calm, but can't. "Baby, be good, say something to me. Don't scare me, I'll take you home, it's all right." Yi Ting holds Li Jiaqi, breathing rapidly. Call an ambulance, call an ambulance." He holds Li Jiaqi close, standing amidst the dark snowy night. It seems as if there's no sound around them, the night so long it feels like it will never end. The snow chills one's heart and bones. Yi Ting is in the hospital, head bowed, eyes red, silent. It's not until the doctor comes out of Li Jiaqi's ward that Yi Ting suddenly snaps back to reality. The doctor, holding some reports and speaking in a gentle tone, says, "The patient has awakened from shock. We've checked their condition. Their emotional state is a bit off. They've been calmed down and are now resting." Yi Ting clenched his fists tightly, his palms sweating as he continued. The doctor pushed his glasses up, his expression slightly grave. Based on his medication intake and assessment results, it can be diagnosed as depression, ranging between moderate to severe. A sharp acidity surged from his chest to his nostrils. Depression. He remembered forcing Yang Jia to get a medical checkup once, where the doctor told him there were no major physical illnesses. He had carelessly relaxed about mental health, even thinking Yang Jia's sickly and worried look was just for show or moodiness. He always felt that someone as carefree and always happy as Yang Jia couldn't possibly suffer from such an illness. If anyone could avoid depression, it would be Yang Jia. Yang Jia was like a little sun, being able to shout, vent, and radiate vitality. That bright smile seemed to carry light, shining straight into people's hearts. He had never expected this. When he hadn't noticed the supposedly indestructible, filled with optimism strong heart of Yang Jia he thought he knew had already been crushed by darkness from all sides, trampled into a pit of gloomy mud. After the doctor left, his eyes were filled with extreme panic. My Yang, he always felt this was like a nightmare, but it was all happening right before his eyes. He walked unsteadily into Yang Jia's ward. Yang Jia lay on the bed, breathing shallowly, his eyes tightly shut, his face pale and lips dry. The corners of his mouth drooped, seemingly having lost his smile long ago. Seeing Yang Jia like this, Yi Ting knew for the first time what it felt like to have his heart wrenched. Yang Jia was not sleeping peacefully, moving his head slightly in his sleep and murmuring, "This is for my mom, please don't step on it, I beg you, I won't dare anymore." Yi Ting's nose suddenly felt sore, and tears fell. He squatted down, touched Yang Jia's hair, and softly soothed, "Baby, don't be afraid, I won't let you be bullied again." Yang Jiali gradually calmed down, and at the moment his eyebrows relaxed, he whispered, "Take me home." Before he knew that Yang Jiali was ill, he forced Yang Jiali to submit by handcuffing him to the head of the bed. Ignoring his struggles, indifferent to his pain and the tears that fell, exerting force to almost make him cry out in pain. Yi Ting suddenly couldn't bear it anymore. He took deep breaths. Emotions surged, and with a loud slap, Yi Ting fiercely slapped his own face. It's only now that Yi Ting realizes he cares about Yang Jiali, but everything is too late. Yang Jiali has awakened, staring blankly out the window at the aggressive snowfall. The ward is quiet, the light is soft, and Yang Jiali is sitting on the hospital bed. His thin body wrapped in a coat, lips tightly pressed together, exuding a loneliness that seems out of place in this world. At this moment, Yi Ting suddenly feels genuinely that Yang Jiali is indeed like what the doctor said, coiled up in a dark room that no one can enter. Yi Ting silently walks to Yang Jiali's bedside, pours the medicine into his palm and calmly says, "Take the medicine." Yang Jiali makes no move, his eyes empty. Yi Ting feels a twinge in his heart, leans closer, close enough to kiss with a slight bow of the head. Yi Ting continues to coax patiently, "Be good, open your mouth and take the medicine." Yang Jiali silently turns his head away, ignoring him. Yi Ting pauses for a few seconds, slowly reaches out, uses a bit of force to turn Yang Jiali's head towards him, and brings the medicine to his lips. "You won't recover from your illness if you don't take the medicine. Be obedient, now." Yang Jiali feels uncomfortable being pulled by Yi Ting, frowning in discomfort and humming. He frees himself from Yi Ting's hand and sits in silence. Yi Ting looks at his lonely and silent figure, filled with distress. He takes a deep breath, suppressing all emotions. "I tried everything to coax Yang not to be mad at me. As long as you take your medicine obediently, I will give you whatever you want, okay?" However, Yang Jiali still did not respond. Yi Ting bit his teeth, a thought struck him, "How about this? I'll take revenge for you. Just take the medicine and I will deal with Wang Yang." Initially, Yang Jiali was numb and silent, but upon hearing the words, "Wang Yang," his whole body trembled violently like a frightened rabbit, his face turned pale with fear, and he said, I won't dare to do it again." Seeing this, Yi Ting felt as if he was struck hard in the chest. Yi Ting felt as if his chest had been struck hard, a severe pain spreading through him. He closed his eyes tightly, suppressing the sting in his nose. He lowered his voice and said, "You can do whatever you want. If you wish, I can bring him here to kneel and kowtow to you." The thought of Wang Yang's rampant behavior that day, forcing Yang Jiali into his current state, filled Yi Ting's eyes with hatred. Or I can have someone slash his face, break his legs, make sure he never gets on stage again, and ruin his reputation. Yang Jiali lifted his eyelids slightly and looked steadily at Yi Ting. Yi Ting, trembling, softly pleaded, "Baby, take your medicine." It seemed as if Yi Ting's reddened eyes moved Yang Jiali. Slowly, he leaned his head out, like a young cub licking water, and took the pill from Yi Ting's palm into his mouth. After Yang Jiali took the medicine, Yi Ting breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Jiali was resistant to staying in the hospital, so Yi Ting consulted the doctor and decided to take Yang Jiali home to recuperate. When the car arrived at the villa with Yang Jiali and Yi Ting, Yang Jiali refused to go inside. Yi Ting patiently persuaded him, "We're home. It's cold and snowy, let's go inside." Yang Jiali shrank back a few steps, and Yi Ting was at a loss. He heard Yang Jiali softly muttering, "This is not home." Yi Ting forcefully pulled Yang Jiali over, saying, "Be good and come back with me." There was resistance and struggle in Yang Jiali's eyes. "There will be people forcing me inside." "No." Yi Ting inhaled sharply. He never imagined that the time he handcuffed Yang Jiali, forcing him to submit and serve him, would leave such a traumatic shadow on Yang Jiali. With difficulty, Yi Ting said, "If not here, then where do you want to go?" Yi Ting followed him to an old building. This was a small place Yang Jiali had once rented on his own. Yang Jiali went upstairs, opened the door as if only here did he consider home, the only place that could give him peace of mind. Yi Ting watched him curl up under the covers for quite some time before slowly recovering. He nodded and said, "You want to live here, okay." He whispered in Yang Jiali's ear, "Baby, I'm here with you." Yi Ting originally wanted to move in as well, but Yang Jiali also had a very strong resistance to him. As soon as he approached Yang Jiali's small bed, Yang Jiali would curl up and burrow into the corner, his eyes flashing with wariness, extremely tense, like a little lamb hiding from a wolf. Yi Ting tried several times back and forth, but Yang Jiali just wouldn't let him stay here. Sighing deeply, Yi Ting raised his hand. Okay, I won't stay in your room." Helpless, Yi Ting smiled and left the room. Yi Ting instructed his men to rent a room nearby. After he finished the call, he walked to the door of Yang Jiali's room, tap, tap, about to enter when tap, 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 the steady sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. A man in a suit with a refined demeanor walked up. Yi Ting squinted at the man, frowning. Zhao Shanhai. Zhao Shanhai was also particularly surprised to see Yi Ting here. Yi Ting, what are you doing here? Yi Ting didn't speak, just looked coldly at Zhao Shanhai. I came to find Yang Jiali. Does he live here? As soon as Yi Ting heard Zhao Shanhai was looking for Yang Jiali, he immediately became vigilant. What's your relationship with him? I've heard about his situation and wanted to see if he's okay. Zhao Shanhai maintained a graceful and gentlemanly smile. I suppose we're friends. Yi Ting suspiciously opened the door. Upon entering, Yi Ting's voice was stern and cold. Don't get close to him. His mental state is not good right now. He has tendencies toward depression and autism, and he doesn't like seeing people. He hides when he sees anyone. Not just you, even I. When I want to hold him for a while, he resists a lot. You'd better not go in, so as not to startle him. After saying that, Yi Ting turned to the coffee table in the living room to prepare the medicine Yang Jiali would need to take. When he looked up again, Zhao Shanhai had already approached Yang Jiali. Yi Ting was startled, his eyes immediately turning cold and extremely furious. He was about to scold Zhao Shanhai for entering without permission. When he looked into the bedroom, he saw Zhao Shanhai slowly sitting by Yang Jiali's bed in the quiet room. Upon seeing Zhao Shanhai, Yang Jiali's eyes softened and he no longer looked guarded. He slowly moved closer. As Zhao Shanhai called gently, Yi Ting, holding a glass of warm water and medicine, stood at the door and saw this scene. He felt as if another hard slap landed on his face. A strong sense of jealousy exploded in his chest, almost causing him to lose control of his emotions. Yi Ting felt as if his heart was being squeezed, a sharp feeling of bitterness and pain rising in his chest. His breathing became heavier in an instant. The veins on the back of his hand holding the water cup bulged, and the glass cup nearly shattered under the pressure. His eyes turned red, and waves of intense emotion surged within them. Walking to Yang Jiali's side, Yi Ting tried to speak more gently, handing over the medicine and warm water. Take the medicine. Yang Jiali didn't respond. Yi Ting's eyes darkened, reaching out to pull Yang Jiali back to his side. Yang Jiali struggled as soon as Yi Ting touched him, clearly showing resistance. Zhao Shanhai softly reassured, it's okay, it's okay. Yi Ting's nails dug into his palms, dark anger churning inside him, but he couldn't explode. He took a deep breath, sat beside Yang Jiali, and patiently coaxed, be good, take the medicine, open your mouth. Yang Jiali didn't touch the medicine Yi Ting handed over. Seeing this, Zhao Shanhai sighed, let me try. Taking the medicine and hot water from Yi Ting's hand, Zhao Shanhai smiled at Yang Jiali. As a CEO who always presents an imposing figure, he looked especially gentle and approachable when he smiled. He raised his hand and said, take the medicine, okay? Come on. Yang Jiali hesitated for a moment and lowered his head. Just as Yi Ting breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Zhao Shanhai wasn't that impressive, Yang Jiali suddenly raised his head, took the pills from Zhao Shanhai, swallowed them, and then took the hot water, drinking it in one gulp, behaving very obediently. Yi Ting's face turned extremely dark. Zhao Shanhai patted Yang Jiali's back, saying, slow down, slow down. He spoke to Yang Jiali for a while, but Yang Jiali didn't respond, maintaining his silent, withdrawn demeanor. Zhao Shanhai could only sigh and say, I'll come to see you next time. Zhao Shanhai turned and left. Yi Ting followed him to the door. With his hand on the doorknob, Zhao Shanhai looked at Yi Ting, whose face was cold, and said in a low voice, Yang Jiali has roughly told me about his situation before. Yang Jiali had briefly talked to me about his affairs before. Yi Ting's heart skipped a beat, and Zhao Shanhai let out a laugh, his voice turning cold. If he was referring to you at that time, and you were the one who did those things to him, then his current resistance and wariness towards you are all justified. Watching Zhao Shanhai leave the place, Yi Ting closed the door heavily. Zhao Shanhai exited the rental room and hurriedly descended the stairs. Suddenly, he stretched out a finger and started writing on his hand. Just now, Yang Jiali had held his hand, and while he was still puzzled, he felt a series of touches on his palm. He then realized that Yang Jiali had been secretly writing on his palm. Probably because Yi Ting was present, he couldn't speak openly, so he had to converse with him in such a covert way. Zhao Shanhai retraced the words Yang Jiali wrote on his palm, rewriting them from memory, stroke by stroke. Yang Jiali had written 3 simple words on his palm. Take me away. After Zhao Shanghai left, Yang Jiali remained silent. Yi Ting watched the quiet figure, feeling as if a blunt object was pounding and thudding in his chest, causing a sour and stabbing pain, along with resentment. He approached 2 steps closer and reached out his hand, trying to speak in a calm tone. Yang, come here. In the darkness, a pair of wary eyes were fixed on Yi Ting, even shrinking back a bit. Yi Ting saw his retreating movement, his heart trembled, and his eyes instantly reddened. He knelt on one knee on the bed, reached out, and grabbed Yang Jiali's sleeve. Yang Jiali seemed panicked. His body tensed like a startled little animal. If he could climb walls, he probably would have already scurried up to the ceiling by now. Yi Jian was deeply affected by the scene of Yang Jiali not daring to approach him, which Wang Jinyu and Hai did not commit. He clenched his teeth, holding back the unwillingness in his heart, and still forcefully pulled Yang Jiali into his embrace. He whispered in Yang Jiali's ear, "What do I have to fear? I won't do anything to you." Yang Jiali trembled slightly in Yi Ting's arms. Yi Ting patted his back and extended his hand. "Hug me, be obedient." No matter how much Yi Ting coaxed, Yang Jiali just wouldn't extend his hands to hug Yi Ting, not even a little. But looking at Yang Jiali's current state, it seemed that he would not accept Yi Ting's approach under any circumstances. He gently turned Yang Jiali's face, half hopeful and half solemn, and asked, "Tell me, what am I to you?" Yang Jiali looked at Yi Ting for a while and said word by word, "You are a dog, you are a demon." Yi Ting slightly hooked his lips, pulled Yang Jiali back into his arms, and whispered in his ear, "Wrong answer, baby, remember, from now on, I am your man," Yi Ting said very seriously. He stole a kiss on Yang Jiali's cheek, pressed against Yang Jiali's warm ear, lowered his voice, magnetic and alluring, "You are sick now, I will take good care of you. Whatever you want, I will fulfill unconditionally. As long as you wish, I will give, but if you throw yourself into someone else's arms, I can't bear to do anything to you. But I can't guarantee about others." Yang Jiali seemed to understand, his breathing tightened. In the end, Yi Ting kissed Yang Jiali's forehead, sighed softly, "You are mine. You are not allowed to run away or make me suffer like that again, okay? Be good." The next day, Yi Ting entered the office, just sat down on the chair, and his assistant handed him a document. Opening the document, the first page, the first line read, "Wang Yang, male, 2 years old," with a photo of Wang Yang next to it, his eyes smiling, innocent and naive. The assistant said softly, "This is the information compiled after our people thoroughly investigated Wang Yang in the past few days. Please review it." Yi Ting hummed in response, slowly turned the page, his eyes cold. "Have you prepared everything I asked for?" The assistant turned to leave, but paused and asked tentatively, "President Yi, do we really have to do this? Isn't it a bit too radical?" Yi Ting lifted his eyelids to glance at the assistant. That glance alone frightened the assistant, breaking out in cold sweat. Remembering the state Yang Jiali was pushed into by Wang Yang, the assistant wiped his sweat, dared not say more, and quickly exited the office. Yi Ting quietly flipped through Wang Yang's information. After finishing, he leaned back in his chair, silent for a long time. He reached out, pulled out the page with Wang Yang's photo, put it into the shredder, and whispered with a smile, "Baby, shall we kill him? Is that okay?" When Wang Yang arrived at Wennan Mansion, it was already 6 o'clock. It was pitch dark, and snow was falling. His assistant gently reminded him, "Brother Yang, the company said that at the dinner later, you have to toast the bosses in order. Don't forget." Wang Yang frowned, his annoyance at the traffic jam suddenly surged. He turned around and slapped the young girl across the face with a smack, cursing. The girl was hit with a slap out of nowhere, tears instantly welling up in her eyes. She didn't dare to speak, quietly wiped away her tears, and shut her mouth. Wang Yang opened the car door, cursing again, "Didn't you see it's snowing outside? Hand me my coat and umbrella. You're as unresponsive as a dead pig. What are you even good for?" Wang Yang got out of the car with a sour face, entered the private room under the guidance of the mansion's head waiter. As soon as he pushed open the door, Wang Yang's expression changed. His lips curved into a smile, instantly changing his demeanor, revealing neat teeth, and his eyes became clean and clear, as innocent as a child. Wang Yang looked around. The place was filled except for an empty seat next to Yi Ting. He took the seat, his heart slightly pounding. Yi Ting was holding a glass of wine, and when Wang Yang came over, he glanced at him out of the corner of his eye without saying a word. Wang Yang, feeling bold, picked up a glass of wine and with a smile, said, "President Yi." Yi Ting turned his head, looked at him deeply, and after a long while, clinked glasses with him. This pleasantly surprised Wang Yang. He had always heard that Yi Ting, the newly appointed president of Guanhu Finance who was handsome and wealthy, was extremely cold and indifferent, someone who was naturally aloof and didn't care about anyone. Wang Yang held his breath, his ears flushing with honor. Throughout the dinner, Yi Ting maintained his reticent demeanor, but when Wang Yang toasted him, he didn't refuse. When Wang Yang occasionally struck up a conversation, he even responded gently. Ni Yun, seeing this from afar, snorted coldly. Ni Yun's agent, a bit worriedly, said to him, "Wang Yang is quite adept at his tactics. This kid Wang Yang is quite capable. Why does it feel like President Yi treats him differently? Could it be that they are hooking up?" Ni Yun curled his lips. That day, he only slapped Yang Jiali once, and Yi Ting almost disfigured him and crushed his hands. He raised his hand and looked at the scars on his fingers that hadn't faded yet. Wang Yang really put Yang Jiali in a bad spot this time. Ni Yun sneered and shook his head. "Fool, let him be." The dinner party ended, and Yi Ting got up. Wang Yang followed closely behind him. It was still snowing outside, and it was quite cold. Ting was wearing a black woolen coat, adjusting his collar. Wang Yang wanted to talk to him, but his phone rang again. He answered it. It turned out that the driver who was supposed to pick him up was still stuck in traffic, and asked him to wait a bit longer at the door. Yi Ting finished adjusting his collar, looked at Wang Yang who had just hung up the phone, and suddenly said, "I'll take you home." Wang Yang was taken aback. "It's really congested outside. You'll probably have to wait another 10 minutes. Yi Ting calmly said, "It's so cold. Get in my car first, I'll take you." At first, Wang Yang didn't react. When he did, his eyes widened. Sitting in Yi Ting's luxury car, Wang Yang felt a bit uneasy. He often heard people say that Yi Ting had no interest in the unspoken rules of the circle. Since his return to the country, he had never seen him bring any beautiful men or women back. To this day, no one had ever been in his car. Today, Yi Ting took the initiative to drive him. Could it be that Yi Ting had other intentions toward him? Wang Yang couldn't help but blush, discreetly observing Yi Ting the whole time. Trying to guess his intentions, Yi Ting didn't say a word the entire time and drove Wang Yang to his destination. After the car stopped, Wang Yang opened the door and was about to get out. Yi Ting suddenly called out to him, "Wait." Wang Yang's movements paused, and he looked at Yi Ting, holding his breath. Yi Ting slowly leaned over, smiled after a while, and gently wiped Wang Yang's cheek with his thumb, his voice low and magnetic, "Your face is dirty." It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he called out in disbelief, "President Yi." Yi Ting smiled faintly, "What's wrong?" Wang Yang's ears turned red, and he lowered his head, took a deep breath, "Can I add you on WeChat?" Yi Ting didn't say anything, staring at Wang Yang's face. Wang Yang felt nervous. When afraid of displeasing Yi Ting suddenly nodded his head, making Wang Yang very happy. He took the initiative to scan Yi Ting's WeChat QR code. A friend request interface popped up on the screen. Yi Ting's avatar was a little sheep with its mouth open, as if it was calling out. His WeChat name was also very simple, just 2 characters, Home Sheep. Wang Yang asked him, "Home Sheep? Mr. Yi, what does your WeChat name mean?" Yi Ting's eyes deepened, a rare gentle warmth appeared in his eyes. "I'm born in the year of the sheep and I like sheep." Wang Yang let out a long, "Oh," somewhat embarrassedly scratching his head. He said softly, "My name has Yang in it." Mr. Yi, saying this makes people quite embarrassed. Yi Ting's eyebrows slightly furrowed, he laughed but said nothing, just steadily took back his phone. Wang Yang hesitated for a long time, thinking Yi Ting was about to leave, then waved his phone at him, "Let's keep in touch via WeChat." Yi Ting also smiled, WeChat contact. After Wang Yang left, Yi Ting didn't start the car but rolled down the window, watching the direction Wang Yang left in, his gaze cold to the bone. He chuckled, "What's the point of a fall from standing? You have to let people float up high from the ground first, let them inflate with arrogance, and then from thousands of feet high, harshly smash them down. That's what you call a complete and utter defeat, A pain so deep it breaks bones and tendons, from which there's no coming back. Yang Jia sat by the window, expressionless. A knock sounded from outside, and the caregiver in charge of watching Yang Jia opened the door. A man in a suit and leather shoes stood outside, saying, "I'm Assistant Wang, Mr. Zhao's assistant. Mr. Zhao has instructed me to deliver something. Is Mr. Yang inside?" Assistant Wang walked into the room, saw Yang Jia sitting by the window, and approached with a smile. "Mr. Yang, Mr. Zhao heard you were sick and asked me to bring you something to boost your health. Is it okay if I leave it here?" He placed a handful of items beside Yang Jia's legs. As he straightened up, he whispered into Yang Jia's ear, "Don't worry," Mr. Zhao said, to just wait a bit. "Once he's arranged everything, he'll find an opportunity to get you out to hide for a while, okay?" Yang Jia then nodded and indicated that the room was full of surveillance cameras and his phone was tapped. Taking a deep breath, Assistant Wang whispered, "Don't worry, there's always a way. Wait for my message, okay?" Yang Jia's Adam's apple moved, and his eyes sparkled with a glint of hopeful anticipation. Shortly after Assistant Wang left, Yi Ting came back. Yi Ting took off the black woolen coat covered with snowflakes. With an imposing air, he walked to Yang Jiali's side. When he saw the pile of supplements on the ground, he frowned. "Who sent these?" The nurse who was packing up to leave replied, "They were delivered by Assistant Zhao." Yi Ting's frown deepened. After a moment, he picked up the supplements and handed them to the nurse, saying coldly, "Throw them away." The nurse was stunned. Just as the nurse was about to dispose of them, Yang Jiali suddenly raised his head, his voice hoarse, "Don't throw them away." Yi Ting squatted down, touched his cold cheek, and coaxed him, "They're not good things. I'll buy you better ones. Be good." But Yang Jiali insisted, "Don't throw them away." Yi Ting paused, remained silent for a while, then said, "Fine, we won't throw them away." He opened his arms towards Yang Jiali, "Come over to me voluntarily." Yang Jiali stared at the buttons on Yi Ting's black shirt for a long moment before moving over sullenly, closing his eyes and hugging Yi Ting's waist. Yi Ting's heart instantly felt at ease. Then he turned around and left directly. After Yang Jiali got into bed, Yi Ting took out his phone. He made a call to Wang Yang. Wang Yang thought he had finally gotten close to the big boss Yi Ting and had eagerly changed into his pajamas early. Yi Ting instructed him to blindfold himself with the tie from the bedside, turn off the lights, and wait for a night of madness. He hurriedly took a bath in the luxurious suite, followed Yi Ting's instructions, turned off the lights, and blindfolded himself. Until Wang Yang fainted from exhaustion, he didn't know that the person who came wasn't Yi Ting. And the entire process of that night was completely recorded on camera. That night, Yi Ting was not in the suite but in the kitchen. He cooked a pot of sago, mixed it with milk, and the aroma was enticing. He left a bowl and added honey to it. Yi Ting carried the bowl of milk sago into the bedroom. Yi Ting carried a bowl of milk sago into the bedroom, scooped up a spoonful, and brought it to Yang Jia's lips, letting the fragrance touch his nose, but he didn't give in. Yi Ting coaxed for a long time, but he remained unmoved. Finally, Yi Ting had an idea and said, "If you finish this bowl, one will take you to an event in a few days to watch a special play." Hearing this, Yang Jia finally reacted. He turned his head to look at Yi Ting, silently took the bowl, and gulped it down. After he finished, Yi Ting wiped the water from the corner of his lips. Full of anticipation, "If you're willing to get close to me, I will cook for you every day." Yang Jia turned over, leaving him with a silent and cold back. Yi Ting sighed, "Then tell me what I need to do for you to be willing to get close to me." Yang Jia lifted his eyelids, finally taking the initiative to speak. He said word by word, "Let me go." Yi Ting stiffened and curved his lips awkwardly. "Good, let's not think about this." Yang Jia closed his eyes in disappointment. "If anyone dares to take you away," Yi Ting's voice suddenly turned cold, "I would personally break that person's bones." Yang Jia shuddered and turned his head to glare at him fiercely. Looking around, Yang Jia saw Zhao Shanhai sitting in the guest seats with his legs crossed, laughing and talking with some CEO. Sensing someone's gaze, Zhao Shanhai turned his head, saw Yang Jia, raised his eyebrows, and Yi Ting took Yang Jia to sit down in the front row, telling him there were no media cameras here. "Don't be afraid." Zhao Shanhai walked up to Yang Jiali with a glass of wine and smiled. "How are you feeling, Xiao Yang? Are you feeling better?" Yi Ting saw Zhao Shanhai and was filled with displeasure, pulling Yang Jiali closer to himself and said, "You don't need to worry. Zhao Shanghai shrugged, not taking Yi Ting's words too seriously. He reached out to shake hands with Yang Jiali. Yi Ting squinted his eyes and said directly, "No need for a handshake. He's fine, and I'll take good care of him." Zhao Shanghai laughed. President Yi is really assertive. However, I think Xiao Yang should have his own opinion. As he said this, he looked at Yang Jiali. Without hesitation, Yang Jiali reached out and firmly grasped Zhao Shanghai's hand. The moment their hands clasped, Yang Jiali seemed to freeze for a second but quickly regained his composure. After Zhao Shanghai left, Yang Jiali said to Yi Ting that he needed to go to the restroom. This was the first time in many days that Yang Jiali had taken the initiative to speak to Yi Ting. Yi Ting was stunned for a few seconds, and his gaze softened. "I'll accompany you." While it was said to be accompaniment, it was actually an assertive surveillance and control. Yang Jiali did not expose this and entered the restroom expressionlessly. Locking the stall door, Yang Jiali opened his clenched fist, revealing a half-wet note, sweated on from the palm. It was secretly passed to him by Zhao Shanghai during their handshake. Yang Jiali anxiously unfolded the note and skimmed through it, his heart pounding hard a few times. He memorized the content written on it. Then Yang Jiali threw the note into the toilet and flushed it away. Yi Ting was leaning against the porcelain wall outside. Seeing Yang Jiali come out, he pulled him closer and smiled. "Why did you come out so quickly? What did you do in there? Did you go to the bathroom?" Yang Jiali's body jolted in shock, and he hurriedly quickened his pace. Yi Ting watched his figure from behind and stood up to follow him. Back in the venue, Yang Jiali sat in a corner specially arranged by Yi Ting, avoiding the media's cameras, feeling quite at ease. Yi Ting, with a faint smile, took out a mask from his suit pocket, and put it on Yang Jiali's face. Wang Yang wore a pink suit with his fringed bangs hanging over his forehead, making his face look even more innocent and boyish, like an adolescent who hasn't fully grown yet. He briefly spoke a few words on stage, which immediately ignited the fans' wild screams from the back rows. Yang Jiali heard someone in the back rows criticizing, accusing him of being pretentious and hyping things up, and showing off at the charity gala. Suddenly, a lengthy post appeared, written from the perspective of an insider, detailing how Wang Yang and others had. Someone impatiently hissed, "He's being really popular now. His fans are rampant all over the internet. Who dares to criticize him will just be waiting to be torn apart. Better not talk about it, to avoid trouble for yourself. Isn't it just because he has a financial backer? The circle's opinion of him is so poor now. Once the backer doesn't want him anymore, I think he's done for." Looking up, there seemed to be a disturbance at the main stage's entrance. A shadow broke free from the staff's control and charged straight onto the stage. Wearing a cap and a black mask, holding a bottle, he approached Wang Yang and suddenly splashed the contents of the bottle all over Wang Yang. Wang Yang, still lost in the song, was wiping the few tears from his eyes. Looking up, his whole head was drenched. The thick black liquid dripped down along his hair, staining his entire face. Wang Yang's expression froze in an instant, and the venue erupted in chaos. Wang Yang's manager hurriedly wrapped the shocked Wang Yang in a blanket and quickly retreated backstage as he wasn't in good condition. Yi Ting sat amid the uproarious crowd, watching the scene unfold, chuckled, and whispered in Yang Jiali's ear, "Baby, the show has just begun." When Wang Yang attended an event the next day, he was surrounded by media, cameras nearly pressing against his face, and microphones almost poking into his nostrils. Wang Yang, annoyed by the flashing lights, had just put on his mask when someone, itching to do more, reached out and yanked it off, causing his ear to suddenly hurt. Wang Yang covered his ears, feeling dizzy. A woman's voice tinged with sobs then rang out, "Wang Yang, you deceiver, betraying our emotions." Suddenly, an egg flew towards him. With a smack, it hit Wang Yang's face. Stunned, after shaking his head for 2 seconds, he reached up to touch it, and the foul-smelling egg yolk rolled down. Wang Yang looked around in shock, his legs went weak. Amidst the chaos, someone stepped hard on the back of his hand a few times, causing him to immediately scream in pain. Yi Ting said with a smile, "Baby, is this scene good to watch?" Yang Jia stared intensely at the screen, clenching his fists tightly. While all the media were drawn to the company's foyer, Wang Yang slipped out the back door and took a car to Yi Ting's company. Even though he was fairly certain that the video was leaked from Yi Ting's side, he had no other choice. Whether it was crying, begging, or selling his body, Only Yi Ting could help him now. Upon entering Yi Ting's company, Yi Ting's assistant, as if expecting him, led him into a room. They brought him into a room where one wall was a huge custom-made glass wall, opaque from the other side. Wang Yang was touching the glass when suddenly the door was slammed open by several fierce-looking bodyguards. Wang Yang was startled and angry. "What are you doing? Get out!" Yi Ting held Yang Jiali as they sat behind the glass wall, witnessing the scene. Yi Ting turned to Yang Jiali and whispered, "Baby, do you feel better watching this?" Yang Jiali didn't respond. Yi Ting heard a bodyguard asking through his earpiece, "Should we continue?" Watching Yang Jiali clench his teeth in a mix of hate and sorrow, Yi Ting gently covered Yang Jiali's fists with his broad palms and instructed, "Continue." In another room, Yi Ting, holding Yang Jiali's hand, asked softly if he felt any better. Yang Jiali looked complicated and felt a chill all over. Glancing at the gently smiling Yi Ting, he suddenly shivered. Yi Ting, feeling Yang Jiali's slight trembling, paused his smile and sighed. He kissed Yang Jiali's ear like a dragonfly skimming water and said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid of me. You're mine, how could I bear it? Just stay by my side, will you?" Yang Jiali looked at the fresh bloodstain on the floor inside the glass wall, took a breath, and hurriedly stood up. Without looking at Yi Ting, he walked into the dark resting room. Yi Ting sat beside his bed, touched his face with the back of his hand. Yang Jiali glanced at him and said hoarsely, "You, go back." Yi Ting was silent for a moment and then softly said, "All right, you sleep. I won't disturb you anymore. If you wake up and can't sleep or feel upset, you can come find me next door, no matter the time, as long as you want." As he spoke, Yi Ting lowered his head, his nose almost touching Yang Jiali's. He leaned towards Yang Jiali's lips and slowly bent down. Yang Jiali didn't resist much. He let Yi Ting kiss him lightly at the corner of his lips, the warmth fleeting. Yi Ting's eyes deepened and finally, he said, "Baby, you can come to me. I'll treat you well, but you're not allowed to go see other men and make me worry. Remember that?" Yang Jia tightly closed his eyes, neither agreeing nor arguing. Yi Ting smiled, turned off the light, and walked out of Yang Jia's room in the dimness. Hearing the click of the door closing, Yang Jia's heart relaxed, and he finally breathed out. The wall clock tick-tocked. Yang Jia lay in the dark with his eyes open, sleepless. At midnight, all was silent. The night deepened. Yang Jia quietly got out of bed and opened his backpack in the dark. He quickly packed a change of clothes, a medical appointment, important documents, and other essentials. Then he changed into a black down jacket and pants, his figure blending into the night, hardly discernible. At 12:29, he put on a cap and a black mask, stood at the window looking out through the building's windows. The dilapidated neighborhood was peaceful. At the back gate of the neighborhood, a row of trees was planted, and a car was parked far away under their shadow. Yang Jia raised his watch, staring at the second hand, tick-tock, tick-tock. He counted down in his heart, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. As the second hand jumped the last notch, he eagerly looked towards the car. In the dim night, the car's headlights flashed 3 times quickly. Yang Jia shuddered. The opportunity had come. Yang Jiali didn't turn on the light, the room was pitch black. He felt for the doorknob and quietly opened the door. There was no sound in the hallway, it was silent all around. Only the dim green light of the emergency exit sign at the base of the wall was glowing. Yang Jiali knew that Yi Ting was a light sleeper, so he didn't dare to run recklessly while going downstairs. Just like a child learning to walk, he held onto the railing and carefully placed one foot after another on the steps, not making a single sound. 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor. Yang Jiali felt his heart pounding violently in his chest. As long as he got out of this building, he could run freely. As long as he ran out of the neighborhood and got into the car waiting to pick him up, with the car door closed, Yi Ting would be history. The closer he got to the building's entrance, the faster his heart beat. The intense yearning for freedom was like the most potent stimulant, making his eyes shine brightly, his muscles tense, and his blood boil. Just as he was stepping off the stairs, the silence in the hallway was suddenly broken by the sound of a lighter clicking. A small flame lit up in the dark, illuminating a tiny cigarette butt. Yang Jiali held his breath. He saw Yi Ting leaning against the wall at the entrance, still wearing his black shirt and trousers from the day, his features sharp and distinct, his eyes deep and profound. With a sigh, Yi Ting said softly, "Baby, it's so late. Where are you planning to go?" Freedom was just one step away, but in the end, he failed. Yang Jiali's face turned pale rapidly, large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he was so scared that he forgot to blink. Yang Jiali was on the verge of tears. He rushed down recklessly, but his steps faltered and he missed a stair. He screamed in shock, crashing down onto the staircase. His vision blurred briefly, and he hugged his leg, moaning in pain. Cold sweat drenched his face, his features twisted in agony, and tears flowed from the pain. The footsteps behind him grew closer. Desperation burned inside him. Despite the searing pain in his leg, he forced himself to endure it. Like a fugitive, he scrambled and crawled towards the exit. The door was tightly closed. Yang Jiali didn't care about anything else. He used all his strength to bang on the door. He put every ounce of energy into it, his heart filled with panic and the fear of imminent capture, driving him into a frenzy. Like a wild beast trapped in a cage, he pounded on the door, crying and screaming desperately. With his forceful efforts, the door finally cracked open. Outside stood 3 expressionless bodyguards in suits and leather shoes, who called out, "Good evening, Mr. Yang." Yang Jiali's body stiffened, as if his soul had been sucked out, leaving him completely deflated. Yi Ting, unbeknownst to Wen, had stopped walking and was watching him from the corridor not far away. Yang Jiali, in a rush of emotion, tried to break past the bodyguards, but his 2 fists were no match for their 6. The bodyguards quickly blocked him inside. Yang Jiali burst into tears, clutching at the sleeve of one of the bodyguards. "Big brother, please let me go. I'm begging you, big brother." From a distance, Yi Ting watched him, feeling a sharp thorn piercing his heart, the unceasing flow of blood carrying a strong tang of sourness and heartache, along with a variety of complicated and indescribable emotions. It struck his entire body like an electric current, nearly knocking him off balance. The hand holding the cigarette trembled violently as Yi Ting carried Yang Jiali upstairs. Overwhelmed by intense emotions, Yang Jiali's already burdened heart collapsed like a dam, unleashing torrents of pent-up emotions that left him gasping for breath. His chest heaved with each breath, his sobs mixed with choked whimpers. Despite his chest's violent rising and falling and the desolate cries escaping his throat, he was still carried upstairs. Lying on the bed, Yang Jiali had no strength left in his body, as if his soul had been drained, lifeless and motionless. Yi Ting sat by the bed, his eyes bloodshot. He went to the cabinet, poured a cup of hot water, tore open a sachet of antidepressant and sedative granules, and mixed them well. Yi Ting blew on the steaming medicinal liquid, took a small sip, his atoms apple-bobbing slightly, then said it wasn't too hot, the temperature was just right. "Be good, open your mouth and drink the medicine, then I'll treat your wound." Yang Jiali stared blankly ahead, his lips unmoving. Yi Ting's phone started to ring, a call was coming in. "Did you get the license plate number?" he asked the person on the other end. "Did you note it down?" But these words scared Yang Jiali pale with shock. You've had someone waiting at the door all this time. You want to?" With a bitter smile, Yi Ting curved his lips. "Rest assured, I can't bear to do anything to you. I only despise those who try to take you away." Without saying anything more, he picked up the medicinal liquid that had cooled off significantly. Immediately, Yang Jiali took the liquid and gulped it down, the sound echoing in his throat, the brownish medicine trickling down from the corner of his mouth. After finishing, he held up the empty bowl, saying, "One drank it, I drank it all." Yi Ting put the bowl aside, lost in thought. Yang Jiali assumed he was still intent on investigating further. The ruthless decisiveness Yi Ting showed when dealing with Wang Yang rose in his mind, stirring up fear and anxiety. He stumbled to Yi Ting's side. His arms trembling, he wrapped them around Yi Ting's waist and rested his head on his chest. "Don't look into it anymore, Yi Ting. Let's just leave it at that." Yi Ting lifted Yang Jiali's head and looked into his reddened eyes. Yang Jiali was trapped in Yi Ting's embrace, his breathing ragged and restless. Yi Ting lifted Yang Jiali's chin with his fingers, sighed, and asked, "Baby, then answer me, are you still going to run away?" Yang Jiali was speechless. The words stuck in his throat. After a while, he closed his eyes, his voice trembling with a thick bitterness and resignation. "If I stand up, can you let me go?" Yi Ting didn't answer, silently taking a medical kit from the cabinet, pulling out iodine and band-aids. He gently treated Yang Jiali's bruises and scrapes from tumbling down the stairs. The cool iodine on the raw, red skin made Yang Jiali flinch. Yi Ting immediately grew anxious, propped Yang Jiali's leg on his own, and blew gently and evenly before continuing to apply the medicine. Yang Jiali opened his eyes slightly and asked hoarsely, "How long do you plan to keep me?" He pulled Yang Jiali closer and pecked his lips. "I'm not keeping you." With dim eyes, Yang Jiali said, "You had it all planned, didn't you? From the moment you returned to the country. Disbanding the team, making me in debt, forcing me to live with you. You've played so many tricks just to drag me back by your side, to turn me into one of your playthings." Seeing Yang Jiali's despondent and dismal state and thinking of his illness, Yi Ting couldn't harden his heart. He pulled Yang Jiali into his embrace and said softly, "You're not a plaything. You're my treasure." Yang Jiali's eyes brimmed with bloodshot veins, his gaze drifting. "Yi Ting, we clearly agreed to break up under that rowan tree. I haven't forgotten, and you shouldn't have either. What's the point of clinging onto me like a mad dog now? At the beginning, the reasons that led to our breakup, how many of them are still unresolved? Count them yourself." Yang Jiali's heart trembled, she tilted her head. "We have already broken up for 5 years. Whatever should be over, is over." Upon hearing this, Yi Ting's eyes suddenly became gloomy. He hooked his lips, touched Yang Jiali's face, and said, "If I say it's not over, it will never be over." Yang Jiali was speechless, her words stuck in her throat. Yi Ting brought the topic back, and in a low voice said, "So answer me, are you still running away or not?" Yang Jiali turned her head away, silent. She has a straightforward personality and can't lie. Whenever she tries to lie, she gives herself away. But she couldn't say this out loud. Yang Jiali chose to remain silent. Yi Ting observed her reaction, his gaze deepening. He suddenly said, "I can make people stop chasing the car that helped you escape and call them off." Yang Jiali was shaken, looking at Yi Ting in surprise. After struggling internally for a while, she ultimately did not want to implicate Brother Hai and the driver he sent to help her escape. Biting her lip, she reached out and hugged Yi Ting's neck, adopting an extremely intimate posture. He carried Yang Jiali into his bedroom and placed her on the spacious double bed. He tucked her in without saying anything and closed his eyes. Until dawn, Yang Jiali was playing with Ah Fu, while in her mind she went over the events of last night again, quietly pondering how Yi Ting could have guessed that she was planning to run away, and had been waiting at the entrance early in the morning. She was so deep in thought that she didn't notice the doorbell ringing several times. When she finally snapped back to reality, she quickly put down Ah Fu, went to the door, and opened it. Outside stood a somewhat familiar young man with short hair, round eyes, and a youthful look that couldn't be hidden. Seeing that it was Yang Jiali, the young man scratched his head and asked somewhat embarrassedly, "Excuse me, is Yi Ting, who lives here, in? I just wanted to ask him something." The boy became shy again, his clean face suddenly flushed. "Do you still want to rent my room? I can move out. I'm a bit tight on money lately." Yang Jiali blinked, noticing that the Patek Philippe watch on the boy's hand was gone. Just then, the door opened, and Yi Ting dressed in a black shirt and slacks entered with a briefcase. When he saw the scene inside, Yi Ting's eyes darkened further. He approached Yang Jiali with a cold face, not saying a word, grabbed his arm and silently pulled him onto the couch. He asked Lan Tian what he was doing here. Lan Tian coughed, "I just wanted to ask you if you're still renting my room? I'm a bit short on money lately." Yi Ting crossed his legs, uninterested. "You can leave now." Before Lan Tian could speak again, Yi Ting's gaze shifted to Yang Jiali, noticing his opened neckline and the cool breeze passing through. Yi Ting frowned, looking around the room. "Where's the caretaker?"
The nurse was frowning beside him. Lan Tian's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He had just been wondering, what if the house can't be rented out? How should I raise money? Yi Ting's words gave him an idea. He carefully raised his hand. Yi Ting glanced at him coldly, always finding him annoying. Lan Tian whispered, "Mr. Yi, are you thinking of hiring a caregiver for Yan Yan?" Lan Tian swallowed nervously and chuckled sheepishly. "If you're considering hiring a new caregiver, do you think I'd be suitable?" Yi Ting's expression darkened, and he rejected him without hesitation, leaving no room for negotiation. Yang Jiali watched the scene and suddenly spoke up. "Yi Ting, my throat feels rough." His voice softened. "What's wrong? Why am I speaking?" Yang Jiali glanced at Lan Tian and suggested, "Let him be my caregiver." Yi Ting sighed, "I'll find you a professional who can take better care of you." "Be obedient." Lan Tian hurriedly clung to the doorframe. "Mr. Yi," Yi Ting's hand on the doorknob, his gaze cold and indifferent. "Anything else?" Yang agreed to have me as his caregiver, Lan Tian muttered quietly, why are you still being stubborn? Lan Tian seized the last opportunity to defend himself, but Yang and I really hit it off. It's only been an afternoon, and I'm already close to him. Yi Ting's gaze suddenly grew colder, and with a sneer, he said, that makes it even worse. After speaking, he slammed the door shut. Yi Ting said nothing, took a shower, and came out wrapped in a towel, his muscular chest covered in water droplets. Yang Jiali instantly shifted his body toward the wall. Yi Ting, displeased, asked, just because I won't let that person be your caregiver, you're going to be mad at me? Yang Jiali was forcibly held in Yi Ting's arms and couldn't break free. He simply gave up struggling, using one hand to push against Yi Ting's chest to keep some distance. He also lowered his voice, I just want to be in control. Can't I hire someone to my liking? Yi Ting sighed, baby, I said he. I don't want a cold and indifferent caregiver, Yang Jelly interrupted Yi Ting, cutting him off mid-sentence. He looked into Yi Ting's dark eyes with a bitter smile and said, you've already locked me up. I'm locked in this cage all day long. I finally made a good friend, can't I be happy for a moment? Yi Ting pressed his lips together without speaking, looking deeply at Yang Jelly. Yang Jelly's heart skipped a beat. Yi Ting said, I'll investigate his background first. Once I'm sure there's no problem, I'll bring him over. Yang Jelly didn't want to fail at the last moment. He hesitated for a few seconds, thinking that sleep is sleep no matter how it happens, so he didn't resist and let Yi Ting embrace him. Yi Ting pressed against the top of his head and said softly, it would be nice if you always listened like this. Yang Jelly didn't speak. In the pitch-black night, his eyes seemed deeper, as if hiding something. In Yi Ting's company, Lan Tian's features were too distinctive. The assistant didn't have to put in much effort to thoroughly investigate Lan Tian's background. The findings were surprising. Yi Ting held the documents handed over by the assistant, sitting in his executive chair with his legs crossed, flipping through page after page with an expressionless face. Finally, he closed the documents and smiled, as expected, he's not simple. After a while, he casually said, this Lan Tian probably won't stay for long either. The assistant quickly replied, Mr. Lan ran away from home for some unknown reason. His family is apparently coming here to fetch him soon. It seems Mr. Lan will be taken back in no time. Yi Ting nodded, letting his assistant leave. Squinting at the bright daylight outside, he thought it was a place he couldn't stay for long. But since Yang Jia insisted so much, he would agree this time. The scene shifts to Yang Jia's small room. Lan Tian was cooking in the kitchen, almost blowing it up. Yang Jia said quietly, I have hands and feet, I can take care of myself. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lan Tian said, Mr. Yi asked me to take care of you, but I haven't done anything all these days. I'm still getting paid, which feels quite awkward. Eventually, it was Yang Jia who made breakfast. Taking advantage of Yi Ting's absence, he curiously asked Yang Jia, Yang, what exactly is your relationship with Mr. Yi? Yang Jia laughed at himself, I'm a pet he keeps in a cage. Seeing Yang Jia a bit unhappy, Lan Tian made a funny face trying to cheer him up. Suddenly, Yang Jia lowered his voice and his gaze deepened, I need your help with something. Lan Tian asked, what is it? Yang Jia half opened his eyelids and glanced around the room filled with hidden cameras, whispering mysteriously, come here. The scene shifts to Lan Tian taking Yang Jia to a restaurant, looking around cautiously as if in a spy movie. Yang Jia said helplessly, isn't this too nervous? Lan Tian, holding his racing heart, said with widened eyes, how can I not be nervous? Mr. Ye's wrath might be lurking in any corner watching us. I managed to cover for you and bring you out. Make sure your mask is on tight. Follow me. Lan Tian watched Yang Jia go inside in relief. He looked around, confirming there were no suspicious figures before feeling at ease. Yang Jia entered the private room, and Jia Shanghai was already sitting inside, not wearing a suit today. Dressed simply in a gray jacket paired with dark black pants, he looked far less uptight and abstinent than usual, appearing younger and much gentler. Yang Jelly felt quite embarrassed, his face flushing as he replied, I'm really sorry for putting Haigo through so much trouble to arrange this, and yet I couldn't escape. It was a wasted opportunity. It's not your fault. Yi Ting's thinking is too meticulous. He had seen through it all along but acted as if nothing was amiss, secretly arranging everything. It's no wonder you couldn't escape. Jia Shanghai adjusted his glasses, his eyes deep. So, you really hate him that much? He lowered his head in silence for a long while before murmuring, Haigo, nobody wants to be someone else's pet. Yi Ting is too obsessive and calculating. His attitude towards me is more about unwillingness, so he wants to capture me back, confining me within his control. Right now, he still has some feelings for me, but if one day he's completely satisfied, then what would happen to me, a toy he's finally tired of? Yang Jelly thought of the scene where Wang Yang was forced to bow, and shuddered. Zhao Shanghai nonchalantly sipped his tea, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly as if contemplating something. After a while, he put down the teacup and asked softly, "If you're given another chance, would you plan to escape again?" Yang Jelly's eyes lit up, and he nodded without hesitation. Lan Tian found a small table by the window downstairs. and asked the waiter to serve him a large glass of iced cola. Previously at home, Ruan Yanting, who was only 5 years and 7 months older than him, would manage him daily just like his father. He wouldn't allow him to drink even a sip more. Now that he slipped away, with the sky high and the emperor far away, who else is there? Lan Tian bit down on his straw, his eyes wide as he held his breath, ready to guzzle down. Looking up, he saw a man and a woman walking by not far away. Seeing that man, Lan Tian's little face turned pale as if frightened, and he shrank back into a corner. Hiding in the corner, Lan Tian watched the man, his eyes filled with shock, thinking it's really a case of speak of the devil. Rubbing his eyes, he only saw Ruan Yanting, who didn't notice him, but instead nodded and smiled lightly at the woman beside him. The woman clasped Ruan Yanting's arm, and he did not refuse. He even took off his suit jacket, considerately covering the woman with it as if afraid she would get cold. Since childhood, Ruan Yanting had always been like his older brother, but now seeing Ruan Yanting having been with him and then turning to mingle with a beautiful woman, Lan Tian felt a fire brewing in his heart, clenching his fists in secret. Lan Tian took Yang Jelly back home. As soon as he opened the door, Yang Jelly saw Yiting, who was sitting imposingly on the sofa. Hearing the door open, Yiting looked up from his documents and asked indifferently, "I heard Lan Tian took you out today. Where did you go?" Yang Jelly paused while placing his keys, calmly responding, "I was feeling stuffy, so he just took me out for a couple of rounds." "Is that so?" Yiting hooked his lips slightly. "Baby, you must not lie to me. Lying to me will be punished." Yang Jelly felt a tightness in his chest and hurried into the bedroom. Before going to bed at night, it was set to watch a quite healing movie together. Yiting pulled Yang Jelly over more gently, his tone much softer. "The medication and treatment these days seem to be working well. You look much more spirited than before, not sick every day. Looking quite good." Yang Jelly didn't say a word. "I couldn't help asking Yiting, what would you do if one day I left you?" Without thinking, Yiting replied, "That day will never come." Yang Jia was not convinced. What if it really happens? Yiting's eyes suddenly darkened. He grabbed Yang Jia's chin somewhat displeased, and said, "Your thoughts are starting to wander again." Yiting's eyes were like a melancholic wolf's. "Baby, my patience has limits," he said. "I've told you, as long as you stay by my side, I can give you everything. If you keep being naughty, I will have to use some methods to make sure you can't leave me." Yang Jia turned his head. "You say you care about me, but you just want to confine me in the house." Yiting's eyes darkened, and he suddenly smiled. "Confining you is to let you recuperate. If I really didn't care about you, why would I go through all this trouble? I would just cut off all your contacts with the outside world and drive away anyone who might help you escape. I would chain you to the bed with a thin iron chain, and you wouldn't be able to go anywhere. I want you to only have eyes and heart for me. I would be with you every day until your body can't be without me." Yiting touched Yang Jia's face, his smile deepening. "This is what it means to treat you like a pet. Baby, you should be satisfied. I would never want to use these methods on you. Don't say those things that annoy me anymore. Can't we just live well together?" Yang Jia widened his eyes, and after a long moment, he barely squeezed out a sentence, "You're crazy." Yiting hummed indifferently, "Then you are the antidote." Suddenly the atmosphere changed, and Yiting's kissing did not stop. Moving slowly up Yang Jia's neck to his earlobe and ear, Yang Jia shuddered as he realized Yiting's intent. He panicked and quickly pushed him away. Yiting kissed Yang Jia's cheek and sighed, "When and how will you be willing to open up your heart and body to me? We are supposed to spend a lifetime together. How long do you plan to keep running away?" Yang Jelly closed his eyes, his teeth clattering, feeling something amiss. Lan Tian has been acting as if he's hiding something these past few days. Yang Jelly was busy revising the songs he wrote before, and when he looked up, he saw Lan Tian staring out the window soullessly, still holding the milk pouring gesture. The milk had already overflowed the cup and was dripping onto the floor from the coffee table. Yang Jelly coughed loudly, snapping Lan Tian back to reality. Seeing the spilled milk, Lan Tian stuck out his tongue and hurriedly started cleaning up. Yang Jelly sighed, "What's been wrong with you lately? Ever since we came back from the restaurant, you've seemed out of sorts." Lan Tian shook his head, "I'm fine, I'm really good, and quite happy actually." Yang Jelly smirked and shook his head, then suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Avoiding further discussion, Lan Tian got up. "I'll get the door." He walked to the door and pressed the handle to see a tall, handsome man standing outside, with striking eyebrows and piercing eyes. The moment Lan Tian saw this man, his mind buzzed and he squeezed out 3 words between his teeth. Ruan Yanting. He merely smiled faintly. He reached out and touched Lan Tian's cheek, smiling. Had enough of your runaway game? You've been out for so long, isn't it time to come back with me? Lan Tian cursed. What runaway game? I'm serious here. Ruan Yanting casually hummed, all right, if you say it's serious, then it's serious. So now, isn't it time to come back with me? Where are your things? I'll help you carry them down. Lan Tian blocked the doorway. Who said I'm going back with you? Ruan Yanting's face stiffened, looking somewhat stern. Lan Tian, stop making a fuss and throwing a tantrum. Upon hearing this, Lan Tian got furious. He raised his hand, intending to punch Ruan Yanting. Lan Tian cursed fiercely, thinking you can threaten me here? You think I still want to go back with you? I've treated you like a brother for 20 years, and you dare screw me over? Unfortunately, his hand was caught by Ruan Yanting, who sighed, I'll take care of explaining things to your uncle and aunt. Lan Tian wasn't done cursing yet. Even if he couldn't move his feet, he still had his words. Retracting 10,000 steps, fine, you screwed me over, but then you go off mingling with women? Do you even have a conscience? Ruan Yanting immediately laughed, a layer of dazzling light emerging in his eyes. Are you jealous? Lan Tian forcefully broke free from Ruan Yanting's grip. Lan Tian forcefully broke free from Ruan Yanting's control and snorted coldly, I should never have believed your nonsense. Now I see, you've never had good intentions since we were kids, shamelessly waiting with your eyes wide open. With a bang, the door was shut. Ruan Yanting, standing at the door, couldn't help but laugh. Looking at the closed door, he shook his head with a smile, well, let's give you a couple more days to play. After Ruan Yanting left, Lan Tian was by Yang Jelly's side, munching on a French chocolate bar. Seeing the 2 bags about to burst, Yang Jelly commented, this isn't running away from home. You're just a young master tired of luxurious life, coming out to experience life. Lan Tian wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth, snorted, and said, look who's talking. I see everything. Mr. Yi treats you really well, doesn't he? He's pretty good to you too. Yang Jelly gave it a thought, then calmly replied, it's different, but didn't elaborate further. Can you return home with peace of mind after getting tired of playing outside? Back to that person? Lan Tian was left speechless by the question. But I'd rather not have days like these. I'd rather go out and do hard labor, wanting to escape far away. Lan Tian cautiously asked, you don't like Mr. Yi anymore? Yang Jelly nodded, then shook his head, smiling, I dare not like him anymore. Just then, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock was heard at the door. Yi Ting heard everything. When Yi Ting entered the room, his expression was very calm, as if he hadn't heard anything. Yang Jelly saw him enter and immediately shut up, saying nothing more. Lan Tian even directly covered his mouth forcefully. After Lan Tian left, the atmosphere in the whole house became solemn when Yi Ting came back. Yi Ting's voice had a hint of gritting teeth. You've changed, becoming ungrateful. Yang Jelly sensed extreme danger from Yi Ting's tone. Yi Ting said, baby, I like everything about you, but there's one thing I really hate. Yi Ting held the person tightly, sneering, haven't I been good enough to you? How many times have I told you, as long as you stay by my side, nothing will happen. Yang Jelly looked into Yi Ting's eyes. He always felt like he was now a beast on the edge of rage. Yang Jelly didn't say a word, tightly pressing his lips together. Yi Ting lifted Yang Jelly and placed him on the table. His gaze was burning hot. You'd rather go out and do hard labor to escape far away, and you don't want to like me anymore. Your repeated rejections don't anger me as much as this sentence. With that, he pulled down Yang Jelly's pants. Yi Ting kissed Yang Jelly forcefully and said, Yang, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me you still like me. This sentence was nonsense. As long as you say it, I'll believe you and treat you very well from now on. Yi Ting's grip tightened, anxious yet restrained. Don't throw a tantrum, speak up. Yang Jelly looked deeply at Yi Ting and said word by word, I never lie. Yi Ting hesitated for a few seconds, slowly released his hand, then closed his eyes, curved his lips, and said with a smile, good, very good. When we broke up after graduation, you told me that you were always anxious and uneasy because there were too many uncertainties and unstable factors between us. After the breakup, I went to the United States, seized power, and made myself strong quickly. Once I had enough leverage, I immediately transferred back to the country with the aim of bringing you back. After learning that you had depression, I did feel guilty for the hardships you endured over the years. I understood your helplessness and tried to empathize with you. But after bringing you back, Yang Yang, I genuinely didn't know what to do next. Yi Ting's eyes were filled with intense suppression. You're always resisting me. That thought of escaping in your head never seems to rest. You used to love being close to me, but now no matter how I try to care for you, it never works. It's really frustrating. Yang Jelly's Adam's apple moved. You don't treat me like a person. The way you're treating me now is both obsessive and distorted. You've changed so much since college. Now, I only find you terrifying and dangerous, making me just want to escape. Yi Ting smiled, nodded, and said, since you put it that way, fine. He lifted Yang Jelly's chin. You might be disappointed to hear this, but I won't let go. I must have your body and mind and will make you unable to leave me. Your mental state needs treatment now, so I will get the best experts to develop the optimal plan and provide you with the best care to restore your mental health. For now, I won't force you to have feelings for me. Before that, Yi Ting took a deep breath and said with a smile, baby, I'll start with your body first. Yi Ting thought about the last time, when he forced Yang Jelly to submit both physically and mentally by handcuffing him to the bed. The expression on Yang Jelly's face was agonizing and repressed, and Yi Ting himself didn't feel much better either. He had taken possession of the person. Yang Jelly's body was right under him, unable to escape, unable to leave. Yang Jelly's pleasure or pain was all under his control. But even so, he still felt very distant from him. Yang Jelly turned his face, constantly struggling, trying to escape from Yi Ting's grip on his hands, with madness surging in his eyes. Capturing Yang Jelly's body or heart became an obsession that Yi Ting couldn't get rid of. Like the intertwined roots of a giant tree, difficult to separate. From the moment he was transferred back from abroad, Yi Ting was determined to bring Yang Jelly back. Until now, he has followed his plan, using tactics to bind Yang Jelly close to him. But every day, Yang Jelly thinks about how to escape from him, and says he doesn't want to love him anymore. He seemed to feel that he had already controlled everything about Yang Jelly, but in a daze, it seemed like he hadn't obtained either Yang Jelly's body or heart. He could remain rational and calm in dealing with business affairs, and stay composed when facing various troublesome competitors. But when it came to matters involving Yang Jelly, it could always cause his emotions to fluctuate intensely. He had set the trap to capture Yang Jelly for too long. If he still couldn't obtain him, Yi Ting felt he would become anxious and obsessed, even possibly doing something crazier. Even doing crazier things, Yang Jelly was pinned down by Yi Ting, his face was mostly flushed. Yi Ting looked at his furrowed brows and coaxed, baby, why won't you accept me now? Yang Jelly tightened the bedsheet, his voice laced with reluctance, I don't want a mad dog. Yi Ting's prominent Adam's apple moved, his eyes filled with desire and frustration. He stared at Yang Jelly's evasive eyes, I haven't taken a deep breath yet to say the answer. Baby, say you still like me. Let's stop here today, no more going forward. Yang Jelly clenched his fists, tilting his head back, refusing to speak. Yi Ting seemed anxious, emphasizing his tone, say something. Yang Jelly scowled, his chest heaving. Yi Ting waited for a long time, seemingly disappointed. He silently grabbed Yang Jelly's wrist, leaning down. Yang Jelly felt his burning breath, knowing he was serious now. Instantly panicking, he pressed his palm against Yi Ting's chest and said, give me a week. Yi Ting squinted his eyes. Yang Jelly said, give me a week to prepare. I can't accept you the way you are now. Yi Ting bit Yang Jelly's lips, his fingers caressing his chin, he sighed, give you a week. Will you be willing to say that word, or willing to sleep with me? Yang Jelly thought to himself, neither if you, this mad dog, don't change your ways, I won't be willing any day. But Yi Ting was in a frenzy, Yang Jelly didn't want to enrage him further, so he vaguely said, I'll think about it. Yi Ting gazed deeply at Yang Jelly, and after a moment, he slowly released Yang Jelly's hand, his voice hoarse, don't let me down. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to force anything. Yi Ting went to the restroom to sort himself out. That night, Yang Jelly was locked in Yi Ting's embrace. Yi Ting had already fallen asleep, but Yang lay awake, thinking a lot. The next morning after breakfast, Yi Ting dressed as usual in a suit and tie. Just as Yang Jelly was about to go back to his room for more sleep, Yi Ting held him back, come to the company with me today. Yang Jelly didn't want to go, but Yi Ting, having given in last night on matters of intimacy, insisted today. He gripped Yang Jelly's hand, not allowing him to let go, it's too boring for you to stay at home alone. I can talk to the sky if I'm bored, Yang Jelly countered, but Yi Ting coldly smirked, that kid always tries to trick you into leaving me. I'll drive him away sooner or later. Yang Jelly was shocked, you wouldn't dare. Yi Ting just smiled, forcefully scooped him up around the waist, since I said starting with the body, from now on, I will keep you by my side as much as possible, getting you used to my presence and everything about me. Entering the company lobby, when it was time to go upstairs, Yang Jelly glanced at the elevator and unconsciously let go of Yi Ting's hand, walking towards the regular elevator. Yi Ting, observing this scene, suddenly remembered the past. To vent his frustration and to make Yang Jelly recognize their difference, forcing him to yield, he had once, in front of others, forced Yang Jelly out of the VIP elevator to take the regular one. Now, once again at the elevator with Yang Jelly, Yang no longer followed him passively but obediently stood in front of the regular elevator, understanding and aware of the bigger picture. Yet, Yi Ting felt an intense bitterness in his heart. He watched Yang Jelly standing at the elevator entrance, looking down at his phone, and without a word, he pulled him into the empty high-rise exclusive elevator. Yang Jelly coughed, "I'm not a senior executive." Yi Ting's jaw was tense, his breathing a bit rough. "If I tell you to sit, you sit." Yang Jelly hummed lightly, letting go and looked at the glowing screen beside him, and said as if mocking himself, "It was you who pushed me out with your own hands." Yi Ting felt as if his heart was fiercely poked. He suddenly felt a bit annoyed. Initially, to pressure Yang Jelly and force him back to his side, he said many hurtful things with a hardened heart. In front of others, he treated his Yang coldly. He had Yang Jelly pick a gift for Xiao Xia during his birthday, fully aware of how much Yang Jelly valued the opportunity to perform. With just one phone call, he dashed that hope. Now, Yang Jelly really has become wise to these matters, incredibly obedient. He took the regular elevator on his own initiative. Whether it was any birthday or festival, the hope for a surprise never appeared in his eyes again. After that chaotic performance, he never pleaded to participate in any performance again. It seemed like he pursued nothing anymore, except for freedom. The elevator slowly ascended. Whether it was too stuffy inside or emotions were surging, Yi Ting felt a momentary difficulty in breathing. When the elevator doors opened with a ding, Yi Ting tightened his grip on Yang Jelly's hand in his palm. With a hoarse voice, he said, "It won't happen again." Yang Jelly hadn't yet grasped the meaning of his words when Yi Ting took him into the office. Yi Ting was always very busy in the morning. Several regular meetings were already prepared, waiting for his arrival. He hurriedly organized the necessary meeting documents for review. He looked up and said, "Please review this, please review this." Yang Jelly was already nestled on the sofa in the resting area. Just then, the secretary came in with a stack of documents. "President Yi, the senior executive meeting starts at 9. After the meeting, regarding the Tianhai District investment project, several main investors will have a discussion with you. This is the material needed for the discussion. Please review it." Yi Ting rubbed his temples, frowning. "Who's coming today?" The secretary opened the work manual. President Wu from Hengxin, President Ruan from Taifeng Finance, President Zhao from Ronghai Entertainment. His body tensed for a moment. Yi Ting glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and waved the secretary out. He walked up to Yang Jelly, looking at him with a faint smile. "Baby, Zhao Shanghai will come over later." Yang Jelly's heart trembled slightly, but he maintained a calm facade. "Got it." Yi Ting's finger rested on Yang Jelly's lips, his eyes dark and deep as he asked, "Do you want to see him?" Yang Jelly thought, "Even if I wanted to see him, you crazy dog wouldn't let me." Sure enough, the next second, Yi Ting pulled Yang Jelly over and kissed him, laughing, "Even if you want to see him, I won't let you. He likes to meddle too much, always instigating things. I really don't like him now." Yi Ting patted Yang Jelly's face, "Don't trust him anymore. Stop believing him. Listen to me." Yang Jelly couldn't stand what he said about Hage. In a fit of anger, she retorted coldly, "I decide where I go. It's none of your business." Yi Ting squinted his eyes, his face darkening immediately. He forcibly pulled Yang Jelly into the lounge of the office, pressing her onto the bed. "You're tired and need rest. Have a good sleep here. I'll be back." Before closing the door and leaving the office, Yi Ting told the following bodyguards, "Keep a good watch over him. Don't let him run around." The bodyguards responded respectfully. Yi Ting headed to the meeting room. After an hour's routine meeting, he entered conference room A with his assistant. Yi Ting's capital involvement was too aggressive. In this Dahai district project, he wanted to carve out a significant slice of the benefits, which was not proceeding smoothly. Especially when Yi Ting proposed several terms clearly targeting Zhao Shanghai, Zhao's face turned even darker. When the meeting ended, Zhao Shanghai waited for Yi Ting to come out and said with a smirk, "Yi, your resentment against me is truly something a /." Yi Ting handed the meeting documents to his secretary and added dismissively, "Mr. Zhao, take good care of your own matters. You can't afford to mess with my people." Zhao Shanghai squinted, his smile gradually disappearing. The atmosphere was tense when suddenly, from the other side, a bodyguard shouted, Mr. Yang, Mr. Yi has instructions, Yiting's expression turned cold. He saw Yang Jelly running over, sweating and holding 3 cups of drinks. The bodyguard, perspiring nervously, said, Sorry, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yang insisted on going downstairs to buy bubble milk tea and barged out. We didn't dare to use force and couldn't stop him, Yi Ting gave them a cold glance and dismissed them. He looked at Yang Jelly, who was flushed from running, and said disapprovingly, Didn't I tell you to stay put and wait for me? Why are you so disobedient, Yang Jelly panted, I wanted to drink some bubble tea with milk and sago, He shook the cup in his hand, glanced at Zhao Shanghai, and said, Brother Hai has helped me a lot in the past. I've never been able to repay you and don't have much money. Since it's so cold, I'd like to buy you a cup of hot tea. Please don't mind, He handed the other cup to Zhao Shanghai. Before Zhao Shanghai could take it, Yetian snatched it away, with a somewhat unsettling smile. Let me see, Yetian inspected the cup that Yang Jelly had handed to Zhao Shanghai, holding it firmly in his palm. The cup was sealed with a lid, so nothing could be hidden inside. There was only a small label with the tea's name and price stuck on the body of the cup. There were no secret messages on the sides or bottom. It was very clean, but Yetian frowned, feeling something was off. Seeing Yetian's eyes fixed on the cup, Yang Jelly's throat felt dry as he took out the last cup of hot tea and handed it to Yetian. I bought you a cup too. Hearing this, Yetian raised an eyebrow and focused on Yang Jelly's hand. He was somewhat incredulous. You bought one for me, Yang Jelly said, drink it if you want to. In his life, Yetian had received countless luxurious and expensive things, and none had ever caused such a strange ripple in his heart. He looked again at the cup Yang Jelly had given to Zhao Shanghai but still couldn't see anything unusual. With great magnanimity, he handed it to Zhao Shanghai. The rightful owner gritted his teeth and smiled, don't let Yang Yang's kind gesture go to waste, and don't get any other ideas. Zhao Shanghai took the hot tea from Yang Jelly and left. Yetian's cold eyes watched as Zhao Shanghai departed. He then dragged Yang Jelly into the office. As soon as the office door closed, Yetian, as though provoked, acted high and mighty, pressing Yang Jelly with questions, are you so fond of that Zhao guy? As soon as I leave, you cozy up to him, don't you, Yang Jelly was extremely uncomfortable being stared at by Yetian. He turned his head away but was forcibly turned back by Yetian. Do you like him, Yang Jelly was angry. Nonsense. Yi Ting squinted and said with a cold smile, you'd better not have other intentions towards him, otherwise, I will not hold back. Yang, don't step on my bottom line, understand, Yang Jelly glanced sideways and said righteously, Haigu and I are just friends. I am grateful for all the help he gave me when I was in trouble, and he encouraged me many times. I just want to repay him, and a cup of hot tea is nothing. Besides, you know Haigu has a partner. Don't judge with your own thoughts. Yi Ting understood this point. Zhao Shanghai is not someone who would mess around outside, and his brother Xiaoyi wouldn't allow Zhao Shanghai to cheat either, even though Xiaoyi has recently hinted several times that he is tired of this family life and of Zhao Shanghai. But Yi Ting felt uncomfortable no matter what. Yang Jelly wished he could push him 3 meters away, yet he was still thinking and worrying about Haigu. Yi Ting gritted his teeth and asked, why is that Zhao guy a perfect gentleman in your heart, and no matter how well I treat you, I am just a mad dog you hate, isn't it? Yang Jelly's Adam's apple moved. At least he doesn't humiliate me in front of others, doesn't treat me as someone without dignity to play with at will, doesn't force me to the point of no return repeatedly, and certainly doesn't rape me. His eyes darted around, about to explode again. Yang Jelly didn't want to dwell on this topic any longer. He quickly raised the milk tea in his hand. I bought this for you, are you going to drink it or not? It's getting cold. If not, I'll throw it away. Yi Ting was stewing in anger. Seeing the tea handed over by Yang Jelly, the fire in his eyes inexplicably subsided a little. He cast a sideways glance at Yang Jelly. Yang Jelly inserted the straw and brought it to Yi Ting's mouth, maliciously saying, drink it now, and don't leave a single drop. Yi Ting was silent for a few seconds, thinking this was one of the few times Yang Jelly showed goodwill. It softened his heart, and he obediently sucked on the straw, like a ferocious beast suddenly petted smooth. Yang Jelly was really tired, she yawned and went into the break room, while Yi Ting sat back at his desk and busily dealt with company affairs. Zhao Shanghai held the cup of hot tea Yang Jelly had given him in his palm and scrutinized it. Earlier, when Yi Ting had snatched it to check, his gaze also lingered on it for a while. Yi Ting didn't notice anything unusual, and neither did he. However, a few days ago, he had met privately with Yang Jelly and had promised to leave with someone within half a month at this critical juncture. At this critical moment, Yang Jelly brought him a cup of inexplicable hot tea. It's definitely not a whim. Zhao Shanghai frowned and looked it over and over, but couldn't figure out the trick. Zhao Shanghai looked at the printed label on the cup. His gaze fixed on the label, his smile abruptly paused. One corner of the small label was not quite smooth and had some tiny creases, as if someone had picked at it. Zhao Shanghai used his finger to pick at those creases, slowly peeling the label off. He looked at the small black characters on the sticky side of the label and smiled again, whispering, "Really clever, quite clever indeed." Yiting felt that Yang Jelly had seemed to learn to behave in the past few days, unlike before when he wouldn't let him touch anyone. Now, he had learned to obey, snuggling obediently in his arms without much resistance. People who used to hate talking to him even for a day, now occasionally responded to his words. Although the reason behind Yang Jelly's newfound obedience needed further investigation, his closeness still made Yiting quite relieved. If Yang Jelly had been this obedient earlier, Yiting wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Coming out of the bathroom after a shower, Yiting dried his wet hair and sat next to Yang Jelly. Yang Jelly was half reclining on the bed looking at his phone, his face illuminated by the screen. Yiting leaned over and asked in a low voice, "What are you looking at?" Yang Jelly flicked the screen, a string of chat messages. Smelling the scent of male hormones on Yiting, Yang calmly said, "Chatting with Li Di and Lier. They are attending a gala as guests this Friday. They asked if I was going." Yiting immediately refused, "You're not allowed to go. I have inescapable social engagements that evening." Yang Jelly rolled his eyes and stood up, "Then you go busy yourself with your engagements, and I'll just go to my gala." Yiting squinted and was about to speak when Yang Jelly added, "Anyway, you've placed so many bodyguards around me all the time, don't think I don't know. My phone is also monitored by you. I have no privacy at all. What else can I do?" Yiting always felt uneasy. Yang Jelly's eyes rolled in a circle, he put down his phone and looked up at Yiting. Seeing his sheepish look made Yiting's heart soften. "What exactly do you want?" Yang Jelly took the initiative to lean closer to Yiting's neck. "I just want to see them. I've always dreamed that everyone would love the songs I write. Right now, I can't get on stage. I just want to see what it's like when Dilly and Airly sing on stage." Yiting's face tightened, he wanted to refuse, but the words caught in his throat. Looking at the longing in Yang Jelly's eyes, his voice became hoarse. He lowered his head and kissed him forcefully. Yiting pressed him down, his hands on either side of his body, their eyes locked. "Exactly 1 week since you last spoke to me," Yiting said hoarsely. Yang Jelly's heart trembled. The last time Yiting tried to advance on him, he managed to delay it with a stalling tactic. Indeed, a week had passed. Yiting moved closer, their noses almost touching. "Baby, have you decided to obey and let me have a taste, or just say you like me?" Yang Jelly stiffly turned his head, "I haven't decided. You have to decide sooner or later." Yiting sighed. "If you really want to go, fine, I'll let you go. But I'll also assign bodyguards to stay by your side and protect you at all times, understood?" Yang Jelly's eyes dimmed, and after a moment, he said indifferently, "Whatever." On that Friday, Yiting's social event started at 6 o'clock. Before leaving, Yiting watched Yang Jelly put on a new suit. Yiting's eyes brightened, and he smiled, "My baby is as handsome as ever." He tied Yang Jelly's bow tie and lingered, caressing his ear. In a magnetic voice, he whispered, "After you see them, come home early. I'll be waiting." Yiting added, "Baby, if you don't obey, I'll punish you. But if you keep being good, I'll treat you very, very well. Understand?" Yang Jelly's heart trembled. Yiting smiled and pointed to his lips, "I've let you go to the venue, shouldn't you show some gratitude?" He didn't say anything and obediently caught Yiting's muscular waist, took the initiative to kiss him on the lips. Yiting enjoyed it immensely, looking much happier, and hugged him tightly. Yang Jia went backstage first. Backstage, he saw Li Di and Lier changing clothes. Upon seeing Yang Jia, their eyes lit up. Lier rushed over for a bear hug, crying out, "Dear brother, your little brother has missed you so much." Before the hug could warm up, the bodyguard timely stepped forward to separate the two, warning Yang Jia in a low voice, "Mr. Yang, Mr. Yi wouldn't be pleased with you having intimate contacts with others." Yang Jia's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Li Di also came over, "Bro Yang, where have you been these days? You didn't come to see us." Yang Jia sniffed and said with a smile, "Isn't this me coming to see you guys?" The three of them chatted for a while. It was almost time for the show to start. Yang Jia took a deep breath, his eyes seemed to hold thousands of emotions. Yet he spoke calmly, "Do a good performance, including mine too." The stage lights came on, the audience lights went out, and it went dark. They sang a song Yang Jia wrote a long time ago. Back then, Yang Jia was quite fond of Japanese anime, and after watching a lot, he got a bit of a Chinibyo vibe. The song he wrote had a weirdly passionate feeling. Listening to Li Di and Li Er's voices, when they sang the line "Freedom is what our generation longs for forever," Yang Jia unconsciously curled his lips. He watched Li Di and Li Er come off the stage, his Adam's apple moved, and it seemed like a small flame was lit in his eyes. There were quite a few bodyguards around him. Yang Jia feigned a frown. First, he frantically said he forgot his medication and sent 2 bodyguards back to get it. In the end, only 2 dumb-looking burly men remained by his side. Yang Jia stood up nonchalantly and said, "I'm going to the restroom." The bodyguard wanted to follow him in. Yang Jia glared, stopping them. "Why would you follow inside at the very end of the whole floor? Moreover, this is the farthest end of the 3rd floor. Could I possibly fly away from here?" I could. Just like the bad habits I learned from Dog, Ting. Annoyed, Yang Jia continued, "Just wait at the door. I hate it when people watch me while I'm using the restroom. Don't I have any dignity?" After saying that, he slammed the door shut, blocking the 2 bodyguards outside, then he quietly locked the door, his heart pounding as if it was about to leap out of his throat. His heart was beating so fast it felt like it would jump out of his throat. He quickly walked to the innermost stall and from the toilet paper box, took out the sturdy rope that Zhao Shanghai had prepared in advance, tied it to the iron pipe, and made a dead knot. Yang Jelly threw the rope out, climbed out of the window, tightened the rope, and stepped on the small ledge, slowly descending. His palms were sweating profusely, his fingers trembling slightly, and his heart was pounding fast. 3rd floor, 2nd floor, 1st floor. Meter by meter down, Yang Jelly felt he had the potential to be a spy. With only a short distance left, he couldn't hold back and let go of the rope, jumping down with a dull thud. He patted the dust off his body, looked around cautiously, and seeing no one, immediately sprinted towards the back door. When he reached the back door, there was already a car parked inconspicuously in the shadows. A small lamp pendant hung from the exterior rearview mirror. Holding his breath, Yang Jelly sneaked to the car, opened the back door, and slipped inside. The driver, a middle-aged man, said nothing and directly stepped on the gas. The car took Yang Jelly to an office building in a development area. Pushing open the glass door, he rushed inside and opened an office door. Zhao Shanghai, holding a cup of coffee, stood by the floor-to-ceiling window with one hand in his suit pocket. Tall and upright, with a handsome and gentle demeanor, his elegant and serene aura was like a night breeze. The gold-rimmed glasses on his brow glowed faintly in the dim light. Hearing the door open, Zhao Shanghai turned around and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, you're free." Yang Jelly immediately felt a lump in her throat, quickly walked over and threw herself into Zhao Shanghai's arms. Her voice was muffled, "Brother Hai, thank you, thank you." Zhao Shanghai chuckled, looking slightly more relaxed. "The next car to pick you up will be here soon. Don't worry." At this moment, the phone rang, but it wasn't the driver on the other end, it was his assistant, sounding a bit panicked. "Mr. Zhao, President Yi from Guangwei Group is downstairs with some people. He wants to see you but doesn't have an appointment." Zhao Shanghai's smile immediately froze on his face. His expression turned incredulous, and even his voice changed. "Yi Ting is downstairs?" Yang Jelly's previously relaxed expression turned alarmed and horrified. "What?" Yang Jelly stammered nervously, "How did he catch up so quickly?" Zhao Shanghai shook his head, sweat forming on his forehead, unable to escape the shock. "Impossible, the driver is an expert, he wouldn't be easily followed and exposed. And even if Yi Ting immediately contacted the authorities to check the surveillance and find the route, he couldn't have made it here so quickly." He glanced at Yang Jelly's impeccably tailored suit. Suddenly, he noticed something. "Is this suit new?" Yang Jelly tugged at her clothes. "Did you buy this?" Yang Jelly shook her head. "I can't afford such a luxurious brand." "It was Yi Ting who." Yang Jelly's eyes suddenly widened, her whole body covered in goosebumps as if she had caught onto something crucial. Zhao Shanghai's voice turned cold and urgent, "Take off the suit." "Let me see." Yang Jelly quickly took off her jacket. Zhao Shanghai searched the pockets thoroughly until a small item suddenly fell out. He grabbed a tiny, card-thin black piece. Zhao Shanghai sneered, gritting his teeth, "A micro GPS tracker." Yang Jelly looked at the object, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. In a daze, a jumble of thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Suddenly, everything became clear to him. He and Zhao Shanghai had not controlled the situation. Yi Ting had always been the most astute hunter. Yang Jelly's body stiffened, and large beads of sweat dropped to the ground. Zhao Shanghai stared intently at the micro-tracker in his hand, suppressing his shock with the last bit of calmness and started thinking. Suddenly, it seemed he grasped something, his eyes fiercely sharpened. He grabbed Yang Jelly and pointed towards the direction of the break room. There's a small storage closet behind the cabinets in the break room. Go hide there and don't make a sound. Hurry! In this critical moment, Yang Jelly didn't dawdle and sprinted into the break room. As he watched the door of the break room close, Zhao Shanghai took a deep breath. Trying to remain calm, he pressed the button on the internal phone. Assistant Wang, come here for a moment. Assistant Wang quickly responded and entered. Zhao Shanghai patted his shoulder, smiling. Could you help me buy 2 cups of black coffee from the shop 2 streets away? When you go downstairs later, make sure not to use the stairs. Take the elevator. Zhao Shanghai's fingers pinched the edge of Assistant Wang's suit pocket. With a flick of his fingers, the micro-tracker silently fell into the pocket. Slow down your pace when you're in the company. Once you're out, run for it. Got it? Shortly after Assistant Wang left, the office door was slammed open. Yi Ting entered with a grim face, followed by several bodyguards. His eyes were piercingly cold, like a fierce beast smelling blood, ready to reveal its sharp fangs at the brink of explosion. Unintimidated, Zhao Shanghai met Yi Ting's gaze and smiled. Director Yi, long time no see. Yi Ting slowly walked up to Zhao Shanghai, smiled, and then fiercely grabbed Zhao Shanghai's tie. His voice was chillingly cold, instilling fear. Zhao Shanghai, I've warned you before. Stay away from my treasure. If you don't heed my advice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhao Shanghai frowned, forcing himself to appear calm. Your precious, Yang Jelly? I don't know. Yi Ting chuckled dismissively, loosening Zhao Shanghai's tie. Still playing dumb with me at this time? He paced the office coldly. You have more spine than I thought. I just wonder, if I catch the person hiding here, will you still have the guts to talk to me like this? His smile turned cold, waving his hand. What are you standing there for? Go search. Zhao Shanghai was furious, slamming the desk. This is my office, Yi Ting. Yi Ting curved his lips, unbothered. A glance caught the tightly shut door of the resting room. Striding to the resting room, he opened the door. The room was dark, the lights off. Yi Ting first opened the wardrobe. Not seeing anyone, he squinted his eyes, then quickly turned to throw back the quilt on the bed. No one was hiding underneath. A bodyguard rushed in, whispering, Mr. Yi, we didn't find Mr. Yang. Yi Ting paused, his voice sounding as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Are you sure? Just then, another bodyguard hurried in, handing over a glowing tablet. Mr. Yi, look, Mr. Yang's location has changed. Yi Ting's eyes sharpened. Yi Ting's eyes turned sharper as he glanced at the real-time location. Yi Ting sneered and said no wonder he was so confident. It turned out he let the person go again. He smashed the wall hard and led his men downstairs to catch him. Before leaving Zhao Shanghai's office, Yi Ting suddenly turned around. In the empty and dimly lit office, Yi Ting stared at Zhao Shanghai with a cold and deep gaze, issuing a ruthless warning. Even Zhao Shanghai, who was usually so composed, felt like he was plunged into icy water in February when stared at by Yi Ting's terrifying eyes. His legs felt weak, and he was cold all over. Zhao Shanghai stood in place until he could no longer hear those footsteps. He then hurried to the door of the restroom and opened the small storage nook. Yang Jelly was curled up inside like a kitten, silent, holding his breath until his face turned red. As soon as he breathed in the fresh air, he took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling heavily. He's gone. Without time to say more, Zhao Shanghai pulled him out and hurriedly stuffed a few things into his hands, his eyes flashing with urgency. You only have a few minutes. Go through the hallway and take the freight elevator down to the basement level. There's a car waiting for you at the back door. Don't ask any questions, someone will take you to a safe place once you're in the car. Zhao Shanghai didn't give Yang Jelly a chance to hesitate, pushing him out forcefully. Go! Yang Jelly knew he couldn't afford to dawdle at this moment. If he failed to escape this time, both he and Zhao Shanghai would be torn apart by this mad dog Yi Ting. Grabbing his things and wrapping himself in his coat, Yang Jelly didn't waste a second and got into the freight elevator. Assistant Wang took the coffee from the waitress's hand, neatly placing the 2 cups in a bag, humming a tune as he walked out the door. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind him, but Assistant Wang paid no mind. A sudden force from behind knocked him down like a dog eating dirt. Assistant Wang cried out in panic, Who are you? What are you doing? The bodyguards who had caught up were dumbfounded to find that this person wasn't Yang Jelly. Yi Ting arrived a few seconds later. Seeing Assistant Wang's face, he instantly understood everything. Zhao Shanghai had played a trick right under his nose, pulling off a switcheroo, a diversion tactic. Yang Jelly quietly made his way to the basement, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Finding no sign of Yi Ting's men, he bolted toward the back door where a car was parked, its rear door ajar. His eyes lit up as he dived into the back seat and slammed the door closed. The driver, with a voice deep as a drum, sat in front. Mr. Yang, Yang Jelly panted, "It's me." The driver, half his face shrouded in darkness, smiled and told him to buckle up, only to encounter Yi Ting, who had just returned. Yang Jelly could only cover his head, use his hat to hide his face, and pray he wouldn't be seen. He later realized his shirt was soaked through with sweat, sticky and damp. Swallowing dryly, he tried to speak but found himself too exhausted and weak. A sly smile crept on his lips, he was no longer a pet. Yi Ting forcefully pushed open Zhao Shanghai's office door. Zhao, in a slender, self-colored shirt, neatly adjusted his collar and tie. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses were a pair of shrewd, handsome eyes, twinkling with a hint of amusement. "Why are you back, Mr. Yi?" he said half calmly, half smiling. "I'm not hiding anyone here." Yi Ting strode towards Zhao Shanghai, loosening his black tie. Before Zhao could speak, Yi Ting chuckled. With a fierce fist, Yi Ting punched Zhao Shanghai straight in the face without warning. Caught off guard, Zhao stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. His gold-rimmed glasses flew off due to the force of the punch and landed on the ground. Zhao looked up, his eyes quickly filling with anger. Yi Ting, radiating an aura of intense aggression, stood before a steadying Zhao, ready to land another punch. Gripping Zhao Shanghai's collar tightly, Yi Ting's eyes reddened with fury, resembling an enraged beast. Zhao got the feeling that, in that moment, Yi Ting might genuinely have harbored the intent to kill. "No wonder Yang Jelly is so desperate to escape from you," Zhao said, his eyes coldly amused. "You're indeed nothing more than a mad dog that knows only how to bite." Zhao Shanghai, as if aiming at a moment when Yi Ting's guard was down, suddenly threw punches back, striking Yi Ting's cheek with knuckles cracking loudly. "Zhao Shanghai, you're courting death." Both being prominent bosses, they wrestled, with their bodyguards surrounding them, staring dumbfounded at their bosses fighting Zhao Shanghai. Yi Ting's gaze remained cold as ice. "Ferocious Zhao Shanghai, remember well what you have done. Daring to snatch my treasure from my hands, you better be prepared." After saying that, Yi Ting turned his head, and "Mr. Zhao, you may leave." Picking up his gold-rimmed glasses from the ground, Zhao Shanghai wiped the dust off them and put them back on. After the brief storm, his eyes returned to being calm and rational. Even if Yi Ting is brutal, it's still uncertain whether he can really chew through this tough bone. The car passed the national highway smoothly. He swallowed, feeling his throat dry, and asked the driver, who was still driving ahead, "Uncle, have we arrived at the place?" Not far away, there was a huge stone with 6 red-painted characters, Jin Yuan Leisure Villa. He still didn't understand what this place was, only to see a man running towards him in the distance, excitedly shouting, "Xiao Yang, over here, come here." The man, Yang Jelly, looked very familiar. It always seemed like he had seen him somewhere before. "Xiao Yang, you finally arrived." The man ran up to Yang Jelly, with a smile in his eyes, naturally exuding a friendly attitude. Yang Jelly blinked, not yet realizing who this person was in front of him. The man then patted Yang Jelly's shoulder, said cheerfully, "Don't you remember me? Look closer. If you really don't remember me, I'd be disappointed." Yang Jelly looked at his face, and after a moment, something finally clicked in his vague memory. "Aren't you Lu, the Lu who lived in the dorm next to mine during our freshman and sophomore years?" The man laughed heartily, patting Yang Jelly's shoulder. "Lu-sun, yes, Lu-sun." Yang Jelly's eyes brightened. "Now I remember. In our freshman and sophomore years, you used to come to our dorm to snack on my food. I remember you, Lu-sun. But since our junior year." But starting from junior year, Yi Ting, for some unknown reason, forcibly dragged Yang Jelly to rent a place off campus, and they began living in their own little world. Since then, Yang Jelly and Lu-sun gradually lost contact and naturally drifted apart. Yang Jelly's smile became brighter. "Sun-ji-e, what are you doing here?" Seeing Yang Jelly's puzzled expression, Lu-sun continued to explain, "I got to know Hai-ji through partnering on a few investment projects. We had talked before and knew we were college alumni. After you got into trouble, Hai-ji privately contacted me, asking if you could hide at my place for a while. Coincidentally, I recently opened a new leisure resort, which is perfect for you to lay low. Rest assured, my place is absolutely safe and hidden, no one will find you." Only then did Yang Jelly feel relieved. Yi Ting used all the manpower he could and meticulously searched for several days. He investigated all possible hiding places for Yang Jelly, reviewed related surveillance footage, and checked vehicles. However, there were too many vehicles coming and going nearby, and the traffic on the national highway was even denser. After several days, there was no progress at all. It was as if Yang Jelly had grown wings and flown away, disappearing without a trace. Yi Ting's face had grown increasingly gloomy these past few days, and his temper had become extremely irritable. After a moment of silence, he started the car and drove to Zhao Shanghai's house. Only Zhao Shanghai and his daughter were home. When the daughter heard the doorbell, she immediately ran to open the door. Yi Ting walked in unceremoniously. Considering Zhao Shanghai's daughter was in the room, he didn't immediately act out. Zhao Shanghai gave him a cold glance, squatted down, and said to his daughter, "Lele, Daddy has something to discuss. Go back to your room and finish this week's journal. Daddy will check it tonight. Okay?" Lele glanced timidly at Yi Ting, who looked like a demon, and then looked at Zhao Shanghai, nodding obediently. Zhao Shanghai sat down on the sofa. "What do you want from me?" Yi Ting's voice was icy. "I'll give you one last chance." "Where is he?" Zhao Shanghai poured himself a cup of tea and slowly said, "I told you, I don't know." Yi Ting squinted his eyes and grabbed Zhao Shanghai's shirt collar. "Zhao Shanghai, don't you dare refuse my kindness." The anxiety from not finding Yang Jelly completely burned away Yi Ting's patience. If he thought he could force Zhao Shanghai to reveal Yang Jelly's whereabouts by roughing him up now, Yi Ting felt he wouldn't hesitate to break Zhao Shanghai's bones. "Don't think I can't really do anything to you. I'm being polite to you out of respect for Xiao Yi. Otherwise, with just a few companies and that bit of power you have, do you really think you have the capital to fight me?" Zhao Shanghai's face also turned cold. "What do you want?" Before Yi Ting could speak, they heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Xiao Yi, who had just returned from the company, looked at the people in the living room and raised an eyebrow. "Yi Ting, why are you here?" Yi Ting glanced at him from the corner of his eye, snorted coldly, and reluctantly let go of Zhao Shanghai's collar. He didn't immediately answer Xiao Yi's question, but took a stack of documents he carried with him and slammed them heavily in front of Zhao Shanghai. "If you don't give me the person back in 3 days, I won't let you get a single cent from this project. I'll give you 3 days to lose everything cleanly." Xiao Yi, who couldn't stand it anymore, intervened between Zhao Shanghai and Yi Ting. Frowned, and asked, "What exactly is going on?" "Ask your wife." Yi Ting sneered with a mocking smile, coldly looking at Xiao Yi. "Xiao, take care of your wife. Don't extend your hand outside when you haven't even cleared up your own mess." Yi Ting left, leaving Zhao Shanghai and Xiao Yi staring at each other. Xiao Yi's face was displeased. "You took Yi Ting's person away?" Zhao Shanghai glanced at him, silently went to the kitchen, took off his coat to avoid getting stains on his shirt, and skillfully took an apron and tied it on. He started cooking. Seeing his actions, Xiao Yi became impatient. "I'm asking you a question." Zhao Shanghai calmly said, "This is my own business, don't interfere." Xiao Yi emphasized, "I don't care what the matter is. Since Yi Ting came to the house, don't make a fuss. Why are you meddling in other people's affairs? If he wants his person back, give them back to him. Hurry up and return the person to him." Zhao Shanghai paused his cooking actions for a moment. "I said you don't need to interfere. I'm doing what I think is right. Lele is still doing homework in the room. Go ask her if she wants rice or porridge for dinner." Xiao Yi snorted, extremely irritated, and threw his tie on the ground. He shouted, "Can you change your temper? You were fine before. Why is it so difficult to talk to you now?" Zhao Shanghai also angrily replied, "Then don't speak." Xiao Yi's face turned cold. "Zhao Shanghai, what do you mean by this? Do you not want to live anymore?" Zhao Shanghai stopped his hands and faced Xiao Yi sternly. "From the moment you walked in, you have been siding with Yi Ting. You didn't even ask me what happened. Xiao Yi, you and Yi Ting are truly ironclad brothers. One is a mad dog, the other a stupid dog. Two grasshoppers tied together, both with the same rotten temper and the same scummy behavior." Xiao Yi squinted his eyes. The atmosphere in the kitchen instantly became tense. The two were staring coldly at each other when suddenly, the sound of crying came from outside. Lele, wiping her tears, poked her head out from the doorframe. Seeing his daughter scared and crying, Zhao Shanghai's heart immediately softened. He turned off the stove and hurriedly called Lele into his arms, patting her head. "Lele, don't cry. It's okay. Big Daddy and Second Daddy are fighting again," Lele sobbed, "Don't fight." Zhao Shanghai held his daughter tightly, feeling a painful sting in his heart. After a while, he picked Lele up, passed by Xiao Yi, and said, "Dinner is cancelled. Lele and I are going out to eat." Xiao Yi stood alone in the room, gritting his teeth for a long time. Angrily, he grabbed his coat and scoffed, "If we're not cooking, then we're not cooking. Who cares about staying home to see your sour face?" After saying that, he kicked a chair, making a loud bang. Yi Ting returned to the rental building where Yang Jelly used to live. Just as he walked into the corridor, he ran into Lan Tian, who had just come back from outside. Lan Tian felt a chill down his spine upon seeing Yi Ting. Mr. Yi, what a coincidence. Yi Ting glanced at him coldly, too lazy to even open his mouth. As he was about to open the door, Yi Ting suddenly turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Has Yang Jelly contacted you?" Lan Tian replied tremblingly, "No, I haven't received any word from him at all." Standing there alone, Lan Tian mumbled softly, "I don't know where he ran off to. Yang being out there by himself isn't safe. His illness hasn't fully recovered. What if he has a sudden depressive episode one day?" Yi Ting's face darkened, his chest felt like it had been violently pierced by a sword, aching, painful, and suffocating. Lan Tian's voice floated over faintly. The sound of the blue sky drifted faintly over. "I heard that some depression patients have suicidal tendencies. Yang probably wouldn't, right?" When Yeting heard this, his breath almost stopped in fright. He quickly walked up to Lan Tian, gripping his arm tightly. "Don't fucking say that, don't curse him." Lan Tian was so startled that he went silent and left your sickness. Opening the door to watch Yeting walk away, "It's all because of you." Lan Tian stuck out his tongue, "I didn't curse him. It's your fault he ended up like this. Yang will only get better and be happier after he leaves you. Go play with mud yourself." Yeting's eyes turned fierce. When his gaze shot over, Lan Tian had just closed the door, faster than a turtle retracting its head. Yeting entered the house with slightly disordered breathing, feeling as if something was stuck in his chest, unable to breathe. Yeting's headache was splitting, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a little lamb toy on the floor, which he grabbed fiercely. He squeezed it until his knuckles cracked and his fingernails turned white. After a long while, he finally calmed down, his face icy as he bitterly threw the lamb into the trash bin. Lan Tian teased Yeting a bit, feeling quite amused inside. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. He turned to look and Lan Tian was startled, stuttering, You, why are you here?" "This is my place." Ruan Yanting hummed indifferently, "I would find a way in if I wanted to." He turned his head to glance at Lan Tian, a slight smile curling the corners of his lips. "Besides, what place haven't I been into? Why so surprised?" Lan Tian didn't understand. Ruan Yanting sighed, seemingly a bit helpless. "Have you had enough fun? If you have, pack your bags and come back with me." "Lan Tian, you listen to me closely. I am tough as nails right now. Even if you put a knife to my throat, even if I were to jump off from here, even if I starve or freeze to death in some alley, I absolutely will not go back with you. There's no possibility at all." As he stood up and walked to the door, he turned back and pretended to be regretful, saying, "Since you're unwilling, then let's forget it. I just think it's a pity. I was thinking if you came back with me, I would agree to let you keep cats, a Bengal, a ragdoll, and a Siamese." Initially fuming, Lan Tian's body trembled slightly upon hearing this. Lan Tian's probing voice floated over, "Are you serious?" While Lan Tian was overjoyed, next door, Yi Ting was not in such a good mood. Yi Ting stayed in the study until late at night. His subordinate reported that today's search still found no clues of Mr. Yang. After hanging up the phone, Yi Ting was in a terrible mood, feeling like there was a thorn stuck in his chest, so anxious that he couldn't even sleep properly. In his dream, Yi Ting saw Yang Jialai. He decisively tied Yang Jialai's hands and feet with a rope. The dream did not end there. Yi Ting then saw Yang Jialai crouching in a dark corner, his depression acting up again, his breathing difficult, his face pale. And he could only watch helplessly as Yang Jialai disappeared into the darkness. These dreams frightened Yi Ting awake. He sat up in bed, gasping for air, and his hands were covered in cold sweat as he touched his forehead. No longer being polite, Yi Ting launched a retaliatory attack on Zhao Xianghai's investment projects. Yang Jialai, finally having a few peaceful days, found Lu Sun's villa to be well-equipped, a truly enjoyable place. He opened a web page and tentatively typed the name of Zhao Xianghai's company into the search engine. Yang Jialai looked at the strings of information that appeared on the screen, all recent and mostly bad news. Various financial audits, project suspensions, a branch office with frozen funds, and the doomed megastar plant facing bankruptcy. Others might not be sensitive to these things, but Yang Jialai had a strong intuition at first glance. This was definitely done by Yi Ting. Yi Ting was retaliating. He raised his head and said to Lu Sun with some worry, "Brother Sun, can I make a call outside?" Lu Sun's face turned serious. "No, making a call could easily expose your whereabouts. Not just you, even I haven't dared to inform Brother Hai these past few days, fearing that your guy might catch a clue." Yang Jialai frowned, deeply troubled. Lu Sun, seeing his expression, pondered for a moment. He handed a brand new phone to Yang Jialai. "You can use this phone to make a call outside. I had a professional tamper with it, creating a simulated number segment and virtual base station positioning. It shouldn't be traceable." Yang Jialai looked at him gratefully, took the phone, and quickly entered Zhao Xianghai's number. His finger hovered over the dial button, hesitating. After a while, he suddenly deleted the digits. Lu Sun curiously asked him, "Not calling brother hi?" Yang Jelly's eyes turned cold, his face becoming slightly stern. Holding his breath, he entered Yiting's number and dialed. Yang Jelly held the phone, thinking tensely about what to say to Yiting. Yiting intended to hang up, but staring at that number, he instinctively answered. Putting the phone to his ear, "Who is this?" There was no response on the other end, only soft, shallow breathing. Yiting, not hearing a response, frowned, growing irritated. A thought flashed in his mind, and his eyes briefly showed a fierce look. Even his voice turned cold. He gritted his teeth. "Yang Jelly, it's me." Yiting paused for a few seconds when he heard his voice. With a hoarse voice, he said, "You finally called? Are you enjoying the game of running away?" Yang Jelly said over the phone, "I'm happy to escape your mad dog control." Yiting held his breath and deepened his voice, "Where are you?" Yang Jelly remained silent. Yiting took a deep breath, his tone now more threatening. He sneered, "The first time you ran away, I was generous and didn't hold it against you. Now you dare collude with another man to escape. Baby, are you challenging my limits? Do you know that?" He changed his tone, somewhat persuasively, "Don't be hopeful. I will find you sooner or later. I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me where you are right now. I'll drive to pick you up. Don't wait until I catch you myself and then come begging for mercy." Yang Jelly coldly replied, "I didn't call you today to listen to this crap." Yang Jelly clenched his fists, his voice unintentionally filled with annoyance. "Those things that happened at High's company, did you orchestrate them? It was you, right?" Yiting didn't intend to hide it. "Yes, you're crazy." Yang Jelly couldn't help swearing. "My escape is my business. I can't stand you anymore, you mad dog, barking madly at others." "What are you barking at others for?" Yiting chuckled. "It was him who secretly helped you escape. Why can't I seek revenge? Baby, let me tell you, not only do I intend to mess with him, but I also want him to completely fall from grace. As long as you don't come back, I will not let them catch a breath." "So, you don't plan to let them and me off, right?" Yiting sneered with gritted teeth. "Baby, so cruel, baby. How could I bear to let go when I love you so much?" Yang Jia seemed disappointed and said softly after a pause, "Since you insist on attacking Haige, I don't want to talk to you anymore." Hanging up. Yiting was startled and quickly frowned. "Don't hang up, I haven't finished speaking." Then, the mechanical beeping sound came from the other end. Yiting called out several times, put down the phone, and hurriedly redialed that number. But the number that was reachable just a moment ago, when Yiting called this time, he could only hear the automated message, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is invalid." He immediately called the deputy in charge of finance and ordered him to take over immediately, and had his assistant contact the group's senior network engineer urgently, instructing him to trace the location of this number immediately. The engineer replied in a low voice, "President Yi, it's not that I don't want to help you. I want to help you." Yiting's heart sank. "What's going on?" "This number is a virtual number and has been tampered with at the virtual base station, erasing its location. That means, as soon as this number is dialed, the virtual base station will immediately generate a fake number and randomly assign a location across the country. I can't trace or locate through such a fake number, sorry." Yiting's back stiffened. He repeatedly looked at this call, which lasted less than 3 minutes. This means the only chance he had to contact Yan Yang was cut off and wasted by his threats and intimidation. Yiting was dumbfounded, his jaws clenched and temples aching. After a while, he took a deep breath and asked, "What if I still want to contact him?" "Currently, you can't take the initiative to contact." The engineer's voice gets lower as he speaks. Yiting sneers, "Meaning I have absolutely no initiative. Only he can call me, but I can't call him. I can only wait for him to take the initiative to call before I can talk to him, right?" The engineer agrees, "You are absolutely right." Lighting the fourth cigarette, Yiting clenches his lighter, feeling like a wild beast is tearing at him inside, but he is utterly helpless. He thought this would allow him to turn over the hideout where Yang Jia is hiding, so he didn't care much. He just kept threatening, wanting him to give in and listen. But since hanging up the phone, he realized he hadn't managed to say anything he wanted to. The smell of smoke fills the air, making Yiting cough, his eyes reddening. Lu Sun took Yang Jia to a hot spring resort. The customer flow is low this season, so Lu Sun waved his hand and booked an entire pool. Yang Jia walked to the edge of the pool, sat down, and just when his toes touched the water, he was scalded. Seeing his reaction, Lu Sun laughed out loud, splashing water on Yang Jia warmly. "What, too hot for you? Come on down, Yang Yang. You'll get used to it after a while. It's comfortable. If you don't come in, I'll have to carry you in." No, 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 don't touch me. I'll get in myself, Yang Jia said, supporting himself on the edge of the pool and slowly immersing himself in the water. As soon as his feet touched the bottom, he couldn't help shivering, his forehead sweating and cheeks turning red from the heat. You look good, Lucen initially said with a smile, but upon seeing Yang Jia's slender and fair upper body, his smile froze momentarily and a shadow crossed his eyes. Blinking, Lucen smiled and said, you look good. I've always thought you were handsome. Yang Jia felt awkward at Lu Sun's words, scratching his head. Bro Sun, in the 2 years of college, as far as I know, you've had 2 girlfriends. Each with long dark hair and large breasts. You're a straight guy, and I'm a dude. Please don't joke like this. It's kind of embarrassing. After a long time, in a very low voice, he quietly said / whispered, what if it's not purely straight, / whisper he's enjoying the soak, / whisper. The phone, wrapped in a transparent bag, vibrates. Lucen picks up the phone and sees an unknown number. Frowning, he answers, only to hear Zhao Xianghai's voice. Zhao Xianghai chuckles, it's me, Zhao, me. Is Yang Jieli by your side? Is Yang Jieli by your side? Lucen said, yes, do you have any instructions? Zhao Shanghai comforted a few words with a smile and then asked about Yang Jieli's recent situation, confirming that he was doing well on Lu Sun's side before slowly speaking, have you called Yiting? Yang Jieli nodded, the equipment has been handled, it won't expose our whereabouts. I just wanted to call Yiting to stop him from attacking people like a mad dog, causing a ruckus. Thinking of Yiting's words on the phone, Yang Jieli's face turned cold, what else could I say? As soon as he opened his mouth, it was threats, giving me an ultimatum to return, or he would intensify the attacks on you and others. Zhao Shanghai laughed, sounding relaxed, don't let him scare you. Stay peacefully in the villa. At least he won't find your whereabouts so quickly. Don't worry about me. Since I dared to do this, I have a way to handle it. Yang Jieli was grateful, brother hi, thank you so much. Zhao Shanghai hummed lightly and reminded, whenever you feel up to it, give Yiting another call. He has already threatened me. Yang Jieli looked at the rippling water, feeling a bit annoyed, I can't communicate with him. As soon as he opens his mouth, he's so extreme, with a tone of treating people like pets, it makes me very uncomfortable. After a few seconds of silence, Yang Jieli sighed, I'll call him back when I feel better. Yiting was never addicted to his phone, but in the past 2 days, even his secretary noticed that Yiting was unusually checking his phone frequently. The secretary could see Yiting checking his phone 3 times while delivering a cup of coffee to the office. It was a brand new number, belonging to Guizhou, and like the first time, it was automatically identified by the phone as an advertisement. His breath tightened and his throat went dry. He quickly stood up and smiled at the others, excuse me for a moment, I have to take a call. He quickly pressed the answer button, suppressing his surging emotions as he put the phone to his ear, calmly and deeply saying hello. The other end quickly responded, it was a female voice saying hello. Hello, a female voice said. Yiting frowned as he listened to the rapid-fire speech from the other side. Hello sir, this is the Guizhou distillery. Congratulations! You've been selected as a lucky customer nationwide. The original price of Maotai original liquor is 1,000 yuan, but now it only costs 199. Yiting cursed under his breath. At the entrance of the mansion, he ran into Zhao Shanghai again. Yiting glanced at him, squinted, and asked, have you called Yang Jieli? Yiting's tone wasn't as harsh as it had been in recent days. Zhao Shanghai looked at him in surprise, then snorted. It seems like President Ye's temper has indeed softened. Yang Jieli only ran away because you pushed him away yourself. He doesn't want to stay with you. Expecting him to call you? You'll have to wait until he feels like it. Yiting coldly laughed and retorted, you're the boss, how can you mind other people's business so diligently? Yang Jieli doesn't want to stay with me. Do you think Xiaoyi enjoys staying with you now? How long has it been since he went back to the home you two share? Don't you know? Zhao Shanghai's expression darkened as Yiting hit the nail on the head. Clenching his fist, he forced himself to calm down and said, my family affairs are none of your concern, President Yi. It's true that Xiaoyi hasn't been home for a long time. Even when he does come home, it's only to drop off Lele. He leaves shortly after. Just now, at a dinner meeting, a boss hinted sarcastically, President Zhao, you'd better keep an eye on President Zhao. Young, handsome, and wealthy as he is, temptations are never ending around him. Yiting got back into the car, which started smoothly. Leaning back in the rear seat, a fire still burned in his chest as Yang Jieli's voice kept replaying in his mind. His phone vibrated, it was a call from an unknown number. Yiting frowned but answered the call. Unsurprisingly, it was the same damned scam distillery. Maybe it was because Yiting had picked up their call last time and listened for a while. These days, it seems like the scammers have smelled potential profit, like ants to sugar or locusts to crops. Ling Yeting has been receiving an increase in scam calls from unknown numbers. But now that he knows some of these calls might be from Yang Jelly, he has to pick up, even if he doesn't want to. The car took Yeting back to his rented apartment, which felt completely devoid of life. Yeting suddenly remembered that when Yang Jelly lived here, the atmosphere was different. Even when Yang Jelly was unhappy or upset, he would find ways to make himself feel better. Sometimes he would go to the kitchen to make pancakes, the oil sizzling, or he would water the plants on the balcony, learning to prune them. When he was absolutely bored, he would lie on the floor full of little lamb plushies, rolling around and sighing deeply. Every time Yeting came home and saw him, his heart would inexplicably soften. He thought about keeping him by his side for a lifetime, giving him whatever he wanted, just to treat him well. That wouldn't be so bad. Yeting walked silently into the living room, half knelt in front of the trash can, and felt a lump in his throat. Hesitating and torn, he picked out a dirty little lamb plushie from the trash can. Staring at the plushie's perpetually stitched smile, Yeting sighed lightly and, in a voice barely audible, said, "Baby, come back. I'll treat you better this time." The phone beside him buzzed again. Yeting was already exhausted by all the scam calls. He glanced at the unfamiliar number. It was from Guizhou, probably another cursed call from a liquor company. His face steeled as he answered the phone with a harsh tone, ready to scold. "I told you to stop harassing me with these calls. I told you, your lousy liquor company won't get away with this. Get lost." There was silence on the other end. After a moment, Yang Jelly's hoarse voice said, "Fine, I won't bother you again. Bye." Yeting's heart skipped a beat. It was only then he realized that this time it wasn't a scam call. It was the long-awaited call from Yang Jelly that he had been anxiously hoping for. His emotions spiraled out of control as he slammed the table and stood up, eyes wide open and hands shaking. His voice shot up, "No, no, no, you can't hang up." Yang Jelly thought for a moment and didn't hang up the phone. However, when he spoke again, his tone became harsh. "Weren't you the one who gritted your teeth and said you would make me regret it? Told me not to bother you again and to stay away from you? You're really something." Yiting's voice was dry and hoarse. "I wasn't talking about you just now." Yang Jelly responded indifferently, "Oh, so you've been making me call you all this time. Now that I have, what do you really want to say?" After a while, Yiting swallowed and asked softly, "Have you been well recently?" Yang Jelly answered readily and cheerfully, "I've started to live a healthy and carefree life, not bad at all." Just from the relaxed tone in Yang Jelly's voice, Yiting knew he was indeed doing well. Knowing Yang Jelly was happy gave Yiting some relief, but deep down, he felt a bit of sourness and unwillingness that all of Yang Jelly's happiness wasn't coming from him. Yiting's voice was low and emotionless. "You refuse to give me your address. Well, as long as you don't hang up, I won't press you for now. But you should at least tell me where you are living now. Is it safe? What are the conditions like?" Yang Jelly was wary of his probing. Despite Yiting's repeated inquiries, Yang Jelly only gave evasive responses. "The conditions are very good. You don't need to worry." Knowing he couldn't pry any information, Yiting had to give up. With a hoarse voice and a bitter smile, Yiting asked, "Do you really not plan to come back? I went through so much trouble to finally escape. It wasn't much easier than going on a pilgrimage to the Western Heaven. Do you think I would willingly walk into a trap and return to that prison? To live a life where I was imprisoned by you, controlled by you to the point where I had to be careful with every word I said?" Listening to Yang Jelly's calm voice, Yiting felt waves of discomfort and suffocation in his heart. He asked softly, Yang, do you still like me, even a little?" Yang Jelly suddenly fell silent. After a long while, he snorted lightly, "I don't want to talk about this. If you have no other questions, then this is it for this call. I'm hanging up, goodbye." "Don't hang up, not yet," Yiting panicked suddenly. It had taken so much effort to get this call with Yang Jelly, he couldn't bear to just hang up now. "At least tell me when you will call me next." Yang Jelly then sighed, "Fine. If you ever stop targeting Brother Hai, and withdraw those pointless acts of revenge, stop your petty revenge attacks, then I'll call you next Friday night, and we'll talk." Yiting was still not satisfied. "Depending on my mood, since you don't want to come back for now, can you call me every Friday from now on?" Yang Jelly reluctantly agreed. "Got it." Yiting hadn't even caught his breath when he heard a faint male voice on Yang Jelly's side, sounding quite excited. Yang, I'm still wrapping up the pool. Let's go to the hot spring tonight. I'll wait for you to change clothes." Yiting's eyes widened, a sharp light flashing in his pupils, and his tone became gloomy. "Who are you talking to?" Yang Jelly couldn't be bothered to answer Yiting and directly hung up the phone. Yiting heard the mechanical beeping from the other end and clenched his teeth. He clearly heard the enthusiasm and intimacy in the man's words, even inviting Yang Jelly to the hot spring. Yiting stared at the screen showing the just-ended call, feelings churning inside him. When he saw Yang Jelly's face on the bright phone screen, he felt like a part of his heart had been hollowed out, empty, bitter, and painful. In the office, Yiting couldn't calm down. His mind was full of Yang Jelly. The secretary waited for about 10 minutes, seeing that Yiting still hadn't acknowledged her, she timidly spoke up, "Good morning, sir." Yiting finally looked up. It's almost Friday, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. "What is it?" "Documents that need your signature," the secretary said, placing several stacks of files on Yiting's desk. The secretary cautiously asked, "Should we intensify our efforts to completely block their path?" Yiting closed his eyes in thought, massaging his temples, and reluctantly said, "Call it off." Given the current situation, going after Zhao Shanghai holds little meaning, it's just for revenge. But if giving up on Zhao Shanghai means Yang Jelly will willingly call him every week, allowing him to talk to Yang Jelly once, then giving up revenge might be worth it. Yiting leaned back in his chair, holding his head in his hands, frowning for a long time. He had just finished a call with Yang Jelly, and he already wanted to hear his voice again. Near the end of the workday, Yiting called Zhao Shanghai. Yiting said coldly, "I'm here to warn you today." Zhao Shanghai asked in confusion, "Warn me about what?" Yiting took a deep breath. "Yang Jelly has run far away and doesn't want to come back." "Fine, I'll allow him to stay out for a while. But Zhao Shanghai, you better remember this clearly. First, if Yang Jelly gets hurt or wronged during this period, I'll come after you." Zhao Shanghai sneered, "The greatest wrong Yang Jelly has suffered is from you. Rest assured, without you, he will be very happy." Yiting felt a pang in his chest but restrained himself. He then received a call from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi invited him to box. Yiting, still fuming with anger, agreed. He had his driver fetch his boxing gear from home and took him to a private boxing gym they frequented. The gym was membership only with few visitors, providing a good training atmosphere and a nice environment. In the locker room, Yiting changed into his gear and took out his personal gloves. When he entered the training area, he saw Xiao Yi sweating profusely, happily punching a sandbag. Beside him stood a somewhat slim boy with fair skin who looked quite good. Yiting frowned, feeling the boy looked familiar, like an actor or star he had seen before. Carrying his gloves, he walked over to Xiao Yi. The boy smiled first and greeted him, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm Mr. Zhao's friend. My last name is Fu. I particularly enjoy boxing. Men who box look very handsome. Mr. Xiao said he was coming to box, so I begged him to bring me along to watch and maybe teach me a few things." Yiting curled his lips into a smile, lightly bumping his gloved fist against the boy's. "Oh, that's nice. If you like boxing, why don't I teach you a couple of moves? Come on, try to catch this punch." He swung a hook punch and struck hard. That boy was so scared he almost lost his face, stumbling backward and tripping over something, ending up sitting on the ground in a mess. Xiao Yi frowned, raised his chin at the boy, and said, "You can leave now." The boy got up, patted his butt, and hurried out. Xiao Yi hung the towel around his neck, tightened the bottle cap, and said, "He's just a sweet talker who loves to show off. Why do you mess with him?" Yiting climbed onto the ring. "I just don't like him." "How come, after living with Zhao Shanghai for 7 years, you're finally tired of it and thinking of trying something new outside?" Xiao Yi jumped onto the ring as well. "I just find it interesting." Yiting asked again, "Does Zhao Shanghai know?" Xiao Yi paused his movement of adjusting his gloves upon hearing this and said in a muffled voice after a while, "He doesn't need to know." Yiting made a sound of acknowledgement and said nothing more. The two brothers had a good fight, both with something on their minds, making the fight particularly intense. In the end, it was a tie. They got off the ring, took a shower, changed clothes, and went to the top-floor private room to drink. After pouring the drinks, Xiao Yi motioned with his chin towards Yiting, teasing with a smile, "Doesn't he look like someone?" Yiting calmly took his glass. "Look like who?" "Like your little Yang." Xiao Yi crossed his legs and swirled the wine in his glass. "You still haven't brought him back?" Yiting frowned, downed his drink in one gulp. Xiao Yi said lightly, "He's trying so hard to escape, just let him go." "Can't you find someone like him elsewhere? Why must it be him? Just let it go, it'll be easy for both of you." Yiting slowly put down his glass, his eyes darkening. "No. If one day Zhao Shanghai decides to leave you, not wanting to stay with you anymore, would you just let it go and make it easy for both of you?" Xiao Yi was taken aback, obviously never considered this question. After a long moment, he coughed and said in a low voice, "I've been with Zhao Shanghai for 7 years. He won't leave. Yi Ting smiled, me too. On his way home from work, Zhao Shanghai received a call. Assistant Wang reported a few business matters, saying that all restrictions on Yi Ting's side had been lifted, funds had started to flow back, and the project's restructuring was progressing well. After finishing these reports, Assistant Wang hesitated for a few seconds. "There's one more thing," he stammered. "I saw Mr. Xiao, bringing a celebrity into the boxing gym today." The smile on Zhao Shanghai's lips faded. After a moment, he said calmly, "I understand." Zhao Shanghai instructed calmly, "Send some people to keep an eye on things. Report to me if there's anything significant." From a distance, Zhao Shanghai saw Lele. And smiled, waving at her. After hanging up the phone, he squatted down and picked up Lele. Lele kissed Zhao Shanghai on the face and exclaimed, "Daddy, today I received a red flower as a reward from my teacher." "Look." Lele giggled, glanced around, and then looked a bit disappointed. "How come second dad didn't come?" Zhao Shanghai's smile froze a bit, but he didn't show it. Just arriving home, Zhao Shanghai found to his surprise that Xiaoyi was actually in the house and hadn't disappeared. Frowning, he asked, "Why are you here?" Putting down what he was holding and taking off his coat, Xiaoyi spoke expressionlessly, came back to change clothes. "I have a social engagement tonight." Lele pouted, looking somewhat disappointed. Zhao Shanghai couldn't bear to see Lele looking so aggrieved. He grabbed Xiaoyi's arm, softened his tone, and said, "Stay and have dinner with Lele. She has been missing you for days." Xiaoyi's Adam's apple twitched slightly. He turned his head to look at Lele, and after a moment, he walked over to her, crouched down, and rubbed her cheek. He said, "Be a good girl, Lele. Second dad really has a social engagement. It's busy. Eating with daddy is just the same." Xiaoyi's voice grew firmer, sounding somewhat displeased. "I've had social engagements too. Having dinner at home won't take much time." Xiaoyi looked at Zhao Shanghai's suddenly stern face, feeling a bit irritated inside. "I really have something to do, we'll talk next time," he said, striding towards the entryway. Just as he was about to leave, Zhao Shanghai suddenly called out to him again. Zhao Shanghai's eyes were as deep as an unfathomable sea, filled with complex and unclear emotions. His voice hoarse, he said something peculiar, "Xiaoyi, you've been part of this family for 7 years. It hasn't been easy, don't let me down." Xiaoyi's chest involuntarily trembled at that moment. He silently went out the door. When he opened the car door, for some reason, a sudden sense of guilt hit him. Yi Ting counted the days on the calendar. Yang Jelly should have called him by now. Finally, at 9, the phone rang. Yi Ting softly said in a husky voice, "Baby, I bought you a very big sheep. Do you like it?" Yang Jelly was startled by Yi Ting. Since they met again, he had never heard Yi Ting speak in such a tone. Yang Jelly cautiously asked, "What exactly do you want?" Yi Ting laughed on the other end of the phone. "You only give me one chance a week. I just want to talk to you, baby. I want to buy you lots of sheep plushies. When you come back, you could fall and it won't hurt. By the way, it's been a long time since you made pancakes for me. A few days ago, I tried making them myself, but they turned out burnt. They didn't taste right. I still want to eat the ones you make." Yang Jelly was not used to this side of Yi Ting, but he still went along with the conversation for a while. Yang Jelly was startled by Yi Ting. Yi Ting suddenly became so sentimental. When he was about to hang up, Yi Ting's breathing became heavier. He finally asked something serious. Yang, is there another man living with you now?" Yang Jelly didn't mean to hide it from him. "Yes." Yi Ting's tone became muffled and somewhat earnest. "Baby, can you not get too close to him? Don't let him hug you or touch you." Yang Jelly blinked, holding his phone not knowing what to say. His voice hoarse, he responded, "He and I are just friends." Yi Ting then smiled, That's good. In the following Friday calls, Yi Ting was uncharacteristically gentle. Yang Jelly, initially unaccustomed, gradually began to adapt. Yang Jelly suddenly found that he and Yi Ting seemed to have a lot more to talk about, speaking without the psychological pressure, feeling like it was back in their college days. Xiaoyi planned to mooch a meal at Yi Ting's house that day and was stunned by the scene inside. Seeing the floor full of little lamb plushies, Xiaoyi coughed, "Have you gone mad?" Yi Ting gave him a cold glare, "Don't step on a single lamb." Xiaoyi awkwardly changed into slippers to enter. With a sigh, Xiaoyi said, "If you really miss him that much, why not bring him back?" Yi Ting calmly replied, "Can't find him, and he doesn't want to come back." Then he suddenly looked up, expressionless, "But I won't let him go. One day, I'll make him want to come back. As long as I breathe, he's mine." Xiaoyi laughed, "You only play the good guy on the phone. Peel off the layer, and you're still that obsessively stubborn person. Just as he finished speaking, Xiaoya's phone, lying nearby, vibrated. Yi Ting glanced with the corner of his eye, noticing Xiao Fu flashing on the screen as Xiaoya's phone. Xiao Yi frowned and picked up the phone, stepping outside. It's Friday again, and as usual, Yang Jelly called Yi Ting. Before Yang Jelly could speak, Yi Ting said, "Baby, I bought a lot of your albums online." You didn't need to buy so many. On the other end of the line, Yi Ting hesitated for a few seconds, awkwardly saying, "No, I didn't buy a lot, just a few for collection." After finishing his sentence, Yi Ting lowered his head and quietly kicked a large box full of brand new albums under the table with his shoe. Yi Ting said, "Baby, I've listened to all the songs in your albums, but I'd like you to sing them live for me." "Can you?" Yang Jelly asked him which song he wanted to hear. Yi Ting thought for a moment and said, "That song Youth Tour." Yang Jelly picked up a guitar, placed his phone beside him, and started playing. With a clear, youthful voice, he sang. This song was written by Yang Jelly a long time ago, about a boy's experiences after meeting his true love. Amidst the bustling city, they looked at each other with affection, hooking their little fingers. They sat on the same bicycle during the soft, orange sunset, riding along the school avenue with a ringing bell. During the darkening sky, they walked through the city streets, passing breakfast stalls filled with the aroma of soy milk, and during the heavy snowfall, they hid in a quiet house away from the noise and disturbances. It was like retreating into a small world that belonged only to them. The boy nestled against his true love. They embraced, kissed, made love, letting the snow bury the city as tranquility replaced the bustle. After the song finished, Yi Ting remained silent for a very long time. After a while, he finally spoke, Yang, is this song about you and me?" Yang Jelly gently replied, "Yes, about us during our university days." Yi Ting let out an ambiguous laugh. The phone call remained silent for a while before Yi Ting spoke again, but his voice turned hoarse, Yang. He said, Yang, if I told you I had a bit of regret, would you believe me?" Yang Jelly asked him what he regretted. "I regret that when I came back from America, I wasn't so resentful towards you. Would you have been more understanding and willing to smile at me if I had tried to understand you more? Instead of just trying to hold on to you, would I have been willing to hold your hand tightly when you reached out to me at that hotel banquet the first time? Would you have been willing to smile at me? Would you hate me as much as you do now?" Yi Ting gulped. "I still think that if I hadn't belittled you, hadn't used Xia to provoke you, hadn't thrown you out in front of everyone, and hadn't done those wrong things, would you still be as attached to me as you were in college, playful and smiling at me?" Yi Ting smiled. "Baby, I'm not forcing you. Can you honestly answer one question for me?" Yi Ting whispered, "Do you still like me a little bit?" "Not as much as before, just a little." "Do you?" Yang Jelly said softly, "Yi Ting, it's been so many years. We have both changed too much. I'm not as naive as I used to be. I used to say I wanted to be carefree all my life and live a carefree life, but society has beaten that out of me. I feel like I'm so worldly now, not the person you had in mind anymore. You too, in college, although you were cold and arrogant and a bit domineering, you were still quite nice. But now, you're like a vicious wolf, biting whoever you catch, extreme and brutal." Yang Jelly hadn't finished speaking when Yi Ting interrupted heavily, Yang, I could never bear to be brutal to you." Yang Jelly scoffed, "Humiliation, rape, binding, imprisonment, isn't that enough?" Yi Ting was silent for a moment. "If you are willing to come back, I promise none of that will happen again." Yang Jelly took a deep breath. "Honestly, I don't quite believe you." After a while, there was no response from the other end of the phone. Only then did he realize the call had been disconnected at some point. Coincidentally, his phone rang immediately after. News from the R&D department. The engineer sounded excited. "Through multiple comparisons and splicing of your call records, we successfully intercepted the correct number and located it. We have currently pinpointed several suspected addresses." The next afternoon, his personal assistant handed Yi Ting a booklet and promptly reported, "I conducted information investigations on these locations. There are 5 suspected sites in total. We can currently rule out 3, leaving 2. One is in a development zone in Haiban City. The area's economy is lagging, with many old residential buildings awaiting demolition nearby. The environment is quite poor. The other is in the suburbs, a secluded environment with only a newly built large leisure villa that stands out." The assistant opened a file and placed it in front of Yi Ting. "Regarding this villa, I also did some investigation. Jin Yuan Leisure Resort, with an investment of 23 million, was just completed this spring. The owner is named Lu Sun." Yi Ting squinted his eyes when he saw the name Lu Sun appear in his notebook. The life assistant asked, "What do you plan to do?" Yi Ting's voice sounded calm, but the fingers holding the cigarette trembled ever so slightly. Pick a few reliable people from the company. I'll pay for them to visit this resort for a few days as a benefit. He extinguished the cigarette but on Lu Sun's name expressionlessly. Watching the flame go out, the ashtray was ground into a pile of powdery cold ash. Only then did Yi Ting smile and said softly, he better not have any other intentions. The people sent by Yi Ting arrived at the resort the next day. They, like the most ordinary and normal tourists, checked in and toured around. Additionally, another person was also keeping an eye on Yang Jelly. The scene shifts to this person being Yi Fan, Yi Ting's brother. He plans to have someone approach and monitor Yang Jelly first, and this person is Wang Yang. After being devastated by Yi Ting, Wang Yang also had some mental issues. It was Yi Fan who helped him when he was at his most downcast. But Yi Fan is very skilled in PUA. He not only physically tormented Wang Yang but also verbally told him that he was the only one who helped Wang Yang and would treat him well in the future, among other things. This made Wang Yang both fearful and grateful towards Yi Fan psychologically, so Wang Yang never dared to refuse Yi Fan's orders. Yi Ting finally received an email from them. When he opened it, a series of photos popped up on the screen. The photos looked like they were taken secretly, they were poorly focused and somewhat blurry. Yi Ting scrutinized the photos for a long time and noticed Lu Sun, who was smiling brilliantly next to Yang Jia. Lu Sun touched Yang Jia's arm. Yang Jia's face wore a smile, his dimples slightly visible along with his small canine teeth. He picked up a pair of scissors and started cutting from the bottom up, snipping away until he completely separated the figures of Lu Sun and Yang Jia. He crumpled up Lu Sun's part into a ball and threw it into the trash can. Just then, his phone rang. The already frantic Yi Ting shouted, asking who it was. He picked up the phone from the desk and saw it was a message from employee Xiaoli, stating that Mr. Yang and Lu Sun had gone out together. Seeing this message made Yi Ting even more furious. He then replied to Xiaoli, asking him to detail what they had been doing together these past few days. Xiaoli replied saying they had been dining together often. They had spent time together at a hot springs a few days ago and took nightly walks by the lake behind the hills. The more Yi Ting read, the colder his heart felt. Eventually, he couldn't hold back and smashed his phone. Jealousy had completely clouded Yi Ting's reason, filling his mind with images of Yang Jia being intimate with another man. Yi Ting can't stand it anymore, he decided he must go in person, otherwise his wife might run off with someone else. Wang Yang, secretly relieved, finally found Yang Jelly alone and could take him back to complete his task. Wang Yang quietly approached Yang Jelly from behind, about to knock him out, when he heard him muttering to himself, ever since I quit being an entertainer, I've let myself go. If Li De and Li Er find out, they'll definitely laugh at me. Upon hearing the words Li De, Wang Yang suddenly stopped what he was doing, reminded of the times he was bullied. It was Li De who stood up to protect him. Li De was the only one who treated him as a person after he left the entertainment industry. Wang Yang, looking at Yang Jelly in front of him, thought he is Li De's best friend, I shouldn't harm him. But then he remembered Yi Fan's terrifying methods of punishment. Wang Yang didn't know what to do. Yi Ting made a call to his administrative assistant, his tone cold and commanding, I won't be in the office for the next 3 days. Call me if anything comes up. But remember one thing, don't let anyone know I'm out, especially Zhao Xianghai. After giving these instructions, he hung up and looked at Yang Jelly's photo on the screen, murmuring softly. After hanging up, he looked at the picture of Yang Jelly on the screen and softly said, Baby, I am very close to you now. Can you feel it? I miss you, do you know that? At this moment, he heard someone talking. Yeting looked over and saw Lu Sun with his arm around Yang Jelly's shoulder. The two were very close, chatting and laughing happily. Lu Sun also smiled at Yang Jelly, placing his arm around Yang Jelly's shoulder. Their shadows were elongated by the sunset, merging together seamlessly. Yeting hurriedly rolled up the car window. Yeting squinted his eyes and tightened his grip on the leaf, his knuckles popping. All this time, Yang Jelly had rarely smiled so happily at him. When he was by his side, being hugged, it was out of resignation and numbness rather than willing acceptance and joy. On the other side, Yang Jelly returned to his bedroom after a walk and took a shower. Remembering that it was Friday, he called Yi Ling. As soon as the call connected, Yeting answered, his previously cold demeanor instantly becoming gentle. Yeting, acting as if nothing had happened, chatted with Yang Jelly for a bit. Baby, Yang Jelly said happily, did you go to work? The sunset today was beautiful. Did you see it? Thinking about how close Yang Jelly and Lu Sun were earlier, Yeting replied nonchalantly, yes, I saw it. The sun was nice, but a bit glaring. Yi Ling was spilling his grievances. Yang Jelly, not understanding, said, you looked at the sun? Yeting's mood improved slightly, you care about me. As the atmosphere gradually lightened, Yetting suddenly fell silent for a few seconds and asked, "Baby, do you still like me?" The previously relaxed tone of young Jelly immediately became serious. "You have asked this question many times, but you've never answered me directly." Yiting took a deep breath, gave a bitter smile, and said, "Give me an answer, baby, please. Just say something, okay?" Yang Jia was silent for a long time, finally sighed softly and said, "The happiest years of my life were those spent with you. Even if things have changed, I will never forget how you were back then." Yiting breathed deeply, his voice hoarse as he pressed on, "So, are you willing to come back now?" He quickly added, "Don't be afraid, and don't rush to deny it. As long as you come back, I'll treat you very well." Yang Jia listened for a long time, then finally replied softly, "Let's talk about it later." Yiting, with a suppressed tone, asked, "Tell me the truth, are you just scared of me or is it because of the man who's now by your side that you don't want to come back?" "He's just a friend, nothing more," Yang Jia said, his voice growing heavier. It took a while before he spoke again, trying to keep his voice even. "Yiting, did you call today just to pester me about this and start a fight?" Yiting paused, softened his voice, and gently said, "Baby, I just want you to come back." Yang Jia didn't respond. After a while, Yiting heard him gently hang up the phone. Yiting put away his phone, looked at the cold night sky and the dark low clouds, feeling a fire burning in his chest. Yiting returned home and drank sullenly alone. Xiaoyi joined him for a while but couldn't stand it anymore and stopped Yiting's hand from pouring more drink. "Yiting, stop, that's enough." Xiaoyi snatched the bottle and sighed, "If you want to drink, don't gulp it down like that. What's gotten into you today?" With a slightly drunken gaze, Yiting's eyes were cold. He grabbed Xiaoyi's arm and asked hoarsely, "What does he need to trust me?" Xiaoyi asked, "Who? Who do you want to trust you?" "Yang Jia?" With alcohol on his breath, Yiting chuckled. The alcohol surged to his head, and his words became jumbled and confused. "There was once a soft and tender lamb. When it first saw me, it smiled at me and wanted to come closer. Sadly, I was too resentful towards it then. I wanted to get my revenge, make it suffer, then take it back and wait for it to yield. Only then would I treat it well." Xiaoyi patted Yiting's shoulder and comforted him, "It's okay, it's all over." Yiting lowered his head and suddenly asked in confusion, "Xiaoyi, tell me, how can I make him believe me so he can overcome the psychological shadows I've left on him?" Xiaoyi, who never understood emotional matters, half-dragged the half-drunk Yiting to a place where he couldn't see any alcohol. Yiting was dead drunk. Without even taking off his clothes, he kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the bed. Xiaoyi sighed and took off Yiting's jacket with some effort, planning to make him some hangover soup or something. Yiting turned his head, his drunken eyes fixated on a huge plush sheep in the corner of the bed. He squinted and hoarsely called out, "Sheep." In his daze, he seemed to see young Jelly's face through the sheep. "You finally decided to come back," Yiting said as he fiercely hugged the sheep, smiling with his eyes closed. "You're back now. You can never leave again. I won't let you escape again, baby." He hugged it tighter and gritted his teeth, "No more leaving. No more running away, don't be afraid of me." Yiting's fingers trembled as he pulled his leather belt from his waist, his eyes reddened. "You won't escape again." He grabbed the belt and wrapped it tightly around the sheep. As his fingers touched the cold buckle, ready to lock it, he suddenly paused. After a while, his whole body shook, and he hurriedly loosened the belt and threw it aside. "No, no more tying," Yiting said in a panic, "I won't tie you up anymore." Still holding the plush in his arms, Yiting mumbled to it until late into the night. Exhausted, he finally closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Even in sleep, he continued to hold the sheep tightly. After settling Yiting, Xiaoyi went outside where Fu Zhoming was already waiting for him. Fu Zhoming asked Xiaoyi, "Is President Yi heartbroken?" Xiaoyi was most annoyed by such vague probing, especially since the other party wanted to pry into his good friend's private matters through him. It made him feel quite disgusted, so he responded rather bluntly, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Fu Zhoming seemed a bit embarrassed, and after a moment of silence, he forced a couple of laughs and said, "Got it." The atmosphere in the car was tense for a while. Fu Zhoming broke the silence again, smiling as if nothing had happened. "So, President Xiao, does what you promised me last time still count?" Xiaoyi looked out the window. "What is it, a movie?" Fu Zhoming's smile remained. "A film I'm in is going to be released at the end of the month. The movie I starred in is going to be released at the end of the month. Mr. Xiao, you promised me last time to go watch it with me. A promise is a promise, no going back on your word." Xiaoyi furrowed his brows, just about to speak when his phone vibrated. The screen lit up with a WeChat message from Zhao Shanghai sent a second ago. Xiaoyi opened WeChat to see the message, another nag about getting home soon after he's done. To drink less, and to be safe on the road. Xiaoyu replied with an MHM and turned off the screen. Xiaoyu looked at the passing scenery outside the car window and replied in a dull tone after a while, "Got it, thank you, Mr. Xiao." Then, regarding Yang Jelly's situation the next day. Yang Jelly was already immersed in the joy of counting money, proudly saying that he didn't expect his album to be so popular. Just in time to use this money to buy something extra for Brother Sun, to avoid always feeling bad about just enjoying things by myself. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone scared him to the point of losing his soul. Picking up the phone, it was a call from an unknown number. He thought to himself that this number should be confidential and not supposed to receive calls. After looking carefully again, he felt the number seemed familiar. Then it hit him, this number belonged to Lan Tian. Yang Jelly wondered how Lan Tian got his current number. Lan Tian then started, "I'm going abroad. Before I leave, I wanted to see you, but couldn't." "Fine, I'm also your dedicated nurse. Mr. Zhao hid you too well. I asked him several times, and he refused to tell." Hearing Lan Tian's complaining voice, Yang Jelly couldn't help but smile. "Then how did you find out now?" Lan Tian chuckled twice, "It's all thanks to my Tingting. She managed to pry your information from Mr. Zhao's mouth." Yang Jelly was stunned for a few seconds before realizing that this Tingting referred to Ruan Yanting. "By the sound of it, you're not mad at him anymore. Planning to go with him?" "Still mad, after all, a man's chastity is ruined." "But listen," Yang Jelly brought the phone closer, and from Lan Tian's side, the sound of cats meowing could be heard. Yang Jelly couldn't hold back his laughter, iron bones and indomitable spirit, bending only for cats, awesome, awesome. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, but now they've finally gotten in touch, chatting on the phone for so long it became hot to the touch. Towards the end of our chat, Lan Tian hurriedly shouted, "I won't talk to you anymore. I need to pack up. I have a flight at 11. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, if you're free sometime, fly to the US. I'll take you, I'll reimburse your plane ticket, cover all your accommodation, and you can even hold my cat." Yang Jelly was still immersed in the joy of chatting with Lan Tian when someone pushed the door and entered. He put down his phone, intending to follow downstairs, but hesitated, then turned back to pick up a stack of money. Yang Jelly entered a restaurant downstairs, where Lu Sun was sitting by a window, smiling. Seeing the smile on Lu Sun's face, he couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "Brother Sun, what's making you so happy?" The steak hadn't arrived yet, and the restaurant door was opened again, with a group of people coming in. He found it strange, there were many empty seats around, yet many people, for some reason, chose to sit quite close to Yang Jelly's table, not talking much, just silently waiting after ordering. After Yang Jelly looked away, those few people also sneakily glanced over. He felt a bit puzzled, but after thinking it through, he figured he was just being too sensitive. If there was an issue with this traveler who had stayed for so long, Yi Ting would have found out early. One of them, who was closest to Yang Jelly, silently took out a mobile phone and gently placed it upside down on the table. The waiter brought over the steak that Lu Sun personally cooked. Yang Jelly cut a small piece, put it in his mouth, chewed for a while, and after swallowing, he didn't skimp on praise, "Just a few days of practice and you've got this skill, Brother Sun, you're quite talented." Hearing this, Lu Sun was overjoyed, his handsome eyes shining brightly. Liu Bei was preparing to say something softly, but Yang Jelly felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to react. "Brother Sun, what are you doing?" Lu Sun's eyes gradually became fiery. Before Yang Jelly could speak, Lu Sun suddenly reached out and grasped Yang Jelly's hand, his eyes filled with intense earnestness. Yang Jelly's hand was held by Lu Sun, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He exerted force in his arm, trying to pull his hand out of Lu Sun's grasp, but Lu Sun held on very tight and wouldn't let go, his gaze becoming increasingly passionate as he looked straight into Yang Jelly's eyes and spoke. "Spending time with you, I've realized that I really like your personality. Seeing your genuine smile makes me happy too. I love this feeling." So, Lu Sun paused here, took a deep breath, and looked at me intently. "I know you're single now, so I wanted to ask, if you're willing, can we, maybe, give it a try?" The person closest to Yang Jia had his phone on the table, the screen still lit and the call ongoing. Yi Ting heard all of this, anxious and restless, waiting for Yang Jia's response. Yang Jia looked down, silent for a moment before responding, "Sorry, Brother Sun, I don't feel the same way." At these words, Yi Ting's face broke into a relieved smile. Yang Jia scratched his head, embarrassed, and continued, "Moreover, I actually came here today to consult with you. I wasn't planning to make a decision so quickly, but after this incident, it's awkward to stay any longer." Hearing this, Lu Sun panicked a bit. "Did I scare you off? Why do you have to leave?" Yang Jia couldn't tell the truth. It wasn't right to say she was just avoiding temporarily and would come back after things cooled down. "Also, thank you for covering these expenses during this time. I hope you can accept this," she said, handing him a money bag. Yang Jia got up to leave, with Lu Sun following behind. Friday evening came, and as usual, Yang Jia called. This time, Yiting talked with him for half an hour. They tacitly avoided the previous topic. Yang Jia was still oblivious to everything, and Yiting remained unassuming, quietly listening to Yang Jia's youthful, clear voice fading into his ears. By the end of the conversation, Yiting, with a raspy voice, smiled and said, "Baby, you might not know, but this house has become particularly great." Yang Jelly also casually asked him back, "What makes it good?" Yiting pondered for a moment and said, "The atmosphere is great, it's comfortable to live in, fully equipped, everything you like is here. It's suitable for health preservation, gardening, keeping cats, and, right, it's even more suitable for keeping you." Yang Jelly's face turned red all at once. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yiting laughed deeply, his smile seemed to carry a profound meaning. Yang Jelly pouted. "Yang Jelly, what does it matter to me how well you decorate your house?" "Nonsense." Before Yang Jelly could understand the meaning of Yiting's words, he heard the beep of the call being hung up. It was the first time Yiting had hung up the call on his own, which surprised Yang Jelly. After hanging up, Yiting put down his phone and sat in the dark, lighting up another cigarette. He was barefoot on the fluffy carpet, with a cat toy by his side and the sound of Yang Jelly's album playing from the speakers on the bookshelf. A faint smile lingered on his lips as he talked to himself, calling her a silly lamb. "If Lu Sin is making his move on you, would I just let you stay there? Wait for me to pick you up next Monday and bring you home. You'll always have a home." On Saturday night, Yiting organized a dinner party, and Zhao Shanghai was among the invitees. After it ended, the group staggered out of Nandong, a bit tipsy. Zhao Shanghai found it strange that Yiting, who had organized the gathering, left early, leaving only his assistant to mingle. Yiting's assistant, staggering and barely able to walk straight, bumped into Zhao Shanghai, who quickly steadied him. He then stuffed the assistant into a waiting taxi, internally criticizing how Yiting's assistant drank too much for someone so young and should have been more careful. Just then, the assistant's phone lit up on the ground. Zhao Shanghai noticed and bent to pick it up. He had no intention of snooping, but a glance at the screen made him freeze. There was a new message saying, "Here's Mr. Yang's photo for today." Zhao Shanghai's heart skipped a beat, realizing Yiting had found Yang Jelly. He took a moment to calm down before throwing the phone back to the assistant and waiting for the taxi to leave. Zhao Shanghai took out his phone and called Yang Jelly. When Yang Jelly answered, it seemed like she had been awakened by the call, yawning sleepily and saying, "Brother, hi?" Zhao Shanghai calmly asked, "Yang, are you still at the villa? I'm still here planning to find a house and then move away." "What's wrong?" Zhao Shanghai held his breath, his voice deep. "What I'm going to say next is very important. Adjust your state first, make sure your emotions are stable. Don't panic." On Monday, Yiting set off with his bodyguards as planned. This time, Yiting didn't hide, instead, he entered the villa with his entourage openly. Lu Sun's expression was unpleasant. Seeing Yiting entering with people, he just sneered twice. Yiting, observing Lu Sun's sneer and his reaction, suddenly felt uneasy, sensing a bad premonition. Only when Yiting approached did Lu Sun slowly put down his teacup and said indifferently, "Mr. Yi of Changhui Group has also deigned to visit this unremarkable villa. I apologize for the lack of proper reception." Yiting narrowed his eyes. The two men silently stared at each other for a while. Yiting spoke coldly, "I don't want to beat around the bush. Give me back my person." Lu Sun played dumb. "Person? What person? Did I kidnap someone from Mr. Yi?" Yiting then reached out and firmly grasped Lu Sun's neck, slamming him against the wall. His eyes fierce with shock and anger, he repeated, "Say it again." Lu Sun coughed twice, his face turning red from the choke. Staring with wide eyes, finally grinding his teeth and putting aside all pretense, he said, "He knew you were coming, how could he not run away quickly?" Yiting's fingers gradually tightened. He turned his head and swept a glance at his bodyguards and coldly ordered, "Go check." The bodyguards did as told and soon returned, drenched in cold sweat. "Mr. Yi, he's indeed not here." Yiting turned back, his eyes blazing with a bloodthirsty intensity. He gritted his teeth. "Then where did he go?" Lu Sun, unable to escape Yiting's frenzied grip, choked out, "I don't know." Yiting clenched his other fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. "Lu Sun, I'm warning you again, stop playing your tricks in front of me. You're nothing in my eyes. Where is he? Tell me now, immediately." Lu Sun's eyes were wide open, showing a defiant spirit, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "I told you I fucking don't know. He knew beforehand that you were coming. He packed up and left the night before, even I didn't get a chance to tell. He only left money and a letter." Yiting was half convinced until Lu Sun took out the letter from his pocket and then he finally let go. Yiting read the letter quickly and thoroughly, his eyes brewing a storm. He crumpled the letter, gave Lucen a piercing look, and waved for his bodyguards to leave. Before leaving the VIP lounge, Yiting turned his head and said indifferently to Lucen, "You should feel lucky that Yang has been living with you these days. You've indeed treated him well. And you're lucky you didn't really succeed." After saying that, he picked up his foot and violently kicked Lucen in the stomach. Having said his harsh words and thrown his punch, Yiting left swiftly without looking back. Wang Yang, who was in the shadows, witnessed all this and only then realized that Yang Jelly had left. The scene shifts to the next day. The bodyguard, who worked overtime last night to track Yang Jelly's movements, informed Yiting's assistant. So, the assistant came early to report to Yiting. After listening, Yiting looked up and asked, "Who from the military district was supposed to meet him?" The assistant replied, "No one met him. The car just went straight in. Our people couldn't get in because the security is too tight." Yiting extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray and ordered, "Keep a close eye on the people nearby. Check everything thoroughly." At this moment, the assistant mentioned another discovery, saying that when they checked the surveillance last night, they found a suspicious man who had been following Yang Nyonyo for a week. Yiting, looking at the surveillance video handed over by the assistant, wondered why he dared to show up. The assistant stuttered in reply, "Wang Yang is not acting alone. Our initial judgment is that the person behind him is Fan Xiao." Yiting suddenly stood up, incredulously shouting, "Yi Fan?" This morning, as usual, the assistant came to report Yang Jelly's activities to Yiting. "We've seen Mr. Yang from a distance a few times. He seems to be in good condition and adapting well to the environment there." After listening, Yiting felt somewhat disappointed. "It seems he really doesn't plan to come out to see me. No matter how much I want to treat him well, he really refuses to come back to me." Yiting was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "How are things on Yi Fan's side?" The assistant replied, "We also have people following him. Recently, it seems he has increased his manpower." Yiting stood by the window, looking at the scenery outside. His eyes darkened. He couldn't wait any longer. If he delayed, Yang Yang would face more danger. He had to find a way to get Yang Yang to go out. The assistant was also a bit troubled after hearing this. Mr. Yang was very cautious and even arranged meetings with friends within the military district. Suddenly, Yiting had a flash of inspiration. Who did Yang Yang meet with? The assistant replied, it was his former teammates, Li De and Li Er. Yiting smiled slightly and came up with a plan. How could I have forgotten about them? How could I forget them? The bait to get Yang Yang out is ready. Besides, Yang Jelly has no idea that Yiting is plotting again. He is happily entertaining Li De and Li Er. They haven't seen each other for a long time. As soon as they met, Li Er threw herself into Yang Jelly's arms expressing how much she missed him. Yang Jelly wiped Li Er's tears and said, "Alright, haven't I come back to see you guys? There's hot pot prepared inside, let's talk while we eat." Upon hearing there was food, Li Er's eyes lit up, and she looked no longer sad. The three of them ate the hot pot noisily. Li De asked Yang Jelly about his future plans. Yang Jelly wiped the sauce from the corner of his mouth and said, "I want to find a regular job to get by for now. Once things settle down, I still want to sing." Li De put his hand on Yang Jelly's and said, "Brother Yang, no matter what, I'll follow you." Li Er also said firmly, "Believe in Brother Yang and you will have eternal life. No matter how poor or down and out we are, we will always be a team, a family." Hearing their words, Yang Jelly felt a sudden pang in his nose. "Thank you guys. Say no more, everything is in the drink." Yang Jelly's gloomy mood lifted. He sniffed, picked up a can of cold beer, banged it on the table, and shouted, "Let's go, drink up. It's indeed happiest with friends. Given the chance, I should get Brother Hai to come over for a gathering. To hell with men or whatever." Thinking of this, Yang Jelly sent a WeChat message to Zhao Shanghai asking him to come over for a meal when he had time. Zhao Shanghai was at the office at that moment. Seeing the WeChat and the photo of the three of them at the gathering, he couldn't help but shake his head. This little Yang is still like a child. At this moment, Assistant 2 pushed the door open and came in. His face looked a bit worried, his eyes filled with concern. Zhao Shanghai found his appearance a bit strange. "Why are you in such a panic?" Assistant Wang's voice was a bit soft. "President Zhao, the photos we just received." Zhao Shanghai asked, "Whose photos?" Assistant Wang replied, "President Zhao's." Zhao Shanghai's hand, which was wiping sweat, unknowingly froze. Assistant Wang raised his head, his voice faltering. "President Zhao went to see a movie with a young celebrity, and they were photographed." Zhao Shanghai took the tablet from Assistant Wang's hands. The screen glowed quietly, displaying a photo. In the photo, Xiaoyi was as tall and handsome as ever, accompanied by a young and attractive boy. Zhao Shanghai silently looked at the photo for a long time before asking in a hoarse voice, "When was this?" Assistant Wang whispered, "It was taken last night." Zhao Shanghai nodded, recalling last night. He had been in the study helping Lele with homework until 10 o'clock, then took care of Lele until he fell asleep. Seeing that Xiaoyi had not returned, he made a pot of hangover soup in the kitchen and went to bed reassured. Before sleeping, he sent a message to Xiaoyi, asking if the social engagement had ended, advising him not to get drunk and to come home early. Informing him that there was hangover soup in the kitchen. Xiaoyi only replied with 2 words, "Busy now." So this is what kept him so busy. Assistant Wang looked at him with concern, "President Zhao, are you alright?" Zhao Shanghai smiled calmly and shook his head, "You can go now. Come to pick me up at 8 in the evening." Zhao Shanghai walked around the home he had lived in for 7 years. He touched the warm-colored wallpaper, his fingers gently caressing the family portrait of the 3 of them, all with bright and warm smiles. Holding the photo, he seemed to linger and gaze at it for a long time, then let out a light laugh and placed the photo face down. After all this, he took out his phone and sent a message to Xiaoyi, 7:30 p.m., "Come home. I have something to discuss with you." The clock's hands slowly moved towards 7:30. Zhao Shanghai had long been sitting on the sofa, waiting, thinking that it was time to put an end to everything. Soon, Xiaoyi walked in from outside. Zhao Shanghai looked up at him, "You're late." A hint of impatience flashed across Xiaoyi's face, "Just speak, I have plans later." Zhao Shanghai stood up, his expression unchanging, "Don't worry, I'll leave after I've spoken." "What do you mean?" "From now on, I won't interfere with your plans anymore." Xiaoyi was stunned, not understanding his meaning. Zhao Shanghai, after a moment of silence and determination, walked up to Xiaoyi, looked up at the man he had loved for 7 years, and said without dragging his feet, "Xiaoyi, let's break up." Xiaoyi's brows furrowed, somewhat in disbelief. "What did you say? Break up with me? Why?" Zhao Shanghai lifted his phone in front of Xiaoyi, showing a photo of Xiaoyi and Fu Zhongming that had been taken. Xiaoyi looked at it and didn't take it seriously, thinking Zhao Shanghai was just jealous and throwing a tantrum over this. "I just watched a movie with him, nothing else." "Are you really making a fuss over this?" he said, as he put his hand on Zhao Shanghai's shoulder. Zhao Shanghai forcefully pushed Xiaoyi away without mincing words, piercing through the facade, "What's the big deal? Should we wait until we catch you in the act to say it's something?" "Xiaoyi, neither of us are fools. The nature of your relationship with Fu Zhongming is clear to everyone." Xiaoyi's gaze tightened, and he pursed his thin lips. "Aren't you being annoying? Haven't I just explained?" Zhao Shanghai calmed himself down and spoke again, "I don't need explanations. Let's break up and set each other free." Xiaoyi turned his head away, with a look of frustration, "If you're willing to make a fuss over this little thing, then let's break up. Who outside isn't more understanding and sensible than you?" A hint of defiance suddenly appeared on Zhao Shanghai's usually composed face. "Coincidentally, I now also think those younger guys outside are more pleasing to the eye than you, a mad dog. Oh, and that little star has quite the charm. Not just you, even I want to have a go. How about that?" Xiaoyi's face turned dark instantly, his teeth clenched. Zhao Shanghai. Seeing his dark expression, Zhao Shanghai's smile grew even wider. He walked towards the door with ease. "I don't have time to argue with you. From now on, we'll mind our own business." Zhao Shanghai, feigning strength, didn't look back until he reached outside the villa, where he felt utterly drained. The chilly night wind blew against his face. Damn, 7 years of relationship finally ends. At this moment, Zhao Shanghai saw Xiaoyi's luxury car. He walked up to the car and saw Fu Zhongming's clothes still in the passenger seat. He thought Xiaoyi and they might have been in the car before. Zhao Shanghai suddenly felt waves of anger surging in his heart. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it with great force. The stone smashed into Xiaoyi's car window with a sharp momentum. "Fuck you, Xiaoyi." It was as if he had finally erupted after holding back for many years. He furiously smashed the car window again, shouting angrily and desperately, "Fuck you, Xiaoyi." The next day, as soon as Yi Ting arrived, he asked his assistant, "Have Li Di and Li Er been invited?" The assistant hesitated and said, "They are on their way, but Yi, is this really appropriate?" Yi Ting smiled and said, "Why not? Mr. Yang is clearly afraid of your methods. If we target Mr. Yang's friends, won't he be even more upset?" Looking at Yang Jelly's photo, Yi Ting calmly said, "Let him resent me. It's better than him falling into Yi Fan's hands. Besides, I don't want to force him this time. I just want to meet him and make a deal with him." Moreover, Yang Jelly, after meeting Li Di and the others, started looking for a job. It wasn't as smooth as he had thought, just preparing the job resumes took a long time. Also, many of the demos he made before were in the practice room. Moreover, before I made many demos that were left in the practice room, I asked for help from Lydie and Lier, but they did not respond. Yang Jelly looked at the WeChat interface. The messages sent to Lydie and Lier never received a response again. At first, Yang Jelly thought they were busy and didn't pay much attention, but when he didn't get a reply from Lydie and Lier for 2 consecutive days, he started to feel uneasy. He was thinking about taking a taxi to check on the place where Lydie and Lier lived. Before he could leave, he received a phone call. The call was from Yi Ting's assistant. The assistant said calmly on the other end, "Mr. Yang, President Yi would like to invite you to come to the office for a visit. He has some matters to discuss with you in person. Don't worry, your freedom will not be restricted, and you can leave after the talk." Yang Jelly knew that it was only a matter of time before Yi Ting discovered his whereabouts, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. After spending a good while mentally preparing himself, he regained his composure and said, "I don't know what there is to talk about, I and he." "Mr. Yang," the assistant interrupted him, gently hinting, "have you lost contact with the two Mr. Lees?" Yang Jelly was shocked, his eyes widened suddenly, and he clenched his fists instantly. "Is it you?" The person on the phone replied, "President Yi has invited the two Mr. Lees as guests." Yang Jelly's breath halted, and his vision darkened. He agitatedly stood up. His whole person was like being thrown into a hot pot, restless. After so long, he didn't expect Yi Ting to still be able to force him to show himself in this way. As he was frantically thinking about how to respond, the assistant said, "Please think it over carefully, we await your arrival." The call ended. Yang Jelly held the buzzing phone, feeling as if his soul had been drawn out, and he slumped onto the sofa. The next day, with red eyes and a bowed head, he went out, hailed a taxi, and prepared to go to Yi Ting's company. After running away for so long, he was going to meet Yi Ting again. The assistant led him into the room, and Yang Jelly's eyes brightened when he saw a little lamb doll. The assistant smiled and said, "This is a gift President Yi wanted to give you." As Yang Jelly was staring blankly at the lamb, the assistant brought over a cup of sweet and fragrant milk sago soup, as instructed by President Yi. Yang Jelly, looking at the steaming milk sago soup, asked with a hoarse voice, "Where is he?" "Mr. Yi is in a meeting. He will come over right after. Please wait a moment." Yang Jelly nodded, took a deep breath, and waited for about 20 minutes. He started to feel a bit uneasy and got up to walk around Yi Ting's office. There wasn't much to see, except for a photo on Yi Ting's desk that caught his attention. He remembered this photo was taken in their freshman year. At that time, he was openly and secretly chasing after Yi Ting and finally got a response. The night they confirmed their relationship, they went to a concert. Initially, both of them stood straight, but at the moment the shutter clicked, Yi Ting lowered his head and gently kissed the corner of Yang Jelly's mouth. In the dark night amidst the bustling crowd, this scene, filled with surprise, joy, and love, was forever captured in the photo. Just as Yang Jelly was engrossed in the photo, a pair of hands suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind. Just like how Yi Ting suddenly lowered his head to kiss Yang Jelly back then, this time Yi Ting tightly embraced Yang Jelly from behind. Hearing Yi Ting's heartbeat, Yang Jelly gradually calmed down. With a hoarse voice, he said, "You finished your meeting?" Yi Ting nodded, buried his head in Yang Jelly's neck, and stayed silent, relishing in Yang Jelly's scent. After a while, he gently kissed Yang Jelly's neck and whispered in a low voice, "Baby, I miss you so much." "Did you know that?" Yang Jelly's body trembled slightly. He slowly pushed Yi Ting away, turned around, and looked at Yi Ting's face. Yi Ting kept staring at Yang Jelly, as if he could never get enough. Feeling a bit uneasy from Yi Ting's gaze, Yang Jelly asked, "What do you want this time?" Yi Ting's Adam's apple moved. His warm hand gently touched Yang Jelly's cheek, caressing it with affection and reluctance. In his tone, there was a barely noticeable sigh and grievance as he said, "You speak so bluntly the moment you start. You don't even say you miss me." Yang Jelly didn't want to waste words with him. He moved Yi Ting's hand away, lifted his head to meet his gaze, and said, "I don't want to talk about anything else right now. You use Lydie and Lier to threaten me. Fine, as you wish. I'm here now, just tell me straight how you want to torment me this time. But before that, I need to make sure nothing happened to Lydie and Lier." Yi Ting looked deep in thought, as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately he didn't speak. He silently took out his mobile phone from the side, dialed a video call, and handed the phone to Yang Jelly. When Yang Jelly took the phone, the call had just connected. The screen was blurry for a moment, then Lydie and Lier appeared. Both were wearing loose robes, leaning on luxurious massage chairs, with their feet in a medicinal bath, their faces red from the steam, looking extremely relaxed, probably enjoying themselves somewhere. Seeing their cheeks plump like hentai apples, Yang Jelly was temporarily reassured. After hanging up the call, Yiting took back his phone and apologized with a bitter smile. I'm sorry for forcing you out this way again. Yang Jelly slowly disengaged from him and said calmly, speak. You've gone through so much trouble to force me out. What's so important that you need to talk about? Yiting felt a pang of pain in his heart from Yang Jelly's dry voice. He led Yang Jelly to sit on the sofa, picked up the cup of milk with sago, and said, drink this first, then I'll tell you. Knowing that Yang Jelly just didn't want to accept his kindness, Yiting smiled wryly, scooped a spoonful and brought it to Yang Jelly's lips. As long as you obediently finish this cup, I'll tell you my intentions. Yang Jelly had no choice but to sip the milk sago little by little. Yiting's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing Yang Jelly finish, he leaned over and lightly kissed the corner of Yang Jelly's mouth, his eyes immediately smiling, whispered, baby, you're really sweet. Yang Jelly's ears heated up, and he instinctively moved a bit further away, grumbling, I finished the drink. What do you want to do now? Hurry up and say it. Returning to the main topic, Yiting's previously relaxed expression gradually became serious, seemingly very reluctant to face it. After a long moment, he finally turned to look at Yang Jelly, his eyes brimming with a sticky bitterness. Escaping from under my watch twice, hiding in the villa for so long, and even fleeing to the United States alone, just to avoid being caught by me. Baby, I want to ask you, do you really not want to be with me anymore? Yang Jelly clenched his fists quietly. He wanted to say yes, but seeing Yiting's gaze, the words just wouldn't come out. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't spit them out. Yiting didn't wait for his answer, lowered his head, and chuckled meaningfully. To be honest, after all this chasing, both you and I are tired. I don't want to continue this game anymore. Yiting took a deep breath and said, what I want to say is you're free now. You don't need to run around anymore. You don't need to hide from me. You're free. I won't bother you anymore. Seeing Yang Jia's eyes suddenly widen, Yiting added, of course, you still need to agree to one condition. Yang Jia's heart tightened sharply. What condition? Yang Jia's heart tightened sharply. What condition? Yiting gently stroked Yang Jia's cheek and stared intently for a while. He leaned close to his ear and whispered, stay with me for 1 more month. Yang Jia frowned, 1 month? Yes, Yiting whispered, move in with me for 30 days, 1 month. Yiting's gaze turned distant. I need you to be with me wholeheartedly for this month, without any distractions, just like during our college days. Yang Jia reminded him, we've already broken up. Yiting frowned slightly, displeased, and lightly scratched Yang Jia's waist with his claw. I know, you don't need to remind me. Yiting turned around and sighed, whether it's genuine or whatever, even if it's an act, you need to act like you still love me, just like in our college days. Just like when you were always chasing after me. Before I'm really ready to let you go, just 1 more month. Stay with me for 1 last month without regrets, okay? Yang Jia slowly turned around and saw Yiting's handsome face, his eyes bloodshot. His lips trembling, he frantically grabbed his belongings. Let me think, he stumbled back to his rental room. After hearing such impactful words, Yang Jelly spent another sleepless night. Sitting up in frustration, Yang Jelly regretted agreeing to give Yiting a response the next day. What now? In a few hours it will be daylight and I still haven't decided. Forget it, I won't sleep. Just as Yang Jelly was about to get out of bed, he looked down and saw the box under the cabinet. He took it out and started to look through it while sitting on a stool. What caught his eye was the photo he saw at Yiting's place. Holding the photo in his hand, it was taken after they attended a concert together, posing with Xiao Jiao Jiao. Yiting had a copy, and so did he. Yang Jelly touched the beaming faces in the photo. Indeed, there was a note written by himself on it. He then flipped through the other photos, including one of Yiting cooking for him. Back then, the school held a collective wedding for the staff. Yang Jelly, amidst the sweet atmosphere, lightly bumped his head twice against Yiting's chest and asked softly with sparkling eyes, do you think we'll have a day like this? Yiting rubbed his head, we will, because you are mine for life. They broke up in their senior year amidst the hustle and bustle of people, the contagion of separation spreading at the eve of graduation, the ceremony, and the farewell station. That summer, many people drifted apart. Regrets and resentments, no matter how well hidden, were secretly etched at the bottom of their hearts, in places they least wanted others to know. Yang Jelly stroked the photo, his nose tingling with sadness, tears flowing involuntarily. It wasn't just Yiting who felt regret, Yang Jelly felt the same. Nevertheless, he agreed to the 1-month pact. Only by doing so could they both truly let go of the past, forgive each other, and welcome a new life. No one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Yang Jelly had just decided to agree to Yiting's 30-day agreement, but someone was scheming against him in secret. The scene shifts to Wang Yan curled up on the ground, repeatedly saying he's starving. At this moment, someone comes over with a piece of bread in front of Wang Yang. Seeing it's Yifan, Wang Yang sits up in terror and backs away a few steps. Yifan frowns at the scene and says coldly, "Are you truly not hungry, or are you just throwing a tantrum and deliberately not taking what I give you?" Wang Yang trembles and says, "I'm sorry, I didn't dare, I'll eat right away." Saying this, he takes the bread and gulps it down hastily, fearing Yifan would punish him if he moved slowly. Yifan rubs Wang Yang's head and says, "That's my good Yang Yang. How does it feel to be hungry? These punishments are all your own doing." Yifan looks at Wang Yang sternly and continues, "If it weren't for your failure at Gingyuan Villa, we would have caught Yang Jelly by now. However, I'm reluctant to be too harsh on you, so I'm giving you another chance to make up for it." Wang Yang anxiously shouts, "I'll do anything as long as I'm not punished." Yifan looks down at him, "I want you to go to Yang Jelly's rented place and lure him out, knock him out, and quietly bring him back. This time I'll arrange for help." He leans into Wang Yang's ear and whispers a threat, "Yang Yang, this is our last chance. If you fail, you know what will happen." Wang Yang shivers and says, "I'll get it done." Yifan curls his lips into an evil smile, "Good boy." Meanwhile, the targeted Yang Jelly is packing his clothes. Thinking to tidy up first so that when Yiting arrives, I can take her straight away, I heard the doorbell ring and Yang Jelly thought it was Yiting, and hurried to answer the door. When the door opened, it was a man dressed heavily. Yang Jelly felt the man looked strange and somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall who he was. He asked, "Who are you?" The man was none other than Wang Yang. Hearing Yang Jiali's question, his voice trembled slightly, "I live in the apartment above yours. My clothes were blown away by the wind, may I come in to retrieve them?" Yang Jiali didn't think too much and smiled as he welcomed the man inside. As soon as Wang Yang entered, he began looking around. Yang Jiali found this odd, thinking, "Isn't he here to retrieve something? The balcony is over there." Wang Yang made no move in that direction, which made Yang Jiali suspicious. Yang Jiali quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yang's arm. "You aren't here to retrieve anything, what are you trying to do? Please leave my house." As Wang Yang struggled, his hat coincidentally fell off. Yang Jiali pressed forward and as he approached Wang Yang, he saw Wang Yang's pupils dilate suddenly. Just as he felt something was wrong, a hand reached from behind and covered his mouth and nose tightly with a wet cloth. Meanwhile, Yiting was heading upstairs holding a cup of milk with sago. Who could have imagined someone was waiting for him? As he reached the door, he saw chaos in the corridor. The bodyguards looked anxious and pale under the corridor lights. Yiting stepped forward and asked what happened. The bodyguards broke out in a cold sweat, causing a chill in Yiting's heart. The smile froze at the corner of my mouth. "Where is my person?" Yiting had a thought as he pushed away the protective clock, only to see the room in a mess. But there was no sign of Yang Jelly. Yiting immediately got angry, grabbed the bodyguard by the collar, and demanded, "What's going on? Weren't you supposed to watch downstairs? Where is the person?" The bodyguard stuttered in response, "I don't know. Today, apart from someone moving out." Before he could finish, Yiting threw him heavily against the wall. He clenched his fists and yelled at the agent and others, "What are you staring at? Find the person. Immediately." After the bodyguard left, Yiting stood still, his face pale and his fingers almost breaking the skin of his palm. He knew it was Yifan's doing. Thinking of the torture Yang Jelly must be enduring, Yiting couldn't help but punch the wall in frustration. Meanwhile, Yang Jelly was knocked out and immediately taken to Yifan, who had prepared a metal cage. Yifan stuffed Yang Jelly into it right away. Seeing Yang Jelly in the cage, Yifan became somewhat manic. "Yang Jelly, I finally caught you." After speaking, he grabbed Wang Yang next to him, and said with a light laugh, "Yang Yang, you did well this time. Come sleep in my room tonight. I'll take good care of you. Go take a shower first." Wang Yang looked somewhat scared upon hearing this, but he couldn't disobey and went upstairs to wait obediently. After Wang Yang left, Yifan's man asked, "What's the plan next, Mr. Fan?" Yifan smiled, "No hurry. With such a big bargaining chip, is there any worry that Yiting won't beg for mercy immediately?" Yifan hesitated a bit. "Even in the United States, Yiting is so ruthless towards you, his brother. Would he give in for this boy?" Yifan replied with considerable confidence, "You don't understand. This is Yiting's Achilles heel. Harming me, his brother-in-law, is far more torturous for him than being harmed himself." After finishing his speech, he took out his phone and fiercely took several photos of Yang Jia, then said with a twisted expression, "I shall show some mercy and soothe my dear brother." He wondered how Yiting would react upon receiving the photos. At this moment, Yiting was almost going mad. He had mobilized everyone to look for Yang Jia, but despite all his efforts, he couldn't find any trace of Yang Jia. His beloved had been kidnapped right under his nose, and Yiting felt a murderous rage. Then, the phone on the table rang. Yiting's breath hitched, and his fingers opened the phone faster than his brain could think. What appeared on the screen was a photo of Yang Jia locked in a cage. Yiting's eyes turned blood red, like a fierce beast pushed to the edge. Just then, the phone rang again. It was Yi Fan calling. Yiting's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, and he said sternly, "Yi Fan, give him back to me right now." Yi Fan laughed out loud, then casually said, "Why the rush? Miss me that much?" Yiting didn't want to waste words with him and directly demanded, "Where did you take him?" Yi Fan laughed teasingly, "Is that how you ask for a favor? Let me teach you. If you're anxious to have your darling back, you should start by calling me big brother and sweet-talk me." Yiting clenched his lips and remained silent. Yi Fan sighed, "Too bad you won't call me that." Yiting coldly said, "Cut the nonsense. What do you want?" Yi Fan smiled, "Since you're not sincere now, let's talk some other time. I'll take care of your sweetheart first. I hope he doesn't end up hating me like you do." After saying that, she hung up immediately, constantly complaining to herself, "My own wife is in their hands, yet they still talk so tough. It seems I need to do something to make Yiting realize his place." Thinking of this, he called over Wang Yang who was nearby and whispered, Yang, let's do something interesting." Soon, they arrived at the cage where Yang Jelly was held. Yi Fan turned to the bodyguard and asked, "Why hasn't he woken up yet?" The bodyguard lowered his head and said, "The ether concentration used yesterday was too high, just wait a bit longer." Yi Fan nodded, "I don't have the patience. Go wake him up." The bodyguard immediately picked up a bucket of cold water and walked towards Yang Jelly. Yang Jelly was abruptly awakened by the splash of cold water. He opened his eyes still a bit dazed, flashes of the moments before he fainted crossed his mind. Yang Jelly felt a slight shock in his heart and quickly realized he had been kidnapped. Seeing that Yang Jelly was awake, Yi Fan smiled, "You're finally awake." Yang Jelly's eyes widened in anger, gritting his teeth, "Yi Fan." Yi Fan crouched in front of the cage, "It seems my brother's wife still recognizes me." While holding Yang Jelly's neck, he remarked, "Yiting has kept you very well, skin so soft and tender. I wonder how much you would hurt if you were injured." A sudden realization dawned on Yang Jelly, this kidnapping was very likely meant to use him as a target to strike at Yiting. Yi Fan looked meaningfully at Yang Jelly, with a deeper smile on his lips. He brought Wang Yang into his arms, kissed him on the face, then began to speak. Yang, think about who made you hated and cursed by millions, becoming like a rat crossing the street." It was him. Wang Yang pointed at Yang Jelly. Yi Fan continued to induce, "Now he's like a dog locked in a cage, unable to escape. What do you want to do to him?" Immediately, a bodyguard handed over a baseball bat. Yi Fan put the bat into Wang Yang's hand and whispered in his ear, "Go on, I'll have someone drag him out for you." Then, he gently pushed Wang Yang towards the cage. Understanding the cue, the bodyguard stepped forward to unlock the cage and dragged the tied-up Yang Jelly out forcefully. Yi Fan, with a smiling face, switched his phone to video recording mode. Wang Yang slowly walked up to Yang Jelly, raised the baseball bat, and swung it down mercilessly. While shouting, "It's all your fault," as if not venting enough, he lifted his foot and kicked hard into Yang Jelly's abdomen. But no matter how Wang Yang beat him, Yang Jelly just bit his lip and didn't make a sound. After a while, Yi Fan didn't hear Yang Jelly cry out in pain, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. He ordered the nearby bodyguard, "Separate them." The bodyguard stepped forward and pulled the out-of-control Wang Yang to one side. Yi Fan looked at Yang Jelly on the ground, clapped his hands in approval, "Not bad, worthy of my brother's attention. Quite interesting. Knowing I was recording, you endured without making a sound, fearing that Yiting would go crazy if he heard, right?" After speaking, you lifted your leg and stomped hard on Yang Jia's hand. Yang Jia wanted to scream, but the last bit of reason and persistence made him forcefully suppress it. Yi Fan squatted down, touched Yang Jia's face with his finger, and said, "Look, you're even crying but still refuse to beg for mercy. Frankly, if you were mine, I would have really admired your spirit. But unfortunately, you belong to Yiting, so I have no choice but to find a way to break your spirit. Then I have no choice but to find a way to challenge your spirit." Yang Jelly sneered with disdain, "Stop being so eerie and creepy, it's disgusting." Yi Fan's eyes immediately sharpened, truly courting death. He said to his bodyguard, "Get some skilled fighters to deal with him. Just don't kill him. Our poor young Yang is going to suffer from another round of beating." Meanwhile, Yiting, fearing he would miss any news about Yang Jelly, hasn't closed his eyes for 2 days. Even his assistant couldn't stand it and came to persuade him. Yiting stopped what he was doing and slowly said, "No, Yang is still waiting for me. Moreover, every time I close my eyes, I think of Yang being tortured. In my dreams, Yang Jelly is always holding onto the iron cage, shouting at me, 'Yiting, it hurts, save me.' Thinking of this, Yiting wished he could kill Yifan and the others. At this moment, the phone by his side rang. Yiting immediately answered it. His voice was ominous and chilling. Yifan, if you dare to target him in any way, I will kill you. Yifan smiled. So, can we have a proper talk now? Yiting got straight to the point. What are your conditions? Just say it all at once. Yifan, while wiping his knife, didn't beat around the bush and directly said, first, I want that piece of land in Tianhai district. Yiting almost immediately agreed without thinking. Yifan raised an eyebrow. I'm not finished. I also want 8% of the shares in Guangwei. Yiting bluntly said, you're being too greedy. Yifan sneered, greedy? I haven't demanded all the shares you have, which is already sparing you face. Moreover, a mere share in exchange for your beloved's safety, I think you're making a profit. Yiting took a deep breath, considered for a few minutes, and finally agreed, fine, I'll have my secretary prepare the contract. The secretary hesitated. After all, it wasn't a small matter and wanted to advise Yiting to reconsider. When Yiting saw that the secretary wasn't moving, he yelled, what's taking so long? Get on with it. The secretary sighed and had no choice but to go prepare. Hearing this, Yifan was even more pleased with himself. I have one last demand. I want you to withdraw from the coastal area bidding this time. Yiting hesitated now. This was his biggest project since returning to the country and taking office, having consumed nearly a year of the company's efforts. Yiting clenched his teeth and sneered, you want to devour the fruits of my year's work and then run to the Yi family to claim merit and use this to suppress me? Yifan blinked and exclaimed, no wonder grandfather favored you, indeed, your insight is profound. Yiting silently retorted, what makes you think I would hand over such a big project to you? Yifan, wrapping his arm around Yang Jiali's neck, threatened, because right now, I'm standing here with a knife at your Yang Yang's throat. If you displease me, my hand might slip, and I might accidentally cut off his ear. Yiting urgently responded, stop. Dare touch a hair on his head and see. Then he said, I can agree to these conditions, but you must first let me talk to Yang Yang. Hearing how readily Yiting agreed, Yifan remarked, truly a man of sentiment. He set the phone to speaker mode and threw it into the cage. Yiting's anxious voice came through the speaker, baby, can you hear me? Yang Jiali, hearing the voice, had reddened eyes but was unable to speak, fearing that he would start crying the moment he opened his mouth. Seeing that Yang Jiali wasn't speaking, Yifan kicked the cage and scolded, hurry up. Yang Jiali calmed his emotions. He couldn't cry in front of Yiting. He still had to deal with Yifan and couldn't disturb his own spirit. Yang Jiali's voice trembled, I'm here, Yiting, I'm fine, go ahead. Yiting, on the other end of the phone, was so heartbroken he could hardly breathe, thinking, silly Yang Yang, his voice is shaking like this and he still says he's fine. Why pretend in front of me? He tried to calm himself down and gently reassured Yang Yang, I'll pick you up and take you home soon. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. Yang Jiali, with reddened eyes, shook his head, I'm not scared. Do you really think I'm a scaredy cat who gets frightened easily? I'm a man too. I can handle it, no need to worry. Yiting's heart almost stopped. How could he not hear the trembling in Yang Jiali's voice from the pain? Nobody understands Yang Yang's fear of pain better than him. But he had to calm down and gently reassure, I've talked things over with Yifan. He won't bother you anymore. I promise I'll bring you home soon. Before he could finish, Yang Jiali suddenly got emotional, did you agree to drop out of the bidding? He paused for a few seconds and smiled gently. It's just a project, no big deal. Yang Jiali's eyes reddened even more, almost as if they would bleed. It is a big deal. Yifan can't kill me. Why would you give him the project? Haven't you worked hard on it for a year? You clearly told me it was important to you. Stop pretending it doesn't matter. Yiting sighed, Yang Yang, don't get upset. Listen to me. Yes, I put a lot of effort into the project, but compared to your safety, it's worthless. We can earn money again, but there's only one Yang Yang for me. I can't afford to lose you. Yang Jiali laughed and cried at the same time, still joking at a time like this. You're hopeless. Yiting's laughter was warm, as if reaching through the phone to comfort Yang Jiali, if I'm hopeless, so be it. Don't think too much. I know what I'm doing. Wait for me to pick you up, okay? Yang Jiali still wasn't willing, sniffling with a strong sense of bitterness, shaking his head, don't. Yifan couldn't stand it anymore. Not only was Yang Jiali persuading Yiting to keep bidding, but this wave of affection was too much to handle. He grabbed the phone, time's up. Yiting's tone immediately turned serious, I'll have the project team write the withdrawal statement in a moment. Don't forget your promise. You must return Yang Jiali to me immediately. Yi Fan smiles without diminishing, but I'm really afraid you'll play tricks. I've experienced your methods. Wait until the day before the bid opening to make sure you don't have any tricks up your sleeve before letting him go. Yi Ting angrily says, Yi Fan, don't push your luck. Yi Fan sneers, so what if I push my luck? If you want this little lamb to return intact, you must listen to me. After a long while, Yi Ting manages to suppress his emotions and says, fine, you're ruthless. I can wait until the bid opening, but if anything happens to Yang Yang before that, I will make you pay with your life. I mean what I say. Yi Fan's face immediately turns dark. Furious, he throws his phone violently to the ground. At this moment, Yang Jelly is seething with anger, his eyes filled with intense loathing. Yi Fan, you're really a coward for using such means to compete. Once Yang Jelly starts swearing, he doesn't hold back, saying whatever ugly words come to mind. Yi Fan raises an eyebrow and laughs loudly. Now I know why Yi Ting cherishes you so much. It's too interesting. You speak so boldly. Are you also so vigorous in bed? Why don't you let me have a go, and I'll consider letting you out of the cage. I was considering letting you out of the cage when Yang Jelly suddenly bit down hard on Yi Fan's finger. With a strained face, he quickly pulled his finger out, his eyes darkening. Impressive, since you're so spirited, you won't be eating today. After speaking, he turned around and left in a huff. On his way upstairs, he ran into Wang Yang and said, keep an eye on him, you got it, Fan Ji. Give him nothing but water. But Wang Yang looked somewhat dejected. I've already obeyed and hit Yang Jelly, why is Han Ji still so harsh on me? If he's unhappy, will he punish me again? Worried, Wang Yang walked up to the cage and reached out to pull Yang Jelly's arm, mumbling his dissatisfaction. Yang Jelly, startled by Wang Yang's action, quickly withdrew his arm. What are you doing? Wang Yang lifted his own arm and pointed to Yang Jelly's arm. These injuries are still not enough for him? Yang Jelly, shocked, observed the scars on Wang Yang's body and suddenly realized something seemed off about Wang Yang. Yang Jelly lowered his eyelids, considering in his mind. If Wang Yang was also being coerced by Yi Fan, maybe it was worth trying to ally with him. 10 days later, Yang Jelly was still curled up in the cage. Suddenly, he was awakened by Mimi's voice and looked up towards the sound, only to see Yi Fan upstairs, pulling at Wang Yang, who was continuously crying and begging for mercy. Yang Jelly finally understood how those pinch marks and burn marks on Wang Yang's body came about. Soon after, as Yi Fan was about to leave, he instructed Wang Yang, keep an eye on him. Wang Yang lowered his head and replied, I will. Yi Fan's anger surged when he saw Wang Yang in such a state. Why are you looking down? Pull yourself together. I don't keep idlers under my wing, got it? As he spoke, he pressed the cigarette butt into Wang Yang's hand. Wang Yang trembled all over in pain, but dared not resist. After Yi Fan left, Yang Jelly spoke, Wang Yang, are you listening? Wang Yang slowly turned his head. Yang Jelly clung to the cage and said, I want to drink water, get me a glass. Wang Yang went to the kitchen and brought a glass of water. Yang Jelly looked at the scars on Wang Yang's hand. His eyes suddenly felt sore. He pulled Wang Yang's arm to make him sit down. Yang Jelly said, I didn't actually want water. You're hurt, so let me help you treat the wound, or it will get infected. As he spoke, he took out a handkerchief from his pocket and dampened it with water. He carefully wiped Wang Yang's wound. Later, find a cotton ball to press on it, and if there's any burn ointment in the house, use it too. Wang Yang didn't understand Yang Jelly's purpose and asked, why are you doing this when we're clearly enemies? Yang Jelly shook his head, I'm not your enemy. You insulted my mom first and indirectly cyberbullied me, but later you faced retribution too. Our feud is settled, I don't hate you anymore. Wang Yang was stubborn. Despite Yang Jelly's goodwill, Wang Yang still stubbornly believed Yi Fan was his benefactor. No, Yang Jelly inquired, why do you think that? Wang Yang's gaze slightly unfocused. When I had no food or place to stay, Brother Fan took me in. He said he would treat me better in the future, and even brought you here for me to vent my anger. Yang Jelly retorted, now that Yi Ting has agreed to give up the bid, your goal has been achieved. Has Yi Fan's attitude towards you improved? Wang Yang was suddenly shaken. It seemed to make sense. Yang Jelly put his hands on Wang Yang's shoulders, with a pitiful tone, being forced to do those things every day must hurt, doesn't it? Are you very scared when he hits you? Wang Yang, he doesn't like you at all. Wang Yang seemed to be struck by these words. His eyes suddenly widened, you're lying, you're lying. Yang Jelly shook his head, calmly saying, I'm not lying. I once wholeheartedly liked someone, and I didn't want to see him in danger. As Yang Jelly spoke, he reminisced about the times he spent with Yi Ting, explaining how even the slightest sadness, heartache, and pain would deeply hurt you. Clearly, Yi Fan doesn't really like you. Wang Yang's eyes became dull, and he couldn't think of any rebuttal. Yang Jelly continued to press on. If you insist on believing in him, let's do an experiment. Tonight, I will call Yi Ting and you listen in. When Yi Fan comes back and forces you again, resist him once, saying it hurts, and see how Yi Fan reacts. Wang Yang didn't say anything. It was unclear if he had taken it in. In the evening, when Yi Fan returned, as usual, he tossed his phone to Yang Jelly, impatiently saying, 10 minutes. Yang Jelly saw that Wang Yang hadn't left. His vacant gaze was fixated on the phone in his hand. Thank goodness, Wang Yang listened to me this morning. Yi Ting, don't mess up later. Yang Jia, holding her phone, called out somewhat coquettishly, Yi Ting. Holding her phone, Yang Jia called out somewhat coquettishly, Yi Ting. When has Yang Jia ever spoken in that tone? She asked anxiously, Yang Yang, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Yang Jia replied pitifully, it's nothing, I just accidentally twisted my hand today. The joint is very painful and uncomfortable. Hearing this, Yi Ting became even more anxious. How can that be? Is the injury serious? Did you get a doctor to treat it? Where's Yi Fan? Yi Fan, listen to me on the phone. Yang Jia handed the phone to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the phone with a grim face and started negotiating with Yi Ting. Wang Yang silently observed all this. His usually indifferent eyes ignited a small spark. Yi Ting can't bear to see Yang Jia in pain. Is this what liking someone is like? After Yi Fan finished negotiating with Yi Ting, he handed the phone back to Yang Jia. He instructed the bodyguard, take the phone away when the time is up, don't let them talk too much. After saying that, he went upstairs with Wang Yang. Wang Yang turned and glanced at Yang Jia. Yi Ting's tone was so gentle. Then he turned back to secretly look at Yi Fan, wondering, could Fan treat me the same way? Yi Fan took Wang Yang to the second floor and immediately pushed him onto the bed, commanding with a tone of authority, strip. Wang Yang did not move, which displeased Yi Fan. Isn't ruining my mood in the morning enough? Don't make me say it a third time. Strip. Wang Yang thought about the experiment Yang Jelly mentioned to him this morning and cautiously said, Brother Fan, can we not do it today? I'm still in pain. Yi Fan gently grabbed Wang Yang's shoulder and said softly, where does it hurt? Wang Yang lifted the hand he had injured in the morning to show Yi Fan. Yi Fan's face turned gentle, it hurts here, huh? Wang Yang thought to himself, I knew Brother Fan cared about me. But then, Yi Fan slapped Wang Yang hard across the face. I'm making you hurt, am I? Do you think because Yi Ting just ordered me around, you've grown bold? Don't even look at what you are, daring to make demands of me. Wang Yang, frightened and trembling all over, quickly said, I didn't, I'm sorry, Fan go, I won't dare again. Yi Fan, driven by his addiction, didn't think twice and ripped Wang Yang's clothes apart. It seems I need to teach you some manners again. From downstairs, Yang Jelly heard faint screams of pain and agony. Feeling extremely uncomfortable all over, he couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't help but think, had he not made a mistake, Wang Yang wouldn't have suffered so much. After a long time, Wang Yang slowly and stiffly came downstairs. The sound of footsteps woke Yang Jelly, who was asleep. Looking towards him, he saw Wang Yang, who still had a bit of life left in him, now looking like a walking corpse, his eyes devoid of any sparkle. Yang Jelly softly called out to him, Wang Yang, Wang Yang. Wang Yang turned stiffly, his eyes brimming with tears as he stared at Yang Jelly. Soon he came over to Yang Jelly, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Sobbing softly, he said, you were right, he doesn't like me at all. Indeed, nobody likes me. Yang Jelly, bewildered, looked at him and comforted, how could that be? You were a big star before, much more popular than me. You have a lot of fans. They have always liked you. Wang Yang shook his head, it's not the fans, they don't understand me. They might like me today and love someone else tomorrow. But you're different. Yi Ting, he likes you. Upon hearing this, Yang Jelly finally admitted for the first time that he also liked Yi Ting. Wang Yang looked at Yang Jelly with eyes full of admiration. It's wonderful, you two are in love. Yang Jelly smiled, closed his eyes as if he was slowly immersing into his memories, and leisurely said it wasn't love at first sight. At the beginning, Yi Ting was particularly aloof and disliked me a lot, but I couldn't accept that in my heart and had to get close to this ice block. It took me a year of persistently chasing before I finally won him over. At this point, Yang Jelly raised a happy smile and continued, but after we got together, he was really good to me. Being loved by him is the most beautiful thing in my life. Actually, after we met again, I always felt he was heartless and cruel, treating me like a dog. But now I think about it, he was just too obsessive, but he never really wanted me to get hurt. He cherished me a lot, Wang Yang, do you know? I was a bit mad at him before, but now I really miss Yi Ting so much. In the following days, Wang Yang would squat next to Yang Jelly's cage after Yifan fell asleep, doing nothing, just quietly listening to Yang Jelly talk about his story with Yiting. Suddenly one evening, when Yifan came back in high spirits, he even ordered people to let Yang Jelly out of the cage. Yang Jelly asked in surprise, "What are you going to do now?" Yifan said as if bestowing a favor, "Nothing much, I'm in a good mood today, letting you have a good meal with me. After all, as my brother's wife, you can't just eat bread every day." After saying that, he handed over a chicken leg. Yang Jelly pursed his lips, "Who cares about your stuff?" However, his heart was crying for joy. "Wow, a big chicken leg, this damn Yifan finally decided to give me some meat." Yang Jelly hesitated for a moment, just about to pick up the chicken leg to eat, when he saw the business newspaper on the table. The front page headline read, "Huangwei Group announces withdrawal from bidding 10 days ahead of the bidding period." Yang Jelly was extremely shocked, never expecting Yiting to actually withdraw from the bid. Yifan, seeing Yang Jelly's expression and glancing at the newspaper beside him, laughed, "Surprised, aren't you? I wouldn't have let you out if it weren't for this. After all, Yiting could be so straightforward thanks to you, huh?" Yifan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, looking interestedly at Yang Jelly. "I'm really curious. Knowing that you could never enter the Elder's door, how could Yiting still be willing to do all this for you? What's so great about you that he's so obsessed? For example, in bed." After saying this, Yifan stretched out his hand and touched Yang Jelly's ear inside face. Yang Jelly jumped up like he was shocked, cursing, "Mother fasterus cur, didn't your mom teach you? It's very impolite to touch others while eating. Disgusting and creepy." Yifan's face immediately darkened, and he waved his hand towards the bodyguards. "Take the disobedient thing back." After Yifan went to bed at night, Wang Yang went downstairs as usual, sitting next to Yang Jelly's cage, and asked, "Brother Yang, will you tell the story about you and Yiting today?" Seeing Yang Jelly not speaking, Wang Yang poked Yang Jelly's face. Yang Jelly then came to inside. "I'm sorry, I'm really not in the mood today. Every time I think of Yiting frantically looking for me outside, giving up so much for me, and I can only sit here with my hands spread, waiting for him, it feels terrible." Suddenly, Yang Jelly grabbed Wang Yang's fingers, pleading, "Wang Yang, I beg you, can you do me a favor?" Wang Yang firmly said, "You want me to let you out?" Yang Jelly shook his head, his voice lowering, "I want you to." Yifan, who was in deep sleep, was awakened by the noise downstairs, wondering who was making noise in the middle of the night. Putting on his clothes and looking downstairs, he saw Wang Yang, seemingly out of control, radiating an extremely irritable aura, beating Yang Jelly with a baseball bat. Yifan rushed downstairs without hesitation. He grabbed Wang Yang's arm, his sharp eyes staring straight at Wang Yang. "What are you making a fuss about?" Wang Yang, frenzied, said. He finally showed his true colors. Yifan, puzzled, "Speak clearly, what true colors?" Wang Yang, pointing at Yang Jelly as if he had discovered some great secret, "He has been talking to me these past few days, saying you're not my benefactor. Just now, he even asked me to open the cage. He's trying to escape." Wang Yang crazily said. He finally showed his true colors. Yifan was puzzled. "What do you mean true colors?" Pointing at Yang Jelly, Wang Yang seemed to have discovered a great secret. "He's been looking for me these past few days, telling me you're not my benefactor. Just now, he even asked me to open the cage. He wants to escape." Yifan looked towards Yang Jelly. Noticing Yifan's expression, Yang Jelly quickly waved his hands and defended, "Bullshit, I just wanted to go to the toilet. Who knows why he's acting crazy?" Yifan stepped forward and grabbed Yang Jelly by the collar, his eyes fierce and cunning. "Yang Jelly, I don't know whether to say you're tough or just stupid. Trying to run away? For the next 2 days, I won't give you a drop of water. I want to see if you still have the energy to scheme." After finishing speaking, he forcefully threw Yang Jelly aside. Yang Jelly was furiously about to curse when Yifan coldly advised, "You better save your breath and conserve your energy." Then, turning his head, he kissed Wang Yang on the face and smiled, saying, "Good job, Yang Yang. I've dealt with him. You'll get a reward too. Tell me, what do you want?" "Tell me what you want," Wang Yang said with stars in his eyes. "I don't want to live downstairs with him anymore. I want to be with Brother Fan every moment." Yifan laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Then move into my room from now on." After saying that, he picked up Wang Yang and went upstairs. Wang Yang and Yang Jia exchanged a smile. They had achieved their goal. It took 2 days before Wang Yang came out of the bedroom, limping downstairs. Yifan saw him and smiled. "You can come downstairs now. I thought you'd be lying down for 2 more days. It seems living with me really does help you recover faster." Wang Yang moved closer and hugged Yifan's neck, cooing, "Of course, it's better to live in brother Fan's room." Hearing this, Yifan was in a great mood. Yang Yang has been getting more and more obedient recently. "That's right, I've always said that as long as you're obedient, I'll treat you well." Just as the two were enjoying their affectionate moment, an untimely voice interrupted them. It was Yang Jia, who was hungry and making growling noises. Yifan walked over and joked, "How does it feel to not eat for 2 days? Still dare to run away?" Seeing Yang Jia motionless, he ordered Wang Yang, who was behind him, "Get him something to eat. It's not his time to starve to death yet." Wang Yang nodded. He brought over a piece of bread and sneakily glanced at Yifan, who was reading the newspaper on the sofa in the distance, before quietly saying to Yang Jia, "Here's what you asked for." In addition to the bread, there was also a small note. Yang Jia quickly took it, and upon opening it, he saw it was about the price and other details, immediately beaming with joy. "Our plan worked, Wang Yang. It's really Yifan's bid price." "That's great." This was what Yang Jia had asked Wang Yang to do. "Yiting, it's not just you who can protect me, I can protect you too," Yang Jia thought, his mind racing. To pass the information he knew to Yiting, he had to take a risk. Suddenly standing up and shouting loudly at Yifan, who was cleaning the car, "I haven't called Yiting today to check in. You promised I could talk to him every day." Yifan took out his phone, dialed Yiting, and kicked the phone next to Yang Jelly's cage. The call connected quickly, and Yiting's deep voice came through. "Baby, how was your day?" Before Yang Jelly could speak, Yiting continued anxiously, "It's getting cold, make sure you eat well and take care of yourself. Can you wait patiently for me to come pick you up?" Hearing this, Yang Jelly felt a wave of sadness, hid the bread behind her, and nodded with difficulty, "I'm fine, just missing you a bit." Hearing Yang Jelly's almost coquettish tone, Yiting's heart melted even more, and his voice softened, coaxing, "I miss you too. Don't be afraid, I will come to get you the day after tomorrow. How about I take my annual leave and we go for a vacation, okay?" Yang Jelly, with teary eyes, retorted, "Oh come on, you big boss, leaving your company to travel with me? How much money would that cost?" Yang Jelly counted on her fingers, shook her head and said, "I can't even calculate this number, you know I've always been really bad at math." Then, she suddenly smiled and asked, "By the way, do you remember how many marks I scored in advanced mathematics?" Yiting was slightly shocked when he heard this question. "Why are you asking this?" Yang Jelly playfully said, "Just tell me if you remember or not. You always act like you can't forget our campus days, don't tell me you've really forgotten our shared memories?" Yiting quickly countered, "How could I? I remember everything." Then, Yang Jelly asked a few more bizarre questions. How many students were in our international trade major? How much did we usually pay for a bucket of braised pork? Yiting was perplexed and did not respond. Yang Jelly continued, "Can't answer again, huh? Just like in our freshman year, heartless as ever. Speaking of this makes me angry. How could you throw away the gift I gave you? That was money I earned from selling umbrellas, 100 umbrellas. Do you know how many I managed to sell in a month?" Yiting frowned, wondering why Yang Jelly always asked him such sudden questions. "Is this more important than checking in with me?" Yiting finally got impatient and gravely said, "Yang Yang, we only have one call each day. I'm more concerned about how you're doing. Can we talk about these secondary matters later?" Yang Jelly got a bit anxious. "Yiting, this isn't secondary. I even wrote a diary about it at the time. The diary is in the luggage I haven't packed. If you open it on December 5th, you'll see." Yifan saw Yang Jelly reaching for the phone and scolded, "Are you done talking? I want my phone back." Yang Jelly anxiously said, "Wait, let me say a few more words." She put the phone to her ear, her voice trembling slightly. "Yiting, from the time we met until now, you've always been protecting me, giving up many things for me. But Yiting, I also want to protect you this time. Do you know that?" Yiting was stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. Yang Yang, but the call on Yang Jelly's side was taken away by Yifan. Before the call disconnected, Yiting could vaguely hear Yang Jelly's tearful plea, "I also want to protect you. Don't give up. Please, let me help you this time." Yiting stood there in a daze, utterly confused by the strange questions Yang Jelly raised and what she meant by saying not to give up. While Yiting was frowning in thought, the bid document on the table caught his attention. Yiting jolted in realization, thinking of a possibility, chills running down his spine. He quickly found the diary that Yang Jelly mentioned, swiftly opened it to the page for December 5th, which clearly recorded that 57 units were sold that day. Purchased 100 units, which means 57%. There were other issues too. Yiting tried hard to recall the answers. Advanced math score was 63, braised pork cost 15. Yi Ting hurriedly opened his bid document. Following the format above, apply this series of numbers. These are Yi Fan's bidding figures. Yi Ting's breathing momentarily stopped, and he felt numb all over, collapsing to the ground. In that instant, he understood everything, so this is what Yang Yang meant by protection. Even though Yang Yang was locked up in such a dark place, he still tried his best to help him. Yi Ting tightly hugged the bid document, tears streaming down his bloodshot eyes. The usually cold Yi Ting, this time, was like a child who finally got candy. After crying for a while, Yi Ting slowly recovered and secretly swore in his heart, "Wait for it, Yi Fan. Yang Jelly and this project must return to my hands." On Yang Jelly's side, the evening before the bid opening, Yang Jelly's hands were tightly bound with thick ropes. The bodyguard threw him out of the cage, and then Yi Fan instructed the bodyguard, "Go find a car with 2 drivers." Hearing this, Yang Jelly felt a twinge of unease.
He raised his voice angrily and said, "Yi Fan, what are you doing? You're not keeping your promise." Yi Fan just smiled and said, "What's the hurry, my sister-in-law?" As he walked up to Yang Jia, he lifted Yang Jia's chin with the tip of his shoe and continued, "I just feel bad that you've been staying at my place for half a month, and I haven't been able to treat you to a good meal. Feeling guilty, I thought I'd send you to the house in the suburbs to make up for it." Yang Jia understood everything. Yi Fan had no intention of letting him go today. His forehead veins popped up as he cursed. "We had an agreement earlier, and yet you're still holding me back. You're effing dishonest and greedy." Yi Fan curled his lip. "I'm dishonest because I know Yi Ting. My brother is a vengeful wolf. If I let you go, he'll come back to retaliate against me immediately." Yang Jia angrily said, "Enjoying the benefits and still playing the victim, damn it. It seems you've been spoiled too well by Yi Ting. When you grow up a bit more, you'll understand that in this world, there's only winning and losing." Yi Fan ignored Yang Jia, stood up, and patted Wang Yang's shoulder. "The task of knocking him out is yours. Use the anesthetic as you see fit, just don't kill him." Wang Yang responded with an, "Okay," and Yi Fan turned and left. But once Yi Fan was completely out of sight, Wang Yang quickly helped Yang Jia up and whispered, "You guessed right." Yang Jia smiled with a slight raise of his lips. "Well, having been in love with Yi Ting for so long, I know the Yi family's innate skill is to scheme against others. If I don't stay alert, both Yi Ting and I would be doomed." Wang Yang looked around cautiously and gestured to Yang Jia to keep his voice down. Then he pulled a dagger out of his pocket and silently slipped it into Yang Jiali's clothes. Standing up, he said, "I won't give you anesthesia. Pretend to faint by yourself. I need to leave before they get suspicious." Yang Jiali looked at Wang Yang full of gratitude. Thank you for being willing to help me like this." Wang Yang's eyes, wet and red, seemed to hold countless emotions. Hoarsely, he said, "It's nothing. I just think you and Yi Ting should be together properly. You know, every time I look at you, I only have one thought. It's nice to have someone who cares." Yang Jiali's nose tingled with emotion, wanting to say something but unable to. Wang Yang gave a bitter smile. "All right, let's not talk about this. I really have to go. See you in the car, brother Yang." Yang Jiali looked at him with determination. "Don't worry, I will definitely get you out." Soon, 2 bodyguards dragged Yang Jiali out and stuffed him into the car. Wang Yang was also sitting in the car. Yang Jiali secretly touched Wang Yang's hand. They exchanged a glance with a smile, their hands tightly clasped together. At this moment, they were not just friends, but also trustworthy comrades. At this time, the car started to wobble and head into the darkness. During the drive, they didn't notice the stone in front of the tire, causing the car to jolt violently. One of the bodyguards complained, "Can you even drive? You're about to make me throw up." The other one retorted loudly, and the two began to argue, with the bodyguard in the passenger seat even grabbing the steering wheel. Yang Jiali thought to himself, the car has been driving for 3 hours, it should be out of Yi Fan's sight by now. And now they forced the car to a stop themselves. "It seems like even the heavens are helping me," Yang Jiali quietly said to Wang Yang. "Are you ready?" Wang Yang gave a slight nod. The two of them stared fiercely at the bodyguards in front of them, waiting for Yang Jiali to count to 1. At the same time, they lunged at the people in front of them. Wang Yang used his arm to choke the bodyguard in front of him. Yang Jiali threatened, "Hurry and open the door." Under the pressure of the knife at his throat, he had no choice but to open the door. Yang Jiali and Wang Yang quickly got out of the car and ran. The bodyguards were no pushovers and quickly caught up with them. Did they really think they could escape just by getting out of the car? Yang Jiali didn't waste any words, kicked the man in his most vulnerable place. The bodyguard clutched his precious parts, groaning in pain like a wild boar. Another bodyguard immediately stepped forward and grabbed Yang Jiali. Wang Yang saw the situation and a thought flashed in his mind. No one is paying attention to me now. If I leave in the confusion, I can escape from Yifan. But that thought quickly vanished. What good is escaping? I have no place to go. My future is dark. But Brother Yang is different. He is a good man, he has Yi Ting, and many people are waiting for him. Wang Yang looked ahead with a gloomy face, as Yang Jia struggled to break free. Clenching his teeth, he made up his mind. Yang Jia shouldn't be captured, he should reunite with those who love him. Suddenly, Wang Yang, as if mad, rushed forward and punched a bodyguard hard, then held onto the bodyguard tightly and shouted to Yang Jia, "I'll hold him off, you go. Hurry." Seeing this, the bodyguard raised his fist and smashed it down hard on Wang Yang. But Wang Yang wouldn't let go. And Yang Jia, so weighed by loyalty, how could he leave Wang Yang and escape alone? Then, noticing a dagger on the ground, he grabbed it like a fierce little beast, and forcefully slashed the bodyguard's arm. The bodyguard let out a cry of pain and released Wang Yang. Yang Jia quickly helped Wang Yang run towards the darkness. The road was secluded and in disrepair, surrounded by woods and undeveloped mountains. Yang Jia, dragging Wang Yang along, soon arrived at the edge of a mountain. The bodyguard was catching up. Yang Jia's heart pounded wildly, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, thinking it was death either way. Better to take a chance. He hugged Wang Yang tight and jumped down. Let's not mention Yang Jia's side for now, let's talk about Yi Ting. Yi Ting received a call from his assistant saying they had caught up with the cart transporting Mr. Yang. Anxious, Yi Ting drove to the scene immediately. As soon as he got out of the car, he seized Yifan's hostage and demanded, "Where did you take him?" Yifan's man shook his head, "I don't know." Yi Ting punched fiercely, "You wish to die? I'll grant your wish." Upon seeing this, another person from Yifan's side panicked instantly, "Mr. Yi, please spare our lives. It's not that we refuse to talk." Yang Jia ran off the car and fell down the hill as soon as he got out. Upon hearing this, Yi Ting's face darkened immediately, and bad thoughts crazily popped up. The assistant quickly tried to calm him down, "Mr. Yi, don't panic. Our people have also checked the small slope beside the car. The terrain there is relatively gentle. Since Mr. Yang is not there, he probably wasn't seriously injured and has left on his own." Yi Ting glared at the assistant and said menacingly, "Don't talk about probabilities. Contact the search and rescue team to scour the mountain. I need to ascertain Yang Yang's condition as soon as possible." The assistant acknowledged and went to handle it. At this moment, Yi Ting couldn't help but pray in his heart, "Wait for me, Yang Yang. You must be alright." While Yi Ting was frantically searching for Yang Jia was actually carrying Wang Yang and moving forward on foot, and Wang Yang woke up midway. Wang Yang woke up in the middle and called out weakly, "Brother Yang." Yang Jia Li sighed in relief and said, "You're finally awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Is it serious?" Wang Yang seemed a bit disoriented and whispered, "I'm dizzy. Where is this? It's so dark, I'm scared." Yang Jia Li gently comforted him, "I don't know either, but I see light ahead. We should be able to find help there. Don't be afraid, we've escaped. We won't be stuck here. Come, hold on to brother's neck, I'll take you home." Tears slid from the corner of Wang Yang's eyes, and his voice grew faint, "I don't have a home." Yang Jia Li's breath caught. He comforted, "Don't think like that. The world is so big, you'll find a place to belong. I'll carry you out. If you're scared, I'll sing you a little happiness, okay? We will be lucky and be rescued." After saying this, Yang Jia Li's clear voice began to sing. The song was not only for Wang Yang but also for himself. As Yang Jia Li sang, tears unknowingly streamed down his face, making him think of Yi Ting. He heard that after their breakup, Yi Ting sang this song too. Someone so cold, turning red-eyed in front of so many people while singing it. Now that I'm gone, he must be even more frantic. So I can't give up. Yang Jia Li gritted his teeth, determined to hold on. Once they get down the mountain, they can contact Yi Ting. At that moment, he didn't notice a stone underfoot and tripped, both of them falling to the ground with a cry. Yang Jia Li looked at the unconscious Wang Yang beside him and then at his own injured leg, feeling a bitterness rise in his heart. What should I do now? It's even harder to get out. Yi Ting, if only you were here. At that moment, a voice came to his ear, "Yang Yang, is that you?" Yang Yang. Yang Jia Li thought, "Am I hearing things? This voice is." He turned eagerly to look, and it really was Yi Ting. He had come looking for them. Yang Jia Li, seeing this man as if descended from heaven, burst into tears, disregarding her frail body, and flung herself into Yi Ting's arms, sobbing loudly, "You're here, you finally came." Yi Ting's heart was breaking as he held her tightly, his voice trembling, "Baby, I found you. It's all right now, don't cry. If you have any grievances, tell me, okay?" Before Yang Jia Li could speak, she fainted. Yi Ting quickly took her to the hospital. Soon after Yang Jia Li woke up, Yi Ting hurriedly approached, his voice trembling as he softly called, "Baby, you're awake." Yang Jiali slowly sat up, looking uncertainly at her own hands. Is it really Yi Ting? Am I dreaming? Seeing her unresponsive, Yi Ting gently placed his hand on Yang Jiali's, who then felt the warmth. Her nose tingled, and she couldn't hold back her tears any longer. It's not a dream, it's real. Yi Ting hurriedly held her in his arms to comfort her. It's okay, I'm here, don't be afraid. Yang Jiali clutched Yi Ting's clothes, whining, why did you only come now? You made me wait so long, you jerk. Yi Ting gently kissed the corner of Yang Jiali's eyes, saying, I'm sorry, I am a jerk. It's my fault for being late and making you suffer for so long. As he said this, he cupped Yang Jiali's face with both hands, gazing at her with pity. Don't cry, okay? Your eyes are swollen. Weren't you very brave when carrying Wang Yang on the mountain road? Why are you crying like a child now? Yang Jiali vented her emotions and finally calmed down. Rubbing her reddened eyes, she asked, by the way, where is Wang Yang? Yi Ting held her hand and said, don't worry, he's in the next room. Although his condition is more serious than yours, the doctors have taken care of it. Yang Jiali suddenly remembered something, looking tense. What about that tendering project? I've already given you hints. Don't tell me you don't understand. Yi Ting smiled. Don't worry, I got it. I've already found another bidder to win the project back. Yang Jiali finally felt relieved when hearing this. Yi Ting gently stroked Yang Jiali's face, his eyes shining. Baby, it's you who helped me. Thank you for your protection. Yang Jiali sniffled, her nose sour again. Yi Ting, you fool, what would you do without me? Then she dived straight into Yi Ting's arms. Yi Ting's eyes reddened too, whispering, yes, what would I do without you? So you must get well soon and stay by my side, okay? The two clung to each other for a while. Remembering that Yang Jiali hadn't eaten in a long time, Yi Ting hurriedly picked up the food beside him. Hungry, right? Eat something first. But as soon as he opened the box, Yang Jiali started to retch. Yi Ting panicked. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Jiali squeezed out a voice amid coughing. It's okay. I've been just drinking water and eating dry bread for over half a month. My stomach is burning, and I feel sick smelling anything. Yi Ting bristled immediately. What, over a half month? Is Yi Fan only feeding you this? How dare he? Yang Jiali spilled her grievances like beans from a bamboo tube, and he beats me often. Look at these bruises. Yi Ting's face changed seeing those marks. He said distress-edly, why didn't you tell me? The situation is so dire, you should have told me over the phone. Yang Jiali retorted, what's the use of telling you? It would only make you worry and mess things up even worse for me. Yi Ting cornered his lips, so now you are willing to let me worry? Yang Jiali blushed, it's different now. I wish you would spoil me to death. Yi Ting held Yang Jiali tightly in his arms. I will never let you suffer again, nor will I ever let you leave me, I swear. Yang Jiali playfully scolded, what, still planning to keep me close to you? Yi Ting became anxious, I won't treat you that way anymore. Baby, do you remember our love agreement? Stay with me for another month, and when the time is up, I will respect your choice to stay or leave. So, can you give me another chance to prove myself? Yang Jiali nodded, then smiled, placing her hand in Yi Ting's hand, and solemnly said one word, okay. After being bedridden for many days, Yang Jiali was finally discharged. Yi Ting kindly reminded, you're not going back to your own home. Suddenly, he turned mysterious and said, baby, I prepared a surprise for you today. Yang Jiali widened her eyes at Yi Ting, asking, where's the surprise? Yi Ting didn't waste words. He reached out and pointed forward. Following the direction of his finger, Yang Jiali saw Li Da and Li standing like two fools in front of Yi Ting's black bedley, twisting their arms into a heart shape, giggling, happy discharge, brother Yang. Yang Jiali couldn't bear to look directly, stepped forward and lightly patted Li jokingly scolding, you two fools, so embarrassing. Li touched his nose, aren't we happy for you? Li Da nodded too, when you were missing for more than half a month. Before you disappeared for nearly half a month, we were almost scared to death. Yang Jiali patted his chest, still as flamboyant and youthful as ever. Don't worry now, everything's fine. Dad can still sing with you two silly sons for another 10 years. Yi Ting, who had been standing by silently, couldn't help but sigh. I haven't seen him this vibrant in a long time. Yi Ting's lips slightly curled up. He walked to the side of the car and opened the door. Let's go, baby. You guys can chat in the car. Yang Jiali looked towards the hospital and said, wait a bit longer, Wang Yang hasn't come out yet. Upon hearing the name Wang Yang, Li Da's face turned cold. Let's go, Yang Jie. Why wait for that kind of person? He's not worth your kindness. I don't really believe he can truly repent. Forget about him, he said, and was about to drive Yang Jiali away with Li. Yang Jiali frowned, just about to have a serious talk with Li Da and Li. Then, he saw Wang Yang holding his stuff, standing at the door with his head down, looking pitiful. Yang Jiali patted Li Da and Li Er's shoulders, whispered, "I'll have a good talk with you two next time. Give me some face today. Be a bit nicer later, don't provoke him." Li Da and Li Er reluctantly agreed. Yang Jiali smiled brightly and waved at Wang Yang. "Wang Yang, come here quickly." Yang Jiali grabbed his shoulder. "Sit next to me later." Yi Ting, seeing this, felt a sour displeasure in his heart. Not sitting in front with me is one thing, but to hold on to someone else. Yet, I can't bear to refute Yang Jiali's wishes, he thought, and suppressed his displeasure. "Let's go, everyone, get in the car." Yi Ting couldn't stop the grumbles in his heart. "I need to hurry up and send this group of light bulbs away." Finally, Yi Ting brought Yang Jiali back to the villa. After getting out of the car, Yang Jiali sighed, "After all the twists and turns, we're back here again." Yi Ting gazed at Yang Jiali affectionately. "Yes, baby, welcome home." Yang Jiali heard the word, home, paused in place, looked at Yi Ting, and then smiled. It was their home, his and Yi Ting's home. Yang Jiali excitedly ran towards Yi Ting, ran towards their home, but as soon as he entered the door, he was attacked by an unknown object. It turned out to be a little kitten named AFU. He immediately smiled, and then noticed there was also a puppy at his feet, barking. Yang Jiali exclaimed with joy, "There's a dog too? You have a dog?" Yi Ting replied, "I've had him for a while. His name is Shalwang." Yang Jiali squatted down to pet Shalwang's head, and heard Yi Ting continue, "He shares the name with the dog you lost when you were young. I started raising him after you left." Yang Jiali's eyes became slightly red. He looked at Yi Ting with eyes full of emotion. Yi Ting helped Yang Jiali up and gently said, "Baby, after waiting all this time, I can finally give him to you." Yang Jiali turned his head awkwardly and said, "What do you mean give to me? I only agreed to stay with you for a month." Yi Ting smiled, "Shalwang is your gift. You can take him anytime. I said this time I won't force you. There's more upstairs, let's go have a look." With that, he took Yang Jiali's hand and led him upstairs. Yi Ting led Yang Jiali to a bedroom door. "This room was where you slept when I forced you to live with me. I left you with many bad memories, so take a look, okay?" he said as he opened the door. Yang Jiali was a bit resistant, but after a while, he turned to look at the bedroom. The bedroom had changed its color scheme and renovation style. The bed and floor were covered with little lamb plushies, making it incredibly cozy. Yang Jiali was dumbfounded by everything in front of him. Yi Ting hugged him from behind, gently kissed Yang Jiali's neck, and quietly asked, "Do you like it?" Yang Jiali's voice was hoarse. "It's just been a month, you don't have to be like this. Maybe when the time comes, I will." Before he could finish, Yi Ting forcefully sealed Yang Jiali's lips. After a while, he released him and said sternly, "From now on, you're not allowed to think about leaving, no wandering thoughts. Even if you have to pretend, do it like in college, understand? You promised to be wholeheartedly with me, so stop bringing up our agreement." Yang Jiali covered his mouth in embarrassment. "Got it, Brother Ting." Yi Ting hadn't heard Yang Jiali call him Brother Ting for many years and didn't react immediately. A few seconds later, he kissed Yang Jiali's thin lips again, happily saying, "How wonderful, my Yang Yang is back." Yang Jiali also let go of all his emotions and indulged in the fragrant kiss. After a long while, Yang Jiali gently pushed Yi Ting away, his face flushed. "That's enough, silly." Yi Ting teased, "We're in a relationship now. What's there to be shy about kissing your boyfriend? By the way, I want to take you somewhere." As he spoke, he led Yang Jiali to a room and placed a key in Yang Jiali's hand. "Go take a look." Yang Jiali looked at the key in his hand, full of confusion, guessing what kind of surprise it might be. Seeing Yang Jiali hesitating, Yi Ting couldn't help but urge, "Hurry, hurry." Under Yi Ting's expectant gaze, Yang Jiali inserted the key into the lock, and with a click, the door opened. There were no other furnishings inside the room, just several large cabinets sleeping quietly, each filled with boxes of various sizes. Yang Jiali casually walked to one of the cabinets and took a box from it. At that moment, the characters on the box made Yang Jiali's pupils dilate. The label read, "For baby's 22nd birthday." Yang Jiali frowned. He and Yi Ting had broken up in their senior year. He was still buying me gifts at that time. What about the other boxes? Yang Jiali seemed to realize something, suddenly speeding up his searching through the boxes. These were all gifts for him. Yang Jiali stood frozen as if rooted to the spot. His eyes reddened as he stared intently at Yi Ting. Yi Ting, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, slightly turned his head. "These have been stored for 5 years, shipped from America, and it took some effort." Yang Jiali struggled to speak, barely uttering a name before Yi Ting interrupted him. He rubbed Yang Jiali's head, "Take your time with each one. While speaking, he glanced toward the last empty space at the bottom of the outermost cabinet and raised his eyebrows. Right, just one last gift and it'll be complete. Glad I remembered to bring it up. Having said that, he took out a small box from behind and placed it in Yang Jiali's hands. He kissed Yang Jiali on the ear and whispered softly, "Happy birthday for last year, baby." Yang Jiali's fingers trembled slightly and he finally managed to open it. Inside the box was a watch. He remembered choosing it himself, originally intending it for Xiao Xia. Yi Ting leaned down and said, "Actually, it was always meant for you from the beginning." Yang Jiali, looking at the room full of gifts, was profoundly moved. It turns out, during my struggles with life, when I thought I was all alone, Yi Ting had never forgotten me. I have never stopped loving me. This shock is quite big, making Yang Jia's steps unstable. When stepping back, she bumped into a large box placed by her feet. Yang Jia looked down into the cardboard box, which contained many miscellaneous items. She picked up a paper, looking incredulously at Yi Ting. "You kept all these?" Yi Ting chuckled and exclaimed, "Yes, these are all things from our past. I couldn't bear to throw them away. I've kept them well, especially this love letter." That was the first love letter Yang Jia wrote to Yi Ting. Yang Jia's face turned red immediately, and she quickly snatched back the love letter. "After so long, you still read it? Aren't you tired of it?" Yi Ting was quite happy. "No, I like to read it when I'm feeling irritated. That's when I can feel how much my baby loved me back then." Yang Jia retorted shyly, shameless. Yi Ting, trying to please her, "Shy, are we? Okay, won't look anymore. Let's see what else is there." She rummaged through the box and found a black notebook. Yang Jia asked what it was. Yi Ting explained, "This is something I made later. It contains all the things we agreed to do together before we broke up but never got around to. I wrote them all down. Didn't realize there were quite a lot." Saying so, he handed the notebook to Yang Jia to see. It listed many things, such as visiting Harbin to see the ice sculptures, and so on. Yi Ting said, "This is all I remember. If you think of anything else, we can add it. Let's finish it all in this month. No matter what decision we make in the end, let's not have any regrets, okay?" Yang Jia suddenly plunged into Yi Ting's arms and hugged him tightly. Tears seemed to streak down the corner of her eyes, and she said, "Okay," with a trembling voice. It took her a while to leave Yi Ting's embrace. "But before that, I want to meet someone first." The next day, Yang Jiali went to Zhao Shanhai's company. He shared his experiences from recent times, including the one-month agreement with Yi Ting, with Zhao Shanhai. Zhao Shanhai chuckled softly and said, "A month is neither long nor short, you can think it over carefully." Yang Jiali nodded gently and looked at Zhao Shanhai's face, which seemed more haggard than before, and asked worriedly, "How have you been, Brother Hai?" Just as Zhao Shanhai was about to say something, the phone on the desk rang. As soon as he picked it up, Assistant Wang's anxious voice came through, "President Zhao, President Xiao has barged in again." Zhao Shanhai narrowed his eyes. He looked at Yang Jiali, who was puzzled, sighed, and said, "You're going to see a joke. Why don't you sit in the lounge while I handle some matters?" Yang Jiali responded with an, "Oh," and went to the lounge. The door hadn't closed yet. When he saw through the crack that Xiao Yi, full of anger, pushed open the door and entered the office. His eyes were filled with turbulent emotions as he quickly approached Zhao Shanhai. "Who were you with last night? I waited for you all night, did you know?" Zhao Shanhai replied calmly, "If that's all, then you can leave. I have no obligation to report to you now. Don't forget we broke up." Xiao Yi got agitated, slapped the table, and said furiously, "I didn't agree. I only watched a movie with Fu Zhoming, we didn't sleep together. I've already apologized to you. How many days have you not been home? Do you have to blow this out of proportion?" Zhao Shanhai looked directly at the agitated Xiao Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, do you have the face to mention the word, home, to me?" He pushed Xiao Yi's hand away, his emotions rising. "When you gave me a look of disgust and annoyance, when you gave your smiles to that boy you were with, when you forgot our dates and anniversaries, did you ever think about this home?" Xiao Yi's expression tightened, wanting to speak but suddenly not knowing how to refute. Zhao Shanhai's expression showed a trace of disappointment, and after a moment, he sneered twice, "Xiao Yi, this home has long since completely fallen apart because of you. Do you still not know?" Xiao Yi's face turned red again. He grabbed Zhao Shanhai's hand and said solemnly, "Then let's start over. I promise to come home on time from now on. Let's not fight anymore. Let's go home." Zhao Shanhai broke free from Xiao Yi, hooked the corner of his lips, and said, "Unfortunately, I have a date with a young star today, so I won't be coming back. Mr. Xiao, you can go back on your own." Xiao Yi glared with wide eyes, anxious and angry, "You dare?" Zhao Shanhai patted Xiao Yi's cheek and said, "It's just watching a movie. What are you making a big deal out of? If you really care, then I'll apologize to you when I get back." After saying that, he turned and shouted towards the door, "Someone, see the guest out. From now on, without an appointment, Mr. Xiao is not allowed in." Following the bodyguard's response, he dragged the tall and strong Xiao Yi out. Xiao Yi was still furious, as if fire was igniting in his eyes. "Zhao Shanghai, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you? You're not allowed to go, did you hear me?" Zhao Shanghai's voice suddenly softened. "Xiao Yi, do you know what it feels like to give up hope?" Xiao Yi was stunned for a moment, his movements halted. Zhao Shanghai hooked his lips, leaned into Xiao Yi's ear and said, "The moment you decided to emotionally cheat and not come home all night, I knew everything clearly." Xiao Yi wanted to say something, but was forcibly dragged away by the bodyguard. Meanwhile, Zhao Shanghai was not calm inside, silently saying to himself, "It's too late, Xiao Yi." Yang Jia leaned out from the resting area and cautiously called out, "Brother Hai." Zhao Shanghai came back to his senses and forced a laugh towards Yang Jia. "You've seen a joke." Yang Jia talked with Zhao Shanghai for a while, comforted him, and reminded him to seek him out if needed before suggesting to leave. He left the company and went straight into Yi Ting's car. Seeing Yang Jia's worried and frowning face, Yi Ting anxiously asked, "What's wrong? You look so down." The question immediately set Yang Jia off, who shouted at the innocent Yi Ting, "It's all because of that Xiao Yi, truly worthy of being your good brother, just like you, a dog." Yi Ting gently smiled and said, "All right, you're always worrying about other people's business. We agreed to spend as much time as possible together in these 30 days. You can't be with me while holding a grudge." Yang Jia took a deep breath. "Got it, I'm very professional. Where are we going next?" Yi Ting kissed Yang Jiali's hand and said, "Of course, we are off to do what's on our list. Everything's packed, let's set off." Yang Jiali was stunned, and Yi Ting smiled. "That's right, Yang, come with me." In the following days, Yi Ting indeed took action. They visited an ice sculpture exhibition where their faces turned red from the cold, but their eyes sparkled with excitement. Afterwards, they went to Disney. They enjoyed the Peter Pan adventure, which Yang Jiali had been looking forward to, and went to Nanluguxiang, where Yang Jiali even fed Yi Ting some local snacks. They went to many places, not just in China but also abroad. The two seemed to truly mend their past regrets and slowly rediscovered the feeling of being in love from years ago. However, the only downside of this journey was that they kept moving, which exhausted Yang Jiali's back. So tired, Yang Jiali collapsed on the bed as soon as they returned to the hotel. Exhausted, Yang Jiali collapsed on the bed as soon as he returned to the hotel, while Yi Ting massaged him and said, "Tired already?" Yang Jiali playfully complained, "We've been to so many places these past few days, flying around everywhere. Who can handle that?" Yi Ting rubbed Yang Jiali's hair and said, "Rest well tonight. We'll head back to our country tomorrow." Yang Jiali asked, "Aren't we going to see the maple leaves tomorrow before returning?" Yi Ting explained, "We'll go after we return. Our university's president just sent me an invitation to speak at the anniversary celebration. Baby, let's go back to school together." And so, the two exchanged a deep gaze and spent another night together. Yi Ting took Yang Jiali back to their university. Yang Jiali excitedly snapped photos, remarking, "It's been 5 years, the school has changed so much. Look at this road in the East District. It used to be difficult to walk here, but now it's so beautifully made." While talking, Yang Jiali suddenly frowned and said, "But it feels like something's missing." He then realized, "Right, where's that tree?" Feigning ignorance, Yi Ting asked, "What tree?" Yang Jiali pointed to a spot, "The photinia tree, the one under which we talked about breaking up." Hearing this, Yi Ting was overwhelmed. "I don't know." Yang Jiali narrowed his eyes and moved closer to Yi Ting. "You didn't have it removed, did you?" Yi Ting turned his head away quickly. "Of course not." Just then, Yang Jiali perked up his ears and heard a passing student say, "Mr. Yi from Guanghu Group is also coming." Another student replied, "Is he the alumnus who donated money for the renovation of the East Campus? If it wasn't for his request to remove the photinia tree, I wouldn't know how long I would have had to endure that weird smell." Yang Jiali drew out a long, "Oh," then looked coldly at Yi Ting, who gave him a pleading look and weakly called him, "baby." When no one was paying attention, Yang Jiali forcefully pulled Yi Ting to a corner and pinned him against the wall. He laughed and scolded, "Still trying to deceive me? Arguing with a tree, aren't you being childish?" Yi Ting's face flushed red, and he huffed, "I just don't like that tree, out of sight, out of mind." Yang Jiali laughed in frustration, "You still think you're right? Stubborn bad guy." After saying that, he immediately opened Yi Ting's suit and shirt collar and tie, and gently bit on his collarbone. Yi Ting immediately felt delighted. "Feel better now?" Yang Jiali arrogantly said, "I'm not stooping to argue with a childish ghost like you. You, milk bun, always do these silly things. Aren't you afraid the juniors will laugh at you?" While saying this, he helped Yi Ting button up his collar and properly tied his tie. Yi Ting gently said, "No way, baby, have you forgotten? I'm the public's favorite guy at school." Later, Yi Ting gave a lecture in the college auditorium and began signing autographs. The younger students couldn't stop praising him. Seeing this, Yang Jiali awkwardly turned his face away and couldn't help but mutter quietly, "Such a poser." Unfortunately, a junior girl overheard him. She immediately got upset and angrily said, "How can you speak like that? If you can do better, then do it. What are you proving here?" Yang Jiali very sensibly responded, alright, I'm wrong, okay? I'll go get his autograph for you as an apology, alright?" The junior girl urged Yang Jiali to hurry up. Finally, it was Yang Jiali's turn. He handed over 2 autograph books to Yi Ting, putting on a bold front. "Senior, could you sign this for me please?" Yi Ting looked at him, surprised. A smile secretly spread across his eyes as he picked up the pen and signed his name in the books. Yang Jiali handed the books to the junior girl and was about to leave when Yi Ting stopped him. "Wait, I'm not done signing yet." Yang Jiali looked at Yi Ting puzzlingly. A slight smile appeared on Yi Ting's handsome yet serious face as he took Yang Jiali's hand and drew a small heart in his palm. After leaving the briefing room, they went straight to the car. Yang Jiali, embarrassed by the heart on his hand, said, "Drawing this in front of so many people, do you have no shame?" Yi Ting sweetly responded, "I don't need shame, I just need you." Yang Jiali gently pushed Yi Ting away, playfully saying, "Senior, you really have a way with words. No wonder you dazzle all those classmates." Suddenly, Yi Ting pinned Yang Jiali against the car door, pressing him down into the narrow seat, staring intensely and passionately. "Feeling itchy again? I really need to teach you a lesson today." In a playful tone, Yang Jiali responded, "Senior, this isn't right. What if the juniors see your heroic image?" Yi Ting, enjoying the act, replied, "I think it's perfectly fine. Right now, I don't want to do anything else, just want to kiss someone until they cry," said Yi Ting. Before Yang Jiali could speak, Yi Ting passionately sealed his lips, and they kissed, finding it hard to part. Just then, Yi Ting's phone lit up with a WeChat message, "Boss, we've captured Yi Fan. He's now in detention and wants to see Wang Yang." The next day, Yi Ting drove to the place where Yi Fan was detained. After many days, Wang Yang saw Yi Fan again through the glass wall. Now, Yi Fan's entire demeanor had changed, his hair messy and his face gaunt. Wang Yang, head lowered, couldn't bear to look at him. After a moment, he sat down, picked up the phone, and heard Yi Fan's hoarse and heavy voice, "Yang Yang, please look at me." Still curling up, head hanging low, Wang Yang replied, "Just say what you want to say." Yi Fan sighed at this and asked, "Yang Yang, can you tell me why you betrayed me?" Wang Yang's Adam's apple moved slightly as he said hoarsely, "I didn't betray you. I just don't want to be deceived by you anymore." Yi Fan's eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he suddenly became emotional. "If you hadn't helped Yang Jiali escape, maybe I really could have taken down Yi Ting. I said that as long as that time came, I would treat you well. You didn't walk with me to the end, so how do you know I would definitely deceive you?" Wang Yang finally slowly raised his head and gazed into Yi Fan's deep eyes. Liking someone and liking to toy with someone are completely different. "I know my path is almost at an end. Everyone shouts at me on the street. I have no friends, my mind isn't quite right, but Yi Fan, I'm not a fool." As Wang Yang spoke, his eyes turned red. Turning his head away, he continued, "Yi Ting cherishes Yang Jiali like a treasure. I envy that every time I see it. You say you'd be good to me, but I've been with you for so long, I'm almost all bruised. Yi Fan, do you know? It hurts, it really hurts." Wang Yang's emotions collapsed, covering his eyes with his arm, sniffling, shoulders shaking. Yi Fan said nothing, quietly watching Wang Yang, his knuckle tightening bit by bit. When he finally wiped away his tears, Wang Yang's reddened eyes looked at Yi Fan. "How long will you be inside?" Yi Fan's gaze wandered, his tone somewhat indifferent. "I don't know, it depends on Yi Ting. I tormented Yang Jiali so much. After all I've put Yang Jiali through, he probably wants to kill me. Then, a guard behind me reminds me that time's up." Yi Fan, with eyes reddened and somewhat hopeful, trembles as he asks, "Yang Yang, will you miss me when you're outside?" Wang Yang, holding the receiver, doesn't say a word. Suddenly, Yi Fan stands up and presses his face nearly against the glass wall. "Yang Yang, answer me quickly." Wang Yang took a breath and smiled. "Yi Fan, do you know what my plans are after this?" Without waiting for Yi Fan's reply, Wang Yang lowered his voice and said something very tenderly. Hearing those words, Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock, and he froze completely. Wang Yang stood up, turned around, and left, while Yi Fan suddenly went crazy behind the glass wall, like a wild beast tormented to madness. Wang Yang left the detention center, smiled ruefully, and looked up at the sky with squinted eyes. The sunlight was just right. Yang Jiali, who had been waiting outside, hurried over. What did that bastard say to you? Wang Yang calmly said, nothing much, brother Yang. Since you've finally come back from abroad, would you accompany me to buy a cake? Yang Jiali, in a brotherly manner, patted his chest. Let's have Yi Ting drive us. At this moment, Yi Ting, daring not to express his anger, had to share his time with someone else. He hurriedly said, this time, you sit beside me. Yang Jiali, understanding the jealousy, smiled and said, all right, got it. After getting in the car, Yang Jiali remembered something, turned his head towards Wang Yang, and said, the document bag in the backseat is for you. Take a look for yourself. Wang Yang opened it and found a property deed, his mouth wide open in astonishment. Yang Jiali explained, your property deed was previously mortgaged. I've retrieved it for you, and the debt has been settled too. Rest assured. Wang Yang felt a stirring in his nose, moved beyond words. All his thoughts finally condensed into 2 words, thank you. Yang Jiali waved his hand, we're settled now regarding our past accounts. Regarding your contract, I will also have Yi Ting lift all restrictions against you. You can continue working. While speaking, Yang Jiali shrugged at Yi Ting, glaring at him. Make a statement. Yi Ting patted Yang Jiali on the head, indulgently saying, if you say lift it, then it's lifted. Whatever you say, I'll follow, Yi Ting exclaimed. Good grief, this dog food is so unexpected. Soon, they arrived at the cake shop. Yi Ting also wanted to get out of the car. Yang Jiali pressed him back into the driver's seat, chuckling, driver, just stay in the car. Driver, just wait for me to come back. Yi Ting squinted his eyes, his gaze leisurely expressing disagreement. Yang Jiali looked around, then kissed Yi Ting on the cheek. How about now? Unable to resist this sweet gesture, Yi Ting naturally agreed. Finally, Yang Jiali and Wang Yang got out of the car. In the store, Wang Yang chose a pretty nice cake design. The clerk handed out the order form for him to fill in the address. Wang Yang picked up the pen and wrote down Yang Jiali's address. Yang Jiali tugged at him, whispering, why are you writing my address? Wang Yang smiled and said, brother Yang, I'm really grateful to you. You helped me see a lot and took me with you to escape. I remember all the long mountain roads we walked. But, brother Yang, I'm sorry, I really don't have much money left, just a cake in a bag. Don't disdain it or refuse it. Yang Jiali was silent for a few seconds, then patted Wang Yang, okay, then thank you. At this moment, bystanders recognized Yang Jiali and got excitedly chattering around him for autographs. Some also noticed Wang Yang, tentatively asking, are you friends with brother Yang? Can we have your autograph too? Someone quietly said, he looks familiar, especially like that guy who previously bullied brother Yang. What's his name? Wang something. Wang Yang's face suddenly flushed. He quickly lowered his head and rushed out like a rat crossing the street. Yi Ting and Yang Jiali escorted Wang Yang back to his neighborhood. Yang Jiali asked worriedly, Wang Yang, are you really okay in the cake shop just now? Wang Yang forced a smile and said, I'm fine, thank you, brother Yang, for bringing me back. His eyes were sparkling. If you're fine, come over to my place at 8 p.m. tonight. I'll cook, and we can have the cake you bought together, to celebrate escaping the devil's den and being reborn. Wang Yang smiled, I won't come. I'm tired today and want to rest. Although a bit disappointed, Yang Jiali patted Wang Yang's shoulder, alright, then. You have a good rest tonight, and we can talk about other things later. After saying this, as Yang Jiali was about to leave, Wang Yang called out to him with a hoarse voice, brother Yang, I'm sorry. I used to insult your mother and caused you so much trouble. It was my fault, and I want to apologize again. Yang Jiali gently replied, it's all in the past, no need to mention it. Wang Yang rubbed his eyes and smiled, brother Yang, I will remember your kindness forever. Yang Jiali paused for a few seconds, then smiled and ruffled Wang Yang's hair, silly to say things like that. At this moment, Yi Ting, sitting in the car, couldn't help but stick his head out, baby, it's time to go back. Yang Jiali replied helplessly, stop rushing me, I'm coming, annoying. After saying goodbye to Wang Yang, he got into the car. Wang Yang watched them leave, stood there dazed for a while, then slowly went upstairs to his place. Opening the door, he was greeted by a cool breeze and a thin layer of dust on the floor. Wang Yang put away the smile on his face, hanging his head low with a bleak look in his eyes. The things he wanted to do were finally done. In the end, it was nice to return here and have some peace. It's just that this place has become as dirty as I am. At that moment, the poster of the movie, Infernal Affairs, on the wall caught Wang Yang's attention. He remembered the scene on the rooftop in the movie where Andy Lau said, I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. Images of everything he had experienced flashed through Wang Yang's mind. He laughed at himself mockingly, feeling an unstoppable sadness in his heart. I also want to start over, but it seems very difficult now. Maybe it's better to hope for a chance in the next life. By then, there should be someone willing to treat me kindly. That person would approach him step by step with a smile as gentle as the breeze, backlit by the bright sunset. With a trace of hopeful desire, Wang Yang slowly closed his eyes. Yi Ting and Yang Jiali quickly returned home. As soon as they entered the door, Yi Ting pinned Yang Jiali against it with a dominant move. Yang Jiali looked at Yi Ting, puzzled. Why are you pressing me against the door as soon as we get in? Yi Ting pouted with grievance. You've been with someone else all day today. Yang Jiali raised an eyebrow. It's just for one day. Besides, I've been with you the whole day. Yi Ting, clearly unsatisfied, said, but your attention was all on that one person. Now that we're back, shouldn't you compensate your boyfriend? Shouldn't you make it up to your boyfriend now that you're back? Yang Jiali looked into Yi Ting's affectionate eyes, thinking that it would be nice for them to stay together. As soon as this thought emerged, she suppressed it. No, I can't be seduced by beauty. There's still half a month left. Let me observe more. Don't think about kissing or hugging me. With that thought, Yang Jiali gently pushed Yi Ting away and headed to the kitchen. I'll make it up to you with a meal. Didn't you want to try my pancakes before? It took Yi Ting a few seconds to respond. Yi Ting hugged Yang Jiali from behind. That can wait for later. I want something else. Yang Jiali raised her voice a bit. Are you so sure there will be a later? I haven't said I forgive you. Yi Ting confidently said, I will definitely make you stay. Let's wait and see, Yang. You will definitely be mine. Yang Jiali, annoyed, said, showing your true colors, aren't you? Talking to me in that tone again, believe it or not, all. She didn't finish her sentence. Yi Ting silenced her by kissing her. Moments later, as Yi Ting gently bit Yang Jiali's collarbone, Yang Jiali realized the situation was bad, quickly saying, Yi Ting, we can't do this. Yi Ting pleaded, just a kiss, nothing else. Just as they were at their limit, the doorbell outside rang. Yang Jiali hurriedly asked Yi Ting to check. Yi Ting was reluctant, but Yang Jiali poked his lips and said, hurry up, or I'll get mad. Yi Ting had no choice but to grumpily go to the door. Opening it, it turned out to be a cake delivery. After signing for it, Yang Jiali's eyes sparkled. The cake looked pretty, and there was a card that read, Yang Jie, from afar, I will never forget your kindness. Yang Jiali looked at the line and frowned slightly, leaning in, wondering why Wang Yang had written this. Yi Ting leaned in closer and also felt something was off. When it was just the two of them, Yang Jie's phone rang. The voice on the other end said it was from the First People's Hospital. Your friend Mr. Wang Yang has been found attempting suicide at home. He is currently being resuscitated at the hospital. Can you come over? Yang Jia and Yi Ting exchanged a horrified look for a few seconds. They quickly came to their senses and rushed out the door, heading for the hospital. The scene shifts to a few days later. Yi Fan is about to be transferred to the court. As the police try to put him in the court vehicle, Yi Fan struggles and shouts like mad. Just wait a bit longer, just a bit longer. At that moment, Yi Ting drives up beside Yi Fan. Yi Fan forcefully breaks free from the police, steps forward, and knocks on Yi Ting's car window, asking, how is he? Yi Ting calmly responds, he slit his wrists in the bathroom. Yi Fan's face turns pale, and he instantly breaks out in a cold sweat, cautiously asking, and now? Yi Ting tersely replies, he's gone. Yi Fan collapses to the ground as if struck by lightning, continuously muttering, gone, gone. The police step forward to restrain Yi Fan's arms, forcibly pushing him into the court vehicle. Yi Fan suddenly looks up, his eyes wide, you're lying, you're getting back at me, haha, he won't die. Yi Ting no longer pays him any attention and silently rolls up the car window. Yi Ting, having finished washing up, comes out of the bathroom. Yang Jiali lay motionless on the bed, staring with wide eyes, lost in thought. Yi Ting quickly walked over, patted Yang Jiali's head and soothed him, don't be sad, Wang Yang has been saved. I've also dealt with Yi Fan's situation. No one will bother him anymore. You should sleep now. Yang Jiali's eyes showed complex emotions. Every time I close my eyes, I think of that basin of blood. I should have noticed something was wrong with him sooner. I felt that way before too, like even though you've escaped the darkness, you can't see the future, and life feels meaningless. Yi Ting looked worried, fearing that Yang Jiali's guilt might trigger his old issues. He caressed Yang Jiali's face and gently kissed his forehead, persuading him, I will find a good psychologist for Wang Yang. But Yang, you must stop overthinking. Yang Jiali tried to speak, but Yi Ting feigned anger, stop thinking about it right now. Look what time it is. If you don't sleep now, we might as well do something else to keep you occupied, since you still have so much energy, Yi Ting said, moving closer to Yang Jiali and starting to kiss him. Just as Yang Jiali was about to lose himself, a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly pushed Yi Ting, who was in the throes of desire, away and sat up with sparkling eyes. I've got an idea. Seeing his expression, Yi Ting could only shake his head indulgently and helplessly. Go on, say it. Yang Jiali blinked, somewhat excitedly. How about, once Wang Yang recovers, we let him join our group? Turn a trio into a quartet and take him flying with us? Yi Ting bluntly shook his head. Not a great idea. Yang Jiali stared wide-eyed, grinding his teeth like a puppy. I'll give you another chance to speak. Yi Ting immediately changed his tune. Your idea is very smart, quite good and very constructive. Yang Jiali instantly beamed. Really? Yi Ting smiled, pulled Yang Jiali into his embrace, kissed his neck gently and said warmly, really, but baby, you might be thinking too positively. Maybe Wang Yang will listen to you, but what about those two with the surname Li? Will they agree? Can they get along with Wang Yang? The more he spoke, the more excited Yi Ting became, entering his talkative mode. Yang Jiali was getting a headache from all the talking. How do you know if it will work if you don't try? Yi Ting sighed. Baby, don't force yourself. Yang Jiali got up and straddled Yi Ting's lap, pulling his face seriously. How do you know if it will work if you don't fight for it? Back then, if I hadn't fought for it and shamelessly pursued you, could I have gotten you into bed? Yi Ting squinted his eyes, his throat a bit dry. He smiled with his lips curled and said, the phrase, gotten into bed, is used quite well. Then, using his waist strength, he pinned Yang Jiali beneath him, his eyes burning like fire. Yang Jiali kicked him. Enough, what time is it? Let's just sleep. Yi Ting grinned through gritted teeth. Why, now that you've stirred me up, you want to back out? Yang Jiali tilted his head and started snoring like a piglet. Yi Ting didn't expect him to be so crafty and was momentarily amused. Yang Jiali pretended to sleep to avoid deep conversation with Yi Ting, and unexpectedly, really fell asleep. What could Yi Ting do? He pampered his wife, kissed Yang Jiali's hair, and softly said, good night. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Yi Ting picked up the phone and quietly left the bedroom. The assistant's voice came through the phone. Mr. Yi, the marriage contract and the plane tickets you wanted are ready. Yi Ting softly said, got it. Assistant Wu stammered, are you sure you want to do this? Mr. Yang might get angry, right? Mr. Yang might get angry, Yi Ting said coldly. That's not something you should worry about. Do as I say. The assistant realized he overstepped. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I don't dare interfere with your decision. It's just that the press release about you and Miss Shaw from the Terry Group has already. Before he could finish, Yi Ting interrupted. When will the release be sent out? The assistant replied, probably in a week. Yi Ting looked at the bedroom door and said, all right, I understand. Don't let the news leak before the release. I will personally explain this to Yang Yang. A few days later, when Wang Yang was feeling better, Yang Jiali went directly to the practice room. As soon as he mentioned his idea of having Wang Yang join the group, Li Da and Li spoke in unison. I disagree. Yang Jiali found this situation quite headache-inducing, just as Yi Ting had said. He then clasped his hands together and said, oh, please agree. I promise you, Wang Yang has truly changed. He's not the same Wang Yang as before. Li Da crossed his arms and sneered, even if he becomes Neo-Huru Wang Yang, it won't work. So whatever you decide, I'll follow you unconditionally, but not regarding Wang Yang. I've seen his true colors. I feel nothing but disgust for him and have no sympathy. I don't want to have any dealings with him in this lifetime. Yang Jiali rubbed his forehead and sighed. I'm not asking you to forgive him, just to give him a chance. Li Da said seriously, Brother Yang, have you forgotten how he used to pressure you? I can find those videos to refresh your memory. Yang Jiali quickly said, I haven't forgotten, but he and I have settled our accounts. Li Da remained adamant, no matter what, I don't want to accept this person. I find him filthy. With that, he walked away without turning back. Li patted Yang Jiali on the shoulder. Brother Yang, I know you want to give Wang Yang hope to live on, but this can't be rushed. Acceptance can't be forced. It's just Li Da's temper. You know he won't accept Wang Yang for a while. Give him some more time. Yang Jiali lowered his head, his palm propping his cheek, looking gloomy. In the afternoon, Yang Jiali came to Yi Ting's office looking dejected. Yi Ting gently said, baby, you're here. Yang Jiali sighed deeply. Ah, the talk didn't succeed. Yi Ting pulled Yang Jiali over, making him sit on his lap. Haven't I told you before? You wouldn't give up until you hit the south wall. While saying this, he squeezed Yang Jiali's cheek and the two of them frolicked a bit. After a while, Yi Ting picked up a notebook from the desk and said, enough playing, let's talk serious. It's the last week, if you keep looking out for others, you won't finish. Or do you assume that these tasks can be left until after the 1-month contract? Yang Jiali snatched the notebook, annoyed and embarrassed. Don't flatter yourself. He flipped through the notebook and said determinedly, with a push, I can still meet the KPI. Suddenly, Yang Jiali paused, incredulously staring at the newspaper on the desk. The glaring headline read, Yi Ting and the Shah family's heiress vacationing overseas together. The newspaper not only mentioned the exposure of their romantic relationship but also talked about an engagement. Instantly, his breath hitched, and he felt a pain in his heart like a needle prick. Seeing this, Yi Ting panicked. Baby, listen to my explanation. Yang Jiali slapped the newspaper onto Yi Ting's chest, eyes reddening as she exclaimed, what's there to explain? Explain how you're comforting me while planning a future with someone else. Yi Ting furrowed his brows, blurting out, I didn't. Looking disappointed, Yang Jiali's voice trembled. Forget it, I have no right to control you anyway. In a few days when our 1-month notice is up, we'll part amicably. As she turned to leave, Yi Ting quickly stepped forward, embracing her. Don't go, Yang, it's not true, it's just a collaboration. Yang Jiali turned to face Yi Ting, waiting for a detailed explanation. Yi Ting continued, Shah Yiji is Shah's older sister. My relationship with them is purely professional. Chairman Shah is seriously ill, and the siblings need to take control. I've just returned to the country and needed connections, so I decided to collaborate. All the agreements are here, you can see them. Yang Jiali looked down at the documents, lost in thought and silent. Yi Ting put his hand on her shoulder, prompting her to look at him. Baby, I asked you to come today to get your opinion in advance. If you say no, I'll immediately drop these collaborations. Please don't scare me with talk of parting amicably. Yang Jiali gently pushed Yi Ting's hand away and slowly began. Yi Ting, I'm sorry, I need some time to think. Actually, having this issue might be good. The recent ease made her forget the gap between herself and Yi Ting, remembering her mother's insistence to give up because of Yi Ting's status. She thought of the discussions among classmates in college, recalling what Yi Fan said about the Yi family not acknowledging him. Yang Jiali's heart sank uncontrollably. He knew that if he were to start over with Yi Ting, he must face this issue. Yi Ting, seeing Yang Jiali silent, became anxious, softly calling out, Yang, and reaching out to touch her again. Jia Yang took a step back to avoid Yi Ting's touch and said, Ting, can you give me one night? I will tell you my decision about the expiry of our dating contract tomorrow. Back at home, Jia Yang thought all night by the window. As dawn broke unnoticed, Jia made up her mind to give Yi Ting an answer. When she went downstairs, she saw Yi Ting sitting motionless on the couch, looking like a prisoner waiting for his final judgment. Jia Yang called out, Brother Ting, as Yi Ting raised his haggard head, his dark circles confirming he hadn't slept all night either. Jia Yang was stunned by his appearance, feeling a sourness in her heart, and after a while, she cautiously said, Brother Ting, I've made up my mind. Before she could continue, Yi Ting interrupted her. Jia Yang, let me speak first. My heart has only you. I've asked the Shah siblings to come and explain to you in person, is that okay? Jia Yang sighed, no need, our problem isn't about that. Yi Ting gently shook her shoulder, raising his voice, then tell me where the problem lies, I will resolve it. Jia Yang closed her eyes and said bitterly, the problem is with me. I've always known that we are not a match. Yi Ting asked loudly, how are we not a match? Who dares to speak nonsense about you? Jia Yang felt utterly desolate, her voice low, I can't remember anymore. Too many people gossiped about me during college. Hearing those words made me realize love isn't so simple. Moving forward means facing the Yi family, but I lack confidence. That's why I harshly suggested breaking up. Look at me, I haven't improved at all over the years. Seeing the engagement news yesterday, I felt incredibly inferior. Yi Ting gave a bitter smile, his breathing growing heavier. Your breathing is a bit heavy. So you're going to push me away again. I told you the Yi family can't interfere with my feelings. Yi Ting's eyes were red as he spoke, his emotions were a bit intense. After a long pause when he calmed down, he reached out his hand towards Yang Jiali, with a pleading look in his eyes, and solemnly asked again, Yang, I'm asking you one last time, when the contract expires in a few days, will you stay by my side? Yang Jiali hesitated. He loved Yi Ting, how could he not want to stay by his side? But if the problem isn't resolved, it'd be like a ticking time bomb, bound to explode one day. After deep thought, Yang Jiali pushed Yi Ting's hand away. Ting Ji, let's temporarily separate. Yi Ting's eyes immediately turned red. He grabbed Yang Jiali tightly. How can you be so cruel? I won't let go. We've come this far, why should I let you go? Yi Ting collapsed. He didn't expect Yang Jiali to reject him again. Yang Jiali tried to comfort him. Calm down, I just don't want to be with you under these circumstances. Yi Ting, slightly choking, said, I don't mind. I love you, I just want you by my side. Yang Jiali, seeing Yi Ting so humbled, couldn't help but shed tears. Ting Ji, I mind. If all I do is avoid things, we'll inevitably break up someday, won't we? I don't want to constantly live under your protection. Let me go back and focus on my career, okay? I want to achieve something before standing by your side. That way, I will have confidence. Yi Ting moved closer to Yang Jiali, trying to say something, but Yang Jiali interrupted him, pleading, promise me, Ting Ji. You said you'd respect me. Yi Ting struggled for a moment but couldn't resist Yang Jiali's plea. He hardened his heart and said, all right, I promise you. But since we've decided to separate for now, there are some things we need to handle first. In the afternoon, Yi Ting brought Yang Jiali to the company. Yang Jiali still didn't understand what was going on, but Yi Ting handed him a document. Yang Jiali, full of suspicion, took the document. Yi Ting chuckled and calmly explained, the contract you signed with the subsidiary of my group hasn't expired yet, but I promised before that I would let you go as soon as the 30 days are up. With this, I can no longer use your career to threaten you. Yang, you are completely free now. Yang Jiali's eyes brightened as he held that piece of paper tightly. Logically, he should have signed his name without hesitation and celebrated his freedom. Yet now, he didn't know why he hesitated. Yi Ting lightly coughed and said, isn't this what you wanted most? I hope when you consider whether to come back or not, you won't remember my past mistakes. Quickly sign it, and after you do, we will go to the last destination, and then I will willingly let you go. Yang Jiali took the pen and said one word, okay. Finally, he bit his lip, picked up the pen, and signed his name at the bottom. After signing, he handed it to the lawyer beside him. Is this all right? The lawyer glanced at Yi Ting first. Under Yi Ting's unfriendly gaze, he stammered, there is more. With that, he picked up another pile of papers and handed them to Yang Jiali. These are waiver agreements in duplicate that also need to be signed. Yang Jiali frowned. So many? Is terminating a contract so complicated? Why is there an English contract with my photo printed on it? What does this English mean? As Yang Jiali wondered, Yi Ting swiftly snatched the agreement away. With a dark look at the lawyer, Yi Ting coldly said, you explain. The lawyer awkwardly smiled and began to speak haltingly, your agency expanded its overseas business. Since last year, contracts have been in both Chinese and English. This is an additional overseas agreement, and now the termination must include this as well. Yang Jiali was half convinced. Really? The lawyer wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled helplessly, of course. Listening to this, Yang Jiali felt there was no major issue. Following the lawyer's guidance, he signed his name on the document, feeling quite relieved. Of course, it needed to be signed, otherwise, how could he afford to pay the penalty fees? Yang, can't you be a little more careful? Yi Ting watched from the side as Yang Jiali signed his name, silently curling his lips into a smile, though it was unclear what made him happy. Once the signing was completed, the lawyer gathered all the documents and nodded at Yang Jiali. Congratulations, your termination procedures are complete. I'll be leaving now. Yang Jiali stood up in a daze and thanked the lawyer. He watched the lawyer take away the pile of documents, feeling a faint sense of joy and relief in his heart for some reason, but what remained was an inexplicable, hollow feeling. Yi Ting patted Yang Jiali on the shoulder and asked him what he was thinking about. Yang Jiali snapped back to reality, immediately raising a smile on his face. Nothing, Ting Ji. Where are we going for the last few days? Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali meaningfully and replied, America. Yang Jiali was instantly filled with question marks. And just like that, Yang Jiali and Yi Ting embarked on a trip to the US. The two followed their plan and had some fun. Although it was supposed to be a trip of indulgence and desires, Yang Jiali felt a heavy weight in his chest, like something was pressing down on him. He felt an inexplicable suffocation. Staring out at the night through the window, he counted on his fingers. It had already been 28 days. Everything was about to come to an end. Thinking of this, he sighed deeply. Yi Ting emerged from the bathroom and immediately heard Yang Jiali's sigh. He walked over and gently embraced him, whispering, not enjoying yourself? Yang Jiali turned his head to look at him, opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he replied, just tired, I want to sleep. Yang Jiali closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. At that moment, Yi Ting took out a small box. He opened it to reveal a ring. Yi Ting stared intently at the ring, his eyes filled with deep affection. The next day, the two went to a church to attend a wedding. But as soon as the bride and groom entered, Yang Jiali pulled Yi Ting and ran out. Yi Ting was confused. Why are we running? Yang Jiali blushed as he looked at his clothes. You tricked me. You said this was how people dressed for weddings abroad. But after looking around, it's just the two of us dressed so formally. We look like the ones getting married. Aren't we stealing the spotlight from the couple? Yi Ting stifled a laugh as he patted Yang Jiali's hair. Don't worry, my friend doesn't mind. Look at us, we match so well. Yang Jiali playfully punched Yi Ting's muscular chest. Teasing, dressed like black and white reapers, how could we not match? Yi Ting couldn't help but laugh. Yang, it's their big day. Yang Jiali immediately realized he misspoke and quickly corrected himself, then it's the angel and the devil. Yi Ting nodded with satisfaction. He pulled Yang Jiali into his arms, gave him a big kiss, and said with a smile, "That's right, I'm the big devil, and you're the little angel hidden in the devil's heart." Yang Jiali found this corny and exaggeratedly pretended to gag. Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali, as if with 1,000 emotions on his face, and said in a hoarse voice, "If only we could always be like this. How wonderful it would be if we could keep this up. Baby, why is it so fast? 30 days are about to pass." Yang Jiali stiffened for a moment, and Yi Ting took out a black booklet from his arms. Almost everything written in it is done, only the last item is left. Yang Jiali took the booklet from his hand and gently flipped to the last page, saying, "There was Meng Liang. Now there are Yi and Yang. Marry with respect, as mountains are high and rivers long." Looking at the small characters, his nose soured. Everything else is easy to achieve, just this one might not have a chance. Yi Ting shook his head, pointing to the ongoing wedding inside and whispered, "Look, the venue, guests, priest, and you are all here. After my friend's wedding is officially over, let's ask the priest to quietly run us through the process, alright?" Yang Jiali returned the booklet to Yi Ting and shook his head, saying it's not necessary, it's all fake anyway. Yi Ting, touching Yang Jiali's lips with his finger, said in a deep voice, "Fake is better than nothing. Listen to me, let's get married just this once. Please," he said, putting his hands together, looking pitifully at Yang Jiali with a look that said he would cry if he didn't agree. Yang Jiali laughed out loud with a puff. "Alright, let's keep it as a memory." Actually, this is also what he desires. After the newlywed ceremony ended, Yi Ting led Yang Jiali to the priest, who, just like before, solemnly recited the wedding vows. Yang Jiali awkwardly scratched his head, thinking he couldn't understand this. Seeing this, Yi Ting leaned over to Yang Jiali's ear and said, Yang, say you do." Yang Jiali suddenly realized and said, "I do." The priest then turned his head and asked Yi Ting the same question. Yi Ting stood straight, his whole body tense, and said seriously, "I do." Yang Jiali felt a chill on his scalp, feeling the atmosphere getting more and more uneasy. At this moment, Yi Ting knelt down on one knee and took out a ring box from his pocket. "We should exchange tokens now, baby." Yang Jiali widened his eyes, so shocked that he forgot to breathe, frowning as he whispered, "Get up. This is just a fake ceremony. Why are you being so serious?" Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali, his gaze tender and profound. "The 30 days are almost over. I'm so afraid I won't have the opportunity again. We've been together for 4 years, and whether real or fake, I want to take a vow with you, wear a ring once, to have a beginning and an end, so there won't be any regrets." Yang Jiali was stunned. Everything on the notebook was completed. Yi Ting's eyes quietly reddened. "I regret it. I regret not telling you when we first met. Yang Jiali, I really like you. I'll always remember when you softly said you liked me the most in the backseat during our sophomore year. But baby, I want to tell you that no matter how much time passes, no matter where you go, you'll always be that youthful, clean, and cute person, the treasure Yang that I want to cherish in my heart." Yang Jiali's mind buzzed, and suddenly he couldn't hear anything. A feeling was sprouting and growing freely in his heart. Yang Jiali, with a hint of tears in his voice, said, "Ting, put it on me," and trembled as he extended his hand. Yi Ting excitedly said, okay, and then slowly slipped the ring onto his finger. After putting on the ring, the two looked at each other deeply. The priest then spoke, "You may kiss now." Yi Ting slowly leaned in, chuckling softly, "Baby, we're married," and then gently kissed Yang Jiali's lips. After their wedding in the United States, Jia Li Yang and Ting Yi immediately flew back to China. Now, only the last day of the 30-day period remained. In the dim bedroom, the clock beside them continued ticking evenly and mechanically, each tick resonating deeply. Jia Li Yang looked at the ring on her hand and suddenly understood that the cleverest strategy was not to seek victory but to win over hearts. She realized she was becoming increasingly unwilling to part with him. Jia Li Yang got up and looked at Ting Yi beside her, whispering, "Ting, are you asleep?" Ting Yi quickly replied that he couldn't sleep. Jia Li Yang stepped closer, wrapped her arms around Ting Yi's waist and asked, "Can you skip work tomorrow?" Ting Yi took a deep breath, slowly turned around, and met her gaze with his deep eyes. "It's the last 24 hours, how do you want to spend it?" "I'll listen to you." Jia Li Yang's cheeks reddened. After a few deep breaths, she said, "Then I want to do that." Ting Yi raised an eyebrow, "Which that?" Jia Li Yang reached under the blanket, over to Ting Yi's side, grabbed his hand, and said seriously, "This one, understand? We've gone through the wedding process, I want to spend the whole day in the bridal chamber." Ting Yi gasped, his eyes wide with shock, his atoms apple-bobbing, his voice trembling as though he couldn't believe it. "Baby." Jia Li Yang gritted her teeth, flipped over and sat on top of Ting Yi, almost ferociously saying, "I'm presenting myself right to your lips, and now you play innocent? On this last day, if I don't drain you completely, I won't be satisfied." Ting Yi didn't say much else. He suddenly exerted strength in his waist, immediately flipping Zhao Li Yang, who was sitting on him, underneath and pinning her down, then fiercely grabbed her neck. He leaned down and kissed her intensely. Zhao Li Yang quivered under his kiss. "Good, that's how I want it, man. Keep an eye on the clock. If you lose even a minute or a second, you are the weak one." Ting Yi smirked, his voice fiery. "Baby, let's see whether it's me who ends up weak, or if someone starts crying first." He then started to get handsy. At a critical moment, Ting Yi's phone wouldn't stop ringing. Zhao Li Yang asked Ting Yi to answer the phone first, else the ringing would make her anxious. Yi Ting reluctantly picked up the phone. The secretary, trembling with fear, said, "President Yi, there are a few urgent documents that need your review. I've just sent them to your email." Yi Ting, furious, responded, "Wait until I get back to the office to deal with it. From now on, unless it's something monumental, don't call me. I'm on vacation tomorrow." He swiftly hung up the phone, casually tossed it aside, and then pressed himself back onto Yang Jiali. "Baby, let's continue." Yang Jiali laughed and scolded, "You tyrant." Yi Ting chuckled softly, blowing warm air as he said, "Who can blame the tyrant when he has a clingy little treasure hiding in his chambers?" The intense battle had started the previous night. The flames of war raged on until 10 p.m. the next night. Both sides fought ferociously, eyes red with exhaustion, giving it their all. With little rest, the stalemate dragged on, with no clear victor in sight. The details of the battle are too brutal to describe. After the dust finally settled, Yi Ting held Yang Jiali in his arms, resting his head against his bare chest, and planted a kiss on his forehead. Yi Ting chuckled softly, "Time's up. Baby, can you still stand?" Yang Jiali didn't reply, curling up in Yi Ting's embrace like a small, helpless lamb. Nestled in Yi Ting's arms like a lamb that hasn't been weaned yet, she buried her head for a long while before hoarsely saying, "Help me pack my bags in a while." Yi Ting paused, stroking Yang Jia's hair, and softly said, "Okay." Yi Ting got out of bed, pulled out Yang Jia's small suitcase, and started packing items one by one. In silence, Yang Jia carried the suitcase to the door, then suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment." He quickly turned back to the bedroom, opened the closet, and took out his own warm woolen coat, wrapping Yang Jia tightly in it. Yi Ting buttoned it up for him, then smiled and said, "It's cold outside at night, the wind is strong. Wear an extra layer, don't catch a cold." Yang Jia nodded, "I'm leaving now." Yi Ting also smiled, "Take good care of yourself from now on." Yi Ting sneakily hooked Yang Jia's sleeve and whispered, "Once you walk through this door, I'll keep my promise and won't disturb your life anymore. I'm setting you free completely. So, baby, I won't bother you anymore. Remember to eat well, sleep well, go out more when you're feeling down, don't force yourself, and don't let anyone bully you. Understand?" Yang Jia quietly teared up and nodded vigorously. Yi Ting chuckled, his eyes filled with endless warmth and nostalgia. Then, "Goodbye." Yang Jia tightened his fists and quietly responded, "Goodbye." He carried his luggage and walked out the door. Just a few steps out, he turned his head back to see Yi Ting still standing at the door, seeming reluctant to close it. Yang Jia withdrew his gaze, his steps extremely slow. At the staircase landing, he suddenly stopped, dropped the luggage handle, and walked briskly back to the door, facing Yi Ting's surprised gaze. He stretched out his hand, wrapped it around Yi Ting's neck, tiptoed, and took the initiative to kiss Yi Ting's lips. Yi Ting was slightly dazed for a few seconds before hugging Yang Jia tightly, kissing deeply. After they parted, Yi Ting kissed Yang Jia's forehead and reached out his hand, saying, "Baby, meeting you was the luckiest thing for me." Yang Jia grasped Yi Ting's hand and softly replied, "Meeting you was my luckiest thing too." Yi Ting smiled, his tone suddenly changed as if bidding farewell to an old friend. "All right, that's it. Go now. If you don't leave now, and I come back to my senses, I might change my mind and can't bear to let you go." Yang Jiali picked up his luggage again, his eyes red as he threw a kiss towards Yi Ting and smiled, "Goodbye, brother Ting. Baby, it's really over." Yang Jiali then walked silently to the roadside and called a taxi on his phone. While waiting for the taxi by the roadside, he looked up at the vast night sky and the bright lights of the city. Spring had finally arrived after a long winter. The plants that had withered all winter were unknowingly flourishing again. Taking a deep breath, he could still smell the faint, delicate fragrance of flowers in the air. The times that had surged in the height of summer, those feelings that had stealthily spread to today soaked with youth, also finally came to a quiet end with these 30 days. From that day on, Yi Ting really stopped bothering Yang Jiali. He had several bodyguards move the large items that Yang Jiali had left in the villa, as well as the two pets, Afu and Xiao Huang, to Yang Jiali's current rented house. Yang Jiali put on headphones, pretending to think of nothing, calmly tidying up the house. When he finished, he looked up to see Afu and Xiao Huang both lying at the entrance, staring eagerly at the door as if waiting for someone. Yang Jiali put down the broom and whistled at the two little ones. "Who are you waiting for?" Afu turned his head and meowed. He walked over to Afu and Xiao Huang, petted their heads, and said softly, "Tomorrow I'll buy you some dried fish and bones. Be good and go to sleep now. He won't come back." Just then, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, it turned out to be Li Da and Li Er. Immediately, both the man and the two animals showed disappointed expressions. Yang Jiali stepped forward, patted Li Da on the shoulder, and said, "All right, I wasn't thoughtful enough last time, didn't consider your feelings. I thought about it later, this team is what we believe in. Although I am the captain, I can't just force someone in without considering your feelings. If you're unwilling, then let's forget it. I'll see if I can find other opportunities for Wang Yang. Don't be mad." Li Da looked up seriously and said, "Yang, I'm not mad at you." Yang Jiali breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, then let's put this behind us and not bring it up again." Yang Jiali sat back down and saw Li Da frowning as if he wanted to speak but hesitated for a long time. Finally, under the frequent suggestive glances of Li Er, he gritted his teeth, and said, "Brother Yang, when Wang Yang is discharged, bring him over." Yang Jiali didn't quite catch that and asked, "What?" Li Da firmly said, "I agree to let him join." Yang Jiali raised an eyebrow, surprised. He looked at Li Da, who was serious and didn't seem to be joking at all. Yang Jiali was still in shock when Li Da took a deep breath and added, "However, I want to set a few conditions." Yang Jiali quickly nodded, "Go ahead." Li Da said, "I want Wang Yang to start with training without officially joining right away. Let's see his performance and character first. Although I don't really trust that he has truly reformed, since Brother Yang, you vouched for him, then fine. If he really can change my impression of him, I will personally welcome him with open arms." Yang Jiali raised an eyebrow. "Okay, sure." Before Yang Jiali's smile could fully form, Li Da interjected, "But if he's still as arrogant, selfish, and dismissive as before, if he shows any hint of his former petty and spiteful demeanor, I won't coddle him at all." Yang Jiali thought for a while and then nodded seriously. "All right, we'll do as you say." Li Da hummed indifferently, a man's word is his bond. Yang Jiali was overjoyed. "Then I'll go talk to Wang Yang this afternoon and finalize your contract with Brother Hai." Yang Jiali met with Li Da and Li Er in the morning, and in the afternoon, he arrived at Zhao Shanhai's company, all excited to greet him. Zhao Shanhai turned his head, put his finger to his lips to shush him, indicating he was on a call. Yang Jiali quietly entered the office and heard Zhao Shanhai speak coldly, "Speak directly." From the other end of the phone came Xiao Yi's voice, "Brother Hai, are you free after work tonight? If you're not busy, let's go see a movie together. If you have no plans, let's go see a movie together," Zhao Shanhai said bluntly. "No." Xiao Yi was rejected and bit his lip. "How about a weekend trip? We can bring Lele along. I've already bought all the family gear." Zhao Shanhai took a deep breath, his voice somewhat sharp. "I asked you to do these activities before, and you said you didn't have time. Now that we've broken up, please, Mr. Xiao, stop asking me out. I'm very busy." He hung up. Yang Jiali couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiao Yi's tone changed immediately, becoming irritable and anxious. "Why is there someone else in your office? Are you meeting some small-time celebrity again?" Before Xiao Yi could finish, Zhao Shanhai directly hung up the phone, placed it aside, glanced at Yang Jiali, and said, "Why were you laughing just now? Got me scolded again." Yang Jiali shook his head, holding back a laugh, and said, "It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of a video I watched last night. It reminded me of you and Mr. Xiao." As he spoke, he handed his phone to Zhao Shanhai. In the video, a car was driving ahead, with a dog chasing behind. Zhao Shanhai glanced at it, and burst out laughing. "Yeah, it kinda does resemble that." Yang Jiali laughed along with him. After they stopped laughing, Yang Jiali quietly said, "By the way, Brother Hai, you've helped me so much, how about I do something for you? Give me your phone, what are you going to do?" Yang Jiali sidled up to Zhao Shanhai and rested his head on Zhao's shoulder, saying to the screen, "Say cheese." After taking the photo, Yang Jiali opened Zhao Shanhai's WeChat. He selected the photo, edited a caption for a moment's post, and set it to be visible only to Xiao Yi. Zhao Shanhai glanced at it and half smiled, half complained, "Childish." Yang Jiali chuckled and said, "Not at all, this is called precision targeting. It'll hit right where it hurts." Zhao Shanhai sighed, "You care so much about other people's relationships. What about yourself? Haven't you been keeping up with Yi Ting lately?" Yang Jiali casually replied, "I'm too busy with my career. He's a big CEO, he doesn't need my attention." Zhao Shanghai picked up a newspaper and teased, so you don't care about someone's engagement, huh? Yang Jiali snatched the newspaper away, only to see the headline. Yi Ting and the Shah family's daughter attend a family banquet together, appearing intimate, suspected of engagement. Yang Jiali stared blankly at the content, feeling a pang of bitterness. Is this news true? Zhao Shanghai raised an eyebrow. Why ask me? Call him yourself. Would he really keep it from you? Yang Jiali felt anxious but was too embarrassed to speak up. He moved behind Zhao Shanghai and started massaging his shoulders, his eagerness evident. I can't ask. Come on, good brother, tell me. Zhao Shanghai, feeling the flattery, couldn't help but say, all right, the whole financial circle just found out. I'm not sure, but if you're afraid to ask him, I can help. You brought your contract for dissolving the group, right? Yang Jiali handed over the contract, puzzled. What do you need this for? With shrewd eyes, Zhao Shanghai said, to sign you all up. There's a film premiere in a few days, perfect for your comeback appearance. Yi Ting and Miss Shaw will be there too. Yang Jiali was stunned. Are you saying? Zhao Shanghai patted Yang Jiali's head warmly. See for yourself and find out if it's true or not. Soon, it was the film festival's opening day. Yang Jiali walked the red carpet with Li Da and Li like a father leading his curious sons through a fair. They were startled and amazed. Yang Jiali turned back and glared at them, making them slightly more reserved. They reached the VIP hall where a small cocktail party was being held. Yang Jiali finally breathed a sigh of relief. You two silly boys, looking around on the red carpet. Aren't you afraid of getting taken in ugly photos? Li scratched his head awkwardly. Just curious, besides, we're good looking, there won't be ugly photos. Yang Jiali chuckled and teased, you brat, as Li pointed behind Yang Jiali, pleadingly. Okay, Yang, stop scolding us now. Mr. Zhao is still here, give us a little dignity. Li Da chimed in, yeah, we haven't seen Mr. Zhao since the signing. Why don't you take us to say hello? Yang Jiali turned to look behind him. Zhao Shanghai was holding a glass of champagne, chatting with someone across from him. Xiao Yi was standing next to Zhao Shanghai, looking visibly displeased. Thinking to himself, he won't even look at me, doesn't explain that photo with Yang Jiali. I'll make you pay attention to me. With that thought, Xiao Yi quietly reached out his hand, trying to wrap it around Zhao Shanghai's waist. Zhao Shanghai noticed, and with a swift movement in the shadows, he smacked Xiao Yi's hand hard on the back. Xiao Yi refused to give up. Gritting his teeth, he tried several more times, thinking, I'm definitely wrapping my arm around that waist today. But Zhao Shanghai was determined too. Every time Xiao Yi tried, Zhao smacked even harder, until Xiao Yi's hand was red and he finally gave up. Yang Jiali saw the whole scene and couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. Better let it go. Brother Hai is busy keeping the dog at bay. Just then, the VIP room door opened again. Yi Ting walked in, impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an aura of dominance, with Miss Shaw by his side. The moment Yang Jiali saw them, he almost forgot to breathe. Yi Ting sensed Yang's gaze and instinctively turned his head, locking eyes with Yang Jiali. It was the first time they had seen each other in over a month. At that moment, all the surrounding noise seemed to fade away, until Miss Shaw gently tugged Yi Ting's hand with a smile. It's time to go in. Only then did Yi Ting break his gaze, his expression unchanged. Without saying a word, he entered the hall with Miss Shaw, not looking back at Yang Jiali again, pretending they didn't know each other. Yang Jiali took a sip of red wine, feeling something heavy weighing on his heart. Li looked at him with concern. Yang, are you okay? Yang Jiali calmly replied, I'm fine. Let's go, time to get ready. After a while, the three of them finally took the stage to perform. On stage, they shone brilliantly, as if they were born for it. Accompanied by the music, Yang Jiali's clear voice spread throughout the venue, and Yi Ting watched her unblinkingly from below. His gaze was filled with love and longing. Miss Shaw, sitting beside him, saw this and smiled. I heard from Shaw that Mr. Yi's sweetheart is a singer. Is that him? Yi Ting did not deny it and softly said, he's very handsome and cute, makes one want to keep him in their heart, right? Miss Shaw nodded, then Yi Ting continued, after the event, you can go back by yourself. I have other matters. Miss Shaw was not at all displeased and nodded with a smile, okay. After the event, Yang Jiali went home and covered his head with a blanket, sulking. Covering my head with the quilt, fuming, Yi Ting is such a liar. He said he would always wait for me, but then he just walked away with someone else. Suddenly, the ringtone of the mobile phone beside me goes off. Yang Jia flips the quilt off violently and shouts in frustration, who is it in the middle of the night? His voice startled Ah Fu and Xiao Huang, knocking them to the ground. I just picked up the phone when I heard an anxious voice from the other side saying, Mr. Yang, I am Mr. Yi's assistant. Mr. Yi drank too much at the dinner, and we can't find him. Do you know if he is with you? Yang Jia replied, "No." Hearing this, the assistant politely said, "Sorry to bother you," and hung up. Yang Jia, frowning, felt a bit worried. He lay down again, thinking to himself that Yi Ting doesn't even care about him. Why should he worry? With so many people looking for him, he surely won't be lost. With that thought, Yang Jia tried to lie down again but couldn't fall asleep, his mind buzzing with thoughts. Yang Jia, truly annoyed, got out of bed and paced back and forth on the cold floor of the bedroom, muttering to himself, "How can such a grown man be like a child, never giving a moment's peace? So annoying, so annoying." But still, he was too worried in the end. He grabbed his coat from the rack and dashed out the door, thinking to himself how he would scold Yi Dog once he found him. The night was deep, the moon melancholy. He rushed all the way to the villa and, facing the villa's code lock, he tried entering his own birthday. The lock emitted a cheerful sound. "Password correct, welcome back." Yang Jia was a bit stunned, not expecting his own birthday to be the password. He then opened the door and entered, finding that even the lights were off. He called out loudly for Yi Ting, but no one responded. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He remembered that during those 30 days, Yi Ting had brought him to the rooftop saying he liked to come here when he felt upset. Yang Jia hurriedly followed the stairs to the top floor of the villa. He saw Yi Ting slumped on the ground like a vagrant, with several liquor bottles rolling around him. Yi Ting lifted his eyelids, eyes filled with drunkenness. "Baby, you're here," he said. Yang Jiali stepped forward and chided, "How much have you drunk? Do you not know Assistant Wu is looking for you everywhere?" Yi Ting tilted his head, his sharply defined and deep features exuding a kind of decadent, wild handsomeness. "You came for him," he said. "I get it, I'll contact him later. Now, leave." Yang Jiali stared straight at Yi Ting on the ground, unmoving and silent. Suddenly, Yi Ting reached out and forcefully pushed Yang Jiali away. His voice was somber. "Go, quickly. Don't appear in front of me." Yi Ting raised his head to look at Yang Jiali, eyes bloodshot. His voice mellowed, "I struggled so hard to control myself not to bother you. What more do you want?" Yi Ting said heavily to Yang Jiali, "The 30 days are over. You shouldn't be in front of me." Yang Jiali retrieved a towel from the bathroom, soaked it in warm water, wrung it half dry, and walked back to Yi Ting. In a cold voice, he said, "Close your eyes." Yi Ting obediently closed his eyes. Yang Jiali calmly said, "I really dislike you." I know," he replied, and continued to gently wipe Yi Ting's face with the towel. Yi Ting continued to look at Yang Jiali, whispering, "Baby, do you know how much I miss you?" Yang Jiali chuckled, "Miss me? You see me in the bar and walk away like a stranger, with a pretty lady by your side. Maybe she's even your fiancé." Yi Ting observed Yang Jiali's slightly relaxed expression and suddenly, the drunk laughed. "Jealous? She's not my fiancé," Yi Ting blinked. "She's Shaw's sister, a business partner. I want to be stronger than anyone in the Yi family. I need to make sure no one dares to talk down to you." Yi Ting embraced Yang Jiali, his Adam's apple bobbing. With a bitter smile, he said, "Do you think I dare to look at you? Even a second more, and I might not be able to control myself from falling ill and taking you back again." Yi Ting withdrew his hand and put it back under the blanket. His gaze was gentle yet hopeful. "Since we've already broken the rules today, could you stay with me a bit longer? You can leave once I've fallen asleep." Yang Jia pulled the blanket up for him and responded deeply with a hum. Yang Jia took care of Yi Ting for the whole night. Upon waking up in the morning, they still temporarily parted ways as agreed. Those who needed to work went to work, and those who needed to pursue their careers did so. However, Yang Jia's mood was inevitably affected. In the practice room, Yang Jia was always holding his phone, unable to stop worrying about Yi Ting and wondering whether to call him. At that moment, his phone rang. The caller was Wang Yang. Yang Jia suddenly remembered he had arranged to meet Wang Yang today and hurriedly answered the call. He heard Wang Yang say he was already downstairs but couldn't find the place. Yang Jia instructed, "Take the elevator to the 5th floor, exit, turn left, and it's the first room." Hearing that Wang Yang was coming, Li Da's face darkened, and he walked towards the door. After hanging up, Yang Jia saw Li Da heading out and quickly asked, "Li Da, where are you going?" "We agreed to meet up today to get acquainted." Li Da replied coldly, "I'm changing my clothes." Li smiling, said, "Yang Jie, don't worry about it. The changing room is right across. He'll be back soon. Besides, it's Wang Yang's first time here, he doesn't really know the place." He took a while to find the practice room Yang Jia mentioned. He could only push hesitantly into a room that seemed to be the practice room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Li Da changing clothes. Li Da, hearing the noise, looked towards the door and immediately raised his voice. "Who let you in? Get out." Li Da was so fierce that Wang Yang, like a startled rabbit, trembled violently. "I'm sorry, it was not on purpose. I'm leaving now." Just then, Yang Jia witnessed the scene of Wang Yang apologizing. He stepped forward and patted Wang Yang on the shoulder. What happened just now? Wang Yang stammered, nothing, Li Da, changing clothes, I accidentally. Before he finished, Li Da came out. Wang Yang quickly turned around and bowed to apologize. I'm sorry, Li Da. I apologize to you. Li Da didn't even look at him and said coldly, who told you to call me Li Da? Don't get chummy. I'm only doing this out of respect for Yang Jie. I'm not interested in making friends with you. Wang Yang's face alternated between red and white. At this moment, Li also came out and tugged at Li Da, saying kindly, my brother is just shy. He'll be fine once he gets to know you. Yang Jiali chimed in, yes, he's shy. You just recovered, don't stand there, let's go inside and chat. With that, he pushed Wang Yang towards the practice room. After a while, the four of them finally sat down peacefully together, and Yang Jiali began to speak. Yang Jiali spoke, from now on, we'll practice together. Our group will definitely get better. Not wanting Wang Yang to feel awkward, he turned his head and said, Wang Yang, say a few words. Wang Yang took out several packets of something, holding them in his arms, and said brightly, I'm honored to join this team. I don't have much money. This is dried sweet potatoes, a specialty from my hometown. They're really tasty if you don't mind. Seeing Wang Yang's eager-to-please manner, Yang Jiali felt a bit sour. Li who's always straightforward, also noticed Wang Yang's attempt to ingratiate himself and happily accepted the dried sweet potatoes, saying thank you. Wang Yang then handed some to Yang Jiali. Brother Yang, try them. Yang Jiali quickly reached for them. They look delicious. I'll try them after rehearsal. Thank you. At this point, Zhao Shanhai's assistant called from the doorway, Yang, Mr. Zhao is looking for you. Yang Jiali got up and walked towards the door. You guys continue chatting. After Yang Jiali left, Wang Yang cautiously said to Li Da, no, brother Li, this is for you. Li Da ignored him and turned away. Wang Yang stood there awkwardly, his head hung low like an abandoned sheep. Yang Jiali arrived at Zhao Shanhai's office. Brother Hai, you wanted to see me? Zhao Shanhai's expression was somewhat off. He said seriously, you come here. Did you apply for a green card in the US recently? Or change your visa status? Yang Jiali, confused, replied, no, what's up? Zhao Shanhai, holding a document, said, the company was processing new employee information and checking passports. The Immigration Bureau mentioned your visa status changed, and you're undergoing a change of status to a US resident. Yang Jiali was stunned. I haven't done anything like that. Zhao Shanhai tapped his fingers on the table, frowning, it's strange indeed. It's not like the US Immigration Service thinks you're so excellent they're forcing it upon you. Yang Jiali scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. I'm not that excellent. Zhao Shanhai suddenly noticed the ring on Yang Jiali's hand and raised an eyebrow. What does this mean? Yang Jiali's face immediately turned red as he explained. Earlier, Yiting borrowed the venue and a pastor from a friend's wedding and said he wanted to do a mock wedding ceremony with me. Zhao Shanhai's head started to ache upon hearing this. When he told you to go through the motions, you really went through with it? Yang Jiali blinked, his voice weak, it's fake anyway. Zhao Shanhai was speechless, his head buzzing. Silly child, with a pastor as a witness and the marriage license already submitted, it can hold legal power. After a moment, Zhao Shanhai calmed down. He typed on his computer for a while and found a US marriage application form, turning the screen towards Yang Jiali. Think carefully, did you ever sign this document? Yang Jiali leaned over to look and said, Yiting's lawyer said this was an overseas work agreement. Zhao Shanhai realized what had happened and sighed, Xiao Yang, you need to improve your English. This is a marriage license and certificate. Yang Jiali was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning, unable to recover. After a long moment, he trembled and raised his hand, pointing at himself, I'm married. Zhao Shanhai patted Yang Jiali's shoulder and sighed, I knew he wouldn't let you go so easily. This move was really ruthless. Yang Jiali was enveloped in a storm of anger, thinking if it weren't for this document review, Yi Ting would have kept it from me forever. I was so moved at the time, even gave myself to him. But it was all calculated from the start. Yang Jiali didn't say anything more to Zhao Shanhai and stormed out. That's right, he went to settle accounts with Yi Ting. He took a taxi straight to Guanghu. The new security guard saw Yang Jiali's fierce appearance and his heart skipped a beat. He immediately stepped forward to stop him. Sir, who are you? Yang Jiali ignored him and went straight inside, with the bodyguard chasing after him. That's the CEO's office, you can't enter without an appointment. Secretary Hu happened to see this scene and quickly stopped the bodyguard. Alright, remember his appearance. From now on, when he comes, he doesn't need an appointment. Don't stop him from entering Yi Zong's office if he wants to. The bodyguard blinked, is he Yi Zong's biological brother? Secretary Hu, looking out for him, said, Closer than a biological brother, he's Yi Zong's treasure. Alright, go about your business. I'll go to the meeting room to find Yi Zong. Upon learning that Yang Jiali came to see him, Yi Ting hurried back to the office and said happily, "Baby, why did you come over suddenly?" Yang Jiali said coldly, "I'm here to tell you something." Yi Ting raised an eyebrow. Seeing Yang Jiali sitting in his boss chair, he asked puzzledly, "What are you doing sitting there?" Yang Jiali bit her teeth and said with a faint smile, "I like it, I want to. Besides, it's my husband's chair. Do you have a problem with me sitting in it?" Yi Ting was stunned. "What did you call me?" Yang Jiali suddenly stood up and looked directly at Yi Ting, saying, "I called you husband." "What, did I call you wrong?" Yi Ting's brow moved slightly, and he smiled somewhat stiffly. "You know everything." Yang Jiali angrily said, "Was I not supposed to know?" With that, she swept the photos off the desk to the floor, and the frame shattered with a crash. Yang Jiali continued to ask him coldly, "Do you have anything to say to me?" Yi Ting, while crouching to pick up the photos, said, "I'm sorry, baby, I just..." Before he could finish, Yang Jiali interrupted him directly, "Just what? You said you'd make up for regrets in a month, with time to be decided by me, but in the end, you tricked me into signing and registering our marriage. Yi Ting, your tactics are impressive. You truly are someone who can hold the position of president." Yi Ting didn't speak. His hand was cut by the glass and bleeding, yet he didn't notice, feeling a pang of bitterness inside. Yang Jiali continued angrily, "You calculated every step, first winning me over, then proposing the 30-day condition to soften me bit by bit, finally tricking me into marriage, so I'd be tied to you for life." Yi Ting hurriedly stood up and explained, "That wasn't it. The initial intention of the love agreement was also to keep you by my side and not be taken away by Yi Fan." Upon hearing this, Yang Jiali's emotions became even more agitated. "Then why, even after Yi Fan was put in jail, did you still set me up to get married? You've been deceiving me, leading me by the nose. Does it feel fun to you?" Yi Ting felt increasingly anxious. He knew that the matter of getting married would eventually come out, but he didn't expect it to be so soon that he felt caught off guard. He stepped forward and embraced Yang Jiali in his arms, hurriedly explaining, "No, baby, I did plan some things, but you can't just deny me like this. Every word I said during those 30 days was sincere. I didn't deceive you in the slightest." Yang Jiali, like an enraged little beast, fiercely bit Yi Ting on the neck. After biting Yi Ting's neck hard, Yi Ting, ignoring the pain, continued to explain, "I can be honest with you about the marriage. It's because you said you wanted to go off on your own to build a career temporarily. I was afraid you wouldn't come back, so I tricked you into marrying me. I don't want us to be apart anymore." Having said that and seeing Yang Jia standing still without any reaction, the usually calm and collected Yi Ting finally showed a hint of unease. "I love you, and I want to be with you for a lifetime. All of this is true. Baby, believe me." Yang Jia sighed, "Enough, I can no longer tell which words are true." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Yi Ting didn't stop him, knowing he couldn't. In the game of love, there's never winning or losing, only loving or not loving. That day, Yang Jia received a message from Brother Hai, saying Yi Ting had begged him for help, etc. Seeing this, Yang Jia, angry, threw his phone aside. "It's not enough for Yi Dog to block my door, he even drags others into persuading me." At this moment, his stomach growled. Yang Jia, extremely hungry, thought all the food at home was gone. When will Yi Ting leave? Then he thought, wait, it's not my fault. Why should I avoid him? I just need to ignore him. With that thought, Yang Jia suddenly sat up. He opened the door with head held high, intending to go out and buy something to eat. As soon as he opened the door, there was Yi Ting, with quite a few cigarette butts on the ground, clearly having waited for a long time. Yang Jia ignored Yi Ting and was about to go downstairs. Yi Ting, finally seeing him, quickly grabbed Yang Jia's arm and lifted the bag he was carrying to Yang Jia. "Haven't had dinner yet, have you? This is specially packed for you." Yang Jia, showing great integrity, pushed it back. Yi Ting took a deep breath and pleaded, "I know I was wrong to trick you into marriage. I didn't respect your wishes. How I wish to reconcile with you. During those 30 days, you must have felt that I was just afraid of losing you." Yang Jiali quickly turned and entered the door, saying, "That's it, then please leave." As she was about to close the door, Yi Ting became anxious, holding onto the door. "You still refuse to believe me? Then at least accept these things, okay? If you take them, I'll leave." Yang Jiali looked at the bag in front of her, thinking it wouldn't hurt to accept food, so she took the bag and closed the door. Yang Jiali placed the bag on the table to see. Besides the packed dinner, there was also a small box with unknown contents. Hesitating for a moment, she bit the bullet, took the box, and opened it. Inside was the photo frame that had been broken in the office last time. She turned the photo frame over, and on the back, there was a small sheep with teary eyes, holding a sign that read, "Forgive me." Yang Jiali's heart softened instantly, but she still harshly said, "Forgive you, my foot." Yang Jiali looked further into the box. Underneath was an envelope. The envelope had a sticky note attached. Yang Jiali thought to herself, how come it's one thing after another? I have to see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Yang Jiali said as she opened the envelope, which contained 2 documents in English. On the side, a sticky note explained, "Divorce application, already signed." Yang Jiali angrily threw the application onto the table. She was immediately frustrated, using the same tactic twice. "You think I'm ignorant in English, right? Or is this also a tactic, thinking that I won't sign the divorce papers? I won't fall for your trap." Thinking this, she pulled out a pen to sign. Biting a toothpick, Yang Jiali signed his own name. Looking at the signed divorce application, he initially felt relieved, thinking that this time he finally didn't follow the path Yi's surname had calculated for him, finally able to give him a big surprise. But the more he looked at it, the more agitated he became inside. Do I really want this? As for Yi Ting's feelings, on the contrary, he was willing to break free from familial constraints and marry me. He must truly want to spend the rest of his life with me. But why must it be done in this way? Why must he deceive me time and again? Just as Yang Jiali was hesitating, Ah Fu and Xiao Huang barked at the door. Yang Jiali walked over, gently stroking the heads of the 2 little guys, and softly said, "Do you miss Yi Ting this much?" Xiao Huang wagged its tail, not sure if it understood. Yang Jiali smiled. "Xiao Huang, he really was good to you, wasn't he? He didn't use you as a tool to trap me. Otherwise, you wouldn't wait for him so persistently." Yang Jiali sighed, seemingly having realized something. He picked up the application form again and muttered to himself, "It's not that I want to forgive him myself. I'm afraid that Ah Fu and Xiao Huang miss him too much, so I'm giving Yi Ting a chance." Saying so, he smirked, "But before that, I have to teach Yi Ting a lesson and vent my anger." The next day, Yi Ting received a lunch personally prepared by Yang Jiali. When he opened the food box and saw what was inside, he was momentarily stunned and didn't know where to start. It was because the food in the box was all things Yi Ting hated, like garlic, cilantro, mushrooms, and so on. Even the secretary beside him couldn't help but complain in his heart, "This has to be deliberate, right?" The secretary, noticing Yi Ting's not-so-good expression, asked, "President Yi, do you need me to order some takeout for you?" Yi Ting pondered for a moment and, with a look of noble sacrifice, replied, "No need, I'll eat this. You may leave now." After the secretary left, Yi Ting began to eat, but his expression wasn't great, as if he were eating chocolate with a taste of feces. However, Yi Ting didn't have any complaints. Just a bit puzzled. Logically, if Yang Yang made him this meal, perhaps she wasn't that angry anymore. But why wouldn't she want to see him? While he was still wondering, Yi Ting saw a note at the bottom of the box. It said, "Regarding the divorce application, I want to talk to you. Meet me at the Shangda East Stadium at 8 p.m. tonight." Yi Ting couldn't quite grasp Yang Jiali's intention. Was this going to be a public execution? At 8 p.m., Yi Ting went as promised to the Shangda Stadium and saw Yang Jiali sitting quietly in the stands, watching the students' night training. She seemed lonely and desolate. In the broad stadium, the cold night wind blew. Yi Ting approached Yang Jiali from behind and gently put his coat over her shoulders, softly calling her name, Yang Yang. Yang Jiali didn't respond and continued watching the students in training, seemingly lost in thought. Yi Ting gave a slight smile and asked, "About the divorce application, what do you want to talk to me about?" Yang Jiali took out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it over. Yi Ting looked at it. It was a signed divorce application. His throat instantly felt dry, and his voice was hoarse and trembling. "You really signed it?" Yang Jiali slightly curled her lips and said, "Why wouldn't I sign?" Yi Ting's eyes turned red, and he pleaded sadly, "Let's not get divorced, okay?" In her heart, Yang Jiali felt a secret joy, thinking, now he knows to be worried. But calmly she said, "Why do you hand me the divorce papers if it's not that you agree to the divorce? Or do you actually have no intention of it, just using psychological tactics to make me soften?" Yi Ting had nothing else to say, just kept repeating, "Baby, I don't want to divorce. Please don't divorce me, okay?" Yang Jia looked at Yi Ting's painful expression and softened for a moment. She took back the divorce papers from Yi Ting and asked softly, "Do you still remember this person, Jia Dongyan?" Yi Ting was stunned for a moment and then it clicked, "Isn't he our military training instructor back then? Why do you mention him?" But he didn't interrupt, quietly listening on. Then he heard Yang Jia, full of reminiscence, say, "Back in the military training, he always scolded me, but that year we had the best results. I even got the Outstanding Soldier Award. I was particularly proud." Before returning to the army, old Jia gently apologized to me, saying he really had no choice but to scold me. I could feel that on the surface he was tough, but his heart towards us was sincere. So when he was there, I resented him, but when he really left, I still wanted to cry. At this point, Yi Ting seemed to understand what Yang Jia wanted to say. His heart uncontrollably began to beat faster. You say I am very similar to him. So Yang, can't you bear to part with me too? Yang Jia did not directly answer his question, but continued, thinking back, the one who made me so angry I gritted my teeth. The one who moved me to tears, seems to have always been the same person. People are too complicated. What do you think I should do? Yi Ting's voice became hoarse as he deeply gazed at Yang Jia. 3 ways. Either force yourself to endure, or let go of the past and start anew, slowly adjusting. Yang Jia, hearing this, also smiled slightly. Seeing this, Yi Ting's voice trembled a bit. You smiled, baby, so does that mean? Yang Jia couldn't help but laugh and scolded. Who's your baby? You can't just say anything. Do I know you? Which class are you from? Yi Ting was a bit confused. Yang Jia pinched his cheek and asked again, which class? Yi Ting subconsciously said, International Trade Class 1. Yang Jia suddenly stretched out her hand, pretending to meet for the first time. That's quite a coincidence. I'm also from International Trade Class 1. Let's be friends, then. Hello, my name is Yang Jia. Yang, from Yangshu, poplar tree. Jia, from Jiazhong. To tell, Li, from Lijiang, to stand at attention. Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali for a long time. It seemed that it had been a very long time since he last saw such bright eyes in him. After a while, he took Yang Jiali's extended hand. My name is Yi Ting. Yang Jiali nodded thoughtfully. Nice name, I'll remember it. Then, he picked up the divorce application from the side and said, found something. Who left this here? Yi Ting's throat tightened. Just tear it up and throw it away. Yang Jiali teased Yi Ting. That won't do, there are signatures on it. It might be some important documents. In case someone goes crazy again in the future, this will be very useful. Yi Ting looked pitiful. Are you planning to use this application to threaten me? Yang Jiali arrogantly raised his head. Why, you don't like it? Yi Ting caught Yang Jiali decisively. Don't worry, I will never let it be of any use in my lifetime. But baby, from which stage shall we start getting along? Surely not from the stage of just having met. Yang Jiali thought for a moment. Definitely not the husband stage, I'm still angry. Big liar. Yi Ting instantly broke out in cold sweat. Then, not friends with benefits, I mean, is roommates okay? Yang Jiali, holding Yi Ting's tie, asked, what are you up to? Yi Ting acted aggrieved. I don't feel at ease with you being outside alone. Besides, spending more time together is how we can get along better, right? After some thought, Yang Jiali agreed it was true. I have 2 conditions. To punish you for lying, I want to sleep in separate rooms first. Secondly, I will pay you the rent at market price, so no one can say I'm taking advantage of you. Yi Ting pondered for a while, coughed, and said, the first point is fine. The market price for renting out my villa is 13,000 a month. Yang Jiali's mouth twitched, his face stiffened. Yi Ting quickly added, but if it's you renting, then let's make it 13 yuan. Yang Jiali thought for a moment. Alright then, I'll give you 4,000 yuan for rent every month. I'll take care of housework and cooking. You rent the house to me, consider it me taking a small advantage. Yi Ting blinked, deal, but baby, since you're taking advantage of me, can I also take advantage of you once? Yang Jiali was startled. Hey, I warn you, there are so many people here for military training. Yi Ting smirked, what's there to be afraid of? Clothes cover it. We kiss our own, they can't see. Having said that, he covered both himself and Yang Jiali with a jacket and kissed the thin lips he had been longing for. That day, Yang Jiali invited Zhao Shanhai to have dinner at home. The doorbell of the villa rang. Yang Jiali opened the door with the brightest smile. Brother Hai, come in quickly. The meal is ready. Zhao Shanhai smiled and joked. I knew it, I could smell it from outside. Yang Jiali hugged Zhao Shanhai as they entered the villa, both enjoying a pleasant conversation. At that moment, Yi Ting came towards them, holding slippers and looking furious. He crouched down in front of Yang Jiali and personally slipped the slippers on her feet, scolding, you're not being careful. It's cold and you're not wearing shoes. A blush quickly spread across Yang Jiali's face as she shyly said, the house is heated, you know. She then heard Zhao Shanhai's laughter, which made her feel even more embarrassed. Zhao Shanhai joked, from those 30 days that started, I knew you two couldn't be separated. You silly boy, you really got brought back by him. Yang Jiali playfully punched Zhao Shanhai's chest, giggling, come on, brother Hai, stop teasing me. Nearby, Yi Ting watched their intimate interaction, feeling jealous but couldn't say anything. However, thinking about the person who was about to arrive, a smile involuntarily formed on his lips, saying, speak of the devil, and the devil appears. At that moment, the doorbell rang again. Upon opening the door, there stood Yi Ting's mischievous friend, Xiao Yi. Yang Jiali was shocked to see him. How did he get here? I didn't invite him. She glanced at Yi Ting and quietly asked, did you do this on purpose? Yi Ting just smiled and remained silent. How could he say anything? It was indeed intentional. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi approached Zhao Shanhai to greet him but noticed Zhao Shanhai's face change. Zhao Shanhai took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and while lighting one said, you guys go ahead and eat. It's stuffy in here, I'll go to the balcony for a smoke. Xiao Yi stood awkwardly in place. Xiao Yi awkwardly stood still. Seeing this, Yang Jia hurried to catch up. Just stepping onto the balcony, he saw Zhao Shanhai's lonely figure and said embarrassingly, Brother Hai, I'm sorry. I only invited you to make you a meal as a thank you. I didn't expect Yi Ting secretly invited Xiao Yi, making you uncomfortable. I'll give Yi Ting a harsh lesson later. Zhao Shanhai shook his head with a bitter smile. It's okay, I was prepared. Yang Jia cautiously asked, then you and President Xiao, are you? Zhao Shanhai heavily said, it's impossible now. It's over when it's over. Yang Jia sighed and nodded. Zhao Shanhai turned around, his eyes filled with complex emotions, and he forced a smile. Yang, actually, sometimes I really admire you. Yang Jia was quite surprised. Admire me? Zhao Shanhai gently hummed and his expression was both reflective and ironic. You and Yi Ting, after all these years, despite numerous ups and downs, never had anyone else in your hearts. Your love has no impurities, but it's not the same with me and Xiao Yi. Before I confronted him, we hadn't had a meal together like a family for a long time. He devoted all his time to that young star and even said he was tired of me. Our home finally wore me out to the point of giving up. He refused to let go, but I no longer have the strength to deal with his drama. Yang Jia listened, feeling heartbroken. In his heart, Zhao Shanhai had always been strong, cultured, gentle, and perfect. But now Zhao Shanhai was sorrowful and sad, suppressing his emotions with one harsh cigarette after another. Yang Jia was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Zhao Shanhai smiled, ruffled Yang Jia's hair. Sorry, Yang, thank you for your invitation today, but I think it's better we meet another time. Yang Jia also knew Zhao Shanhai wouldn't go back, resignedly saying, all right then, next time we'll meet outside, just the two of us. After a vague farewell, Zhao Shanhai walked to his car and just opened the door, when he heard Xiao Yi's voice from behind, Brother Hai, wait. Zhao Shanhai, without turning back, coldly said, how long do you plan to pester me? Xiao Yi's voice was also extremely cold. If you don't give me a chance to reconcile, I'll keep following. I've stopped messing around outside, you can't either. Zhao Shanhai indifferently replied, I don't care to listen, and was about to get into the car and leave. At that moment, Xiao Yi approached Zhao Shanhai, reached out to stop him. You must listen to me today. I was wrong. You scolded and hit me already. I even bowed and apologized to you, promising not to do it again. Everything was resolved. Why do you have to be so difficult? Yi Ting and Yang Jia managed to start over. Why can't we? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanhai's anger surged. Am I being difficult? Xiao Yi, do you think just apologizing and making some insincere promises can erase everything? Xiao Yi pursed his lips, clearly thinking exactly that. Zhao Shanhai suddenly felt a cold numbness inside, leaned to Xiao Yi's ear and whispered, one last word for you, get lost. Xiao Yi's eyes reddened instantly from that deeply hurtful word. He suddenly pushed Zhao Shanhai against the car. I know I was wrong. Don't push me away, let's start over. I can't stand someone else being by your side, Zhao Shanhai, you can only be mine. After saying that, he forcibly kissed Zhao Shanhai, who was furious. Zhao Shanhai raised his fist and fiercely struck Xiao Yi's face. Xiao Yi was dazed by Zhao Shanhai's punch, his face full of disbelief. You hit me? Zhao Shanhai clenched his fist and gave a cold chuckle. Yes, you're the first person to drive me to violence, Xiao Yi. After speaking, Zhao Shanhai's face paled and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Xiao Yi panicked immediately. What's wrong? Is it your back pain again? Zhao Shanhai instinctively supported his spine. His body shook unstably and then he heavily fell to the ground. Xiao Yi quickly carried him to the car and stepped on the gas pedal towards the hospital. Yang Jia and Yi Ting also followed. After a long hustle, Zhao Shanhai finally stabilized. As soon as Yang Jiali entered the door, she pushed Yi Ting onto the couch and scolded fiercely, did you do that on purpose? Yi Ting pretended to be confused. What? Seeing his act, Yang Jiali got infuriated, grabbed Yi Ting's cheek and said, I was having a nice Thanksgiving dinner, why did you have to invite Xiao Yi? Hai Zhe even ended up in the hospital. Yi Ting defended himself, it's not my fault. Who knew fighting could knock himself out? Yang Jiali gritted her teeth. Do you just dislike seeing me getting along with Hai Zhe? Yi Ting didn't deny and nodded briskly. Suddenly, he reached out, pulled Yang Jiali towards him, and held her close. I like it when you're openly happy with me. If you're closer to other men than you are with me, baby, I'm going to lose it. Hearing this, Yang Jiali was both amused and annoyed. Mad dog. This time, since Hai Jie is not badly hurt, I'll let you off. But don't let it happen again, or I really will get angry. Yi Ting said affectionately, I understand. After saying that, he kissed Yang Jiali, and it took a while before they parted. Yi Ting, holding the shy Yang Jiali, started watching TV. As soon as the TV was turned on, inappropriate content for children was playing. Yang Jiali immediately perked up and exclaimed, last episode they were fighting, and now they're rolling in the sheets? Has the TV content become this bold? Yi Ting frowned, covered Yang Jiali's eyes with his hand. Stop watching, not suitable for little lamb. Just when Yang Jiali was getting into it, her view was blocked. Annoyed, she slapped Yi Ting's hand away fiercely and snapped, what are you blocking? I'm not a child. I've done this stuff with you plenty of times, what's the big deal? Pretending to be pure, like an old hag putting on lipstick. Pa! Yi Ting burst out laughing, his eyes conveying deep meaning, since you think it's no big deal, then why do we still sleep in separate rooms? You won't even let me sleep on the same bed with you. Yang Jiali's eyes rolled around. What's wrong? Are you trying to set me up again? Starting to get ideas already? Can't hold back anymore? Yi Ting Dao, I just want to know what it takes for you to agree to let me share a bed with you. I need a definite standard, otherwise I don't know how long I have to wait. Yang Jiali raised an eyebrow, and a mischievous thought popped into his mind. Since you're saying this, how about we make a bet? A playful smile suddenly appeared in Yang Jiali's eyes. Within a month, if you can't bear the loneliness and start making moves first, then you lose, and I can punish you. Yi Ting moved Yang Jiali's foot aside. He leaned over onto him and said, what if I win? Yang Jiali hooked the corner of his lips. If you let me entangle you first, crave your body, I'll admit defeat. Then I'll immediately open the bedroom door for you, even free up half the bed for you to sleep. How about that? Yi Ting readily agreed, just as pink bubbles appeared around their gazes. Suddenly, Liang Jiali pushed Yi Ting away, then it settled. I'm going back to my room. Yi Ting could hardly conceal his disappointment and sighed. Yang Jiali waved at Yi Ting, what now? We have to record a show tomorrow, I need to sleep. The next day, backstage at the performance venue, Yang Jiali and others were ready early. He pulled Li Da and Li aside, it's our first performance as a group of 4, let's be spirited. After glancing at Wang Yang, he continued, also, I need to discuss something else. Wang Yang is physically weak and the recording is long. I can't keep an eye on him from the front, please take more care of him backstage. Plus, he seems to be in a bad state. Let's encourage him first, okay? After saying this, he looked pleadingly at the two. Li Da and Li quickly agreed. Yang Jiali then called Wang Yang over. Seeing the script in Wang Yang's hands dampened by sweat, he couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Are you nervous? Wang Yang's face quickly turned a shade of red, a little. Seeing this, Li put an arm around his shoulder, don't be scared. We are a team, we can shoulder it together. Yang Jiali smoothly added, and me, I'm always here no matter what. You are not alone anymore, understand? Wang Yang visibly relaxed, and then Yang Jiali glared at Li Da behind him. Aren't you going to say something? Li Da awkwardly approached Wang Yang. They stood in silence for a while, unable to say anything. Just then, the director called out for Yang Jiali and the others to get ready to go on stage. Only then did Li Da say to him, there's nothing much to say. Just perform well. Wang Yang looked a bit disappointed, softly saying, oh. He knew he wouldn't hold everyone back and was about to leave. He slipped and almost fell to the ground. In that critical moment, Li Da swiftly caught him around the waist, and they exchanged a deep, meaningful gaze. Yang Jiali and the others recorded a program together for the first time. After 6 hours, they finally finished recording. It felt pretty good, even better than during rehearsal. So, in a good mood, Yang Jiali offered to treat them to a big meal. At the mention of a big meal, Li Da and Li eyes lit up, eagerly shouting for barbecue. Yang Jiali laughed and said, then Li Da, take them there using my membership card. I can't go today, I have to visit Brother Hai at the hospital. Just then, Yi Ting, who had been waiting for a long time, called out for Yang Jiali to get in the car. Yang Jiali grabbed Wang Yang, gave some instructions, then waved goodbye and ran swiftly towards the car. They soon arrived at the hospital. Just as they reached the door of Zhao Shanghai's ward, they saw Xiao Yi sitting dejectedly, like a beaten eggplant. He walked over to Xiao Yi, coughed, and asked, President Xiao, is Brother Hai inside? Xiao Yi glanced at him coldly and nodded. As a close brother, Yi Ting hit right where it hurt, why don't you go in? Xiao Yi opened his mouth to speak but ended up just pressing his lips tightly together, saying nothing. Yang Jiali saw this and chuckled to himself, what else could it be? Definitely got kicked out by Brother Hai. Serves him right. Yang Jia Li didn't bother with Xiao Yi anymore and pushed open the hospital room door and walked in. The moment he opened the door, Xiao Yi sprung up like a spring, wanting to follow inside. Yang Jia Li didn't give him the chance, swiftly entering the room and slamming the door shut with a bang. As soon as he entered, Yang Jia Li hurriedly asked, "Brother Hai, are you feeling better now?" Zhao Shanhai was lying on the hospital bed, handling work emails with both hands on a tablet. Old problem, nothing serious. Why did you even bother to come? Yang Jia Li bowed his head. I feel bad. You wouldn't have gotten hurt if it weren't for that meal. Zhao Shanhai turned his head to comfort him. It's not your fault. It was all because of that dog outside. Yang Jia Li stepped forward, snatching the tablet from Zhao Shanhai's hands. Take a rest. Your stress is too high, dealing with your daughter and the company, and having to listen to that barking. Brother Hai, since you decided to break it off with him clinging on like this isn't a solution. Zhao Shanhai sighed, his expression filled with exhaustion and bitterness. I've explained the reasoning, but he just won't listen. I'm out of ideas. Yang Jia Li's eyes glittered. I actually have an idea. Zhao Shanhai raised an eyebrow. What is it? Yang Jia Li whispered, find someone new. If he sees you really don't want him, he'll naturally give up. Zhao Shanhai shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not that easy. It's not like shopping for vegetables at the market. Besides, I'm not thinking about dating anyone right now. Yang Jia Li smirked. Who said it has to be real? Just find someone to put on a show for Mr. Xiao. With so many men and women under Rong Hai's command, are you worried we can't find someone to cooperate? Saying this, Yang Jia Li threw a flirtatious look at Zhao Shanhai. Actually, if President Zhao is willing, I wouldn't mind helping out. Zhao Shanhai burst out laughing. You should just stop. You're clever, but I can't handle it. One dumb dog already gives me a headache. If I get involved with Yi Ting, that crazy dog, how will I survive? Yang Jia Li shrugged and chuckled. Zhao Shanhai thought for a moment and said, however, your idea does have some feasibility. Yang Jia Li's eyes shone with excitement. If you think this idea works, I can help you find someone. Zhao Shanhai jokingly asked, what can you find? Yang Jia Li boldly promised, patting his chest, leave it to me. Back at home, looking at the dinner photos posted by Li in the chat group, Yang Jia Li curled his lips into a smile. Sunny, handsome, and still straight. Not easy to get into character. My silly son is just perfect. At this moment, Yi Ting suddenly appeared from behind. What are you looking at that's making you so happy? Yang Jia Li was so startled that he almost dropped his phone. He couldn't let Yi Ting know, lest he spill the beans to Xiao Yi. Thinking of this, he strategically coughed. Nothing, just chatting with 3 silly sons. Yi Ting cast a suspicious glance at him. Really? To dispel Yi Ting's doubts, he proactively gave a kiss. Why would I lie to you? It's late, I'm going to take a shower. Yi Ting watched Yang Jia Li's departing figure, smiling with helplessness and joy. The little lamb is willing to kiss me, which means he's slowly calming down. As long as I work hard to make him desire me first, it won't be long before I can hold the lamb to sleep. Prepare to surrender, lamb. Tomorrow, I'll start to exert my efforts. Yang Jia Li just got out of bed in the morning, planning to head to the kitchen for breakfast. I saw that Yi Ting actually moved the boxing post and the mat for push-ups to the living room. Instead of using the gym in the villa, he started exercising in the living room, panting heavily. In the living room, Yi Ting was doing his morning exercises with great vigor. When he was boxing, he was as swift as a wolf and as fierce as a tiger. His upper body, covered in sweat, had well-defined muscles that glistened with the heat. It was a pure masculine aura, restless and intense. Yang Jia Li stood aside, calmly and with great interest, watching this muscle show. The pure masculine aura made Yang Jia Li's heart race. Having long noticed him, Yi Ting stopped and struck a pose he thought was handsome. Baby, you're awake. Yang Jia Li's restless heart instantly calmed down. Greasy, I take back what I just said. He smiled wryly. Working out so hard in the morning, you have good energy. Yi Ting flaunted his muscles. I need to practice like this every day. Yang Jia Li responded with a faint, oh, and headed straight to the kitchen, leaving Yi Ting in disbelief. Just walked away like that? Is my muscular body not attractive? After a few seconds of sadness, Yi Ting quickly walked over to Yang Jia Li. He directly picked him up by the waist, enveloping Yang Jia Li in his hot breath. He leaned into Yang Jia Li's neck and took a deep sniff. Did you just shower? Baby, you smell so good. Yang Jia Li was instantly thunderstruck. He pushed Yi Ting away forcefully. What do you mean, you smell so good? Have you just watched Temptation of Going Home? You're so cheesy. After saying that, he pinned Yi Ting against the wall. Yi Xiong, your body is indeed great, but these old-fashioned tricks won't charm anyone. Yi Ting's breathing became heavier. Then what should I do? Baby, teach me. Yang Jiali reached out and caressed Yi Ting's chest, slowly sliding down, then tightly grasped a certain spot. It wasn't until Yi Ting's breath caught and he let out a muffled groan that Yang Jiali seemed to chuckle knowingly. How seductive, don't you know? We country folks are so pure, so pure. Yi Ting patted his head. You're really good at pretending to be innocent. After hearing that, Yang Jiali bit Yi Ting's arm, causing such pain that Yi Ting apologized and begged for a long time before being let go. Yang Jiali let out a snort and told Yi Ting to take a shower first while he prepared breakfast. Yi Ting smiled, his eyes warm and affectionate like a spring breeze, indulgent yet profound. Let's continue next time, we have a lifetime ahead of us, plenty of time. After breakfast, Yang Jiali went to the practice room, only to see Li chasing Li Da, insisting on showing him his phone. Yang Jiali approached and curiously asked, "What are you two arguing about?" Li excitedly said, "Brother Yang, you came just in time, look at this." Yang Jiali took the phone with a puzzled face, wondering what it could be. But as soon as he glanced at it, he blurted out, "Damn." He saw a fan-created topic for the Yang Ting CP, with intimate photos of the two backstage. Yang Jiali gave Li Da a thumbs up, "My good eldest son, not bad at all." Li Da was teased by the two of them, feeling utterly defeated. Li even went up to him with a cheeky grin, saying, "These days, it's normal for two guys to be together, and besides, it's not real." Li Da, thinking he was a straight man, was frustrated with embarrassment. "I can't be bothered to argue, I'm going to the restroom." At this moment, Yang Jiali remembered the matter about pretending to be a couple. He tentatively said, "Li you just said it's very normal for two guys to be together, is that true?" Li answered readily, "Yeah, after seeing you and President Yi so much, there's nothing hard to accept." Upon hearing this, Yang Jiali said directly, "Li why don't you pretend to be Hai Ji's partner?" Li was so startled he sprayed water all over Yang Jiali's face. "That won't do, I'm not gay," Li objected. Realizing the misunderstanding, Yang Jiali seriously clapped Li on the shoulder and clarified, "I want you to pretend to be Hai Ji's lover to help him fend off his ex-boyfriend. Hai Ji is so charming, I'm afraid other young guys will fall for him. You're straight as an arrow, so after much thought, you're the most suitable candidate." Relieved, Li exclaimed, "Pretending, huh? You gave me a scare. I thought the boss was going to take advantage of me." Yang Jiali coughed and firmly put his arm around Li's shoulder, saying, "A soldier is trained for 1,000 days to be used at the right moment. Just say you'll do it." Li agreed readily. Meanwhile, Li Da in the restroom was questioning his life, as the memories flashed through his mind, his eyes turning red with shame. Thinking to himself, "That kid does look pretty handsome," Li Da suddenly slapped himself. "What am I thinking? It must be that super topic that's influencing me." Then, as if possessed, he opened that super topic again and muttered, "I want to see just how disgusting it can get." How does that saying go? The truth may be delayed, but it always arrives. Li Da initially looked at the super topic with the intention of reporting it, but unexpectedly, the more he read, the more engrossed he became. Even when he returned home at night, he couldn't stop scrolling through it on his phone. He even came across a fanfic about him and Wang Yang, one that was almost pure smut. To his own shame, Li Da found himself embarrassingly aroused by the end. 4 words flashed in his mind, "I'm done," leaving him in a daze for a while. He always questioned his life, wondering if he was gay. That afternoon, the group of 4 met for tea. Li raved on about how Hai Ji was the most considerate and perfect man he'd ever met, with Yang Jia enthusiastically agreeing like 2 silly teenagers. Li Da glanced at Wang Yang, then said coldly, "Li I don't care if you switch lanes, but don't discuss orientation issues in front of me." Li bristled at this and lashed out at Li Da, "Nonsense, that's just a man's admiration. My type is still voluptuous women. Whoever harbors inappropriate thoughts towards the same sex is a dog." Li Da seemed to have hit a nerve and suddenly raised his voice, "Of course I know, just reminding you." Seeing this, Yang Jia came forward, hooking his arm around Li "Calm down. Li Da is just worried about you. Tell me, have you run into Xiao Yi these days?" As they went off to gossip, Li Da's eyes sparkled with an unknown light, staring back at Wang Yang. "Li Jie, why are you looking at me like that?" The day came to an end. Back at home, Yang Jia sat on Yi Ting's lap, and they shared how much they missed each other throughout the day. Just then, the doorbell and Yi Ting's phone rang simultaneously, forcing them to split up, one to answer the phone and the other to open the door. As Yang Jiali walked towards the door, muttering softly, "Who else could be coming at this hour?" He opened the door and saw none other than Xiao Yi, the main subject of the morning's gossip. Upon seeing Xiao Yi, Yang Jiali snorted coldly. "Yi Ting is on the phone. You can go find him later," said Yang Jiali, as Xiao Yi's piercing eyes stared intently at his face, his voice chillingly stern, "I'm here for you." He then grabbed Yang Jiali by the collar. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Was it you who introduced Li Chengshen to Brother Hai?" Yang Jiali isn't afraid of him knowing. "I was thinking of introducing a good match for Brother Hai. Our Li is handsome, kind, and most importantly, he's honest and loyal. He would never flirt around. He's a perfect match for Brother Hai." Xiao Yi is full of rage, doesn't even understand basic manners. What a match, they're no match at all. Every time he thinks of the day Zhao Shanhai and Li Chengshen were dining on French cuisine together, it feels like his heart has been ripped out and left to dry. His chest feels empty, sour, and bitter, and he's both anxious and angry. He feels like he's being driven insane. Looking at the instigator, his heart feels like it's about to burst from the acidity. "Yang Jiali, don't think I won't touch you just because you're with Yi Ting," Yang Jiali snorts coldly. "Mr. Xiao, anyone can bark. I take responsibility for my actions. Don't believe me? Go ask Yi Ting if he has the power to make me change." Xiao Yi's face darkens, his gaze fierce. "Yang, don't get too arrogant." The atmosphere is particularly tense. Yang Jiali won't indulge Xiao Yi. Rolling up his sleeves, he starts berating, "So what if I'm arrogant? You think you're right to cheat? Brother Hai has devotedly cared for you for 7 years. What have you done for him? You've been out partying, hooking up with young stars, not coming home at night while he waits, and you recently drove him to a relapse and back into the hospital. Do you have a conscience? Perhaps hit by the truth." Xiao Yi's face suddenly turns very dark. "Shut up. It's not your place to lecture me." He pauses, then adds, "I didn't mean to hurt him, I just..." Yang Jiali solemnly says, "Just what? You've already hurt him. Mr. Xiao, people's hearts can grow cold, you know?" Xiao Yi is stunned by these words, speechless for a long time. Yang Jiali finally sighs, "Forget it, I'm tired of scolding you. I hope you and Fu Zhoming have a lifetime together. Don't come back and harm Brother Hai again. Goodbye." He then closes the door firmly. Xiao Yi clings to the door, his eyes suddenly red, whispering, "No, I didn't." Yang Jiali ignores Xiao Yi outside the door, storming into the bedroom. After finishing a phone call, Yi Ting, puzzled, sees this and asks, "Who came by that upset my baby so much?" Yang Jiali angrily says, "It's your good brother, bothering me about Brother Hai and Li Er's matter. I sent him packing." After saying this, he punches Yi Ting repeatedly, using him as a punching bag. Yi Ting soothes him for a long time until Yang Jiali calms down. Then, with a serious expression, he says, Yang, I have something very important to tell you. My mom just called and said the Yi family is coming back from the United States." Yang Jiali was shocked to hear this, as he didn't expect to meet the Yi family so soon. The next day, when Yi Ting went to the airport to pick up the Yi family, Yang Jiali still hadn't come to terms with it. He was pacing back and forth in the room, looking particularly anxious. He was worried that the Yi family wouldn't accept him, given the significant differences between them. Then he comforted himself, thinking, "I'm so smart and cute, and I've prepared a table full of dishes for them. Even if they don't like me, they shouldn't hate me, right?" Yang Jiali might have been a bit nervous, as he even sought encouragement from Afu and Shalwang. "You guys think this meeting will definitely be pleasant, right? Bark twice if you disagree." As a result, Afu and Shalwang cooperatively barked twice. Yang Jiali was immediately angry, scaring Afu and Shalwang into trembling. While Yang Jiali was playing on the floor with the cat and dog, the door suddenly opened, leaving Yang Jiali stunned. He thought, why now, of all times? My image. He stiffly turned around to see Grandpa Yi and the Yi parents looking at him with rather strange expressions. Yang Jiali hurriedly stood up and straightened his clothes. Since he hadn't met Yi's mother before, he just dumbly greeted Grandpa Yi and Yi's father. Yi Ting stepped forward, holding Yang Jiali's shoulder, and introduced, Yang, this is my mom." Yang Jiali nervously swallowed. "Hello, Auntie." Yi's mother looked at the person in front of her, not very satisfied. Her expression changed slightly, and she sighed. "Forget it, it's the first meeting, don't make my son unhappy." She forced a smile, nodded, and said, "Hello." Then Yang Jiali took the initiative to invite everyone to the dining room for dinner. After dinner, Yang Jiali was in the kitchen washing dishes. He let out a sigh of relief, finally done eating. At this moment, Yi Ting came over and pinched his ear. "Why are you nervous? You barely ate at the table. Feeling uncomfortable?" Yang Jiali whispered. "Ting, your mom seems to not like me very much." Yi Ting lifted Yang Jiali's chin and comforted him. "What are you afraid of? As long as I like you, it's fine." After saying that, he leaned in for a kiss, just as Yi's mother pretended to cough. "Yi Ting, come with me for a moment, I have something to say to you." Hearing this, Yang Jiali wanted to leave a good impression on Yi's mother. He quickly said, "I'm really good at washing dishes, even better than a dishwasher." "Yi Ting, go ahead, have a chat with Auntie." Yi Ting followed his mother to the study. Yi's mother sat down on a chair, struggled for a while, and then sighed deeply. You should know why I asked you to come here. I want to talk to you about something. Yi Ting nodded. I know. Yi's mother said seriously, son, I've accepted that you like men for a few years now, but I think you should choose a more outstanding partner. She said, stroking Yi Ting's hand, I know you've never been very close to us, and you've handled many things on your own since you were young, but this is a major event in your life. I think I should give you some advice. Yi Ting smiled. Thank you, Mom, but I don't really need it. I know very well what kind of partner I want. First, the surname is Yang, and second, the name is Jiali. Obviously, I have already found the person who suits me best. Yi's mother was stunned, as if she didn't expect Yi Ting to speak so solemnly. She suddenly stood up and raised her voice. Yi Ting, Yang Jiali is not that outstanding or dazzling. You should look at other excellent people around you. Yi Ting's gaze turned cold. For example, at this point, Yi's mother got excited. The youngest son of the Shah family, Shah Yan, is quite good. Look at young Shah, he looks good and is capable. I think this is what a proper partner should look like, unlike that young Jiali. Yi's mother paused. Don't blame me for being blunt. He seems more like a nice toy that can give you temporary happiness, but he is not qualified to be your other half. The sarcasm towards his beloved made his face turn dark. He lifted his eyelids, his eyes filled with a chilling coldness, exuding a strong and intimidating aura. You called Yang a plaything. If that's the case, I don't think there's any need to continue this conversation. But there's one thing I must clarify with you. But there's one thing I must make clear to you. Yang Jiali is in no way unworthy of me. He is not some plaything, he is the person I've resolved to spend my life with. If one day he is gone, I won't hesitate to follow him to the Yellow Springs. Mrs. Yi's face immediately changed again and again. Yi Ting paused while opening the door, then spoke again with a warning tone. Mom, I respect you, but that doesn't mean you can interfere with my decisions. What I just said is my stance. I hope you won't challenge my bottom line again. Having said that, he left, leaving behind a somewhat dejected Mrs. Yi. Just as Yi Ting stepped out, he didn't expect to find Yang Jiali standing at the door. He didn't know how much Yang Jiali had heard and was instantly somewhat panicked. He quickly pulled Yang Jiali into the bedroom and cautiously asked, how much of what I said to my mom did you hear? Yang Jiali hung his head, his tone dull. I heard everything. Yi Ting, there's something I need to tell you. Yi Ting thought Yang Jiali was going to leave him again and became somewhat agitated. What do you want to say? I can't let you go again. We're already married. Upon hearing this, Yang Jiali lifted his head to look at Yi Ting. He knew Yi Ting was afraid he would leave again. He smiled and then suddenly threw himself into Yi Ting's arms. Silly dog, who said I was leaving? Yi Ting was a bit stunned. Then what do you want to say? Yang Jiali's lips curved, a sparkle in his eyes. When I was outside the door, listening to you refute sentence by sentence, you said you had recognized me, said I was your bottom line, said you were willing to follow me through life and death, he said, rising to wrap his arms around Yi Ting's neck, gazing deeply into his eyes. With every word carefully pronounced, he seriously said, Yi Ting, from college until now, I feel that I will never have a better relationship in my life than this. Do you know, I now look back and find our past grievances so ridiculous. When we reunited, we resented each other, and you tried every way to make me suffer. But looking back now, we obviously liked each other. Why did we waste so much time? Yi Ting was caught off guard. He didn't expect Yang Jiali to say these words. He kissed those thin lips, and after a while, Yi Ting slowly began to speak. Yang, after all these years, I finally waited for you to say you like me again. A determined look appeared in Yang Jiali's eyes. Yeah, with your determination, I won't back down anymore. Whether the elders of the Yi family approve or not, I won't let go. Ting Jie, let's make amends completely. Stop being just roommates, let's be together properly. Yi Ting was stunned. His breathing quickened for a few seconds. Yang, are you serious? Yang Jiali gave Yi Ting a hard kick. Are you not happy about it? The surprise was so abrupt, and upon coming to his senses, Yi Ting cheered, happy, very happy. He gently caressed Yang Jiali's face, his eyes reddening. This is the thing I've wanted most in my life. Baby, do you remember our bet? Whoever craves the other's body first loses, right? Yang Jiali looked puzzled. Yes, what about it? Yi Ting whispered in his ear and kissed his cheek. I lose. Yang Jiali blushed, feeling uncomfortable. You're admitting defeat just like that? I haven't even done anything. Yi Ting smiled wryly with resignation. At first, I thought I had enough patience, but as long as you seriously say you like me, it moves me more than anything. So, I admit defeat. Baby, punish me. After speaking, Yi Ting spread his arms, ready to be at Yang Jiali's mercy. At this moment, only two words crossed Yang Jiali's mind. Holy shit, this is too much, I can't take it. He chuckled, the sound of his laughter was like the big bad wolf seeing Little Red Riding Hood. Since that's the case, don't blame me for not holding back. He pushed Yi Ting down onto the bed. She leaned forward and whispered a few words into Yi Ting's ear. Yi Ting raised an eyebrow. Yang, are you sure? Yang Jiali taunted. What? Are you scared? Yi Ting grabbed Yang Jiali's hand, eyes blazing. You'll soon find out if I'm scared. With that, he flipped over, pinning Yang Jiali beneath him, urgently kissing the corner of Yang Jiali's lips. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Yang, are you asleep? Yang Jiali struggled out of Yi Ting's embrace. Wait, that's your father's voice. But once the battle starts, how can it be stopped? No matter who it is, he can't let him down now. Yang Jiali struggled to open the door. Yi Ting's eyes deepened. He picked up Yang Jiali and walked towards the door. At the door, he put Yang Jiali down, pressed against him from behind, and whispered in Yang Jiali's ear. Quick, answer, Xiao Yang. Don't keep my dad waiting. Yang Jiali, barely holding up his weakening body, panted, Uncle, I was just working out and didn't hear. It's so late, do you need something? We're planning a small family dinner in a few days. I thought a few dishes tonight were good and wanted to ask you for the recipes. After calming Yi Ting, Yang Jiali opened the door, cleared his throat. Sure, or if you don't mind, I can cook for you. I'm quite good at it. Yi's father said he'd ask the old man's opinion and then turned back to his room. Yang Jiali turned around and punched Yi Ting a few times, angrily cursing, bastard. Knowing he was in the wrong, Yi Ting let him hit and scold him. After a while, seeing Yang Jiali had calmed down, he said, cooking for a family dinner is a lot of work. Why did you suddenly want to take it on? Yang Jiali chuckled. I think grandpa and uncle are quite gentle with me. I want to show them what I can do. As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he seriously said, Brother Ting, even if auntie doesn't like me, I still hope to do my best. Upon hearing this, Yi Ting was deeply moved and didn't know what to say for a moment, just kept calling him, baby. On the day of the family banquet, Yang Jiali was frying, boiling and stir-frying in the kitchen. He was so busy that his face was flushed and he was sweating profusely. Soon, he brought the last dish to the table. Taking off his apron, he happily announced, the dishes are ready, everyone can start eating now. Old Master Yi saw Yang Jiali bustling about and smiled kindly. Little Yang is clearly a good kid, so diligent. His cheerful personality is also likable. Yi Ting and Father Yi echoed in agreement. Mother Yi just slightly curled her lips and did not join in, thinking to herself, why is even the old master speaking up for that kid? This won't do. Just then, Xiao Xia walked in from the doorway. Sorry, am I late? Mother Yi thought to herself, perfect timing, and quickly stood up, pointing to the seat between her and Yi Ting, saying, not late, come sit next to auntie. Mother Yi firmly pressed him into the seat. Then she pointed to another seat nearby, almost forgot about little Yang. We have a bit too many people today, so you'll have to sit there for now. Yi Ting's face immediately darkened. It seems my mom didn't understand what I said that night. It's one thing to secretly match me and Xiao Xia, but now she's publicly sidelining Yang. Now, unexpectedly ostracizing Yang in public. Yi Ting felt extremely displeased. He clenched his fists, about to react. Old Master Yi patted Yi Ting's hand and said, most of this table was prepared by Xiao Yang. You arranged for him to sit so far away, what is this about? Mother Yi blushed and couldn't help but mutter, in the past, when the chef cooked, you never let the chef sit at the table. The old master snorted coldly and waved at Yang Jiali, good child, don't listen to her. Come sit by grandpa. Yi Ting immediately moved a chair next to the old master, ending this little farce. It seemed to end, but it might just be the beginning. After all, Mother Yi wouldn't give up such a good opportunity to stir trouble. She coughed and said, Yi Ting, it's cold outside. Xiao Xia just came in. Serve him a bowl of soup to warm up. Before Yi Ting could say anything, Xiao Xia was already frightened, saying to Mother Yi, no need to trouble, I'm not cold, and I don't like soup, while casting a pleading look at Yi Ting. Seeing his mother unwilling to give up, Yi Ting picked up the soup bowl and sighed, all right, since you reminded me, Mom. Mother Yi thought, could it be that Yi Ting has come to his senses? And looked on expectantly. In the end, Yi Ting took a spoon and directly fed Yang Jiali. Yang, have a sip to warm up. Mother Yi, seeing this scene, almost spat out blood. After showering, Yi Ting returned to the bedroom to find Yang Jiali lying on the bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket. He couldn't help but laugh. Baby, why are you wrapped up like a dumpling? Caught up in the act, Yang Jiali's mouth was faster than his brain, blurting out, your mom forced me. Realizing it was inappropriate, he quickly coughed, I mean, your mother forced me. Yi Ting frowned, what do you mean? Yang Jiali was silent for a moment, then tentatively asked, Ting Jie, If I complain about your mom, will you be mad at me? The world is vast, but the wife is the most important, Yi Ting said bluntly. How could I bear to hide anything from you? Just speak. Yang Jiali swallowed nervously, prepared himself, and then began to complain. I'm not a fool. Your mother's behavior tonight clearly showed she looked down on me. She deliberately made me uncomfortable. Yang Jiali ranted on until he finally stopped, feeling relieved. Yi Ting, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat and concluded that one should never provoke one's own wife. Then, Yi Ting stroked Yang Jiali's hair, his gaze deepening. You were so well behaved during dinner, not making a sound. Yang Jiali's lips curled up, his eyes sparkling. Wasn't I just giving you face? Your grandfather and father are quite nice. I didn't want to embarrass them. Besides, I figured your mother wouldn't stay long. If I ignore her, she'll have no way to get to me, Yang Jiali suddenly said with a sly laugh. From today on, for every time she bullies me, I'll go back to our room and deal with her son. Let's see who loses more. Yi Ting felt a small flame ignite within him. It seems tonight I'll be squeezed dry by you many times to balance things out, won't I? Yang Jiali provocatively raised his eyebrows. Of course, you'd better be prepared. Then Yang Jiali untied the bath towel around his waist, revealing his figure to Yi Ting, who had still been in control. But with Yang Jiali's provocation, the fire in Yi Ting's chest, as if turned up to the maximum, burst forth instantly, burning all concerns to ashes. That night, Yang Jiali suffered more than ever before. Yang Jiali and Yi Ting fought until dawn, and it seemed like they wouldn't be able to get out of bed. However, Yang Jiali had Yi Ting take him to the company early in the morning. Before getting out of the car, Yi Ting was still worried about Yang Jiali's ability to withstand the previous night's activities. After tossing and turning all night, why did you come to practice so early? Yang Jiali's eyes shone brightly, with an indomitable spirit. This is called grasping both love and career. Now that the group is doing well, my schedule is full. Plus, I refuse to be seen as a canary, especially by your mother. Yi Ting hugged Yang Jiali and poked him fiercely. It's not a canary, it's a little lamb. Alright, trust me, I'll take care of the family issues, baby. Yang Jiali waved his fist fiercely. Let it be, I'm not afraid of her now. Anyway, if soldiers come, we'll block them. If water comes, we'll cover it with earth. Besides, I still have Yi Ting as my human evidence. After bidding farewell to Yi Ting, Yang Jiali entered the company. At this moment, the practice room was bustling. Li Da insisted on snatching Li Er's phone. As soon as Yang Jiali walked in, he saw this scene and raised an eyebrow. What are you guys doing? Li Er immediately complained. Brother Yang, you be the judge. Li Da is forcing me to change my phone wallpaper. He's violating my human rights. Li Da also looked very aggrieved and quickly defended. Do you dare to let Brother Yang see what wallpaper you're using? As he spoke, he snatched the phone away from Li Er when he wasn't paying attention. Brother Yang, look. Yang Jiali was immediately attracted by the wallpaper on the phone. It turned out Li Er had set a photo of him with Brother Hai as the wallpaper. Li Da shouted, weren't you into big waves? Why use a photo with a man? Li Er, whether angry or shy, instantly blushed. I only admire Brother Hai, it's you who's thinking dirty. Yang Jiali understood Li Da's concern, patted his shoulder and said, Li Da, I know what you're worried about, but Brother Hai is so charming. Many straight guys in the company treasure photos with him. You know this, don't you? Li Da sighed deeply. I'm not against homosexuality, but you can't be gay, you must stay straight. Don't bend without noticing, our Li family can't handle this shock. Li Er looked thoughtful. Got it, I won't. Yang Jiali embraced them both. That's right, why are brothers fighting? At this moment, Yang Jiali's eyes shone. Li Da, I want to discuss something with you. Last time during the show, wasn't Wang Yang obviously struggling with stamina? I want to ask you to do some physical training with him, is that okay? Li Da blushed at the sudden request but eventually agreed to take Wang Yang for physical training. The next day, Yang Jiali eagerly packed Wang Yang off to Li Da. Wang Yang followed behind Li Da like a little wife, apologizing for previously holding everyone back. Li Da impatiently replied, good that you know, stop saying useless things. Get ready to start training. Wang Yang quickly took off his jacket, leaving only a small sports vest on his upper body. His waist was narrow, making him look very small and thin. Li Da's eyes widened when he saw Wang Yang's slender waist, uncontrollably thinking of that fanfiction. He felt his throat go dry and slapped himself, thinking, stop, what am I thinking? With his mind in chaos, Li Da randomly pressed buttons on the treadmill, his tone a bit harsh. Come over and run a few steps first. Come over and start running. Wang Yang immediately began to run. In less than 2 minutes, he started panting heavily. His cheeks were burning red, and sweat dripped down his forehead. Suddenly his legs gave out, and he stumbled, crashing onto the treadmill. Li Da hurried over. He helped the fallen Wang Yang to the side, looked at Wang Yang's swollen ankle with some displeasure, and Wang Yang said fearfully, "Sorry, it was a bit fast. I have no strength left, and I feel very dizzy, I just accidentally." Li Da frowned, his voice raised, "Do you not have hands or a mouth? Can't you adjust it yourself or tell me?" Wang Yang became even more panic-stricken. Seeing him like this, Li Da inexplicably felt a bit guilty, as if he was bullying him. Then, amidst Wang Yang's screams, he scooped him up, his tone slightly doting. "You just know how to lower your head and look pitiful." Wang Yang's face blushed with shyness, and he called out softly, "Cheng Rong Ge." Li Da carried Wang Yang to a couch nearby and said coldly, "Stay put. I'll find some ointment." Just as he took out the ointment from the bag, Li Da said, "You should take off your pants." Upon hearing he had to take off his pants, Wang Yang's face turned even whiter, and he stammered, "No need to look, don't." Li Da stepped forward to forcibly remove them, while Wang Yang didn't know what to say, clutching the edge of his pants, refusing to budge. Seeing this, Li Da was unwilling to force him to touch me anymore. "Forget it, if you don't want to undress, that's fine. But rolling up your trouser leg should be okay, right?" he said, and amidst Wang Yang's panicked gaze, he forcibly rolled up Wang Yang's trouser leg, revealing the fair skin of his leg marred with numerous scars that hadn't yet fully healed. Li Da was stunned, unable to speak for a while. Wang Yang hurriedly pulled down his trousers to cover up. Li Da watched Wang Yang's uneasy expression, and tentatively asked, "Where did you get these injuries? Why don't you go to the hospital to have them checked? Or do you have this kind of fetish?" Wang Yang had been silent and dazed, but when he heard Li Da's words, the image of the perverted Yi Fan flashed in his mind, plunging him into extreme panic. He suddenly stood up, ignoring Li Da's shouts, and ran outside like a madman. Seeing this, Li Da lowered his head, his chest filled with restless frustration and a touch of concern. "Was I too harsh just now?" After finishing practice, Yang Jia immediately rushed to Yi Ting's company. "Daddy Yi, I've finished practice and came to visit you." But what she saw was Sha Sha by Yi Ting's side, the two of them together, talking about who knows what. Yang Jia felt a bit uneasy. "Sha Sha, you're here too?" Afraid of a misunderstanding, Sha Sha frantically explained, "Don't get me wrong, we were discussing a collaboration. It's impossible for us to be together." Yi Ting kept nodding beside her, and seeing this, Yang Jia burst out laughing. "All right, I know." Sha Sha finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. "Great, I don't want to be mistaken for a mistress. I'll head back now," she said. After she left, Yang Jiali teased, "What were you two up to, being all secretive?" Yi Ting, with a calm expression and a smile, replied, "Just some business matters. You'll know later." Yang Jiali wanted to say more, but Yi Ting pulled him close, letting him sit on his lap, and asked, "Why didn't you go home and came to my office instead?" Yang Jiali lay on Yi Ting, playing with his tie, and said, "I don't want to see your mom." "Brother Ting, how long is your mom staying?" "About a week or so." "Why, can't you handle it?" At this, Yang Jiali started to complain. "Now that she's staying in the villa, it's like having a headmaster around. I feel uncomfortable all over." Yi Ting suddenly said, "Since you're so troubled, why don't we move out?" Yang Jiali was taken aback but then felt tempted. After work, Yi Ting took Yang Jiali to another villa. Yang Jiali walked in, looked around, and asked, "Is this villa yours too?" Yi Ting nodded. "When I first returned to the country, I bought a property near the company for convenience." Yang Jiali was angry, "I just found out you have another hideout. This won't do." Yi Ting lifted the dust cover on the sofa. "Why not?" Yang Jiali sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, "I don't even know your background. What if one day you decide to keep a mistress and I'm left in the dark?" At this, he started acting dramatically. "How bold. Yi Ting has other properties outside. Confess quickly." Yi Ting was happy to play along. "I'll confess everything. Don't worry, I only have these two houses, nothing else." He took a key from the side and placed it in Yang Jiali's hand. Then he said, "Besides, how could I keep someone else? One sheep is enough for me to take care of for a lifetime." Yang Jiali relaxed his grip on the key. "That's more like it. But do we really not need to go back? Coming here right after work, without telling your family?" Yi Ting pulled Yang Jiali close by the shoulder. "I'll handle things with the Yi family. I'm going to move your stuff and the pets over first. Make yourself at home, I'll be back soon." Yang Jiali felt a slight touch in his heart and took the initiative to give a sweet kiss. "Ting, you're the best." Yi Ting, accompanied by several people, returned to his previous residence and pointed to a few small boxes piled up in the corner of the wall. "Move them all out, take all his stuff away." Yi's mother heard the noise and came out to see. Surprised, she asked, "Yi Ling, what are you doing? Are you moving out?" Yi Ting's eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of cold frost. "Mom, don't worry about it. It's not my stuff. Yi's mother was moved and tentatively asked, "Is that Yang Jiali's?" After receiving Yi Ting's affirmation, Yi's mother asked with apparent concern, "Did you two have a fight? Is he the one moving out?" Yi Ting, looking at his mother's barely concealed smile, thought to himself, "Sure enough, my mom still doesn't accept Yang and wants to meddle in my love life. If that's the case, then she can't blame me for what happens next." With this thought, a shadow fell over Yi Ting's face. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Yang Jiali, asking when he would be back and mentioning that he wanted to drink sago soup. Seeing that the moving was almost done, Yi Ting didn't answer his mother's question and simply said, "I've got something else to handle," and strode out. Yi's mother quickly picked up the scarf from the table and chased after him. "Wait, this child, if he doesn't want to talk, fine, but why throw a tantrum?" She took the scarf and wrapped it around him without waiting for a response from Yi Ting. After wrapping the scarf, Yi's mother still couldn't help but ask cautiously, "Son, does this mean you and Yang Jiali have broken up?" Yi Ting shouted, "Stop asking," and slammed the door as he left. Yi's mother looked towards the door, her own light receding. She started to smile, thinking, such a big temper, they must have broken up. It's good that they did, very good. Meanwhile, Yi Ting, who had left, carried a cup of sago soup back to the new villa. His face was frosty, and he was in a very bad mood. Irritated, he tore off the scarf from his neck, feeling an unstoppable sorrow. Does she really not know I'm allergic to this material? Does she really not know that I'm allergic to this material? How can a mother have so little understanding of her own child, yet the moment she shows up, she tries to drive away the person I love the most? Ridiculous. He's completely unaware that the one he looks down upon has spent far more time with me than he has. She will never understand that having Yang by my side for the rest of my life is what will truly make me happy. Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali, who had fallen asleep on the sofa, and couldn't help but take out his phone to snap a photo. Yang Jiali heard the sound, sat up, and smiled broadly, making a scissor hand gesture. "Caught you," she said. "You're taking candid shots of me." Seeing such a radiant Yang Jiali, Yi Ting was mesmerized and fell silent for a long while. Suddenly, Yang Jiali noticed a red mark on Yi Ting's neck and asked, "Brother Ting, why is your neck red?" Yi Ting pulled her into his arms with a somewhat deep voice, "It's nothing. Be good and let me hold you." Yang Jiali sensed that Yi Ting was in a bad mood and stayed quiet, obediently letting him hold her. Yi Ting looked at the well-behaved Yang Jiali, his eyes filled with determination. "Yang, in a few days, I will make you a member of the Yi family, fair and square." It had been a while since Yi Ting had returned to this villa. Yi's mother had been eagerly waiting since she heard the news that he would come back for dinner tonight. After waiting for a long time without seeing Yi Ting, she became anxious. Why hasn't Yi Ting come back yet? Hurry up and call to urge him. Yi's father, sitting on the sofa, helplessly said, "I really don't know what you're so anxious about. It's just a family meal, no need to rush." Upon hearing this, Yi's mother became furious. Ever since Yang Jiali moved out, how long has it been since Yi Ting came back? Yi's father was startled into silence, closing his mouth. The angry Yi's mother began to nag non-stop. He finally said he would come back for dinner, and you, as his father, don't care at all. Afraid the wrath would turn toward him, Yi's father quickly compromised. All right, stop talking. I'll call right now." Yi's mother immediately showed a victorious smile. Of course, she wanted Yi Ting to come home early. "I have arranged for someone to meet him tonight." Meanwhile, Yi Ting, who had been mentioned repeatedly, had already driven home. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia waved at Yi Ting, who had a knowing expression on his face. "My mom indeed called you." Xiao Xia shrugged, somewhat helplessly. "Yes, President Yi, you really are prescient." Saying this, he walked to Yi Ting's side and whispered, "Shall we act as we discussed?" Yi Ting's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm. "Yes, in a few days, I will host a banquet to introduce Yang in front of everyone, allowing him to enter the Yi family with dignity. I think if my mom believes you are the partner I want to introduce, she will be very willing to help me organize this banquet." Xiao Xia nodded after hearing this. The two pretended to be intimate as they entered the villa. Yi's mother was so excited to see them that she almost jumped off the sofa. "You two actually came in together today. What a tacit understanding." Saying this, she came to Xiao Xia's side and smiled warmly. Last time, the family dinner was not well hosted. Now that Xiao Yang and Yi Ting have broken up, Auntie specially invited you over to apologize. Xiao Xia said it was too polite, but in his heart, he was frantically complaining that the word breakup was too deliberate. After the three sat down, Yi's mother constantly created opportunities for Yi Ting and Xiao Xia, saying, "Yi Ting, Mom is cooking personally tonight. You should entertain Xiao Xia well for me." Yi Ting smiled meaningfully, picked up a grape from the plate, and handed it to Xiao Xia's mouth. Your favorite. Seeing this, Yi's mother smiled broadly, feeling very gratified. This child has finally come to his senses. He should soon understand that compared to Yang Jiali, who is a useless plaything, Xiao Xia is the best partner. At their current pace, the little sheepdolls at home can soon be thrown away. Thinking of this, Yi's mother got up and went to the kitchen to give them some space alone. Yi Ting raised his head, looking expressionlessly at Yi's mother's back, his eyes full of endless sarcasm. Since Wang Yang ran out of the practice room last time, he never came back. Li Da felt guilty, thinking he was too harsh. He decided to visit Wang Yang. Arriving at Wang Yang's apartment building, I hesitated. I used to firmly believe that Wang Yang's timid demeanor and these deliberate attempts to please were all an act to deceive. But now, thinking about it, if it was all an act, could he really keep it up for so long and with such dedication? Just like Li Er said, Wang Yang saved Brother Yang and worked hard during rehearsals. He even brought food as an apology, afraid of holding us back. Isn't this a sign of repentance? With this thought, Li Da no longer hesitated and walked resolutely towards Wang Yang's apartment. When he reached the door, it was ajar and unlocked. Li Da frowned, gently pushed open the door, and saw Wang Yang curled up on the sofa with his eyes closed. Li Da put down his things and asked, Wang Yang, why are you sleeping here? Wang Yang didn't respond, muttering, I'm a dog, I'm a dog. Li Da shook his body, what are you saying? Are you having a nightmare? Suddenly, Wang Yang hugged his head with both hands, his whole body trembling. Don't touch me, don't hit me, please, please. Li Da was startled, quickly raised his hands. I didn't hit you, wake up. At this moment, he noticed an unusual redness on Wang Yang's face. He touched his forehead and realized he had a fever. Wang Yang let out a soft whimper at his touch, perhaps due to his illness. His voice sounded extremely aggrieved, almost like he was whining. Li Da's heart inexplicably trembled at this sound. He sighed softly, you really know how to cause me trouble. He carried Wang Yang to the bedroom bed, held a cup of water with fever-reducing medicine to Wang Yang's lips, and Wang Yang instinctively opened his mouth to drink. Looking at him, Li Da felt puzzled. How did someone who used to be so arrogant become like this? What did he go through during the time he left the circle? At this moment, Li Da's attention was drawn to a notebook spread open on the desk. He hesitated for a moment but still picked up the notebook. The contents shocked him. Today hurts more than yesterday. Played for an extra half hour, and there was bleeding, etc. Li Dalian thought of the scars he had seen before and now vaguely understood. No wonder Wang Yang seemed like a changed person. He had been subjected to inhuman abuse. He looked down at Wang Yang, who was still crying out in pain in his sleep, and unconsciously tightened his grip. His chest felt suffocated with a lump of cotton, barely able to breathe. Li Dalian, with reddened eyes, tenderly wiped the tears from Wang Yang's face and whispered comfortingly, don't cry, everything will get better. Yi Ting, using work as an excuse, had been leaving early and returning late for a week. Even the usually oblivious Yang Jia realized something was amiss. That day, as Yi Ting was preparing to leave again, Yang Jia stopped him, you're going out again? We haven't had dinner together in a week. You haven't had dinner with me for a week. Yi Ting comforted, Yang, be good, I've had social engagements. Yang Jia was flipping through the Cheater's Guide to Infidelity when he saw the first item was about going out frequently. He grabbed Yi Ting's collar, glaring at him fiercely. You've been fobbing me off with this old excuse for several days in a row. If you really are out for social engagements, has it been that busy lately? Or is there someone else outside? Yi Ting teased as he ruffled Yang Jia's hair. What are you thinking? There's no one outside, but at home, there's a big merino sheep with too much suspicion. After all we've been through, do you still doubt my feelings for you? Yang Jia stopped making a fuss and said with concern, it's not that. I just want to know what you've been busy with recently. You haven't had much rest. Yi Ting pulled him tightly into his arms. Baby really cares about me the most. Alright, I've been busy with something big, you'll know in a few days. I'll come home early tonight, don't worry. After saying that, he kissed Yang Jia's face. Yang Jia let Yi Ting out the door with some doubt. That day, Yi Ting again had dinner with Xiao Xia at his mother's place. Xiao Xia was close to throwing up, looking pitiful. President Yi, this has been dinner for a week. When do you plan to move to the next step of the plan? Yi Ting raised an eyebrow. Soon. My mom already thinks we're together. I'll bring up the dinner party tonight. The old man is going back to the States on the 9th, I'll make it before then. Xiao Xia's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Then I'll be waiting for your good news with Yang Jia. Mother Yi, who was secretly watching from upstairs, was very happy and said to Father Yi. He said he was sending Xiao Xia to the car, yet they've been chatting for ages. Old Yi, do you think our son is in love with Xiao Xia? Father Yi's smile faded slightly, is he? Father Yi obviously felt that Yi Ting was happier with Yang, which displeased Mother Yi. What kind of eyes do you have? Yi Ting is definitely with Xiao Xia. I don't believe it, I'll ask him later. Just then, Yi Ting arrived. Yi's mother immediately leaned forward and asked Yi Ting, what exactly is your relationship with Xiao Xia now? Yi Ting's eyes were deep and unreadable as he countered, what do you think? Yi's mother's eyes lit up. I knew it, no one understands a son better than his mother. You used to say you'd only ever recognize Yang Jiali in this life. Now what? You've met someone better, haven't you? Yi Ting curled his lips, his hand resting on Yi's mother's shoulder. Mom, I've already decided on my other half. I want to announce it before you return to the US. Is that okay? Yi's mother was finally relieved, smiling with crescent eyes. You want to introduce Xiao Xia to the Yi family? Of course, that's great. Your grandfather said there will be a banquet before returning to the US. How about we announce it in front of everyone then? Yi Ting nodded and Yi's mother was moved to tears. Looking at Yi Ting's handsome face, she sighed, now mom can finally be at ease. Yi Ting's expression changed slightly, continuing to dig the pit. I'm not very good at handling banquet affairs. Mom, could you please take care of it in the next few days and arrange the venue in advance? Yi's mother was eager to do this and agreed immediately. Yi Ting added, and don't tell anyone about this yet. Yi's mother was momentarily stunned, then understood. I get it, you young people love surprises. Yi Ting smiled with curved eyes. Yes, he loves surprises the most. On the day of the banquet, the place was filled with distinguished guests, very grand. Yi's mother, beaming, entered the venue with Yi Ting. How is it? I designed it myself. Thank you, Mom, for personally overseeing their setup. Not bad, right? Yi Ting nodded with satisfaction. Very good, thank you, Mom. Yi's mother suddenly felt a pang in her nose, her eyes reddening. What's there to thank for? Mom didn't give you much attention when you were young, but now I can see that you found the most suitable life partner. To make it public in front of our relatives, I'm truly happy. Saying this, I wiped the tears from my face. I've also prepared a gift. This was passed down to me by your grandma, and now it's finally time for me to give it away. Mom is really looking forward to today's family banquet. Yi Ting curled his lips in a meaningful smile. I feel the same way. Being able to be with the person I love the most, receiving everyone's blessings and starting a family. Who wouldn't look forward to that? At this moment, Mother Yi saw the car returning to the Xia family. She went to greet them with great enthusiasm. Yi Ting took this opportunity to send a message to Yang Jiali, asking him to come over. Afterward, Mother Yi walked into the venue with Xia, talking and laughing together. The elder asked, are we still waiting for someone? Why hasn't the dinner started yet? The mother-in-law's face broke into a generous smile. It'll be soon. Your grandson has a big announcement to make today, and he wants to wait until everyone is here. He pulled Xia over, unable to hide the joy on his face. Elder, your grandson is going to start a family. Looking over at Yi Ting, child, are you really sure about this? Yi Ting straightened his tie, his face showing determination. I am sure. He will be here soon. Mother Yi, who was eavesdropping nearby, instantly became unsettled. What do you mean, he? Isn't he already here? Just then, the doors to the banquet hall were opened. The person who appeared was none other than Yang Jiali. Mother Yi and the others were instantly shocked, while Yang Jiali, seeing the crowd of people, also widened his eyes in surprise. Yang Jiali whispered to Yi Ting, what are you up to now? Yi Ting didn't respond, but took his hand and walked up to the elder. Grandfather, I've made my decision. It's him. Please bear witness in front of the Yi family. The elder's voice was strong and vigorous. Have you thought this through? Yi Ting looked at Yang Jiali affectionately and said firmly, I've thought it through very clearly. The elder patted Yi Ting's shoulder reassuringly, as long as you've thought it through. Just manage the company well with your abilities, and make your own decisions about the rest. He glanced at Yi's mother, whose face was turning from green to white to purple, chuckled, and said, all right, I'm not like others. I won't meddle in your affairs. Following the elder's words, Yi Ting reached out to his mother. Mom, didn't you say you had a gift prepared for Yang Yang? Even though Yi's mother was naive, she realized she had been outmaneuvered by Yi Ting. With the elder's approval, she had no choice but to agree, albeit reluctantly. She handed the gift box to Yang Jiali through gritted teeth. Congratulations to you both. Suddenly, Yi Ting knelt down on one knee. Yang Jiali's eyes widened. What are you doing? There are so many people here. Why are you kneeling? Yi Ting took out a brand new box and opened it to reveal 2 rings. Yang Jiali then realized, a proposal? But haven't we already been married? Yi Ting smiled. That time was a trick. I want a real one this time, for you to enter the Yi family openly and honorably in front of all our friends and relatives. Marry me, Yang Yang. Yang Jiali blinked and saw a leaf engraved on one ring, then glanced at the other ring. He glanced at another ring, inside which a tiny sheet was engraved. The meaning behind the 2 rings was self-evident. His face flushed. He asked Yi Ting if he had been preparing this for many days. Yi Ting also blushed. Then won't you agree? Baby, my knees are sore from kneeling. Yang Jia decisively stretched out his hand. I agree, put it on. Yi Ting slowly put the ring on him, his eyes filled with endless love. Amidst the warm applause and sincere blessings of the surrounding guests, the two true lovers shared a passionate kiss. The most beautiful thing in the world must be when the person you love loves you back. The next day, the old man's flight back to the USA was at 11 in the morning, and Yi Ting drove him to the airport. Peng Lingyi, who hadn't slept the night before boarding, with dark circles under his eyes, finally approached Yi Ting and said sarcastically, "Are you satisfied now?" Yi Ting replied, "You prepared well, I have no complaints." Peng Lingyi's tone was harsh, clearly agitated. "Yi Ting, you manipulate your mother like this, do you think you're doing the right thing? You know I wanted Sha Sha, and those things, including the gifts, were all prepared for Sha Sha." Yi Ting spoke coldly and solemnly, "Mom, I'll mention this one last time. Yang Jia will always be the only one by my side, no matter how much you look down on him or despise his background and personality. That's your problem, not mine." Peng Lingyi was stunned. It took her a long time to recover. She had never really controlled Yi Ting from childhood, and now she finally understood that Yi Ting had truly become estranged from her. Yi Ting took off the dark blue scarf wrapped around his neck and said, "This acrylic scarf, you've been insisting I wear it these days. Thanks, it's quite warm. But I'll give it back to you." Peng Lingyi took the scarf, and as Yi Ting watched her put it away, he smiled and said, "Mom, I'm almost 30, maybe you still don't know, but I'm allergic to acrylic." Peng Lingyi's hands trembled, she looked up at Yi Ting in shock. Yi Ting restrained his smile, turned around, and walked away without looking back. Yi Ting was actually in a bad mood. He returned home, having both parents since childhood, yet living like an orphan. At this moment, a figure rushed towards him. Boldly and recklessly, the figure hugged Yi Ting. A cheerful voice murmured in his ear, "Guess what gift I prepared for you." Just a moment ago, he was feeling terrible because of Peng Lingyi, but as soon as he saw Yang Jiali, his mood suddenly improved. His heart warmed like a spring breeze. Yi Ting shook his head, "I can't guess, but I like whatever you give me." Yang Jiali snorted proudly and didn't bother to tease Yi Ting anymore. His eyes sparkled, "I prepared a scarf for you." Yi Ting was slightly taken aback and asked tentatively, "Why did you suddenly think of giving me a scarf?" Yang Jiali said, "Didn't your mom always make you wear that dark blue scarf? I noticed you always take it off soon after wearing it, and it often scratches your neck. A few nights ago, after we did that thing, I saw a red mark on your neck." Yi Ting unbuttoned his collar, revealing his neck. He pointed to a red bite mark and laughed, "You mean this? It's not because of the scarf. One night, when I was taking good care of a certain big sheep, this little ungrateful one bit me." Yang Jiali's face turned red with embarrassment, and he slapped Yi Ting's hand hard. Yang Jiali muttered, "Who said anything about that bite mark?" Yi Ting hugged Yang Jiali, "Promise me first, you won't dislike this scarf. You must wear it." Yi Ting nodded seriously, "Not just a scarf, even a straw hat for planting rice fields, as long as it's from Yang Jiali, I'll wear it." It started snowing outside, the first snow of the winter. Yang Jiali whispered, "Ting, it's almost been a year for us again." Yi Ting leaned close to his ear, gently nudged Yang Jiali's head, and said with a warm smile, "Still love you as always." The next day, Yang Jiali drove to the entrance of Wen Nan Mansion. He led Li Da, Li and Wang Yang with an air of indifference, striding briskly into the Wen Nan Mansion. Before they could sit down, the hall manager rushed over and grabbed Yang Jiali. The manager tried to be polite, saying, "You don't have a reservation, and the private rooms on the third floor are all permanently reserved by the mansion's senior members. Even if they're empty, you can't use them. I'm very sorry." Yang Jiali leaned against the doorframe and pointed at the room number. The manager hesitated for a moment and replied, "Mr. Yi from Guanghu." Yang Jiali raised an eyebrow and smiled, "Then it's fine. I know this Mr. Yi." Yang Jiali made a call to Yi Ting. The manager's face turned pale. He glanced at Yang Jiali, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and nervously led Yang Jiali into the private room. Yang Jiali, with his chin up, said, "Stick with your brother Yang, and I'll take you places." Li Da and Li exchanged glances. Li said, "What noble lady, Yang Guifei." Despite the teasing, Li Da was quite pleased, expressing that brother Yang had been wandering alone for so many years and now finally had his own home. Wang Yang's eyes showed admiration. "Yes, having a home is great," he said, then followed Yang Jiali's steps. Li Da was moved and grabbed Li who was about to leave. Li was indignant, "Why are you pulling me? I want to eat a grand meal worth 10,000. Li Da scratched his head awkwardly, a bit embarrassed, and asked, "Do you know what Wang Yang's family situation is?" Li said they'd talk after the meal. After a long time, Li returned home, rubbing his stomach as if pregnant. Li Da urged from behind, all you know is eating. Now can you tell me about Wang Yang's family situation? Li glanced at him, why rush? Wasn't everything about his peak years dug up online? Maybe it's even in your CP super topic. Li Da, embarrassed and angry, showed his elder brother's authority and raised his hand to hit Li. If you keep stalling, I'll hit you. Under the threat of Li Da's violence, Li obediently began to talk about Wang Yang's past. Wang Yang's family was particularly difficult. His father passed away early, and it was all up to his mother to support them. He suffered from bullying at school, and in middle school, his mother was diagnosed with cancer. Not wanting to be a burden, she entrusted all her remaining money to a friend, sent Wang Yang away, and then one morning she left the house and never returned. This incident even made the local news. Since then, Wang Yang has been on his own. Li Da sighed deeply and asked, what happened next? How did he get into the entertainment industry? Li looked up, thought for a moment, and said, he was good looking. To make a living, he was somewhat cluelessly signed by a talent scout. The entertainment industry is very dark. He slowly became like he was before. Saying this, he stood up, put his arm around Li Da's shoulder, and advised, but brother, he has changed for the better now. You shouldn't bully him anymore. It's quite pitiful. Li Da looked up at him with a very serious expression, I know. Li shrugged with a skeptical look, that's not right, you seem to care a lot about Wang Yang lately. Li Da covered his face with a flower pot. It's none of your business.